from being forced to resign to becoming a rising star in the business world. The brilliant engineer Wang Zhan has fiercely retaliated against workplace bullying with the ascent of war god technology. Unexpectedly acquiring the ancient artifact Heart of Steel, he activates extraordinary powers such as a steel physique and metal manipulation, destined to confront malevolent forces with unwavering resolve. The enigmatic woman, Lu Lingyao, a descendant of a hidden family capable of wielding thunder and lightning, finds her proud heart igniting a unique spark in the clash of currents and steel with Wang Zhan. The lurking fangs of darkness are already stirring, as nefarious forces run rampant on the land of Huagua. Wang Zhan shall become the sword of judgment looming over the heads of criminals, crafting legendary tales of justice. Chapter 1. Celebration Banquet. As night descended, the neon lights of Yunhai City flickered like scattered stars, adding splendor and vibrancy to the urban landscape. At the city's heart stood the upscale hotel, Ruyunxian, its elegant facade and premium service drawing countless guests. Tonight, Deputy Director Yang Jun of Yunding Technology's technical department had specially arranged a banquet here, inviting colleagues from the R&D and product departments to celebrate a milestone achievement. In the Wanxiu private room, the lights dazzled, and the artistic paintings adorning the walls imbued the space with an air of elegance and grandeur. The expansive round dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, their enticing aromas making one's mouth water. Yang Jun, attired in a well-tailored, splendid suit, sat at the head of the table with a smile on his face. To his left sat Zheng Wenjie, the product department manager, while to his right was Li Wei, the leader of R&D Group 4. Opposite them were two strikingly youthful individuals, one male and one female. The young man, Wang Zhan, had been with the company for over a year, a member of the R&D team. Dressed in a simple yet fitting dark suit that accentuated his tall stature, he exuded an air of competence. His handsome features, sharply defined, radiated an aura of calmness and intelligence. Graduating from Huagua's premier institution, the Huagua Academy of Sciences, he possessed a solid foundation in computer science, mastering various programming languages and exhibiting profound understanding and application skills in data structures, algorithm design, and software architecture. During his university years, he published several high-quality academic papers accepted by renowned domestic and international journals and conferences, consistently winning accolades in competitions such as the ACM International Collegiate Programming Contest and the National College Student Programming Contest. Upon graduation, Wang Zhan was recruited by Huagua's leading technology firm, Yunding Technology, as a high-caliber talent. Shortly after joining, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities, participating in the development of the company's next-generation computer series, Chuyang. In this project, he played a pivotal role in core algorithm design and system architecture optimization, proving to be crucial in the development process. Seated beside him was the beautiful Lu Lingyao, who joined the company in the same cohort. Her long, silky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, swaying softly with her movements, resembling a delicate and captivating painting that accentuated her fair, jade-like complexion. Standing at 1.7 meters, her graceful form resembled a budding water lily, exuding elegance and warmth, making her particularly striking even in quiet repose. Yang Jun sat comfortably at the head of the table, engaging in light-hearted banter with Zheng Wenjie and Li Wei. A faint smile graced his lips as he puffed on a slender, exquisite cigar, the smoke languidly swirling around him. His fingers deftly toyed with a gold-embellished Zippo lighter, its gleaming surface reflecting his status and position. His demeanor was calm and collected, exuding confidence and poise, epitomizing his noble bearing. However, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Lu Lingyao. As a recent graduate, she, despite her typically poised nature, appeared somewhat reserved and inexperienced in such a high-profile setting. Whenever Yang Jun's eyes inadvertently met hers, she would shyly lower her head and subtly avert her gaze, her cheeks flushing with a hint of youthful modesty and shyness. The gathering was of exceptional significance, as it marked a first for most attendees in such an upscale environment. Yang Jun's prominent status within the company was already formidable, but even more daunting was his secondary identity was not only the deputy director of the technical department at Yunding Group, but also the beloved son of the company's president, Yang Yuanshan, ranking third in line. This connection rendered him a figure of considerable influence both within the company and beyond. Dining with such a distinguished individual inevitably stirred a mix of nervousness and reverence among the attendees. Moreover, Yang Jun's moniker Yunhai Young Master had long preceded him, with whispers of his domineering nature, decisive actions, and occasional cruelty. Others spoke of his notorious charm and countless romantic conquests, painting him as a quintessential playboy. Such rumors added an air of mystery about him, inspiring both admiration and caution among those present, lest they inadvertently provoke his ire. In the company, Wang Zhan was rarely seen, with the daily operations of the technical department primarily managed by the director himself, rendering him more of a symbolic presence. He seldom engaged in mundane affairs, occasionally overseeing significant projects that affected the company's image, thereby underscoring his unique status and influence. Li Wei, the leader of Group 4, noticed that the delectable dishes were now fully presented and, with a respectful and humble demeanor, turned to Wang Zhan, slightly bowing as he quietly inquired, "Director Yang, the dishes are ready, may we officially commence our banquet?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's lips curved into a subtle smile, his demeanor calm and composed as he nodded in approval. Relieved, Li Wei cleared his throat, his face radiating enthusiasm as he turned to his colleagues, announcing with a clear voice, "Dear colleagues, the fine wine and delicacies are prepared, and our banquet is about to begin. Each of you has dedicated months of hard work and effort to the success of the Chaoyang series. Tonight, Director Yang has graciously organized this celebration for everyone. Let us give a warm round of applause to invite Director Yang to share a few words." As Li Wei's words resonated, the room erupted in fervent and prolonged applause, all eyes converging on Wang Zhan, eagerly anticipating his address. Wang Zhan, not yet 40, exuded charm and grace, his every gesture reflecting elegance and composure. He typically wore a warm smile, radiating a friendly and gentle aura. Had it not been for the occasional circulating tales of his romantic escapades and some negative rumors, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the epitome of an ideal figure. Standing with courtesy, Wang Zhan elegantly raised a crystal-clear glass of red wine, surveying the room with a gentle gaze as he began, "There is no need for such formality. I understand that the success of the Chaoyang series is due to the hard work and relentless efforts of each colleague present here. Yunding Group is fortunate to have such a talented and enterprising team. On behalf of the company, I sincerely thank each one of you. Without further ado, let us raise our glasses and toast to our achievements." His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with sincerity and gratitude, as if each word resonated deeply within the hearts of his audience. After his speech, he scanned the room, his gaze momentarily resting on Lu Roming, before offering a gentlemanly smile and raising his glass towards her, silently conveying his special appreciation and recognition. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere blossomed with vibrancy as everyone raised their cups in unison, celebrating this hard-won victory with radiant smiles. Wang Zhan was the first to lift his chopsticks, selecting a delicately prepared dish, thus signaling the commencement of the banquet. Observing this, the others eagerly followed suit, indulging in the splendid array of culinary delights laid before them. The private room within the premier hotel of Yunhai City exuded opulence, illuminated by the soft glow of crystal chandeliers. The artistic paintings adorning the walls harmonized beautifully with exquisite ornaments, creating an ambience that was both elegant and inviting. Although the minimum consumption for this room was an astonishing 30,000, for these high-ranking individuals of substantial wealth, it was merely a trifling figure. After all, the value of just a few bottles of red wine opened that evening far surpassed the requisite minimum. For those eager to expand their networks and befriend the powerful, dining with the company's senior executives was undoubtedly a rare and invaluable opportunity. Consequently, after several leaders toasted in succession, a number of astute and sociable individuals could no longer contain their excitement. One by one, they rose to toast Wang Zhan, their words imbued with sincere admiration, as if their respect flowed endlessly like a mighty river, deeply moving. "Mr. Yang, I am Zhang Liang, primarily responsible for the storage systems in this project," a middle-aged man beamed, respectfully raising his glass and slightly bowing towards Wang Zhan. "I have always held you in great esteem. I firmly believe that under your leadership, the technology department will undoubtedly scale new heights and achieve remarkable success. I raise this glass to you, and I hope for your continued guidance in the future." Wang Zhan smiled gently, elegantly lifting his glass to clink with Zhang Liang's, taking a small sip. With a tone that was warm yet authoritative, he replied, "Good, keep up the good work." Zhang Liang's smile widened at the words, and he eagerly nodded in agreement before downing the contents of his glass with a flourish. Next, a young woman stood up, her makeup impeccably done, and a sweet smile gracing her lips. Holding a glass of red wine, she spoke with a playful tone laced with admiration, "Mr. Yang, I feel as though I've won a lottery having the chance to dine with the charming god of Yunding today. Words cannot express my honor. This toast is for you, and I hope you will offer me your guidance in the future. Yang Jun's smile deepened at her words. He gently swirled his wine glass, looking at her with warmth. You are too kind. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing this, the young woman blushed, quickly raising her glass to clink with Yang Jun's before drinking it down, her excitement and satisfaction evident. Chapter 2. Confession. Although Yang Jun recognized that most of these words were mere pleasantries, he still felt a sense of joy. After all, who does not relish being regarded with admiration and hearing respectful compliments? He responded graciously to each toast, exuding composure and elegance. At the opposite end of the table, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao, as newcomers in their first year at the company, naturally found themselves at the rear of the pecking order. Thus, after the first round of toasts, only the two of them remained seated. Beside Wang Zhan sat Chen Lei, a core member of the RD team. Approaching middle age, he was reserved yet steady, a key player in the new product development team. Being fellow natives of Guangdong province, Chen Lei held Wang Zhan in high regard and often provided him with guidance at work. Understanding Wang Zhan's disinterest in social gatherings, he leaned slightly towards him and said softly, Wang Zhan, go toast Mr. Yang. Wang Zhan indeed had little interest in socializing. He could never comprehend why those unfamiliar with one another could engage in endless conversations, as if they had an inexhaustible array of topics. During such gatherings, he often felt bored and somewhat out of place. Thus, he rarely participated in meals or parties, preferring to devote his time to his interests and research, believing these occasions were merely a waste of time. However, he recognized Chen Lei's goodwill and did not wish to dampen the spirits of those present. Thus, he nodded lightly, lifted his glass, and approached Yang Jun. Mr. Yang, I offer you a toast, Wang Zhan stated calmly and politely, standing beside Yang Jun, his demeanor neither overly enthusiastic nor lacking in respect. Yang Jun slowly turned to face him, having already noticed Wang Zhan conversing with Lu Lingyao. Now, upon a closer look, he couldn't help but admire Wang Zhan's outstanding handsomeness and charisma. It is worth noting that Yang Jun himself was quite handsome and naturally bore an air of confidence, rarely praising others' appearances. Yet, in the presence of Wang Zhan, he found himself compelled to acknowledge the young man's remarkable charm. I just heard your manager, Li, mention that you were brought in as a high-tech talent and that you have made significant contributions to the new product development, Yang Jun remarked with a smile, his tone tinged with approval. Very well, I hope you will continue to strive and contribute to the company. Wang Zhan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, yes, I will continue to work hard. As he did so, he raised his glass, prepared to drink it down. However, Yang Jun suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him, a playful smile gracing his lips as he teased, you're young, you should be full of vigor. A mere sip is hardly sufficient to celebrate. Seated nearby, Li Wei quickly chimed in. Indeed, Wang Zhan, when toasting Mr. Yang, you should fill your glass to the brim. Initially, Wang Zhan had received only half a glass of wine, not thinking much of it as he brought it over. He could drink if necessary, he simply felt no need to overdo it in such a setting. However, recalling that many colleagues had raised their full glasses in toasts, he nodded in agreement. He turned to refill his glass, filling it to the brim before downing it without hesitation. Seeing Wang Zhan drink his full glass with such gusto, Yang Jun wore a satisfied smile, taking a small sip in response. For those who approached him for a toast, Yang Jun always responded in kind, and given his status, it was widely accepted that such responses were entirely appropriate. Once Wang Zhan completed his toast, Lu Lingyao instinctively filled her glass and approached Yang Jun. Her movements were light and graceful, reminiscent of a blossoming flower, slowly unfurling under the gaze of the audience. At that moment, Zheng Wenjie, the manager of the product department, jested, our company's flower is making her grand entrance. His words drew the attention of many, laughter erupting and lightening the atmosphere within the room. Though Lu Lingyao was not typically shy, standing under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she could not help but exhibit a youthful bashfulness. Her cheeks flushed with a radiant hue, akin to the evening glow reflecting off pristine clouds, making her all the more enchanting. She quickened her pace, her long and alluring legs accentuated by her high heels, the sound of her heels tapping on the ground creating a lively rhythm, as if accompanying her entrance. Reaching Yang Jun, she slightly bowed, cradling her glass with both hands, her voice soft yet clear. Mr. Yang, it is a great honor to attend this gathering. I raise this glass to you. Observing this, Yang Jun stood up like a true gentleman, a gentle smile gracing his face, his tone laced with admiration. Look, our female colleague is as formidable as any man. How could I not toast you in return for such bravery and grace? With that, he personally filled his glass, raising it in anticipation. His gesture heightened the fervor of the moment, drawing the gaze of all towards the two of them. As Lu Lingyao observed the situation, he seized the moment to jest. Look at our enchanting Ru Ming. Her charm is so immense that it has compelled General Yang to accompany her with a full glass. Such a sight is indeed rare. His words elicited a chorus of laughter, further enlivening the atmosphere. Yang Jun joined in the laughter, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Lingyao, half jokingly, half seriously remarking, "Zhang, your words have made our beauty Roman quite bashful." Lu Lingyang's cheeks flushed deeper, reminiscent of the evening glow painting the clouds at dusk. She drained her glass in one swift motion and hurriedly expressed, "Thank you, General Yang. I appreciate your guidance and support in the future." Her voice was soft yet tinged with a hint of nervousness, maintaining both politeness and decorum. Once seated, Yang Jun's attention remained on Lu Lingyao. He swallowed hard, feeling a ripple of excitement within. Lu Lingyao, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, exuded an elegance akin to a gracefully poised lotus. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, capable of captivating hearts, while her innocent visage bore a touch of youthful shyness, compelling one to gaze longer. Yang Jun felt a surge of restlessness within, yet he quickly reined in his emotions, regaining his usual composure. He offered a slight smile and raised his glass, signaling to the group, "Come now, let us continue. We shall not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight." After the guests toasted to Yang Jun, the floor opened for free toasting. At this juncture, the primary targets were product manager Zhang Wenjie and RD group leader Li Wei. Both gentlemen welcomed the attention, raising their glasses and engaging in light conversation with each person who approached, politely sipping from their glasses. Chen Lei, well aware of Wang Zhan's character, deduced that he would not take the initiative to toast. Thus, he took the lead, guiding Wang Zhan to respectfully toast to the two leaders, expressing their esteem. From that moment onward, Wang Zhan refrained from toasting anyone else, choosing instead to offer a glass to Chen Lei, expressing his gratitude. Wang Zhan held Chen Lei's professional abilities and character in high regard. When others approached Wang Zhan for a drink, he engaged in mere symbolic pleasantries, sipping lightly. His demeanor remained calm and restrained, neither impolite nor overly familiar, as if he were a composed observer amidst the lively banquet. In contrast, Lu Lingyang's frequency of toasting far surpassed Wang Zhan's this evening. Under the guidance of her department head, the entire table engaged in another round of toasts. Lu Lingyang's presence stood out prominently within the private room. Her every movement exuded grace and poise, as if she were the very focal point of the evening. Male colleagues from both departments eagerly sought to toast her. This was not only a rare opportunity to draw closer to a beautiful woman, but also a keen observation of Yang Jun's favorable disposition towards Lu Lingyao, indicating that she might soon become a favored figure before company leadership. Consequently, they aimed to establish a solid rapport, their words filled with flattery and enthusiasm. Upon returning to her seat, Lu Lingyang's cheeks bore a gentle blush, clearly having indulged a bit. Her gaze seemed slightly dreamy yet retained a playful spark. Emboldened by the wine's warmth, she gently raised her glass towards Wang Zhan, saying, "Wang Zhan, I toast you." Wang Zhan turned to her, noting her slightly flushed complexion, a hint of concern creasing his brow. "You've had too much. You should stop drinking." Lu Lingyao pouted playfully, her tone teasing, "Oh, come on. Just one more drink. I'm perfectly fine." With a resigned sigh, Wang Zhan lifted his glass, clinking it lightly against hers. Upon seeing this, Lu Lingyang's eyes sparkled with triumph as she subtly leaned closer to him, whispering, "Why have you always declined my invitations in the past? Do you have a girlfriend?" Wang Zhan paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding honestly, "No, I do not." A glint of mischief flashed in Lu Lingyang's eyes as she pressed further. Then, "What do you think of me?" After a moment's silence, Wang Zhan replied calmly, "You are quite lovely." Although he acknowledged her beauty and charm, he did not experience the flutter of romantic feelings. He had always preferred solitude over gatherings, often avoiding departmental parties or group dinners organized by colleagues. Lu Lingyao had asked him out on several occasions, all of which he had graciously declined, citing project commitments. For those he did not harbor feelings for, he preferred to maintain a respectful distance to avoid complicating relationships. Seemingly undeterred by Wang Zhan's aloofness, Lu Lingyao smiled shyly, her voice playful as she leaned closer to his ear, saying, "Is that so? Starting today, I think I shall pursue you." Wang Zhan felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have claimed to have a girlfriend. He shook his head in resignation, responding gently, "You've had too much to drink, please stop joking." Yet Lu Lingyao gazed earnestly at Wang Zhan, her eyes reflecting determination and hope as she softly declared, "I am not joking, I am quite serious." Chapter 3. The second half. Wang Zhan found himself momentarily speechless. Lu Ruming's words caught him off guard. He had never anticipated that she would express her feelings so directly, especially in such a setting. After a brief silence, he attempted to shift the conversation. You should drink less. It's quite dangerous for a young lady to consume so much alcohol. Lu Ruming, however, responded with a playful smile, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Aren't you here to keep me safe? She quipped. I'm feeling a bit tipsy. Could I trouble you to escort me back to my dormitory? Wang Zhan hesitated, his brows slightly furrowing as he weighed his options. Noticing his reluctance, Lu Ruming pouted in feigned indignation, her tone laced with a playful yet slightly petulant quality. Come on. Would any man be heartless enough to let a drunken stranger go home alone? She then leaned closer, whispering in his ear, especially when it's a beautiful admirer like me. With a resigned sigh, Wang Zhan understood he could not refuse her. He nodded, his voice calm yet tinged with acquiescence. Very well, I'll agree to your request. Lu Ruming appeared triumphant, a spark of delight illuminating her eyes as she smiled knowingly. She raised her glass, gently clinking it against Wang Zhan's, then downed the contents in one swift motion, as if celebrating her victory. Wang Zhan observed her slightly intoxicated smile, feeling a swirl of complex emotions within him. The banquet continued for over an hour, the atmosphere light and joyous, with most attendees exhibiting moderation and refraining from excessive drinking. Aside from two gentlemen who were evidently inebriated, the majority displayed a mild intoxication, their faces adorned with a gentle flush, radiating enthusiasm. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished their meal, Yang Jun leisurely puffed on a cigar, exhaling a smoke ring before cheerfully proclaiming, since everyone seems to be in such high spirits, I'll arrange for the second half. Let us continue at the Paradise of Drunkenness Entertainment Club, shall we? Upon hearing this, the private room erupted into enthusiastic applause, with many praising Yang Jun's remarkable choice of such an upscale venue. While most had heard of the club's esteemed reputation, few had experienced its allure firsthand, and thus the announcement filled them with excitement. However, Wang Zhan could not conceal a sense of disappointment. He had assumed that the banquet would conclude, allowing him to leave easily, only to find that the second half awaited him. He furrowed his brows and, appearing somewhat troubled, addressed Yang Jun. Mr. Yang, I have some urgent procedures that require verification tomorrow. I fear I must return early to rest. Yang Jun's expression briefly flickered with displeasure, yet he quickly masked it. He was concerned that if he allowed Wang Zhan to leave, he might take Lu Ruming with him. Thus, he smiled and urged it's still early. This is the perfect time for young people to enjoy life and unwind. Those with families may leave, but you two young ones must stay. Let us not dampen the mood. With that, he turned to Zheng Wenjie and Li Wei, his tone casual yet authoritative. By the way, Manager Zheng, Manager Li, please grant everyone half a day off tomorrow, if that is agreeable. Zheng Wenjie and Li Wei nodded in immediate assent. Of course, Mr. Yang. Chunlei noticed that Wang Zhan seemed hesitant to accept, fearing he might offend Yang Jun. So he quickly interjected, indeed, it's only a little past 10. Why don't we sit for a while longer? It's a rare moment of leisure, after all. Wang Zhan was indeed contemplating leaving with Lu Ruming, but seeing that no one else showed any intention of departing, especially with Yang Jun's resolute demeanor, he felt it would be unwise to persist and could only reluctantly nod in agreement, responding softly, all right then. The group gradually rose, and as Yang Jun stepped out of the private room first, the others followed suit like stars orbiting a moon, streaming out in succession. Outside the grand hall of Reunion Pavilion, the night had deepened and the lights shimmered, enhancing the hazy beauty of the bustling cityscape. At that moment, a low rumble of an engine approached, and a gleaming silver Porsche 911 slowly came into view. Its aerodynamic body shimmered under the interplay of moonlight and street lamps, resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art, captivating the onlookers with expressions of awe and envy. Yang Jun halted, turning to face the group, his gaze ultimately resting on Lu Ruming. With a gentle smile, he gracefully inquired, Ruming, would you like to ride in my car? At these words, two female colleagues immediately cast envious glances. Such an invitation is undeniably a tempting allure for most women. However, Lu Ruming was an exception. Deep within her heart, she harbored unique feelings for Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, recognized for his striking looks and exceptional professional skills, had already begun to shine in the company. capturing the admiration of many young women who aspired to be with him. Despite Wang Zhan maintaining a certain distance in the past, tonight Lu Romong, buoyed by the gentle haze of intoxication, resolved to seize this fleeting opportunity and bravely bridge the gap between herself and Wang Zhan. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Yang, but I think I will take a taxi with everyone," Lu Romong politely declined, her voice soft yet resolute. Yang Jun, noticing this, offered a subtle smile, maintaining his elegant demeanor. He surveyed the group, saying, "All right then, see you at the drunken paradise." A meaningful smile graced his lips as he glanced at Wang Zhan and Lu Romong, particularly at the two young individuals, emphasizing, "We must not miss each other." With that, he nonchalantly entered the sports car, and with the roar of the engine, the silver Porsche sped away like an arrow, leaving a dazzling trail in the night. As the group watched Yang Jun's Porsche disappear down the street, exclamations of admiration filled the air. "Mr. Yang's car is truly impressive," a young colleague exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. "This is what it means to be a true winner in life," another chimed in, their tone tinged with longing. Amid the bustling crowd, Lu Romong declined the invitation of her colleagues, expressing her intention to accompany Wang Zhan instead. Chunlei, having been in similar situations before, keenly sensed Lu Romong's affections for Wang Zhan. He initially intended to avoid interference and was preparing to join the other colleagues when Wang Zhan suddenly pulled him close. In Wang Zhan's gaze lingered a hint of desperation, signaling his desire to accompany Lu Romong. The trio entered a taxi, with Chunlei sensibly taking the front seat, leaving the back for Wang Zhan and Lu Romong. The interior of the vehicle was dimly lit, illuminated only by the fleeting glow of neon lights that danced across their faces. Wang Zhan remained as taciturn as ever, his eyes fixated on the fleeting scenery beyond the window. "I think I might be a bit tipsy. I want to lie down for a moment," Lu Romong suddenly murmured, her voice imbued with a hint of languor. Before Wang Zhan could respond, she slowly closed her eyes. Moments later, her body seemed to lose its support, naturally leaning into Wang Zhan's shoulder. He turned slightly, utilizing the flickering light outside to observe the girl resting against him. Her long eyelashes cast shadows across her face, her breathing steady and serene. A flicker of doubt washed over Wang Zhan. Was she genuinely intoxicated or feigning it? Although he harbored no particular feelings for Lu Romong, he could not bring himself to push away a girl inebriated, opting instead to remain still in this position. From the front seat, Chunlei caught sight of this scene in the rearview mirror and could not help but give Wang Zhan a thumbs up, a teasing smile adorning his face. Wang Zhan, witnessing this, felt a mix of helplessness and exasperation. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they arrived at the paradise of Drunkenness Entertainment Club. The establishment's facade was grand and imposing, exuding a rich European style, with golden lettering shining brilliantly, radiating an extraordinary opulence. Lu Romong had leaned on Wang Zhan throughout the ride. Although she had frequently raised her glass during the earlier banquet, she had only taken delicate sips each time, and given her commendable tolerance for alcohol, she was merely slightly inebriated at this moment. During their time in the car, her heart felt as clear as a mirror. Nestled against Wang Zhan, waves of sweetness rippled through her. "Wang Zhan, we have arrived," he softly called. Lu Romong slowly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, and with an air of gentle embarrassment and apology, she said, "I'm so sorry. I must have had a bit too much to drink and dozed off." Wang Zhan assured her it was no trouble and cautioned, "Try to drink less later. If you get drunk, I won't know how to get you home." Upon hearing this, a playful smile graced Lu Romong's lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. "That's your concern now? You did promise to take me home." She deliberately enunciated the word promise. Momentarily at a loss for words, Wang Zhan sighed inwardly, thinking how troublesome it was and longing for the day to conclude so he could return home swiftly. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composed tranquility. The three of them stepped into the resplendent lobby of the club, where dazzling crystal chandeliers illuminated the space as if it were daylight. Elegantly dressed patrons moved about, while the waitstaff, each remarkably attractive and statuesque, only served to amplify the ordinary appearance of Wang Zhan and his companions, who usually exuded confidence in their professional lives. Team Leaderly sent them the room number information. Under the guidance of a charmingly attired hostess, several individuals gracefully made their way toward the prestigious and auspicious 888 private room. The door to the suite was gently pushed open by the hostess, and a melody, cascading from a state-of-the-art sound system, enveloped their ears like silk. The sound quality was so pristine that it felt as though one could touch the very texture of each note. The bass resonated with a steady, powerful depth, while the treble rang out with a crystalline clarity, creating a perfectly immersive soundscape within the room, spanning nearly 100 square meters. This opulent space was adorned with dozens of Swarovski crystal chandeliers, artfully suspended from the ceiling, refracting a brilliant light akin to that of diamonds. An intelligent dimming system allowed the illumination to flow seamlessly between a warm 2,700 and a cool 5,000 K, at times resembling the gentleness of a sunset, and at others, the coolness of moonlight. Chapter 4. A vocal showcase. To the left of the room lay a $1 million professional audio system, featuring a 100-inch touchscreen karaoke screen that utilized holographic projection technology, allowing for a fluid and intuitive user interface. The accompanying professional microphones captured every subtle nuance of the human voice, paired with top-tier effects processors, ensuring that each singer experienced a concert-level performance. The right side of the lounge area boasted 6 custom-made leather sofas, meticulously crafted from the finest Italian calfskin, with every stitch reflecting the spirit of artisanal craftsmanship. Surrounding the sofas, a coffee table displayed a stunning array of rare fruits, including melons from Shizuoka, gold pillow durians from Thailand, and finger limes from Australia, arranged like exquisite pieces of art. Most striking was the independent bar in the corner, featuring a countertop fashioned from a single slab of Brazilian amethyst, with built-in lighting that cast a dreamy purple glow. Behind the bar, a selection of collectible spirits was elegantly displayed, including Macallan's Rare Cask Series and Louis XIII Black Pearl. The entire space was suffused with a bespoke fragrance, seamlessly blending technological sophistication with luxurious aesthetics, with every detail narrating a pursuit of unparalleled quality. Wang Zhan entered the suite and observed that all his colleagues from the earlier banquet had already arrived, even the 2 intoxicated co-workers. Upon hearing they were headed to this legendary paradise, had mustered their spirits to join. At that moment, they languidly sprawled in the corner of the sofa, their minds evidently still not quite clear. In addition to the familiar faces from the celebration, a few new ones were present: a bartender behind the bar, a dedicated female server for the room, and a robust man in a black suit whom Wang Zhan recalled from Ryangchuan. He was likely Yang Jun's personal bodyguard, having previously stood outside the private room without entering, and it was he who had driven Yang Jun here in that flashy sports car. Yang Jun was engaged in a hushed conversation with Zheng Wenjie, and upon noticing Wang Zhan and his companions, a smile graced his lips. Casually, he signaled to Li Wei, who promptly understood, setting down his crystal goblet with a beaming expression and eagerly approaching. "Ah, our handsome and beautiful guests have finally arrived. Everyone has been looking forward to you." He warmly draped an arm around Wang Zhan's shoulder, adding, "Yang has just been praising your youthful prowess. Come, sit over here." Under Li Wei's deliberate guidance, Wang Zhan and Lu Romeng were ushered to the position beside Yang Jun, seizing the opportunity to share a drink with Wang Zhan. Li Wei subtly arranged for Lu Romeng to sit next to Yang Jun. Lei stood a short distance away, his brow slightly furrowed. His intention had merely been to accompany Wang Zhan and the others for a brief respite, not to ingratiate himself with the powerful as some might. However, witnessing the deliberate arrangement of the 2 individuals beside Yang Jun stirred a flicker of concern within him. Yet, due to Li Wei's esteemed identity, he felt it inappropriate to voice his dissent, opting instead to silently make his way to the opposite end of the sofa and find a seat. Yang Jun surveyed the gathering, his voice resonant as he declared, "This evening, indulge yourselves to the fullest, order whatever pleases you, and do not hold back." He then turned towards the bar, snapping his fingers to summon the bartender, instructing Xiao Lu, serve us a set of dreamy 13 movements. "Certainly, Yang Ge." The bartender replied promptly, already selecting the requisite spirits. The guests exchanged astonished glances, surprised to discover that Yang Jun remembered the bartender's name so clearly, an indication of his frequent patronage. This detail left many in attendance speechless, for the cost of this evening's indulgence would consume several months of their salaries. Yang Jun selected a plump imported cherry from the fruit platter, gracefully offering it to the enchanting Lu Romeng with a smile. "I have heard from President Zheng that your singing is exceptional. Might I be fortunate enough to experience it tonight?" His gaze was focused and gentle, as if in that moment, Only the two of them existed within the room. Lu Rumeng accepted the cherry, humbly lowering her gaze. "Oh, I'm not that talented. I wouldn't dare to show off in your presence." Her fingers delicately pinched the cherry stem, appearing particularly slender under the ambient light. Yang Jun chuckled softly, continuing to encourage her. "You are far too modest. It is often those who are humble who possess extraordinary talents." His tone was imbued with a gentle insistence that left no room for refusal. At this moment, Li Wei interjected appropriately, "Rumeng, do not be so modest. President Zheng has boasted about your voice countless times before us. We are all eagerly awaiting the chance to hear it for ourselves." Zheng Wenjie seized the opportunity to add, "Indeed, Rumeng, why not start with an opening song to give our friends from the R&D department a taste?" The colleagues from the product department quickly chimed in, "Absolutely." Rumeng's voice is a rare delight, rivaling that of professional singers. As the R&D colleagues listened to these praises, their anticipation grew ever more palpable. Someone began to clap, and soon the entire room resonated with synchronized applause and cheers. A song. A song. In such an atmosphere, Lu Rumeng finally acquiesced. She gently placed the cherry upon a napkin, rising to declare, "Then I shall take my turn." She gracefully approached the karaoke stage, her high heels producing a crisp rhythm against the marble floor. The lights in the room dimmed appropriately, a spotlight following her silhouette, accentuating her graceful form. Yang Jun elegantly retrieved a Cuban cigar from his suit pocket, skillfully cutting off its tip. He then produced a lighter adorned with gold trim, flicking it open with a crisp sound as a blue flame danced gracefully upward. He slowly rotated the cigar, allowing the flame to evenly caress the tobacco leaves. His movements as adept as if he were performing a sacred ritual. As the first wisp of smoke gracefully ascended, he reclined slightly, exhaling a perfect ring of smoke, embodying an innate composure and superiority. His gaze pierced through the swirling haze, fixating on the enchanting figure of Lu Rumeng. That look resembled an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. It also bore the calculating scrutiny of a hunter assessing his prey. Lu Rumeng approached the song selection stage, her slender fingers gliding gently across the touchscreen. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately chose a song. As she grasped the microphone, her voice flowed like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. There's a newly released film, Summer Is Not Yet Here, and I am particularly fond of its theme song, Chasing Light. I have only recently learned this song, so if my performance falters, I ask for your understanding. Her gaze traversed the crowd, ultimately resting softly on Wang Zhan, a glance seemingly laden with unspoken sentiments. As the prelude began, Lu Rumeng inhaled deeply. Then, her voice poured forth like a clear spring. "If you are the firework upon the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At a certain moment, your light illuminated me." Her voice was both crystalline and sweet, perfectly capturing the pure and unwavering love that the protagonist, Li Xia, harbored for Fu Xiaoxi in the film. Each inflection was impeccable, and every lyric brimmed with genuine emotion, as if she were not merely singing, but narrating a captivating tale. The air in the room seemed to solidify in response to her song, with all present holding their breath in rapt attention. Wang Zhan, initially indifferent, gradually became engrossed. This tech-savvy individual, typically disinterested in pop music, found himself moved by her melody, instinctively joining in with the applause, gently tapping along to the rhythm. Lu Rumeng absorbed the audience's reactions, a wave of satisfaction swelling within her. When her gaze met Wang Zhan's once more, and she discerned the unreserved admiration in his eyes, her joy intensified. As the final note lingered in the air, the room erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Yang Jun clapped slowly, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Zheng Wenjie led the applause with evident satisfaction. Li Wei, hearing Lu Rumeng sing for the first time, stood up in excitement, cheering enthusiastically. Lu Rumeng offered a slight bow of gratitude, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, rendering her even more captivating under the lights. As she gracefully returned to her seat, Yang Jun leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. "Rumeng, if this is merely a glimpse of your talent, then the songs we sing can hardly be deemed songs." His voice carried a teasing tone, yet was imbued with sincere praise. The others echoed his sentiment, and waves of admiration swept through the room. Li Wei exclaimed, "This level of talent is simply debut-worthy." Zheng Wenjie, brimming with pride, added, "See, I was exaggerating about Ruming's singing prowess. Even a usually serious technical staff could not withhold their compliments. A beautiful melody flowed through the 4 minutes of the song, while bartender Xiao Lu, with fluid grace, skillfully crafted 3 exquisite cocktails. The enchanting waitress, Ting Ting, gracefully approached, arranging the exquisite beverages displayed on a crystal tray upon the coffee table. Wang Zhan had deliberately chosen the dreamy 13th Symphony, a signature creation of Xiao Lu, comprising a meticulously crafted series of 13 distinct cocktails, each embodying a unique flavor. At this moment, 3 concoctions were ready: the romantic waltz, the passionate samba, and the melancholic blues. Wang Zhan gently lifted the glass of passionate samba, its amber liquid shimmering under the light with an alluring glow. With a smile, he surveyed the gathering and raised his glass, proclaiming, "Let us toast to the enchanting Ru Meng, who possesses a voice like heavenly music." Ru Meng, taken aback by the compliment, hastily waved her hand, saying, "Thank you, Wang Zhan, but you flatter me too much." Her voice was as gentle as flowing water, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Following Wang Zhan's suggestion, everyone raised their glasses in response. Even Wang Zhan, who had initially intended to refrain from further drinking, was captivated by Ru Meng's captivating song and lifted his glass once more. The group surrounding Wang Zhan, Zheng Wenjie, Ru Meng, Wang Zhan, and Li Wei, gathered closely, their crystal glasses clinking softly, producing a melodious sound before they downed their drinks in unison. This passionate samba, indeed, lived up to its name, with the rich rum blending perfectly with the vibrant sweetness of pineapple juice. The silky texture of coconut milk glided over the palate like silk, while the hints of orange peel and lime juice introduced a refreshing surprise. The drink displayed a dazzling array of colors reminiscent of a tropical beach at dusk, with its fervent essence echoing the lively steps of a samba dance, leaving a lingering aftertaste that beckoned for more. Chapter 5. The banquet commences as the intensity of the passionate samba lingered on their lips. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly relaxed and pleasant. Groups of people engaged in light-hearted conversation, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. Ru Meng's stunning performance had left some colleagues, who typically enjoyed singing but lacked skill, feeling hesitant. Fortunately, the automatic playback of popular music at the karaoke station filled the silence, preventing the mood from becoming dreary. Wang Zhan's gaze drifted thoughtfully between Ru Meng and Wang Zhan. Suddenly, a knowing smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Ru Meng, just moments ago, Zheng Zong mentioned that you remain a single aristocrat. It seems his information is somewhat outdated." His voice was perfectly pitched to ensure that all nearby could hear, teasingly suggesting that, given your close rapport with Wang Zhan, perhaps you have quietly begun to date? This remark fell like a pebble into a tranquil pond, sending ripples throughout the room. Ru Meng's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she instinctively glanced at Wang Zhan, her eyes reflecting a blend of anticipation and trepidation. That gaze seemed to silently implore, "How will you respond?" Wang Zhan, however, appeared oblivious to this expectation, maintaining his usual oblivious demeanor. He quickly clarified, "Wang Zhan, you may be mistaken. I am hardly worthy of Ru Meng. We are merely colleagues." While this statement carried a hint of flattery, it fell to Ru Meng like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope in her heart. She managed a strained smile and echoed, "Indeed, Wang Zhan, you have misunderstood." Wang Zhan keenly detected the subtle shift in the atmosphere between the two individuals, a glint of playful intrigue flickering in his eyes. He feigned regret, shaking his head. "It seems I have misread the situation." However, he paused meaningfully, pondering that a girl as talented and beautiful as Ru Meng must have numerous admirers. Zheng Wenjie promptly seized the conversation, gesticulating exaggeratedly. "Indeed, I have personally witnessed several young men taking turns delivering breakfast to Ru Meng. Just last Wednesday, that lovingly prepared bento was packaged with such exquisite detail." His vivid descriptions made Lu Rumeng's cheeks flush crimson. "Zheng, please," Lu Rumeng interjected, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. That is not the case at all. Her flustered demeanor elicited a wave of good-natured laughter from the crowd. Yet, unbeknownst to them, behind her sweet smile lay a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Wang Zhan perceptibly caught the ephemeral emotion flickering within Lu Rumeng's gaze, a smile unconsciously curving the corners of his lips. He laughed heartily, raising his glass once more. Come, let us toast with our second glass. To the resounding achievements we have accomplished, and to each esteemed partner present here tonight. A melancholic blue note smoothly slid down his throat, the deep blue liquid seemingly harboring endless tales. It masterfully intertwined the sweetness of blackcurrant liqueur, the freshness of blueberry juice, and the richness of whiskey, crafting a profound yet slightly bitter taste, reminiscent of the soulful strains of blues music deep into the night, both thought-provoking and imbued with an elusive melancholy and romance, leaving one utterly enchanted. As another drink was consumed, the atmosphere within the private room grew increasingly relaxed. Wang Zhan rose at an opportune moment, elegantly adjusting his suit sleeves, and declared, "It is now free time. Please indulge in the exquisite food and fine wine, and let your voices ring out in joyous song. Tonight, we shall not depart without inebriation." His voice carried an irresistible charm. Li Wei immediately stood, cradling his glass with both hands, a beaming smile adorning his face. "Everyone, let's raise our glasses once more." He deliberately raised his voice. "This time, we extend our sincerest gratitude to our esteemed Yang. We thank him for meticulously organizing this splendid celebration, allowing us to relish this rare moment of joy amidst our busy schedules." Under Li Wei's guidance, the crowd rose in unison. Crystal glasses traced elegant arcs through the air, the clinking sounds resonating like melodious wind chimes. Wang Zhan stood at the center, akin to a monarch receiving homage, a self-satisfied smile gracing his features. As all eyes focused on him, he seemingly cast a casual glance at Lu Lingyao, a spark of determination glimmering within his gaze. Following Wang Zhan's toast with the crowd, the atmosphere within the room grew even more fervent. The soft lighting intertwined with the melodic music, creating a relaxing ambience. Guests gathered in small clusters, either sipping delicately and whispering or engaging in lively conversation. The aromas of delightful food and fine wine wafting through the air. At that moment, Li Wei's gaze shifted to Wang Zhan beside him. He raised his glass, his face adorned with a knowing smile. "Wang Zhan, come, let's share a drink." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's face revealed a hint of difficulty. "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize, but I have an important project to attend to tomorrow, so I truly cannot indulge in any more drinks tonight." Li Wei, taken aback by Wang Zhan's forthright refusal, frowned slightly. Holding his wine glass, he spoke with an educational tone. "Wang Zhan, I have always admired your dedication and responsibility towards your work. Such an attitude is indeed rare. However," he paused, lowering his voice, "you must understand that the workplace is akin to a battlefield. It tests not only your professional skills, but also your wisdom in navigating social interactions. Do you comprehend?" The light in the room cast fragmented reflections upon Li Wei's dark-rimmed glasses. His gaze, sharp and penetrating behind the lenses, bore into Wang Zhan. Appropriate socializing is not indulgence. It is a bridge to build trust. Your absence from departmental gatherings over time will inevitably leave your colleagues with the impression that you are unapproachable. He gently patted Wang Zhan on the back. "I'm not criticizing you. Rather, I hope you can grasp that career advancement requires a comprehensive approach. Do you understand?" Noticing Wang Zhan's silence, Li Wei continued, "You are undoubtedly a rare talent, but if you wish to progress further, you must learn to adapt to the rules of the workplace. To ascend to a higher stage, there is still much you need to learn. Do you see?" Wang Zhan sighed inwardly. Although he did not wholly agree with Li Wei's perspective, he raised his glass and managed a courteous smile. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Li." With that, he downed the contents of his glass. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing a slight warmth, and he seized the opportunity to furrow his brow slightly. After placing his glass down, he stood up at an opportune moment. "Mr. Li, I shall go greet the other colleagues now." His tone conveyed just the right amount of apology, neither disrespectful nor overly formal, deftly concluding this uncomfortable conversation. Li Wei, with a warm smile, nodded gently. "Go ahead." He was contemplating how to separate Wang Zhan from Lu Lingyao, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. Wang Zhan had intended to say a word to Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao, but found them engrossed in delightful conversation. Lu Lingyang's slightly flushed face glowed under the lights as she occasionally covered her mouth to laugh, while Wang Zhan maintained an elegant posture, leaning in to whisper in her ear from time to time. Observing this, Wang Zhan silently turned to leave. At the moment Wang Zhan turned away, Li Wei's gaze deepened and grew intricate. He mused to himself, What an ignorant young man. No matter how capable you are in the workplace, mere ability is insufficient. As long as I am here, you shall not easily rise. I will show you what it means when a higher rank crushes a lower one. Wang Zhan arrived at another corner where several colleagues were gathered, their laughter and chatter creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Upon seeing Wang Zhan approach, several female colleagues warmly greeted him. One particularly vivacious colleague stood up, raising her glass with a smile. "Ah, the eye candy of the technical department has arrived. Come, I must drink with you." Wang Zhan wore an appropriate smile, humbly responding, "You flatter me. It is I who should toast to all the esteemed seniors." He raised his glass, clinking it with each of them, and they reciprocated with enthusiasm. After downing his drink, Wang Zhan found an excuse to say, "Esteemed seniors, I sincerely apologize. My tolerance for alcohol is rather low, and I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. I shall take a moment to compose myself. Enjoy your meal and merriment." The seniors playfully teased the young man to practice more, before returning to their jovial conversation. Wang Zhan quietly retreated to a corner, taking a seat beside two colleagues who were already inebriated and oblivious. One of them lay back with his mouth agape, emitting faint snores. The other leaned awkwardly against the armrest of the sofa, his tie loosely hanging around his neck. Wang Zhan observed them, shaking his head internally, as he had no desire to find himself in such a state. Moments later, Chun-Lei approached Wang Zhan and whispered, "Have you had too much to drink?" Wang Zhan glanced at the throng of clinking glasses not far away and gently shook his head. "No, I simply wish to avoid the pleasantries." Chun-Lei nodded in understanding and remarked, "Some leaders' workplace philosophies are best taken with a grain of salt." He paused, however. "It seems that General Yang is particularly enthusiastic about Lu Rumeng tonight." Following Chun-Lei's gaze, Wang Zhan saw Yang Jun leaning in close to Lu Rumeng, whispering something in her ear. Lu Rumeng's slender fingers tapped on her phone screen, and suddenly her eyes widened as she repeatedly shook her head, her expression filled with discomfort. "This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, General Yang." Her voice trembled with urgency as Yang Jun had just added her on WeChat and sent her a red envelope of 888 yuan. Without allowing for rebuttal, Yang Jun nonchalantly tucked his phone back into his pocket, his long fingers brushing off the front of his suit jacket. He leaned in slightly, his deep voice imbued with an irresistible magnetism. "Rumeng, this is merely a small token of our meeting." He emphasized the word small, as if that sum, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary, was of little consequence. Seeing that Lu Rumeng still intended to decline, Yang Jun suddenly withdrew his smile, his brow furrowing in feigned irritation as he said, "What is this? Are you unwilling to give your brother even this small favor?" He deliberately used the term brother, subtly narrowing the distance between them. Yang Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with determined intent, as he raised a hand to halt Lu Rumeng's impending refusal. "I feel a sense of kinship towards you. I genuinely regard you as a sister. To refuse this small gesture would be rather ungracious." The final syllable lingered on his lips, imbued with the unmistakable pressure characteristic of one in a position of authority. The lighting in the room cast varying shadows on his sharply defined profile, amplifying the inscrutable depth of his confident smile. To be candid, although Lu Rumeng had heard some rumors regarding Yang Jun that instilled a sense of reverence within her, this close encounter with the mature, composed man, who was particularly warm towards her, did not evoke any aversion. Biting her lower lip, she ultimately pressed the button to accept the payment. "Now that is more like it," Yang Jun exclaimed with satisfaction, raising his glass and inching closer to Lu Rumeng. The faint scent of his cologne mingled with the rich aroma of his cigar, creating an assertive presence. "Next month, I'll be hosting a private wine gathering at Yunding Manor, attended by elite figures from various sectors. You must join us." Lu Rumeng's fingertips nervously grazed the wall of the cup, for she and Yang Jun were still not intimately acquainted, and she harbored reservations about such a private gathering. Instinctively, she glanced in Wang Zhan's direction, only to find him gazing back at her. Summoning her courage, she addressed Yang Jun, her voice taut, her eyelashes fluttering with unease. "Perhaps this occasion is not quite suitable for me." Yang Jun maintained his gentle smile, not pressing the matter further. With an elegant wave of his hand, he replied, "No worries, it just came to my mind suddenly. We can discuss it later." This strategic retreat not only offered Lu Rumeng an exit, but also laid the groundwork for future interactions. Lu Rumeng could only smile apologetically. She had initially anticipated more engagement with Wang Zhan that evening, yet found herself ensnared by several leaders, unable to extricate herself from their enthusiastic company. She frequently glanced towards the corner where Wang Zhan was seated, observing him reclined on the couch, uncertain if he was inebriated or simply resting his eyes. In that moment, she felt a pang of envy for his courage to decline the drinking games, and found his refusal to conform rather captivating. As the banquet progressed, fueled by alcohol, the guests grew increasingly audacious. Many, emboldened by drink, approached Yang Jun to toast and converse, while some, self-proclaimed vocal talents, seized a microphone to sing boisterously. Laughter, clinking glasses, and melodies intertwined, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric crescendo. The cocktail in the crystal glass refracted fantastical hues under the lights, each gradient hinting at varying degrees of potency. Amidst the fervent toasts, Lu Lingyao had unknowingly consumed 8 glasses. Her cheeks flushed an unnatural crimson, her once clear eyes veiled by a dreamy mist, her breath carrying a slightly inebriated warmth. Yang Jun's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto her, keenly perceiving her gradually unfocused expression and somewhat sluggish reactions. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly turned to Zheng Jiangwen beside him, saying, "Miss Rumring is truly a remarkable woman. I have an idea. I wonder if President Zheng might oblige?" Although Zheng Jiangwen held a significant position within the company, he was, at heart, still an employee of the Yang family. He responded with a sycophantic grin, "If President Yang requests it, I shall certainly cooperate fully." Thus, if Rumring could drink 3 more glasses, the year-end evaluation would undoubtedly be hers. And what does President Zheng think of that? Yang Jun swirled his glass, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Without hesitation, Zheng Jiangwen concurred. "What's the issue? Rumring is already exceptional in our department." He even cast a light-hearted smile in Lu Ruming's direction. These words invigorated Lu Ruming's spirit. The year-end evaluation was pivotal, influencing bonuses, promotions, and future career opportunities, with the assessments being rare, comprising less than 1/10 of the total staff. Although she was genuinely feeling the effects of the alcohol and yearned for a brief respite in Wang Zhan's corner, the enticing prospect of such advantageous conditions made her hesitate. After much deliberation, Lu Ruming resolved to drink 3 more glasses. After all, the tangible benefits of the evaluation were irresistibly alluring, and as a newcomer, such an opportunity was indeed hard to come by. She took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "Then I shall graciously comply." With that, she accepted the drink offered by Yang Jun and downed it in one go. The liquor was somewhat harsh, prompting her to cough a couple of times before she excused herself to the restroom. In haste, she sent a WeChat message to Wang Zhan. "Wang Zhan, I sincerely apologize. Mr. Yang and the others are exceedingly enthusiastic. I cannot leave. I am feeling rather dizzy now, so I would appreciate it if you could take me home afterwards." "Thank you." After sending the message, she leaned against the restroom mirror, her gaze somewhat dazed, her balance wavering. Wang Zhan's phone vibrated in his pocket, accompanied by a clear ringtone. He retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the message from Lu Ruming, he furrowed his brow slightly. Although a hint of helplessness stirred within him, his fingers tenderly tapped out a reply. "All right, as promised, I will ensure it happens. Send me your address, lest you find yourself unable to locate your home later." After sending the message, he sighed softly, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the restroom, revealing a trace of concern etched on his brow. Upon receiving his reply, Lu Ruming glanced at the screen, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She tidied her slightly disheveled hair in the mirror, privately admiring Wang Zhan for being a man of his word. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with a hint of dreamy allure. Reflecting on her school days, she recalled the multitude of admirers who had once vied for her attention, always striving to win her favor. This was her first attempt at pursuing a young man, and she hadn't anticipated it would prove to be so challenging. Thinking of Wang Zhan, she couldn't help but smile. Standing an impressive height of 183 meters, with a statuesque figure and an ideal physique, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His chiseled face exuded masculinity, while his deep-set eyes left a lasting impression. Yet, what truly captivated Lu Ruming was the professional and capable Wang Zhan she encountered at work. It is said that men who are dedicated to their craft are the most attractive. Although Wang Zhan maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor towards her, it only intensified her desire to conquer him. In the restroom, She splashed cold water on her heated cheeks, trying to regain her composure. However, the after effects of the cocktails were far more potent than she had anticipated. As she stood, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, compelling her to steady herself against the wall for balance. After painstakingly fixing her appearance, she unsteadily returned to the private room. At that moment, Li Wei was engaged in lively conversation with Wang Zhan. Upon spotting Lu Ruming's return, he tactfully vacated his seat. Wang Zhan patted the empty spot beside him, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "Ruming, why did you take so long? We are still waiting for you to complete the 3-drink challenge." Lu Ruming forced another smile, and amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, she took her seat again, already regretting her earlier decision. Wang Zhan deliberately selected the remaining stronger drinks to offer Lu Ruming, and he himself grabbed 2 cups as a show of support. Given that she had already acquiesced, Lu Ruming felt she had no grounds to refuse, and with a resolute heart, she accompanied Wang Zhan in another drink. By this point, the effects of intoxication were profound. Her body swayed slightly, as if she might lose her balance at any moment. Seeing this, Wang Zhan took the opportunity to gently place his hand on her waist, seemingly intending to offer her support, yet his fingers involuntarily caressed her slightly. Although Lu Ruming was becoming somewhat dazed, a flicker of clarity remained within her, and she realized that this gesture was overly intimate. She pushed Wang Zhan away with a slight force and managed to squeeze out a faint smile, saying, "General Manager Yang, let us continue." Resolute, she decided to muster the strength to finish her 3rd glass of wine and proactively raised her cup. Zhang Wenjie and Li Wei also lifted their glasses, joining the two in a toast. For ordinary individuals, a few glasses of wine might be considerable. Yet for someone like Wang Zhan, a seasoned veteran of the drinking scene, it merely induced a pleasantly tipsy state. Upon finishing her drink, Lu Ruming felt the world spinning around her, but she still summoned her last ounce of strength, aiming to walk over to Wang Zhan. She mumbled, "Thank you for your hospitality, General Manager Yang," and then staggered to her feet, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Wang Zhan suddenly pulled her back, causing her already unsteady body to lose its balance, and she fell uncontrollably into his embrace. "Ruming, you are intoxicated." Wang Zhan's voice feigned concern, yet his palm took the opportunity to caress her rear. "Let me take you home," he said, leaning closer to her ear, his warm breath mingling with the scent of alcohol. "All right." In her muddled state, Lu Ruming clung to a singular thought, mumbling, "Wang Zhan, I want to find Wang Zhan." This faint protest was drowned out by the deafening music, with only Wang Zhan hearing her clearly. A wicked smile spread across his face as he indulgently replied, "Very well. I shall take you." He then addressed Zhang Wenjie and Li Wei, saying, "Zhang, Li, please enjoy yourselves. I will escort Ruming home." The two nodded with smiles of assent. As Wang Zhan half embraced, half carried Lu Ruming out of the private room, a tall figure suddenly blocked his path. It was Wang Zhan. Having just messaged Lu Ruming and aware of her inebriation, he had been discreetly monitoring the situation. However, due to his seating position, he had not witnessed all the details unfold. He did, however, catch sight of Lu Ruming rising and seemingly sitting on Wang Zhan's lap, prompting him to step forward. Although Wang Zhan regarded his relationship with Lu Ruming as purely professional, he held steadfast to his principles. What he promised, he would fulfill. Otherwise, he would make no commitments at all. Wang Zhan respectfully addressed Wang Zhan, saying, "General Manager Yang, Lu Ruming appears to have had too much to drink. Allow me to escort her home." Chapter 7. The class. Wang Zhan maintained a warm smile, responding, "There is no need. You all continue to have fun. I will take her home." Wang Zhan did not relent, asserting, "General Manager Yang, I already promised to take her home. You all continue enjoying yourselves, and let me handle this." With that, he approached Lu Ruming to assist her. Wang Zhan felt a flicker of displeasure, but still kept his smile, saying, "Ruming and I share a special connection. She has already asked me to take her home, so you should continue your festivities." Observing this, Li Wei interjected, "Come on, Wang Zhan, have a drink with me. Are you not at ease with General Manager Yang taking her home?" Wang Zhan paid no heed to Li Wei. Instead, he sought to confirm with Lu Ruming. Should she express that he need not escort her home, it would effectively signify the cancellation of her commitment, thereby alleviating his burden. He slightly leaned forward to meet Lu Ruming's gaze and inquired, "Lu Ruming, do you still require my assistance to return home?" In a state of daze, Lu Ruming heard Wang Zhan's voice and struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. Through her hazy vision, she glimpsed Wang Zhan's silhouette. At that moment, she summoned her last ounce of strength and lunged into his embrace, her words fragmenting as they escaped her lips. "Wang Zhan, take me home." The phrase seemed to be squeezed from between her teeth. Before she could finish, her body collapsed like a marionette severed from its strings. Both Wang Zhan and Yang Jun instinctively reached out to support the swaying Lu Lingyao, each grasping her on either side, creating a momentary standoff. As a subordinate within the company, Wang Zhan maintained a measure of respect for his superior, stating, "Mr. Yang, you have imbibed quite a bit tonight. Allow me to escort her." He attempted to take Lu Lingyao from Yang Jun's hold. "Do you not comprehend what I am saying?" Yang Jun suddenly shed his veneer of gentility, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. With a sudden, forceful shove, he caught Wang Zhan off guard, causing him to stagger back a step. The music within the private room ceased abruptly, and all eyes were drawn to this unexpected altercation. The air thickened with a stifling tension. Most of the attendees were already inebriated, instinctively holding their breath in response. Before Wang Zhan could utter a word, a figure from the side thrust him once more. This time, he sensed the impending danger and pushed back with equal force, resulting in both men retreating 2 steps. The assailant was Yang Jun's bodyguard, a burly man towering over Wang Zhan by half a head, sporting a slick-back hairstyle. Yang Jun, witnessing the scene, wore a bemused smile. He leisurely returned to the leather sofa, positioning the unconscious Lu Lingyao beside him as if she were a trophy. Lu Lingyao had completely lost consciousness, her slender form slumping uncontrollably toward the couch. A few colleagues who still retained their sobriety approached with trepidation, only to be halted by a raised hand from Yang Jun. He elegantly retrieved a Cuban cigar from his suit pocket, igniting it with a gold lighter that sparked a blue flame. Amidst the curling smoke, his smile grew increasingly sinister. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be anxious. Our comrade Wang Zhan shall entertain us tonight with a special performance." He exhaled a perfect smoke ring, his tone flippant yet authoritative. "Just sit tight and enjoy the show." The temperature in the room seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. Several female colleagues clenched their hands in anxiety, while the men lowered their gazes, their eyes flickering. In the face of absolute power, everyone tacitly chose silence, obediently retreating to their original positions. Only Wang Zhan remained upright in the center, like a drawn sword gleaming coldly under the opulent lights. Noticing this, Chunlei swiftly approached Wang Zhan, lowering his voice to ask, "Wang Zhan, what is happening?" Wang Zhan calmly replied, "Brother Lei, please return to your seat. It is nothing." He was acutely aware that involving Chunlei could potentially embroil him in the unfolding turmoil. Chunlei felt a profound concern for Wang Zhan, yet given his position, he found himself voiceless, relegated to silently returning to the sofa. Wang Zhan sat upright, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Yang Jun, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier casting resolute shadows upon his chiseled profile. Yang Jun maintained an elegant smile, but a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes. This young upstart dared to challenge the authority of the esteemed young master of Yanhai, truly a display of audacious ignorance. Wishing to escort Lu Lingyao home, Yang Jun leisurely exhaled a smoke ring, his voice laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery. "Very well. Let me first see if you possess the capability." He gestured towards the bodyguard, saying, "Defeat the leopard, and I shall allow you to take her away." Without awaiting Wang Zhan's response, he turned to the bodyguard. "Leopard, take it easy. Don't kill the lad." Such a declaration bore a weighty bravado, sending shivers down the spines of those present. This was the true essence of the young master of Yanhai. The bodyguard, dubbed Leopard, grinned widely, revealing a set of stark white teeth. "Don't worry, Yanga. I'll be gentle," he remarked, slowly loosening his neck, the joints emitting an unnerving crackle. This former enforcer, with an air of danger about him, had bulging biceps that strained against his suit, calluses on his knuckles hinting at a history of heavy bag training. Wang Zhan's gaze darted swiftly between Yang Jun and the bodyguard, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. It became abundantly clear that Yang Jun had meticulously orchestrated this celebratory banquet as a veritable trap for Lu Lingyao. With Yang Jun's stature, he typically held little regard for such gatherings of lower-tier employees, let alone personally attending for an entire evening. From the initial toasting to the current predicament, every step reeked of calculated scheming. "Very well, Wang Zhan's voice resonated clearly within the hushed confines of the private room. I trust you will honor your promise, Yang Zong. He unfastened the button of his suit, revealing a crisp, white shirt beneath. The tie was hastily discarded, and, as he rolled up his sleeves, the sinewy contours of his arms were evident, betraying a strength that belied the image of a mere scholar. Wang Zhan understood all too well that opposing Yang Jun was tantamount to self-sabotage in a society where power reigned supreme. Offending the heir of a conglomerate could spell the end of his professional journey. However, instilled in him since childhood was the belief imparted by his father. A man must stand tall and act with righteousness, unburdened by guilt. This deeply ingrained conviction left him no room for retreat. Chunlei observed with growing anxiety as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. As a seasoned employee, he was acutely aware of the repercussions of angering Yang Jun, yet he mustered the courage to step forward. Yang Zong, is there some misunderstanding? None of your business. Get lost. Yang Jun coldly interrupted, his eyes, shrouded in cigar smoke, glinted with a serpentine chill. A colleague behind him swiftly tugged at Chunlei's sleeve. In this world where power held dominion, self-preservation was the path to survival. Wang Zhan cast a grateful glance at Chunlei, brother Lei. I'm fine, Chun. Lei opened his mouth, unsure of what else to say, ultimately retreating in the face of the pleading gazes around him. Yang Jun clapped his hands with a sense of satisfaction, the applause echoing harshly in the silent room. Excellent, you've got some guts. He exhaled a perfect smoke ring, his eyes gleaming with a cruel anticipation. Let the game begin. He was eager to witness the sight of this Na'vi young man begging for mercy. Wang Zhan, unfazed, took a few steps back, positioning himself in the relatively open area at the center of the private room. He leisurely unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his well-defined collarbone. As he firmly spread his feet apart, his fists assumed a poised stance of both offense and defense, transforming his demeanor from that of a refined engineer to that of a warrior poised for action. The leopard, upon observing this, grinned wickedly and advanced a few steps, establishing a face-off with Wang Zhan. He swiftly discarded his suit jacket onto the floor, his white shirt straining against his robust muscles, the fierce tattoos on his arms and back becoming partially visible under the lighting. Recalling the forceful counterattacks Wang Zhan had displayed earlier, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the leopardess eyes. This seemingly mild-mannered young man was evidently not as simple as he appeared. As a hardened character forged in street battles, the sensation of having met his match exhilarated the leopard. The 2 men took their stances, standing in confrontation. The atmosphere in the private room thick with tension, an invisible pressure enveloping the space, rendering everyone breathless. At that moment, the sound system in the room unexpectedly switched on, playing a classic tune, Teresa Tung's Sweet Honey. This was a song previously selected by a female colleague, and it just happened to be next on the playlist. The sweet, gentle melody absurdly contrasted with the charged atmosphere. The leopard remained unfazed, his thick fingers tearing open the collar of his shirt, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Craning his neck slightly, he lunged at Wang Zhan like a ferocious tiger, his right fist aimed directly at Wang Zhan's face. Should it connect, an ordinary person would likely lose consciousness on the spot. As a seasoned fighter who had emerged from street brawls and honed his skills in professional boxing gyms for years, the leopard's punches were swift and brutal, capable of taking on 3 or 5 opponents simultaneously. In contrast, Wang Zhan faced the leopard's onslaught, which resembled a torrential storm, with extraordinary composure and calm. His movements were as light as a breeze, agile and ever-changing, akin to a fish navigating through turbulent waters. Each dodge was executed with impeccable precision, nullifying the leopard's attacks. His actions were expansive and fluid, seamless and natural, reminiscent of flowing water, akin to the martial arts displayed by Jet Li on screen. A flicker of astonishment crossed the leopard's eyes. As a veteran of numerous battles, he immediately recognized that he had underestimated his opponent. The exquisite footwork and perfectly timed blocks were clearly traits cultivated through systematic martial arts training. With a roar, he accelerated his assault, raining down punches and kicks upon Wang Zhan like a tempest. Yet, Wang Zhan remained unfazed. His hands moved like butterflies flitting through flowers, sometimes transforming into a shield to deflect heavy blows, at other times morphing into a spear aimed at vital points. Most astonishingly, he maintained a steady breath throughout, not a bead of sweat appearing on his brow, as if this battle were merely a morning warm-up. The leopard, unable to break through Wang Zhan's defenses, began to lose his breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 8. Taking away Lu Lingyao for the first time, disbelief flickered in Yang Jun's eyes, which were typically filled with confidence. He was acutely aware of the leopard's prowess, having witnessed him single-handedly take down 5 or 6 armed thugs. Yet now, how could it be that he found himself at a disadvantage against the technical backbone of his own company? Each of Wang Zhan's fluid counterattacks felt like a stinging slap to his arrogant face. Even Li Wei, standing beside Yang Jun, murmured under his breath, questioning whether this was a programmer or a special forces operative. Had he perhaps spoken too freely? His expression had become somewhat frozen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Unnoticed, every person present held their breath, while the melody of sweet honey incongruously echoed in the room, adding an absurd flavor to the fierce confrontation. After several rounds of engagement, Wang Zhan had discerned the leopard's tactics. His eyes sharpened. He suddenly transitioned from defense to offense, turning the tide in his favor, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks at leopard. This unexpected outburst of energy from Wang Zhan took leopard by surprise, despite his own years of boxing practice. He had not anticipated that Wang Zhan could surpass him in speed. For a moment, leopard found himself at a loss, receiving several blows. Seizing the momentum, Wang Zhan swiftly maneuvered to leopard's side, his right fist striking fiercely at leopard's midsection. Leopard felt an immense force hit him, causing him to lurch forward, nearly crashing onto the coffee table laden with glasses. "Damn it!" Leopard roared, relying on his instincts honed from years of street brawling to steady himself. His eyes turned bloodshot as he pivoted, unleashing a powerful haymaker aimed squarely at Wang Zhan's face. However, at this moment, Wang Zhan had complete command over the situation. He took a half-step back, effortlessly dodging the blow, then unleashed a storm of counterattacks. His fists and feet became mere afterimages, each strike precisely targeting the gaps in leopard's defenses. After a few exchanges, the once dominant street fighter was clearly running out of steam. In a fleeting moment of distraction from leopard, Wang Zhan suddenly bent low, his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip. The sound of impact reverberated as leopard's legs buckled beneath him, and he crashed heavily onto the floor. Before he could muster the strength to rise, Wang Zhan pounced on him like a true agile cheetah. In an instant, he locked his legs around leopard's waist and ensnared his neck with his right arm. Those familiar with combat would recognize this maneuver as the formidable rear naked choke. As he exerted pressure, vivid memories surged in Wang Zhan's mind. A scene from a fighting arena where a short-haired woman had once restrained him with the same technique. The contours of her muscles beneath her white martial arts uniform radiating a captivating strength. He could almost hear her voice echoing in his ears, the image flashing before him. Leopard struggled vigorously, yet he could not break free. His stubbornness forbade him from surrendering. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness entirely. Observing that leopard had succumbed, Wang Zhan promptly released his grip, pinching the pressure point on leopard's upper lip with his thumb. Coughing violently, leopard awoke with bulging veins on his forehead. This notorious enforcer, feared on the streets, had become increasingly reckless since aligning himself with Yang Jun, earning the respectful title of brother leopard from those who encountered him. However, in front of a crowd, he had been bested by an ostensibly frail individual, a humiliation he could scarcely endure. "You lost." Wang Zhan's voice was eerily calm. "Preposterous," leopard exclaimed, forcefully shoving Wang Zhan aside as he staggered to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I did not lose. Come again." "Enough." Yang Jun's thunderous reprimand reverberated through the room. Unbeknownst to him, his cigar had been reduced to ashes, staining his expensive suit with remnants of tobacco. Did he not find this embarrassment sufficient? This utterance struck leopard like a heavy hammer, pinning him in place. Leopard's fists clenched tightly, but Yang Jun's words left no room for rebuttal. He was compelled to suppress his fury and abandon thoughts of further conflict. Casting a fierce glare at Wang Zhan, he retreated behind Yang Jun. With Yang Jun's authoritative shout, the onlookers emerged from their earlier trepidation and astonishment. Those who had harbored goodwill towards Wang Zhan had indeed felt a pang of anxiety, given that he stood opposite a muscular, tattooed giant. Although Wang Zhan was tall among ordinary individuals, he was merely a recent university graduate. Yet, their astonishment was more profound. Most regarded Wang Zhan as a handsome, taciturn technical expert with remarkable professional capabilities. None could have anticipated his exceptional prowess. Li Wei, having perused Wang Zhan's resume, vaguely recalled it detailing his major in honors, with photography listed as his sole hobby, devoid of any martial arts references. How could he be so formidable? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words or actions, as if time itself had frozen. Yang Zong, Wang Zhan's voice shattered the silence. May I take her now? Yang Jun, smiling and regaining his composure, replied leisurely, of course. Wang Zhan spoke no further, gently supporting Lu Lingyao. Finding her inebriated and unable to stand, he maneuvered one arm through her knees and the other around her back, lifting her effortlessly and turning to exit the private room. Yang Jun meint dinet an elegant smile. Yet a closer inspection would reveal that the mirth did not reach his eyes, which instead glimmered with a chilling coldness. He slowly surveyed the remaining attendees, his voice icy. Tonight's gathering concludes here. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. He then ignited another cigar, continuing, however, I do not wish to hear about tonight's little incident from anyone else. You understand my meaning, do you not? The crowd nodded in unison, as if relieved of a great weight. The previously tense atmosphere had dissipated, leaving them sober. Several colleagues who were still able rushed to assist their incapacitated companion, hastily making their way toward the exit. A few drunken associates mumbled incoherently, declaring, I'm not drunk. I still want to drink with Yang Zong, only to be hastily silenced and dragged away by their friends. In an instant, the spacious private room was left with only Zheng Wenjie, Li Wei, and a few service staff remaining. The two waiters had discreetly retreated to a corner, bowing their heads as if they were invisible. Yang Jun's gaze pierced through Li Wei like a blade, the facade on his face completely stripped away. Team leader Li, you truly have a wealth of talent under your command. Each word was pronounced with palpable weight. A mere fresh graduate dares to show off in front of me? Cold sweat instantly drenched Li Wei's back. As Yang Jun's trusted confidant, he understood all too well what this expression signified. Please, General Yang, do not be angry. I shall certainly discipline him upon my return. I will ensure this young man does not have it easy. Yang Jun impatiently waved his hand to interrupt, turning to Zheng Wenjie with a slightly softened tone. Zheng, thank you for your hard work this time. Zheng Wenjie promptly bowed, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Your words are too kind, General Yang. This is but a trifle. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command. All right, let's conclude here for today. Yang Jun waved his hand, and after the two exited the private room, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, sinking deeply into the sofa. The blue smoke slowly escaped from between his clenched teeth, outlining dark contours in the dim light. The leopard exchanged a knowing glance, and the two waiters tactfully exited the room. He leaned closer to Yang Jun, his voice barely above a whisper. Brother Yang, shall we let this matter rest? Let rest? Yang Jun scoffed. Is this your first day with me? Such insignificant characters. I shall take my time to toy with them. With that, he flicked his fingers at the leopard. Go, summon the top girls from the drunk paradise. At this moment, the earlier desire had been fully replaced by fury. If he did not vent on these top girls tonight, he feared he would be restless until dawn. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the club, Chunlei hurriedly caught up with Wang Zhan, who was cradling Lu Lingyao. Several individuals surrounded him with expressions of admiration. Yet the majority deliberately steered clear, wary of unnecessary trouble. Are you hurt? Chunlei inquired with concern. Damn, Wang Zhan, you were so cool just now. An excited younger colleague stammered. That sweeping kick was straight out of a movie. When did you learn martial arts? A slightly older female colleague expressed regret. Xiao Wang. You were too impulsive and offended General Yang. Your day's ahead. She trailed off, shaking her head helplessly. Wang Zhan was well aware that from this night onwards, his situation within the company would become exceedingly difficult. Yet he remained steadfast. I promised to take Lu Lingyao home. I am merely fulfilling my promise. I have no regrets, and I thank everyone for their concern. With that, he hailed a taxi, departing with Lu Lingyao. The neon lights outside the car window shifted in a myriad of colors, casting mottled shadows on Lu Lingyang's pale face. At that moment, her cheeks still bore a flush, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Wang Zhan couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Who could have anticipated that such a simple promise would lead to such a tumultuous storm? Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. However, Faced with the current predicament, Wang Zhan pondered for a moment and found his spirits were not overly burdened. Indeed, this job offered him generous compensation. However, the relentless 996 work schedule had long since bred within him a sense of weariness. The unending busyness had deprived him of countless hours of leisure, starkly contrasting with his envisioned work-life balance. Furthermore, since his university days, his various part-time jobs had amassed a considerable fortune. Even if he were to resign at this very moment, the figures in his bank account would suffice to support his quest for a new direction in life. Contemplating this, a slight smile graced Wang Zhan's lips. Perhaps the conflict of the evening was not a misfortune, but rather a serendipitous opportunity orchestrated by fate for him to instigate change. The streets were eerily quiet at 1 o'clock in the morning as the taxi came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the residential complex. With great care, Wang Zhan cradled Lu Lingyao in his arms as he stepped into the elevator. She remained blissfully unaware, her long hair cascading into his embrace, exuding a faint bouquet of mingled perfume and alcohol. Chapter 9. The appointment following the address provided by Lu Lingyao. Wang Zhan arrived at the doorstep of Unit 1104 in Building 7 of the Tianhu community. He was aware that Lu Lingyao roommate, Lu Qian, resided within. While they both worked for the same company, their different departments had resulted in minimal interaction. Wang Zhan could have retrieved the key from Lu Lingyao bag to unlock the door, yet he reconsidered. A young lady's belongings were private, and he could not rummage through them. Thus, despite the late hour, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Inside, Lu Qian lay on her bed, engrossed in the dramatic twists of a television show, and had not yet succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing the knock, she pursed her lips, thinking, "Finally, this girl has returned." Lu Lingyao had informed her earlier that she might be late due to a dinner engagement, so Lu Qian was not taken aback. Exercising caution, she slowly rose and quietly approached the door, peering through the peephole. The motion-activated light illuminated Wang Zhan's chiseled profile, revealing that he was cradling the inebriated Lu Lingyao. Lu Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Was this not the renowned handsome man from the technology department? Wang Zhan. Lu Qian opened the door, her gaze flitting between the two. Looks like Lingyao had quite the night. Wang Zhan provided a brief explanation and requested, "I may need to trouble you to look after her." Lu Qian blinked playfully, teasingly remarking, "Oh, our Lu beauty is in such a state. Aren't you going to take care of her yourself?" Wang Zhan shook his head in resignation. "Don't misunderstand. I merely promised to bring her back." With Lu Qian's guidance, he gently laid Lu Lingyao on her bed. He reiterated his request for her to look after Lu Lingyao before taking his leave. Watching Wang Zhan's retreating figure, Lu Qian couldn't help but shake her head. In this day and age, it was rare to find a man who would responsibly escort a beautiful female colleague home after a night of drinking. Glancing back at Lu Lingyao, who lay in a stupor, she muttered under her breath, "This is the type of stoic man you admire. No wonder he remains single." As the elevator doors closed slowly, Wang Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gently stretched his sore arms, the sharp ache of his muscles serving as a vivid reminder of the night's events. The weight of carrying Lu Lingyao up the stairs and the jarring pain from blocking a heavy punch had now manifested as vivid bruises upon his skin. The cold wind of the early morning seeped through his shirt, caressing the heated wound, bringing with it a sharp, refreshing sting. Wang Zhan gazed upward from the ground floor towards the window of Lu Lingyao apartment, where the light still glowed, faint silhouettes dancing within. He inhaled deeply, then hailed a taxi that whisked him back to his residence. The following morning, Wang Zhan entered the glass revolving door of Yunding Building as per his usual routine. He ascended in the elevator to the workspace of Group 4. Typically, at this hour, everyone would have assembled, yet the office was eerily deserted. Wang Zhan recalled Yang Jun mentioning the previous night that everyone would enjoy a half-day off, so he dismissed the unusual quiet and set about his work. Colleagues from other project teams peered in curiously, and he merely offered a brief explanation. "There was a gathering last night. Yang gave us a half-day off." It wasn't until the afternoon sun slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows that the office began to regain its vitality. Colleagues trickled in, some nursing hangovers, rubbing their temples, their memories of the latter half of the night a complete blur. Meanwhile, the few who had remained sober were vividly reminded of last evening's events. Feeling a mix of apprehension towards the formidable Yang Jun and a deep-seated respect for Wang Zhan's undeniable prowess, Chun Lei was among the few who continued to converse with Wang Zhan as usual. seizing a moment while they headed to the restroom. He lowered his voice and cautioned Wang Zhan to exercise more caution in the future, to be more vigilant. In the marketing department's product room, those who had attended the gathering began to appear only in the afternoon. At that moment, Lu Lingyao entered her workstation, her complexion slightly pale. The headache from her hangover prompted her to intermittently massage her temples. Yet she persisted in inquiring with her neighboring colleague about her behavior the previous night. "I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I?" she asked Lin Xiaolu in a hushed tone. Lin Xiaolu's pen hesitated on the paper, catching the significant warning glance from the department head in her peripheral vision. She forced a smile. "You just fell asleep after drinking too much. Nothing out of the ordinary." After speaking, she immediately lowered her head, pretending to organize her documents, fearful of uttering another word. Lu Lingyao surveyed her surroundings and noticed her colleagues deliberately avoiding her gaze. This peculiar atmosphere left her perplexed, and soon she received a message from Lin Xiaolu. "If you want to know what happened, ask Wang Zhan." A wave of anxiety gripped Lu Lingyao as she strained to recall fragments of the previous night, only to capture a few hazy images. The wine glass offered by Yang Jun, Wang Zhan's concerned gaze, the blinding lights of the restroom, and then a blank void. A twinge of unease crept into her heart. Had she truly done something to Wang Zhan while intoxicated? The thought made her ears burn. Just then, the vivid description from Lu Qian resurfaced in her mind. "Your Wang Zhan is truly a gentleman," Lu Qian had said while helping her apply a warm towel. "He carried you upstairs without so much as a misplaced hand, and once he set you down, he simply left." She had winked playfully, adding, "But you weren't very innocent, were you?" You kept snuggling into his arms. At this recollection, Lu Lingyao felt a rush of heat envelop her face. She could not help but conjure various images in her mind. Wang Zhan's powerful arms, his warm chest, tightly embracing her along the way. These thoughts quickened her heartbeat. The ability of a beautiful woman to remain composed in such circumstances is indeed a rare quality. Lu Lingyao bit her lip and softly murmured, her heart swirling with complex emotions. On one hand, she felt a sense of relief that Wang Zhan had not taken advantage of the situation, affirming that she had not misjudged him. Yet, on the other hand, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. That stoic man truly harbored no ulterior motives towards her. She propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on the table surface. After much hesitation, she finally typed a quick message. "Wang Zhan, thank you so much for last night. I drank too much. Nothing embarrassing happened afterward, right?" The moment she pressed send, her heartbeat quickened, fearing that someone might glimpse her message to Wang Zhan, and she promptly switched back to her work interface. It was not until she saw the blinking notification in the chat box that she eagerly clicked to open it. "No." The succinct reply elicited an involuntary smile from her lips. Biting her lower lip, she typed cheerfully, "How did you get me home yesterday?" After sending it, she felt it was a bit too direct and quickly added a cute emoji. Wang Zhan, upon reading the message on his screen, felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was the first time he had held a woman for such an extended period. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I took a taxi to send you back." Seeing this evasive response, Lu Lingyao couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully pressed further, "Not that. I meant, did you help me back or carry me?" Or, she deliberately left the message incomplete and sent it. Wang Zhan's fingers hovered above the keyboard, momentarily at a loss for words. He was reluctant to dwell on the matter. So he replied, "I'm a bit busy right now. Let's talk later when I have more time." Receiving this apparent evasion, Lu Lingyao imagined Wang Zhan's embarrassed expression at that moment, which made her smile. Suddenly realizing her reaction was a bit too unrestrained, she quickly composed herself, noticing that her colleagues hadn't detected her moment of distraction, which put her at ease. After a brief pause, she sent another message to Wang Zhan. "To show my gratitude, let us have dinner together tonight." "My treat." Wang Zhan's response came swiftly. "I have a lot of work to do and need to work overtime today. Let us postpone it." She bit her lip, her fingers lightly tapping the table. This was the third time Wang Zhan had used the same excuse to decline her invitation. Yet this time, she was determined not to retreat. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely replied, "No matter how late it is, I will wait for you. It's a promise," adding a playful wink emoji at the end. Faced with Lu Lingyang's persistence, Wang Zhan sighed softly. After a brief contemplation, he felt it best to clarify some matters early. So he typed, "Let us meet at 7 then." Upon seeing that Wang Zhan had finally agreed, Lu Lingyang's face lit up with a radiant smile. and she quickly responded with several clapping emojis. Then, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she eagerly opened her food app, her fingers gliding across pages of various romantic restaurants. Would a candlelit dinner be too contrived? The ambience of a Japanese restaurant appeared to be more relaxed. At 6:15, Lu Lingyao stood before the mirror in the restroom, meticulously inspecting her makeup. She gently pressed her lips together, the peach-hued gloss catching a soft glow under the lights. Adjusting her hair to cascade naturally over her shoulders, she whispered to her reflection, her voice laced with unmistakable anticipation. Subsequently, she made her way to the lounge area of the company lobby. Seated on a leather sofa with her legs elegantly crossed, the light gray skirt accentuated her graceful silhouette. Each time a colleague passed by, they couldn't help but slow their pace, their gazes lingering on her. As the clock struck 7, the elevator chimed open, revealing the tall figure of Wang Zhan, whose presence made Lu Lingyang's heart race involuntarily. Instinctively, she tidied her hair, quickly checking her makeup using her phone screen as a mirror. Colleagues nearby, noticing that Lu Lingyao awaited Wang Zhan, cast envious glances. This striking pair seemed like a match made in heaven. Had he been waiting long? Wang Zhan inquired as he approached her, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an emotion she could not quite decipher. Not long at all, Lu Lingyao replied, rising with a sweet smile, her voice tinged with eagerness. What do you feel like eating? I've looked up a few delightful restaurants. Shall we take a stroll first? Wang Zhan's gaze briefly lingered on her exquisite makeup, and she could almost see the subtle movement of his throat. The thought of wandering with Wang Zhan under the night sky, engaging in light conversation, filled her with a sense of serenity. Thus, she nodded with a smile. Sounds great. Chapter 10. Refusal. The two of them exited the company building, meandering slowly along the tree-lined path in front. On this autumn evening, the city of Yunhai shimmered with lights, the neon glow transforming it into a dreamlike spectacle. Under the illuminating lights, their figures appeared particularly harmonious and well-matched, resembling a couple on a leisurely stroll. Throughout their walk, Lu Lingyao sought to conjure engaging topics, striving to cultivate a more relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. However, Wang Zhan's responses were merely perfunctory, each topic seemingly met with an invisible barrier, abruptly coming to a halt. The moments occasionally fell into awkward silence, a subtle tension permeating the air. Wang Zhan wrestled with his inner turmoil. He recognized Lu Lingyao as a wonderful girl, gentle, kind, and beautiful. Yet lamentably, she did not embody his ideal type. He understood that the words he was about to speak could pierce this innocent girl like a sharp knife. However, he believed that it was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. If he did not clarify his feelings now, it would only lead to greater harm and confusion for her in the future, a gross irresponsibility on his part. After passing 2 intersections, they arrived at a small park that was not overly crowded. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he resolved to express his true thoughts. He halted, turning to face Lu Lingyao, earnestly gazing into her eyes, attempting to convey his decision in the gentlest manner possible. Lingyao, I appreciate your concern for me, but there are some things I believe should be clarified. The night breeze stirred the wisps of hair on her forehead gently. She gazed at Wang Zhan, her lips pressed tightly together, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. Wang Zhan's voice was gentle yet resolute. You are an exceptionally talented girl, and it has been a pleasure to spend time with you. However, my feelings for you are strictly those of colleagues. I do not wish to mislead you, nor do I want to cause you any hurt due to my ambiguity. Though his words were tender, each syllable struck like a hammer upon Lu Lingyang's heart. She was momentarily stunned, a flicker of disappointment and anguish flashing in her eyes. Lifting her face defiantly, she fought to hold back her tears. Wang Zhan, I truly like you. Can you tell me why? Wang Zhan, observing the pain etched on Lu Lingyang's face, felt a pang of sorrow himself. Matters of the heart are difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, I am deeply grateful for your affection. On another note, I may soon be resigning. Resigning? Lu Lingyang's expression transformed into one of astonishment. It was well known that Yunding Technology was a leading tech company in the country, and Wang Zhan was a highly skilled professional with one of the highest salaries among his peers, his future seemingly limitless. Confounded, she asked, could you share the reason? I simply wish to change my environment, Wang Zhan replied after a moment's thought. He could not divulge the true reason, which was that he had crossed the company's young heir. Moreover, The decision had come abruptly. He had resolved today to leave after the current project's rewards were distributed. Although he had yet to contemplate his next steps, Lu Rumeng remained rooted in place, feeling more sorrowful about the rejection than about Wang Zhan's impending departure. She suddenly found herself somewhat absurd, reflecting on the past year when several colleagues had made efforts to bring him breakfast, flowers, and invitations for meals and movies. Once the belle of the campus, she had never expected that in pursuing someone so earnestly, lowering her pride to chase after him, she would be met with such a resolute dismissal. A tear slipped uncontrollably down her cheek, refracting the moonlight into shards of light. Wang Zhan watched her shoulders tremble slightly, his throat tightening, yet he could only muster an apology. "I need some time alone. Please leave." Lu Rumeng turned away, stubbornly wishing to conceal her tears from him. Wang Zhan longed to comfort her, yet he understood that he must not show weakness at this moment, lest he complicate matters further. He watched Lu Rumeng's figure recede, his heart heavy with bitterness, realizing that rejecting someone could be such a painful endeavor. As Lu Rumeng walked farther away, Wang Zhan quickly dialed a number he had carefully extracted from the company directory, Lu Qian's. When the call connected, he said, "Lu Qian, I apologize for the intrusion. This is Wang Zhan. Lu Rumeng may be feeling quite low. She is currently at Xinjiang Park. If you have the time, I hope you can keep her company." Initially, upon hearing Wang Zhan's voice, Lu Qian felt a surge of surprise, never having imagined that this well-regarded handsome man from the company would know her number and take the initiative to call her. However, upon hearing Wang Zhan's words, she immediately sensed that something was amiss and speculated internally. Could it be that Wang Zhan directly rejected Lu Rumeng? She felt somewhat bewildered. Yet as Lu Rumeng was her dear sister, she promptly responded, "All right, I will head over immediately." Subsequently, Lu Qian swiftly dialed Lu Rumeng's phone to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing Lu Qian's voice, Lu Rumeng could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan returned to his residence, his mood equally heavy. Indeed, matters of the heart are intricate. He understood that his decision would inadvertently cause pain to a girl, filling him with guilt. Consequently, he unusually stopped by the supermarket downstairs and purchased a bottle of Red Star Ergo 2. Upon returning to his apartment, he removed his crisp suit jacket and changed into a loose-fitting outfit. Then, using a cup typically reserved for water, he downed 2 shots of Ergo 2. The potent liquor, with its 60-degree intensity, surged down his throat like fire, igniting discomfort within him. Yet, despite its strength, the alcohol could not extinguish the turmoil in his heart. He stood in the spacious living room of the apartment, illuminated by bright lights, shedding his shirt to reveal a physique of robust muscles, well-defined and full, akin to a suit of steel armor hidden beneath his skin, emanating an undeniable sense of strength. He inhaled deeply, his eyes gently closing, as if engaging in a dialogue with his innermost self. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of determination and resolve flashing within them. He began to move slowly, adjusting his breathing, his entire body gradually entering a state of poised readiness. Suddenly, he sprang into action, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, with his fists slicing through the air, initiating the opening stance of Choi Li Fut. This martial art, a gem within the realm of combat, amalgamates the ferocity of the Choi family style, the sharpness of the Li family's kicks, and the agility of the Buddhist fist. However, the techniques Wang Zhan employed diverged slightly from traditional Choi Li Fut, seemingly incorporating elements from numerous other martial arts. At times, he moved like a dragon soaring across the seas, employing both fists and feet with grandiosity. At others, he resembled a nimble monkey, his movements fluid and agile, twisting and turning with grace. As the intoxication surged, he even began to practice drunken boxing. His movements were varied and intricate, yet each displayed a discernible pattern. Clearly, at that moment, he regarded his martial practice as a conduit for releasing his pent-up emotions. Once he completed the final move, he stood firm, sweat cascading down his jawline and tapping rhythmically against the wooden floor. He slowly wiped the perspiration from his face, although he felt slightly dizzy. The confusion and uncertainty that had previously clouded his gaze had been replaced by clarity and determination. As he stood under the warm shower, tilting his head back to let the water wash over his face, the effects of the alcohol had diminished significantly, and his mind felt considerably clearer. After changing, he, as usual, seated himself at his computer desk, skillfully logging on several websites he frequented. Among these were repositories of technical knowledge, as well as forums for electronic engineers like the Electronic Engineering World Forum, both of which served as premier communication platforms in the country. Additionally, he would occasionally visit the forum of his alma mater, the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, perusing the questions posed by younger students and generously offering guidance and answers, thus providing a profound tribute to his alma mater. Simultaneously, he frequently browses various international photography websites, particularly those featuring natural landscapes. Some of the images displayed are his earlier works, showcasing his unique insights and adeptness in capturing the beauty of nature. Since his university days, he has quietly amassed a considerable fortune by uploading photographs for others to download, complementing this income with part-time programming solutions for clients, as well as his salary from the CloudTop Group. This financial cushion affords him the confidence to resign at any moment in pursuit of broader horizons. The following day unfolded as usual, yet Li Wei assigned an array of tedious tasks to Wang Zhan, compelling him to work overtime. Wang Zhan was acutely aware that the retaliation against him had commenced. Time flew by, and another day passed. Finally, the project bonuses from the group company were announced. The total bonus of 500,000 yuan yielded a meager allocation of merely 2,000 yuan for Wang Zhan. Upon scrutinizing the distribution criteria, he was astounded to find convoluted factors like years of service entwined within. It was evident to all that this was likely a deliberate act of vengeance by Yang Jun against Wang Zhan. Although some colleagues felt sympathy for him, none dared to voice their concerns. After all, Wang Zhan's diminished share meant an increased portion for them. Faced with such tangible temptations of self-interest and the risk of offending upper management, who would dare to speak out? Chun Lei, upon seeing the results, felt a surge of indignation. As a primary participant in the Chaoyang project, he recognized Wang Zhan's invaluable contributions to the core technological breakthroughs. How could Wang Zhan receive a mere 2,000 yuan if rewards were to be distributed justly? Wang Zhan himself was at a loss. Li Wei had confidently assured him that the bonuses would be no less than 30,000 yuan for each individual. This paltry sum was indeed an affront. Had it been those impetuous young individuals, they would have stormed into the manager's office, fuming. However, Wang Zhan remained remarkably composed, contemplating that there was nothing left worth clinging to. Yang Jun's audacity in openly seeking revenge revealed that this so-called premier technology company of Huagua was nothing more than a makeshift troupe. Resolutely, Wang Zhan decided not to waste another moment. That very afternoon, he submitted his resignation to the Human Resources Department. Chapter 11. The Assault upon Learning of His Decision. Colleagues approached him, urging him to reconsider. After all, his salary was considered above average, not only within the company but throughout Yanhai City. Why sacrifice such generous benefits over a moment of anger? They advised him that life's challenges are inevitable, yet it is better to endure than to perish. Why jeopardize financial stability over unpleasantness? Nevertheless, Wang Zhan remained steadfast, unwavering in his resolve. According to company policy, the direct supervisor of departing employees must conduct an exit interview. As his team leader, Li Wei was naturally the first to engage in this dialogue. Fully aware of Wang Zhan's exceptional talent, Li Wei felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison to his expertise. However, who could have anticipated such a lack of discernment on his part? Offending anyone is ill-advised. Yet to incur the wrath of the third son of the company's owner is truly imprudent. On the surface, Li Wei feigned concern for Wang Zhan, attempting to retain him. But in reality, it was merely a perfunctory gesture. Yang Jun, the deputy director of the technical department overseeing research and development, typically refrained from meddling in the minutiae of operations. Nonetheless, he was effectively Wang Zhan's direct superior. When he received the news from Li Wei that Wang Zhan intended to resign, he was taken aback, not expecting such a decisive choice from Wang Zhan. Yang Jun deliberately instructed Li Wei to assign Wang Zhan some trivial tasks and allocated only 2,000 yuan from the project's rewards, intending to continually burden him with work and inflict psychological torment. However, Wang Zhan's swift decision to resign was indeed beyond Yang Jun's expectations. In the technical industry, the 996 work model is the norm, and while many may dislike it, the prospect of a high salary compels most to endure, with some even tolerating it for a lifetime. That afternoon, Yang Jun appeared in the office of the deputy director of his technical department. Following protocol, he had his secretary notify Wang Zhan for a meeting. Standing at the threshold of Yang Jun's office, Wang Zhan took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. A steady voice from within called out, "Come in." Pushing the door open, Wang Zhan beheld Yang Jun seated behind his expansive desk. A smile gracing his face as he held a slender cigar, exhaling a large smoke ring. Wang Zhan approached the chair before the desk, nodding politely, and addressed him. "Director Yang." Yang Jun, still smiling, remarked, "Wang Zhan, you could be considered the most outstanding among last year's new recruits. The company has compensated you at the highest level for new employees. Is the current work pressure too overwhelming? Or is there something unsatisfactory? We can discuss it after all. Talent is our company's most treasured asset." Wang Zhan lowered his gaze, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. He was well aware that Yang Jun was a master of disguise, a typical wolf in sheep's clothing. Disliking such circumspect games in the workplace, he replied candidly, "I believe you are well aware of the reasons for my resignation, Director Yang. Please proceed with the necessary signatures, and let us part amicably." Yang Jun leaned back slightly, his expression darkening instantaneously. He thought to himself, "Wang Zhan is indeed a tough nut. He dares to speak to me with such defiance." Thus, he responded coldly, "Very well. Since you are so insistent, we shall adhere to company protocol. You will hand over your duties and leave after 30 days. Wang Zhan shook his head and replied, "I am not currently engaged in any major projects, merely a few trivial tasks. A week is ample time for handover. Furthermore, I still have over 20 days of leave remaining. Waiting 30 days would be a waste of everyone's time. Wouldn't you agree? Alternatively, I can forfeit this month's salary as a breach of contract." Yang Jun regarded Wang Zhan with a cold smile. "Our Yunding Group is not concerned with your 1 month's salary. Very well, since you are in such a hurry, you may resign in 7 days. I consent." Wang Zhan was somewhat surprised by Yang Jun's unexpectedly swift acquiescence. He politely expressed his gratitude before departing from Yang Jun's office. Taking a deep puff of his cigar, Yang Jun mused to himself, "I'm not quite finished with you yet, lad. Consider this month's salary as your medical expenses." Subsequently, he dialed the phone number of the Director of Human Resources, informing him that he had consulted with the Director of the Technology Department and the company president, his father, and advised him to proceed with Wang Zhan's resignation. Although company policy dictated that high-caliber talents must undergo a face-to-face discussion with the president before resigning, Yang Jun was apprehensive that Wang Zhan might divulge unfavorable information about him. Thus, he resolved to directly instruct the HR department to process Wang Zhan's departure without further notifying the president. Given his unique standing as the boss's third son, along with his assurance to report the matter to the president, the HR director dared not delay. The process smoothly unfolded under Yang Jun's intervention, with Wang Zhan set to officially leave the Yunding Group in 7 days. Following that, he contacted the director of the technology department, requesting that an industry ban be placed on Wang Zhan. Unbeknownst to Wang Zhan, the subtle machinations orchestrated by Yang Jun remained concealed from him. Although his time with the company was drawing to a close, his character compelled him to fulfill his responsibilities diligently during his remaining days. In the next week, he planned to meticulously hand over his work duties. Wang Zhan intended to return to his hometown for a period of rest, having already packed and shipped some valuable items back. The atmosphere at the company was tranquil, with colleagues tacitly maintaining their distance from Wang Zhan. Well aware of the consequences of offending Yang Jun ultimately, only Chen Lei extended an invitation for a meal at his home. Since that day of rejection, Lu Lingyao had been feeling rather despondent, refraining from reaching out to Wang Zhan. Upon hearing the news of Wang Zhan's impending departure, a wave of regret washed over her. She had not anticipated his abrupt decision to resign so swiftly. Yet, having clearly indicated his stance, her innate pride forbade her from making any further advances. Today marked Wang Zhan's final day at the company. Tomorrow, upon completing the resignation formalities, he would depart the city on a flight scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. As dusk settled, he remained at his workstation, meticulously reviewing the last few handover documents until the lights in the office area extinguished one by one. At 7 o'clock, he stepped through the revolving door of the company building. Standing in the plaza before the office tower, a swirl of emotions enveloped him, as he had not expected to bid farewell to his first professional journey in such a manner. He surveyed his surroundings. The crowd flowed like a river, each hurried face seemingly narrating its own tale. Reflecting on his year-long career, he experienced a mix of achievements, joy, regrets, and disappointments. He walked slowly, returning to the familiar subway entrance, a passageway he traversed daily between the company and his residence. Boarding the subway, he eventually disembarked at a station not far from his rented apartment. After exiting, he still needed to walk a short distance to reach his home. The familiar streets, with lamplights casting the shadows of the sycamore trees onto the sidewalk, wove a mottled tapestry. Wang Zhan decided to first visit the northeastern dumpling restaurant located at the base of his apartment building, a favored spot for his dinners. Amidst the sparse crowd, two figures clad in black masks brushed past him, their eyes betraying a hint of hostility. Wang Zhan, keenly perceptive, did not falter in his stride but pressed onward. Yet, the two figures began to retrace their steps, maintaining a subtle distance from him. A sense of unease stirred within Wang Zhan as he surveyed his surroundings. Astonished to notice an increased number of masked individuals and those donning caps on the streets today, an instinctive feeling of danger enveloping him. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace, eager to escape this unsettling atmosphere. At that precise moment, three individuals of varying physiques, similarly masked, approached him with bold strides, exuding an air of arrogance and aggression. Positioning themselves squarely in his path like an abruptly erected wall that obstructed his way. The leading figure, a young man with bleached hair, casually shoved his hands into his pockets, the fabric straining against something ominous concealed within. The other two men tightly clutched their hands within their oversized garments, the fabric distorted, clearly indicating that they too wielded weapons. Their mere presence was reminiscent of the nefarious characters often depicted in films, loitering in the shadows of the streets, radiating an unsettling aura that instinctively triggered wariness in anyone who beheld them. The leader, with a provocative tone, initiated the confrontation. "Are you Wang Zhan?" Wang Zhan refrained from an immediate response, countering with a question of his own. "Who are you?" The young man did not reply. Instead, he abruptly withdrew his hands from his pockets, revealing fists adorned with brass knuckles that glinted menacingly as they hurtled toward Wang Zhan's face. Anticipating the assault, Wang Zhan deftly sidestepped the blow, skillfully evading the perilous strike, and quickly grasped the assailant's arm, forcefully pushing him toward his accomplice. The latter, taken by surprise, stumbled backward just as he reached for a baton, while Wang Zhan seized the moment to counterattack, delivering a powerful kick that sent another adversary, armed with a dagger, tumbling. He seized the opportunity to break free, sprinting ahead with determination. The trio, realizing the confrontation had commenced, hastened to pursue him. However, they were unprepared for Wang Zhan's swiftness, who dispatched them with a few well-placed strikes. As their weapons swung through the air, Wang Zhan had already maneuvered past them, creating a sufficient distance. When the pursuers bellowed, "Stop him!" At that moment, he noticed that beyond his immediate companions, a multitude of other masked individuals emerged from the shadows, brandishing weapons and rushing toward him. Wang Zhan, with no time to spare, focused solely on breaking through. In truth, the ambush against Wang Zhan involved a total of 12 participants. Uncertain of his exact route home, they had dispersed somewhat along the street. The initial three, eager to prove themselves, had severely underestimated Wang Zhan's capabilities, leading them to initiate an attack prematurely. It had been previously advised that today's target possessed formidable skills, urging them to remain vigilant. However, as Huang Mao gazed at Wang Zhan, impeccably dressed in his suit, he noted only that Wang was somewhat taller than average. With so many companions armed at his side, there was no reason for concern, and thus, he recklessly initiated an assault. The others began to encircle Wang Zhan from all directions, some wielding machetes, others gripping short daggers, while a few brandished batons and hefted heavy baseball bats. Wang Zhan moved with the agility of a swift leopard, skillfully navigating the narrow streets to evade his adversaries. Whenever escape became impossible, he relied on his exceptional martial arts skills to swiftly repel one or two foes, yet he had no intention of lingering. Upon discovering an opportunity to break free, he fled without hesitation. Despite the considerable number of adversaries, they failed to intercept Wang Zhan, who escaped their grasp as they relentlessly pursued him, shouting threats such as, "Stop right there, kid. If you don't halt, I swear I'll kill you." Yet, these declarations proved utterly futile in hindering Wang Zhan's flight. Being in close proximity to his apartment, He was intimately familiar with the terrain, deftly utilizing the winding alleys and concealed corners to elude his pursuers. Ultimately, his adversaries lost all trace of him, and, after fruitlessly scouring the vicinity, departed the scene in frustration, fearing that Wang Zhan might alert the authorities. Wang Zhan ran with abandon until he sought refuge in a shadowy street corner, where he finally paused to catch his breath, panting heavily. He harbored a modicum of confidence in his abilities, yet he knew the age-old adage, no matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife is always a formidable opponent. Faced with such a multitude of armed individuals, he had no intention of confronting them head-on. After regaining his composure, Wang Zhan began to ponder the identity of those who had orchestrated this ambush. What grievance could provoke such hostility? A brief analysis led him to conclude that the individual most likely to harbor animosity towards him was undoubtedly Yang Jun. At this moment, Wang Zhan felt a surge of anger. He had no desire to become adversaries with Yang Jun, yet his actions had been intolerably egregious. Clenching his fists, a powerful urge for retribution welled up within him. However, after a moment of reflection, Wang Zhan realized he lacked a comprehensive strategy to address the situation. He began to weigh the option of contacting the police. He understood that once a case was filed, the process of resolution would invariably be lengthy and complex, particularly since he was set to depart this place the following day. Moreover, his true enemy was Yang Jun, not these mere henchmen sent to confront him. Even if he apprehended them, what difference would it make? He had not sustained any injury, and they might very well be released within days. It seemed he had no choice but to concede for the time being. Yet, as the ancient saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Wang Zhan had mentally noted this transgression for future reckoning. That day, instead of returning to his residence, Wang Zhan purchased a baton for self-defense from a store and settled into a hotel. Throughout the night, he tossed and turned, grappling with his resentment towards Yang Jun while contemplating the future. The next day, Wang Zhan arrived at the Human Resources Department of Yending Group, where his resignation process unfolded with remarkable ease. This departure was not a matter of pride for him, so he chose to leave without bidding farewell to anyone in the office. He descended slowly in the elevator to the company lobby, only to unexpectedly encounter two individuals he would rather avoid, Yang Jun and Lu Lingyao. Yang Jun held a large bouquet of vibrant red roses tightly in his hands. Seated alongside Lu Lingyao, their proximity to the entrance left Wang Zhan with no means of evasion. They too spotted him. Lu Lingyao heart tightened. She had been working in the office when Yang Jun called, asking her to come to the lobby. She had no idea he would present her with such a grand display of affection. Faced with this sudden romantic gesture, Lu Lingyao felt a mix of shyness and unease, and Wang Zhan's appearance heightened her embarrassment. Despite Wang Zhan having rejected her, she did not wish to give him the impression that she had moved on so quickly, especially after having expressed her feelings for him not long ago. Consequently, her gaze faltered. Upon seeing Wang Zhan, Yang Jun's face broke into a smug smile. The ambush orchestrated to teach Wang Zhan a lesson had been arranged at his behest. His instructions were succinct: disfigure and incapacitate. However, the hired thugs failed to achieve their objective and, fearing Yang Jun's reprimand, reported falsely that they had beaten Wang Zhan, only for him to escape. Although the desired outcome of disfigurement and incapacitation was not realized, Yang Jun felt a sense of vindication. Yang Jun stepped forward, feigning cheerfulness as he remarked, "What a coincidence. Wang Zhan, are you leaving already? It seems no one is here to see you off." Wang Zhan looked at Yang Jun, anger simmering within him. Yet he maintained his composure, remaining silent. Believing Wang Zhan to be humbled and helpless, Yang Jun's sense of triumph grew, prompting him to extend a hand and insincerely say, "I wish you luck. The doors of Yending Group are always open for you. If you encounter any difficulties out there, you are welcome to return any time." Wang Zhan scoffed at Yang Jun's hypocrisy, offering a faint smile while ignoring the outstretched hand. Resolutely, he turned and strode out of the Yending Group building, casting aside Yang Jun's pretense and arrogance. Instead of being angered, Yang Jun wore a cold smirk as he turned to Lu Lingyao and said, "Lingyao, when looking for a boyfriend, don't choose someone like that. He lacks ambition." This seemingly fortuitous encounter was, in fact, another of Yang Jun's schemes, and he felt a secret satisfaction. Not only would he see her lose her job, but he would also eliminate those around her. This was what he termed a kill with a heart strike. Lu Lingyao was momentarily speechless, gazing forlornly at Wang Zhan's retreating figure. She never anticipated that her first genuine affection would end before it even began. At that moment, she remained unaware that Wang Zhan had offended Yang Jun on her behalf. Had she known the truth, perhaps she would have sought him out to bid a proper farewell, thereby providing a definitive closure to this affection that had yet to blossom before withering away. Wang Zhan cautiously returned to his apartment, surveying his surroundings to confirm that everything was as it should be, thus finding solace. He began to methodically organize his belongings and, by afternoon, boarded his flight home punctually. At the airport in Jianglan City, East Guangdong Province, Wang Zhan emerged from the terminal, dragging his suitcase behind him. A man and a woman, both radiant with joy, eagerly awaited his arrival. Upon spotting Wang Zhan, the woman, brimming with excitement like a child, leapt into the air like a delicate swallow and soared into his embrace. Swiftly, Wang Zhan relinquished his suitcase, catching her securely in his arms, though his expression bore a hint of dismay as he remarked, "Sister, your composure seems to have vanished, and it appears your weight has increased once more." This woman was none other than his sister, Wang Feng, who pretended to be offended and retorted, "How can you say such things? You, the epitome of a steel-hearted man, should be wary of my bare chokehold." Indeed, Wang Feng was the very spirited short-haired woman who had flashed through Wang Zhan's mind during his fierce battle with the leopard. The other individual was his brother, Wang Long, who stepped forward to assist Wang Zhan with his suitcase. As Wang Zhan set Wang Feng down, the three of them chatted and laughed, making their way to the parking lot where they boarded Wang Long's Wuling vehicle, embarking on the journey towards home. Along the way, Wang Zhan refrained from mentioning any recent discontent at work, merely expressing his need to adapt to the corporate environment and desire for a change of scenery. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the sunset painted the sky red, with a lingering brilliance still visible at the horizon. The vehicle gradually halted in front of a martial arts school in Nanshan County, a place that seemed to whisper the secrets of time, quietly recounting ancient tales. The sturdy wooden door, elegantly crafted and intricately adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, bore the marks of time, lending it an air of solemnity and tranquility. Above the door, a golden-lettered plaque on a black background gleamed brightly, proudly displaying the name Nanshan Kai Li Fo Martial Arts School, its calligraphy imbued with an extraordinary vigor that hinted at profound martial arts heritage. The low walls of the school, composed of blue bricks and bamboo fencing, skillfully blended privacy with a touch of nature. At the base of the walls, a riot of colorful flowers bloomed vibrantly, while climbing vines entwined above, swaying gracefully amidst the green leaves, infusing the robust martial arts school with vitality and tenderness. The afterglow of the sunset, akin to golden satin, gently enveloped the school, casting a warm radiance over the entire scene, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. In contrast to the flickering neon lights of the city, the tranquility and stability of this place felt all the more precious. Wang Zhan's family had meticulously prepared a warm and sumptuous dinner to celebrate his return. The dining table was adorned with an array of the freshest seafood and a variety of exquisite delicacies, all exuding an enticing sheen and aroma. Gathered together, the family sat around the table, their laughter resonating with a harmonious and warm atmosphere. The soft light cascaded over each face, illuminating beaming smiles filled with happiness. In that moment, all of Wang Zhan's weariness and troubles seemed to dissipate, leaving behind a profound sense of emotion and belonging in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zhan had spent half a month at home, contemplating deeply, and his plans for the future were gradually taking shape. Thus, he made a phone call. "Hello, is this Lin's son?" "Hero, what instructions do you have?" Lin's son, at that moment, was languidly seated at his desk, his fingers unconsciously dancing upon the keyboard. Upon receiving Wang Zhan's call, he was instantly invigorated, answering almost simultaneously with the first ring. "I am preparing to start my own business, and wanted to know if you're interested." Wang Zhan's voice resonated with calm determination. "Is this for real? Aren't you still with Yending Group?" Lin's son, unaware of Wang Zhan's departure, couldn't help but inquire further. "I left half a month ago. After some reflection, I realized that my personality is better suited for entrepreneurship. So what do you think? Shall we embark on this venture together?" Wang Zhan's words revealed a hopeful outlook for the future. "That's fantastic. I'm always ready for your summons, Hero." Lin Sen's voice brimmed with excitement as he moved to a secluded spot. You have no idea. My current job feels like a prison, and it's driving me to the brink of boredom. Lin's son, as Wang Zhan's close friend from university, had witnessed the latter's remarkable brilliance. During their academic years, Wang Zhan not only stood out for his exceptional professional skills, but also captivated Lin Sen with his handsome appearance and humble demeanor. In Lin Sen's eyes, Wang Zhan was the epitome of perfection. To put it in contemporary vernacular, he was an unwavering devotee of Wang Zhan. Hence, throughout their university days, Lin Sen affectionately referred to Wang Zhan as Hero, a nickname that gradually evolved into a unique bond between them. Chapter 13. Encounter with the Divine Bird after graduation. Lin Sen, through his father's connections, smoothly secured a position in the information technology department of a state-owned enterprise. However, this job was somewhat incongruous with his extroverted nature and love for communication. Daily, he faced the monotonous tasks of coding, which for someone who relished social interaction, was an indescribable torment. Thus, the two friends were in perfect accord, and Wang Zhan set off to the city of Guangchuan, where Lin's son resided, a capital of Guangdong province. Relatively smaller, yet more technologically advanced with greater opportunities. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the western frontier of Huagua, at the foot of the Divine Mountain in Sichuan province, Wang Zhan's figure remained tall and poised, his demeanor not only unchanged but imbued with a newfound tranquility and resolve. Clad in a dark mountaineering outfit, he carried a sizable backpack on his back, while a sleek black camera bag hung diagonally in front of him, and a baton-like device was secured at his waist. With a gaze full of reverence and admiration, he stared at the majestic mountain before him, which inspired a sense of awe. This mountain, steeped in ancient legends, was said to be the dwelling place of celestial beings, hence it was named the Divine Mountain. Its main peak, resembling a jade pillar reaching into the heavens, soared above the snow line at over 6,000 meters, perpetually shrouded in an ethereal mist that seemed almost sentient. As the morning sun ascends, its golden rays pierce through the sea of clouds, transforming the mountain peak into a glistening sword, its brilliance illuminating the surrounding hills that bow in reverence, showcasing an unparalleled grandeur and solemnity. Tianshan Mountain, regarded as one of the most pristine and well-preserved high-altitude natural ecosystems on Earth, stands as a precious legacy bestowed upon humanity by nature. Here, the richness of biodiversity and the uniqueness of the natural landscapes are nothing short of breathtaking. From the foot of the mountain to its summit, the natural scenery unfolds in distinct layers. The lushness of the forests, the vastness of the meadows, and the crystalline beauty of the glaciers come together like a magnificent scroll, each stroke a testament to nature's artistry. Particularly captivating are the 3 peaks that encircle the main summit, each rising no less than 1,000 meters, each with its own unique form, each commanding attention. Among these 3, the most renowned is undoubtedly the Divine Bird Peak. Legend has it that atop this peak stands a colossal stone resembling a majestic rock, proudly facing the main peak of Tianshan Mountain, as if a loyal guardian eternally watching over this sacred land, hence its name, Divine Bird Peak. Wang Zhan has come here, irresistibly drawn by this mysterious and magnificent landscape. He has no intention of challenging the limits of climbing to the summit. Rather, he harbors an earnest yearning for the boundless beauty of nature, hoping to capture the breathtaking and awe-inspiring vistas with his lens from the Divine Bird Peak. Just as he is about to enter the mountain, a phone call comes through. It is his private number, shared only with a select few friends and family. Noticing it is Lin's son, he answers the call. On the other end, Lin Sen's voice, tinged with excitement, resonates. My idol, are you enjoying your holiday? Wang Zhan chuckles lightly in response. It's going well. What's up? Lin's son continues, brimming with enthusiasm. A company called me today regarding an acquisition. Can you guess which one? Wang Zhan ponders. Several companies have expressed interest in acquisition or investment, but he and Lin's son have long agreed to steadfastly retain their company and shares. Sensing an unusual excitement in Lin Sen's tone, he speculates. Is it the Yunding Group? Lin Sen's voice reveals a hint of surprise. How did you know? Wang Zhan smiles. Given your excitement, I figured they might approach me before I even sought them out. He reflects that Lin's son is aware of his experiences with Yunding Group, making this conjecture quite reasonable. Lin Sen continues. Do you know who the project leader for this acquisition is? Wang Zhan shakes his head, indicating his ignorance. Who is it? Lin Sun laughs again. It's your old friend, Yang Jun. He is now the head of the investment department at Yunding Group. It turns out that after several years of honing his skills in the technology department, Yang Jun has been reassigned by Yang Yuanshan to the investment department, where he now plays a pivotal role, supported by a professional analysis team and vice presidents, making him quite adept in this position. Wang Zhan had been discreetly observing Yang Jun's every move, all while feigning ignorance. Moreover, he had maintained a keen interest in the developments of the Yunding Group. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously transferred his conflict with Yang Jun onto the Yunding Group, which had become his resolute ambition to surpass and a formidable adversary to vanquish. Curiously, Wang Zhan inquired, "How do you intend to respond to them?" Lin Sun, with a sly smile, replied, "I shall certainly inform them that our esteemed boss is currently unavailable and that they should return for a discussion upon his return." At this, Wang Zhan chuckled, realizing that Lin Sun wished to avenge him by inviting Yang Jun to witness their current achievements before ultimately declining the acquisition, thus delivering a surprising blow to his ego. Although such a tactic seemed somewhat juvenile, it possessed a certain charm. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall be sure to greet my old friend properly when the time comes." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call, and Wang Zhan officially set forth towards the summit of Shunbird Peak. Upon entering the forest, he was immediately enveloped by the refreshing aroma of mingled earth and foliage, a scent imbued with a magical quality that compelled one to take deep breaths, as if to cleanse the cacophony and dust of the urban sprawl, inhaling instead a bounty of vitality and exuberance. He ascended along the winding mountain path, step by step. On either side of the trail, ancient trees stood tall, their lush canopies rich with life, while their trunks bore the marks of time, adorned with moss that lent an air of rustic charm to the woodland. Occasionally, a sprightly squirrel or a delicate bird would flit through the treetops, leaving behind a chorus of melodious calls, akin to nature's symphony, infusing the serene forest with vibrancy and life. Wang Zhan strolled leisurely, frequently raising his camera to capture the enchanting natural vistas that unfolded before him. Whether it was the small creatures darting through the woods or the subtle landscapes that caught his eye, he meticulously documented each moment. With a heart full of contentment, he continued his ascent toward the pinnacle of Shunbird Peak. Though a distance remained to the summit, he encountered several individuals descending the mountain, most of whom were young, either in pairs or groups. The rugged terrain of this secluded forest meant that few ventured up alone. Furthermore, the evening fog that enveloped the mountain brought a sharp drop in temperature, rendering overnight stays nearly unfeasible. To ensure a safe descent before the mist arose, people typically needed to ascend and descend at a brisk pace, with the entire round trip consuming roughly 10 hours. Undoubtedly a formidable challenge to the stamina and perseverance of climbers. For Wang Zhan, who regularly engaged in physical training, stamina was not a concern. However, his pace was inevitably slowed by his penchant for photography. Nevertheless, his backpack was filled with an array of emergency supplies, which bolstered his confidence. He mused to himself that with a slight increase in speed, he could manage to descend in time. Thus, he adjusted his breathing once more and resolutely continued his journey toward the summit. After approximately another hour of climbing, Wang Zhan finally reached the pinnacle of Shunbird Peak. Though the terrain at the summit appeared somewhat steep, it was not an insurmountable obstacle for him. Atop the peak, bare rocks formed a relatively flat platform, albeit limited in space. As rumored, a colossal stone resembling a great rock stood proudly, seemingly gazing affectionately at the majestic Tian Shan Peak of the Tian Shan Mountains. This breathtaking sight evoked a profound admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. With a heart full of reverence for the natural world, Wang Zhan slowly clasped his hands together and respectfully bowed towards Tian Shan Peak. He then gently caressed the miraculous stone, gazing down at the magnificent scenery below, a surge of audacity swelling within him, as if he were standing atop the world, surveying all lesser mountains. After a moment of appreciation and reflection, Wang Zhan took out his camera, meticulously selecting various angles to capture the essence of Tian Shan Mountain, the grand stone, and the breathtaking vistas beneath. At that moment, the joy in his heart was ineffable. He felt that this journey was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, Wang Zhan began his descent along the mountain path. After approximately 2 hours, the trail gradually became gentler. He glanced at his watch, noting it was 3 in the afternoon. After taking a couple of sips of water, he paused to rest for a moment. Suddenly, an extraordinary creature caught his eye. It resembled a bird, akin to a miniature eagle, adorned with dazzling golden feathers that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, as if it were a celestial being descended from the heavens, instantly capturing all of Wang Zhan's attention. Having never encountered such a peculiar animal, driven by curiosity, he quietly ventured down the forest path in pursuit of this enchanting species. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, akin to a divine blessing, cascading down in beams that illuminated the path ahead and the golden bird. The bird moved about the forest with an air of tranquility, seemingly enveloped in a faint, ethereal aura, rendering the entire scene even more mysterious. Wang Zhan swiftly employed his camera to capture this rare sight. Following the golden bird's lead, he wandered deeper into the woods, unaware that the mist within the forest was thickening rapidly. In an instant, he was engulfed by the dense fog, leaving him disoriented and unable to discern directions. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan stowed his camera and retrieved his baton from his waist. With a gentle press of a button, the short stick extended to approximately 60 centimeters, transforming into a staff that would serve as his guide and protection amidst the fog. In this white expanse, Wang Zhan relied on his instincts and the staff in hand, cautiously navigating forward. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Beauty. After only a few steps, Wang Zhan suddenly sensed a sharp drop in temperature, as though he had crossed the threshold between reality and the unknown. The fog dissipated, revealing an ancient cave. His heart raced, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the baton. He hastily glanced back at the path he had taken, only to find the entrance obscured by a blanket of white snow, rendering everything indistinct. The howling wind echoed in his ears, heightening his unease and panic. As Wang Zhan found himself lost in contemplation, a faint, indescribable call seemed to echo in his ears, urging him to delve deeper into the enigmatic cave. Summoning his courage, he proceeded with utmost caution, gradually exploring the depths of the cavern. At that moment, the dormant torches within the cave appeared to be awakened by an invisible, mysterious force, illuminating the dim space with warm, radiant light. The ancient and arcane structure of the cave became discernible, every detail revealing the marks of time and the secrets of the unknown. Venturing further into the cavern, a solemn altar came into view, etched with peculiar patterns upon its surface. Above the altar, a silver, heart-shaped metallic object astonishingly floated in mid-air, unsupported by any tangible means or external force, radiating a luminous silver glow. The surface of this object was inscribed with intricate runes, each character seemingly narrating an ancient and profound tale, suggesting it bore a powerful force that transcended time itself. Captivated by its allure, Wang Zhan felt an irresistible impulse surge within him, compelling him to approach the altar step by step, ultimately reaching out towards the levitating artifact. Time seemed to elapse unfathomably as Wang Zhan awoke from the forest, the surrounding mist having quietly dissipated, restoring the familiar scenery. His memories were somewhat hazy, yet an overwhelming sensation of having traversed through time enveloped him, akin to emerging from a long and fantastical dream. In this dream, the golden bird had spoken to him, endowing him with a unique ability. Everything felt so surreal, yet profoundly real. He patted his head, attempting to awaken fully. Glancing at his watch, he realized that it had been over half an hour since he last beheld the golden bird. Eager to ascertain whether it had merely been a dream, he swiftly retrieved his camera, anxiously rummaging through the photos he had taken of the golden bird. However, to his astonishment, upon closer inspection, he discovered that all the previously captured images of the golden bird were now inexplicably absent, leaving only barren trees in their stead, as if the golden bird had never existed. At that moment, Wang Zhan felt an unprecedented strangeness and confusion wash over him. Despite being generally bold, he could not help but feel a chill creep down his spine, an inexplicable coldness enveloping his heart. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, quickly organizing his belongings and resolutely striding down the mountain. With a trace of doubt, Wang Zhan hastened down the winding mountain path. As time passed, his heart began to settle. Approaching the midpoint of the mountain, he suddenly caught sight of a figure ahead, instinctively slowing his pace. It was around 5 in the evening, the setting sun casting dappled light through the trees, revealing a remarkably slender young woman. She turned to gaze at him, and, As they both took a few steps closer, the distance between them diminished. Wang Zhan could now see clearly that she was a girl in her early 20s, her features exquisitely delicate, with golden hair tied in a high ponytail, gently swaying in the breeze. She possesses an elegant stature with long, slender legs, adorned in a vintage-style motorcycle tracksuit predominantly white, artfully accented with vibrant yellow patches that not only accentuate her minimalist grace, but also reflect her distinctive personality. Behind her, she carries a striking yellow backpack that harmonizes with her overall ensemble, adding a touch of vivacity and dynamism. In this secluded, mountainous region, as twilight approaches, the sudden appearance of such a youthful and radiant girl is indeed a delightful surprise. The woman scrutinizes Wang Zhan, having encountered many handsome men before. However, the masculine charm and striking appearance he exudes compel her to gaze a moment longer. Maintaining her composure, she speaks first, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Handsome, did you come down from the mountain?" It is only then that Wang Zhan, pulled from his astonishment, responds, "Yes. Are you alone? Are you planning to ascend at this hour?" She nods gently, her gaze flitting, and inquires, "Have you encountered anything strange or unusual on the mountain?" As she speaks, she raises her wrist to glance at a silver bracelet adorned with a dial. Pressing a couple of buttons, she observes the dial for any anomalies, finding none. Wang Zhan, puzzled by her question, repeats in his mind, "Strange occurrences?" Reflecting on the inexplicable events he has just experienced, he shakes his head and replies, "No." She nods in acknowledgement and remarks, "Oh, then you should descend quickly. It could become dangerous if the fog rolls in." Wang Zhan gazes at her, clearly taken aback by her resolute decision to continue her ascent. With genuine concern, he asks, "At this hour, you might not make it back down in time. Is there a particular reason compelling you to go up?" With a blend of confidence and playful charm, she responds, "It's nothing significant. I simply wish to challenge myself against the night at Mount Tianshan." Wang Zhan finds it hard to believe. This girl is remarkably bold to dare such an endeavor alone at night. He kindly advises, "The paths above can be quite steep, and the weather here is unpredictable, often shrouded in mist. It could be perilous for a girl like you. I suggest you refrain from going further." Upon hearing this, her lips curve into an even brighter and more assured smile, seemingly unfazed by Wang Zhan's concerns. "It's all right. I'm quite capable. Thank you for your warning, but you should hurry down before the fog truly sets in." Wang Zhan, bewildered by her confidence, watches as she continues her ascent, feeling an internal conflict. He could simply leave, but if anything were to happen to her, his conscience would be troubled. Furthermore, the recent dream, or perhaps a real experience, had urged him to embrace the duty of upholding justice, making it impossible for him to turn a blind eye now. With a resigned shake of his head, he resolves to follow her. Having ascended a few steps, she instinctively turns back, casting her gaze upon Wang Zhan. Though it is their first encounter, he leaves her with an unusual impression when she notices that he has chosen to follow her. A flicker of surprise glimmers in her eyes. "Are you going down?" Wang Zhan responded with a smile. "Since we are destined to meet, how could I allow you to venture alone?" He continued, "If you don't mind, I would like to embrace the night on Divine Mountain as well." Upon hearing Wang Zhan's decision, the girl's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly unprepared for his audacity to linger on Divine Mountain after dusk. She was already acquainted with the mountain and understood the harshness of the night environment. Originally, she had come to this place for a holiday, planning to ascend at dawn. But her wristband had suddenly sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from Divine Mountain, compelling her to hastily climb in the afternoon. However, a moment of contemplation brought a hint of wariness to her heart. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. While he appeared to be a gentleman, she wondered if he might secretly be a creature driven by lust. Thus, she replied in a light-hearted manner, "All right, but you must be careful. I have no time to look after you." Wang Zhan nodded gently, his curiosity piqued by this bold and unique girl. "What is your name?" the girl inquired first. Wang Zhan, he answered succinctly, and then countered, "And you?" "You may call me," she replied. Her real name was Lu Lingyao, yet she had no intention of revealing it to Wang Zhan at their first meeting. With a mischievous smile, she added, "So, you better keep up with me." Wang Zhan followed Lu Lingyao as they ascended the mountain together. To his astonishment, her athletic prowess exceeded his expectations. They walked for nearly 2 hours without pause, only occasionally stopping to check her wristband. He considered his stamina and endurance to be exceptional, Yet Lu Lingyao's capabilities seemed to rival his own. Chapter 15. Reaching the peak again, Lu Lingyao was equally surprised. Her athletic talent was remarkable, even in comparison to men, perhaps even surpassing them. Initially, she did not intend to speed up, but seeing Wang Zhan move with such ease, she began to quicken her pace. However, to her amazement, Wang Zhan remained right behind her, showing no signs of fatigue, completely unlike someone who had already traversed the mountain once. In that moment, she felt a newfound admiration for Wang Zhan. After all, the strong always hold profound respect for equally formidable opponents. As the last rays of twilight sank into the sea of clouds, the two finally reached the summit of Divine Bird Peak. Gazing around, the vast sky loomed like a dark dome, and the solitary moon, as ethereal as ice, hung beside the Milky Way. So close it seemed one could touch its cold outline. The majestic peak of Divine Mountain revealed its true form under the moonlight, resembling a jade sword unsheathed, pointing toward the heavens. Absolutely stunning, Lu Lingyao whispered, her amber eyes reflecting the brilliant stars. Unable to contain herself, she spread her arms wide, allowing the mountain breeze to fill her sleeves, as if she wished to embrace the entire night sky. Divine Mountain, I have arrived. Her call echoed through the valley, startling a few nocturnal birds. Wang Zhan found himself unconsciously drawn to the figure beside him. The moonlight cast a silvery glow upon Lu Lingyao, outlining her delicate profile. Her tall stature exuded elegance, and her golden hair danced in the wind, shimmering with an alluring radiance. This scene unfolded like a captivating painting, igniting in Wang Zhan an impulse to immediately capture this moment with his camera. At this moment, Lu Lingyao turned her gaze towards Wang Zhan, a hint of a proud smile gracing her lips, as if to convey, it appears that no one can escape the allure of this goddess. Their eyes met, causing Wang Zhan to shyly avert his gaze. With a gentle smile, Lu Lingyao addressed him. Aren't you going to shout out? Wang Zhan chuckled and shook his head, gesturing that he would rather not. However, Lu Lingyao was not inclined to let him off so easily, insisting, Come on, think of it as a means to relieve stress. With that, she beckoned him closer with a playful curl of her finger. In response to her invitation, Wang Zhan took a couple of steps nearer, yet found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he looked at Lu Lingyao and, smiling, suggested, How about I shout along with you? Lu Lingyao agreed. Wang Zhan inquired, What shall we shout? With a glint in her eye, Lu Lingyao proposed, May the world be at peace, and the nation prosper, and its people thrive. This unexpected reply left Wang Zhan momentarily stunned, but he quickly nodded in agreement. All right. Consequently, Lu Lingyao began to count, 1, 2. Together, they shouted in unison, May the world be at peace, and the nation prosper, and its people thrive. After their exclamation, Lu Lingyao turned to Wang Zhan and asked, How do you feel? This shout seemed to help Wang Zhan cast aside the bizarre events of the day, bringing him a sense of relief. Shouting alongside a beautiful woman atop a mountain was an experience unlike any he had ever had, feeling both novel and delightful. He smiled and replied, It's quite good. Then, glancing at the sky, he remarked, It's getting late, and the fog on the mountain has thickened considerably. We may not be able to descend. Do you have any thoughts? Lu Lingyao chuckled awkwardly and shook her head. If she were alone, her abilities would suffice for a descent. Yet, at this moment, she had no alternative but to cheerfully ask, Do you have any suggestions? In Wang Zhan's backpack lay a simple tent, spacious enough to accommodate both of them. However, as the saying goes, men and women should maintain a respectful distance, and he felt a wave of hesitation arise within him. Nonetheless, faced with the bone-chilling cold and the fierce wind of the night, it became evident that without adequate measures for warmth, anyone could suffer, even risking severe illness. After a brief moment of contemplation and uncertainty, he spoke, I have a simple tent in my backpack, which is sufficiently spacious for us to take shelter for the night. If you're agreeable, we can manage for one evening. Of course, if you have any reservations, you may stay in the tent while I make do with a sleeping bag outside. Had anyone else uttered such words, Lu Lingyao would have certainly assumed they had ulterior motives. However, coming from Wang Zhan, she felt an unusual sense of reliability, perceiving him as both kind-hearted and trustworthy. Thus, she half-jokingly remarked, You won't do anything strange to me at night, will you? Taken aback by her words, Wang Zhan hesitated for a moment before responding earnestly, Of course not. You need not worry. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the fog clears, I will descend the mountain. Given your physical condition, you likely won't need my company for the descent. Seeing that Wang Zhan seemed to take her seriously, Lu Lingyao quickly clarified. I was just joking. I truly appreciate you accompanying me up here. Is there anything I can assist you with? Wang Zhan shook his head and said, no need. Please wait a moment while I find a suitable spot to secure the tent. Once it's ready, I will call you. With that, he retrieved a windproof blanket from his backpack and handed it to Lu Lingyao, saying, it gets chilly at night. Drape this over yourself. He then proceeded down to a relatively flat area to search for an appropriate location. Lu Lingyao accepted the blanket, gently wrapped it around herself, and cast a grateful glance at Wang Zhan. She felt that not only was Wang Zhan physically capable, but he was also remarkably attentive. Although their conversation had been sparse throughout their journey, she now harbored a sense of anticipation, eager to gain a deeper understanding of Wang Zhan. After Wang Zhan descended a short distance, he turned to the other side of a massive rock, activated his wrist device, and sent a voice message stating simply, no unusual circumstances detected. I am well, no need to worry. Had Wang Zhan witnessed this scene, he would have been astonished, for there was no mobile signal atop this peak, indicating that Lu Lingyao's wrist device was no ordinary electronic watch. Soon, Lu Lingyao received a reply from a man. Dear, I will come to find you tomorrow. Upon seeing the message, Lu Lingyao chose to ignore it and slowly made her way towards the direction where Wang Zhan was setting up the tent. By the light of the moon, Wang Zhan selected a campsite sheltered from the wind at the mountain summit. He deftly extracted climbing rope and secured a knot against a tree trunk with a gentle tap of his knife, his movements fluid and practiced, honed by years of capturing the beauty of nature in the wild. Once the tent was erected, he hung a rechargeable lamp inside, its soft, warm light diffusing through the high-density canvas, casting a cozy glow amidst the dark forest. Come over, Wang Zhan called out into the moonlit shadows. Lu Lingyao approached, bending down to examine the tent's reinforced structure, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. Very professional. Without waiting for Wang Zhan's response, she eagerly slipped inside. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, and Wang Zhan hesitated outside the tent, feeling somewhat uneasy about sharing a confined space with a woman. However, before he could dwell on it further, Lu Lingyao's voice rang out from within. Aren't you going to keep watch? Hurry inside. With little choice left, Wang Zhan crawled into the tent. Bathed in the warm yellow light, Lu Lingyao sat in the corner, her knees elegantly together, forming a graceful curve. Unbeknownst to him, she had already taken to nibbling on a piece of dark chocolate, the rich aroma filling the small space as she bit into it. Shortly thereafter, she retrieved a plethora of snacks from her yellow backpack, laying them out before them. Biscuits, chocolates, and energy drinks, all high-calorie sustenance. She offered a bag of biscuits to Wang Zhan, suggesting, would you like to replenish your energy? Wang Zhan politely declined, saying, thank you, but I have some compressed biscuits here. He then produced his own supply of compressed biscuits and inquired if Lu Lingyao would care to try them. Aware that the texture of compressed biscuits was far from delightful, Lu Lingyao graciously declined and continued to savor her delectable snacks. Wang Zhan's backpack contained only a thermal blanket and a sleeping bag for warmth, the sleeping bag being the more effective option. He then said to Lu Lingyao, the sleeping bag is warmer. You should use it tonight while I'll manage with a windproof blanket. Lu Lingyao smiled and shook her head, replying, no need. I'm quite resilient, naturally accustomed to the cold. You should use the sleeping bag. The windproof blanket is sufficient for me. Wang Zhan confirmed. Are you truly sure you don't need it? Indeed, Lu Lingyao answered firmly. Seeing her resolve, Wang Zhan did not press further and said, very well. If you feel cold at any point tonight, do not hesitate to call for me. He then nestled into the sleeping bag, immediately feeling a surge of warmth. Yet, it was peculiar. After experiencing the strange events of the afternoon, he sensed an enhancement in his stamina and endurance. Chapter 16. Sir Lu Lingyao observed Wang Zhan, lost in contemplation. On one hand, she genuinely felt no chill, as she wore a high-tech thermal outfit beneath her sportswear that automatically adjusted to maintain an optimal body temperature according to external conditions. On the other hand, although the sleeping bag was warm, it only left her head exposed while binding her limbs, making her vulnerable in case of danger. Though she currently trusted Wang Zhan, she preferred to maintain control over her own safety. Intrigued by Wang Zhan, Lu Lingyao proposed, I'm not tired yet. Let us have a chat. It was only around 8 in the evening, and Wang Zhan, equally curious about her, readily agreed, all right. With curiosity, Lu Lingyao inquired. How is your stamina so remarkable? How can you keep pace with me while carrying such a large pack? Wang Zhan chuckled wryly, thinking to himself that while his stamina was commendable, hers was indeed extraordinary. He replied, I have been exercising since childhood, regularly practicing endurance and speed, which has allowed me to maintain excellent physical condition. Moreover, my backpack is not an ordinary one. It is a cutting-edge product from my company, made from innovative lightweight polyester materials and designed with ergonomic principles in mind. Its carrying system conforms to the curves of the human body, and combined with our patented multiple convection technology, it reduces weight by 50, so while it appears large, it is not excessively heavy. Lu Lingyao listened, half comprehending, and curiously asked, What kind of work do you do? I work for a technology company. Which one? War God Technology. War God Technology? Is that the company behind that popular office software, Dang Dang? Yes. Oh, War God Technology is quite renowned. Does your company also produce smart backpacks? This is a new venture we just started this year. What specific role do you hold? I am an ordinary technical director. Such modesty. Anyone who could be a director must be quite impressive, Lu Lingyao remarked with a smile. Wang Zhan preferred not to delve into work-related matters, as he typically maintained a low profile. When he initially invited his college classmate Lin Zhan to co-found the business, he retained 70 of the shares, making him the major stakeholder. Yet he appointed Lin Zhan as the general manager to oversee external marketing and social affairs, while he focused silently on technological research and company strategy in his capacity as technical director. Thus, few outside are aware that he is the true mastermind behind War God Technology. When War God Technology is mentioned, people often first think of Lin Sr. Wang Zhan was equally intrigued by Lu Lingyao and inquired, So, what is your line of work? Lu Lingyao, sipping her bottled coffee, lifted her gaze. Her eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the light, and a mischievous smile curved her lips as she replied, I am a junior reporter for the Urban Morning Post. The Urban Morning Post? Wang Zhan raised an eyebrow, his knowledge of the newspaper limited, and he could not recall it at all. He continued to probe. Which section do you cover? Lu Lingyao looked at Wang Zhan and smiled. Director Wang is quite inquisitive. Are you perhaps interested in me? Her tone was teasing, drawing out the last syllable. Wang Zhan was rendered speechless. Yet, he could not refrain from asking, I am curious. What gives you the courage to ascend Mount Tianshan alone, especially at this hour? His bewilderment spilled forth, for even men typically traveled in pairs, and a woman venturing forth alone was indeed perplexing. Lu Lingyao answered candidly, I came specifically for the night view of Mount Tianshan. Wang Zhan sensed that her response was not entirely truthful, but he refrained from pressing further and asked instead, as a young woman, are you not afraid of encountering danger? With a light laugh, Lu Lingyao replied confidently, I am quite formidable, so there is nothing to fear. With that, she produced a device from her pocket, pressed a switch, and a flurry of electric sparks erupted from it. It was in fact a high-voltage stun baton. Wang Zhan chuckled to himself, thinking, is that all? If she encounters someone skilled in combat, a frail woman wielding a stun baton would be of little use. Just as he contemplated offering some words of reassurance, Lu Lingyao interjected, I see you have a camera. Could you show me the photos you've taken? She glanced at Wang Zhan's camera bag. Wang Zhan's collection comprised various landscape photographs, all suitable for sharing. He sat up, retrieved his camera from the bag, and patiently explained how to view the images. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them had significantly diminished. Lu Lingyao could discern no hint of frivolity or disrespect in Wang Zhan's clear gaze, and this purity only deepened her curiosity about him. Many men had professed their affection for Lu Lingyao, yet none had captured her interest, and individuals like Wang Zhan, who displayed such unassuming demeanor, were indeed rare. After their exchange, Wang Zhan felt the proximity somewhat awkward and retreated back into the corner, ensconcing himself in a sleeping bag. Lu Lingyao silently chuckled to herself, pondering whether this handsome fellow was perhaps a novice in matters of the heart. In a fleeting moment, her expression froze as she realized, with irony, that she had never truly been in a relationship herself. She took the camera and meticulously browsed through the photos within, revealing majestic mountains, verdant trees, and lively animals. Each angle was captured with impeccable precision, and every image exuded an artistic essence and aesthetic beauty akin to a masterful creation. Apart from a few photographs of forests, the scene where sunlight filters through the leaves, creating a dappled effect, possesses a certain artistic quality. However, This type of scene appears somewhat repetitive, casting a fleeting doubt in her mind, though she did not pursue it further. At that moment, she suddenly recalled a Weibo blogger she follows, renowned for sharing images of natural landscapes and boasting over 300,000 followers. She inquired, Wang Zhan, have you heard of him? Wang Zhan's expression revealed his confusion. Do you know him? He is a Weibo blogger I follow, named specializing in captivating photographs of nature, with excellent composition and ambience. I believe your style closely resembles his work, Lu Lingyao responded. Wang Zhan smiled slightly. He had been passionate about photography since his university days, often sharing his works on various websites to earn commissions. With the rise of Weibo, he no longer needed to rely on his photograph for income, so he embraced it as a hobby, posting his most satisfying shots for free enjoyment and download. The pen name he used was indeed Name. When Lu Lingyao mentioned Name, she suddenly realized something. It was the initial of Zhan. She asked, could it be that you are Name? Wang Zhan thought there was nothing to conceal, and it was indeed a remarkable coincidence. He graciously confirmed, it is indeed me. Wow, what a coincidence! Lu Lingyao exclaimed, filled with excitement. She had always had a penchant for painting and enjoyed viewing artwork and images on Weibo, with the Name's creations being one of her focal interests. She never imagined she would encounter the person behind the name today. She quickly added, you must take some pictures for me tomorrow? That is not a problem, right? Wang Zhan, observing Lu Lingyao's enthusiasm, could not bear to refuse and replied, I haven't done much portrait photography, so I'm unsure if I can do it well. Lu Lingyao reassured him, I trust you. A master's touch will surely not disappoint. Subsequently, their conversation flowed as effortlessly as water, transitioning from the intricacies of photography to the boundless imagination of painting. They were astonished to discover such profound resonance and shared topics between them. As their dialogue continued, Lu Lingyao felt increasingly close to Wang Zhan and eagerly inquired about his daily life and amusing anecdotes. They exchanged WeChat contacts amidst their delightful exchange. During their conversation, Wang Zhan observed an amusing phenomenon. Lu Lingyao had not ceased munching on snacks. He couldn't help but wonder how she maintained such a fine figure while indulging in so many high-calorie treats without gaining weight. As they conversed, they lost track of time, and it was soon midnight. Suddenly, Lu Lingyao, her eyes sparkling with excitement, proposed, Wang Zhan, why don't we head to the mountaintop to gaze at the stars? It would be a shame to let such a beautiful night go to waste. Chapter 17. An air of ambiguity, Wang Zhan typically retired to bed around 11 o'clock. Yet tonight, captivated by his conversation with Lu Lingyao, he felt no hint of fatigue. Gazing into Lu Lingyao's eyes, brimming with anticipation, a surge of impulse to witness the celestial majesty of the divine mountain enveloped him, prompting an eager nod of agreement. Without hesitation, he reached for the camera bag beside him. The two emerged from the tent, confronting the biting night wind, its chill piercing, as they set foot once more on the path leading to the mountain summit. This sacred mountain possessed a unique charm. Below, a dense mist swirled, creating an ethereal haze. While at the pinnacle of the divine bird peak, it seemed as though the heavens bestowed their favor, the clouds parting to reveal a moonlit scene that illuminated the massive stone resembling a divine bird, casting it in a radiant glow. The two felt as though they had stepped into a transcendent realm. Wang Zhan was profoundly captivated by the dreamlike beauty before him, eagerly extracting his camera from the backpack, meticulously selecting lenses, adjusting the aperture with care, and seeking the optimal angle to capture the breathtaking splendor of the starlit sky. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyao, wrapped in a windproof blanket, leaned against the magnificent stone, lost in the vastness of the cosmos, casting tender glances at Wang Zhan. Indeed, as the saying goes, a man engrossed in his work exudes an irresistible charm, and in this moment, Wang Zhan's allure intensified in her eyes. After capturing several satisfactory shots, Wang Zhan tucked his camera away and approached Lu Lingyao. She, perceptive to his occasional rubbing of his hands to dispel the cold, softly called out, Wang Zhan, come here. With that, she gently lifted a corner of the windproof blanket. Seeing her intention to share the blanket, he politely declined. No need, I'm not cold. Lu Lingyao, her smile radiant, replied, come on, I'm just a girl, and I'm not afraid. What do you have to fear? Wang Zhan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. What reason did he have to be afraid? Moreover, given the fierce wind and chill, it would indeed be better to share the blanket. Thus, he accepted a corner of the blanket. In this manner, The handsome man and beautiful woman nestled together under the same blanket, leaning against the stone, which glimmered vividly in the moonlight. As they gazed up at the boundless expanse of stars, they stood in serene silence, as if the world had come to a standstill, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and the occasional calls of distant creatures. An air of ambiguity gently permeated the atmosphere. The night view of the divine mountain is truly magnificent, Lu Lingyao murmured softly, her voice almost dissolved by the night breeze. Her gaze lingered on the myriad stars, yet her eyes could not resist stealing glances at the man beside her. Wang Zhan remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly, allowing the starlight to cascade over his chiseled profile. His breath was light, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of this celestial realm. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the starry sky, his soul awestruck by the vastness of the universe. When he finally extricated himself from his reverie and turned to look at Lu Lingyao, he was unexpectedly met by her gaze. She was staring at him, her amber eyes shimmering gently in the moonlight, as if holding a tranquil pool of spring water. Wang Zhan swallowed, his throat tightening. Lu Lingyao's cheeks were subtly tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of roses blooming atop a snow-capped peak. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her gaze seemed to reveal a certain anticipation as she unconsciously pressed her lips together, quietly observing him. Wang Zhan's heart raced suddenly, stirred by an impulse within him. However, the memories of the past kept him grounded. There had been a classmate in high school who had been crazily infatuated with him, engaging in numerous reckless acts, even stalking him, which ultimately compelled Wang Zhan's family to involve the authorities. Since then, he had harbored a slight fear of girls, consciously maintaining a distance where there were no emotional ties. This was the principle he had set for himself. Although he felt a fondness for Lu Lingyao, they had known each other for less than a day, and he was uncertain if they would meet again. Ultimately, he merely cleared his throat and averted his gaze, shattering the ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Lingyao abruptly turned her head away, her ears burning, inwardly chastising herself for her previous expectations. When had she become so unreserved? She had never felt such an impulse toward any boy before. To make matters worse, Wang Zhan remained indifferent. She bit her lower lip and abruptly snatched the windproof blanket off Wang Zhan's shoulders, her tone rigid. "It's too late. I'm going back to sleep." With that, she strode towards the tent without looking back, her silhouette carrying a hint of petulance. Inside the tent, they lay back to back, separated by 2 backpacks. "Good night," Wang Zhan murmured softly. Lu Lingyao replied dully. Silence permeated the confined space. The night passed without further conversation, and both drifted into slumber. Morning light pierced through the mist, the first rays of sunlight on Mount Shun divine, cascading down like molten gold. As the mountain mist swirled, the sea of clouds billowed like silk, draping a layer of ethereal charm over the majestic peak. Wang Zhan's eyelashes fluttered as he awoke naturally, compelled by his biological clock. The overhead incandescent light had, unbeknownst to him, extinguished itself due to depleted power. He slightly turned his head, and his breath caught as he noticed Lu Lingyao had shifted to sleep on her side facing him. Morning light filtered through the tent's seams, casting delicate shadows across her face. A few strands of golden hair lazily fell against her porcelain cheek. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she breathed evenly, and her long lashes cast a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes. At that moment, her spirited vivacity from the previous day faded, revealing a vulnerable innocence. Lu Lingyao murmured unconsciously, her lips twitching gently. Wang Zhan hurriedly turned away, fully aware that for most people, waking up to find an unfamiliar person staring at them would undoubtedly invoke a sense of alarm. Moreover, many women prefer not to reveal their bare faces before others. Out of courtesy and respect, Wang Zhan swiftly exited the tent. Lu Lingyao squinted slightly, capturing the silhouette of Wang Zhan rising through her hazy vision. She feigned nonchalance, turning over and facing the other side until she heard the soft sound of the tent zipper being gently pulled shut. Once she confirmed that his footsteps had receded, she quickly got up, fumbling to retrieve her portable makeup mirror from the side pocket of her backpack. The mirror snapped open. Damn it, she thought. The reflection staring back at her was utterly disheveled. A few strands of golden hair seemed to deliberately rebel, defiantly arching atop her head in a comical manner, reminiscent of a mischievous child's handiwork after a prank. The imprint left on her right cheek from lying down was distinctly visible, and more embarrassing was the faint trace of saliva lingering at the corner of her mouth, standing out starkly on her otherwise flawless visage. In a flurry, she hastily removed the hair tie from her head, allowing her silky golden locks to cascade down her shoulders. Her fingertips swiftly navigated through her tresses, deftly fashioning a tidy ponytail. Subsequently, she retrieved a damp tissue, gently wiping her face before quickly applying a light makeup, restoring her exquisite countenance in an instant, which now graced the mirror once more. Lu Lingyao gradually rose and stepped out of the tent. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Wang Zhan nearby, engaged in a stretching routine. Wang Zhan, catching sight of her, was momentarily captivated by the dazzling shimmer of her high ponytail in the sunlight, her stunning features resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, making it difficult to divert his eyes. The two exchanged pleasantries, and the subtle awkwardness from the previous night seemed to dissipate like a wisp of smoke. Lu Lingyao's mind brimmed with thoughts of having Wang Zhan capture some beautiful photographs of her. After all, the opportunity to be photographed by such a photographic virtuoso was indeed a rare gem. Once Wang Zhan had tidied up the tent and his backpack, he willingly assumed the role of Lu Lingyao's free photographer, as per their agreement from the previous day. His photography skills were nothing short of exceptional, and coupled with Lu Lingyao's outstanding natural beauty, nearly every photograph was worthy of a magazine cover. Thus, the two continued their descent down the mountainside, pausing intermittently to retrieve snacks and energy bars from their backpacks, replenishing their spent energy. Wang Zhan observed that Lu Lingyao was indeed an unabashed foodie. In the span of that morning, she had completely devoured the rations they had brought along. Initially, he had intended to reserve the food for the entire day, but faced with Lu Lingyao's enthusiastic appetite, he found it difficult to call her to a halt. Before long, the sun hung high in the sky, announcing the arrival of midday. Chapter 18. Boyfriend? As they navigated the winding mountain path, a striking young man approached from the foot of the mountain. With his vibrant red hair, he appeared like a flaming beacon under the sun's radiant glow. His fair complexion and charming demeanor, by contemporary aesthetic standards, undoubtedly marked him as a quintessential heartthrob. Clad in a blue baseball jacket and carrying a white sports bag, he strode with a lively and vigorous gait. Upon catching sight of Lu Lingyao in the distance, a brilliant smile blossomed on his face, radiating warmth akin to the spring sun. Despite the considerable distance between them, he eagerly raised his arm, calling out joyfully, "Lingyao." Lu Lingyao had shared her real name with Wang Zhan the previous night, so he recognized that the young man was addressing the girl beside him. Lu Lingyao gently raised her hand in response to the red-haired youth's greeting. Subsequently, Wang Zhan was introduced. "This is my friend." After speaking, the two descended a few more steps, joining a small group. The red-haired man took the initiative to inquire, "Lingyao, who is this?" Lu Lingyao smiled in response. "This is my newly acquainted friend. His name is Wang Zhan." Just as she was about to introduce the red-haired man, he eagerly took action. Stepping forward, he extended his hand with a smile, presenting an air of both politeness and confidence in his gesture towards Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan naturally reciprocated, but at the moment of contact, the red-haired man suddenly exerted force. He had anticipated that his strength would intimidate the other, yet he was taken aback by Wang Zhan's unexpectedly firm grip, which exceeded his expectations. Su Zihao maintained a facade of calm, his smile unwavering, as he jovially declared, "Hello, I am Lu Lingyao's boyfriend, Su Zihao." The smile on Wang Zhan's face instantly faltered, an inexplicable sense of disappointment flooding his heart. It turned out that this red-haired youth was indeed Lu Lingyao's boyfriend. Observing his reaction, Lu Lingyao promptly gave Su Zihao a playful slap, exclaiming in mock anger, "What nonsense are you spouting?" She hastily turned to Wang Zhan, clarifying, "He's just joking. Please don't misunderstand." Wang Zhan's expression remained somewhat rigid. He forced a smile, but was at a loss for words. Noticing that he could not gain the upper hand in their handshake, Su Zihao quickly released his grip. Redirecting his smile towards Lu Lingyao, he remarked, "Isn't it all the same eventually?" Lu Lingyao retorted angrily, "Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut ties with you." Aware that the topic could not be pursued any further, Su Zihao swiftly changed the subject, retrieving a backpack from behind and offering it to Lu Lingyao. "You must be hungry. It's filled with your favorite snacks." Though still a bit irked, Lu Lingyao accepted the backpack. She unzipped it to find it brimming with a variety of treats, the brands and types remarkably akin to those in her own bag. This clearly indicated a deep bond between them, suggesting they had known each other for quite some time. Upon seeing the snacks, Lu Lingyao's irritation subsided slightly, and she said, "I suppose you've done something worthwhile." She then took out a piece of chocolate and offered it to Wang Zhan. Although not hungry, he declined politely, primarily because it was a gift from Su Zihao to Lu Lingyao. Following this, Su Zihao beckoned Lu Lingyao aside, covering his mouth with his hand as he whispered, "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Lu Lingyao shook her head, no. Su Zihao then inquired, "Shall we expand our search area later?" Lu Lingyao nodded in agreement. "Yes, we should also check the vicinity below the mountain." Su Zihao asked once more, "How did you sleep last night? You weren't with him, were you?" Lu Lingyao did not respond directly, merely stating, "Why do you care?" Wang Zhan, not privy to their conversation, inadvertently caught a glimpse of a silver bracelet that peeked from Su Zihao's wrist as he covered his mouth. The bracelet bore a striking resemblance to the one worn by Lu Lingyao, prompting him to ponder silently whether it was a couple's accessory. He gazed at the two individuals standing together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, youthful and fashionable, their ages seemingly aligned and personalities harmoniously resonating, making them appear exceptionally well-matched. This sight stirred a wave of inexplicable bitterness within Wang Zhan. As Lu Lingyao and Su Zihao concluded their conversation and approached him, Wang Zhan spoke first. "Now that you have a friend here, I can rest easy. I still need to catch my flight tonight, so I shall take my leave." Lu Lingyao keenly sensed the subtle shift in Wang Zhan's emotions, which ignited a flicker of secret delight within her. It seemed that she held some significance in his heart. Aware that Wang Zhan's supply of compressed biscuits had been exhausted, she rummaged through her bag and produced some snacks, placing them into his hands with a gentle smile. "Take these for the journey. Remember to keep in touch on WeChat, and I'll come visit you when I have the time." Wang Zhan acknowledged her with a simple okay, then turned and descended the mountain. Before Su Zihao's arrival, he had felt that this trip was nearly perfect, yet now, witnessing the rapport and intimacy between Su Zihao and Lu Lingyao, his spirits plummeted as if he had fallen from the clouds to the depths of despair, his thoughts entwined in a chaotic tangle that seemed impossible to unravel. That night, Wang Zhan boarded his pre-booked evening flight directly to Guangchuan City. There, he possessed two properties, a modern high-rise apartment near his company and a standalone villa situated in the suburbs of Guangchuan City. As the airport was conveniently located in the outskirts, the villa was closer to it than the apartment. Before his departure, he had taken a brief respite at the villa for 2 days, where his beloved car was securely parked. Upon landing, he took a taxi straight to the villa, which was part of a cluster of several standalone homes, each equipped with its own courtyard and spacious garage. The neighboring villas were cleverly separated by winding paths, ensuring both privacy and a high degree of comfort for the residents. It took nearly 3 hours by car to reach the city center, so Wang Zhan seldom stayed at the villa, only visiting on weekends or during holidays. Wang Zhan arrived at the villa just past midnight. The structure comprised 3 floors plus a basement. The first floor housed the living room, kitchen, and dining area, while the second floor contained 3 bedrooms and a study. And the third floor featured a gym, practice room, and entertainment area. He traversed the hall on the first floor and ascended to the second, arriving at his bedroom. After a refreshing wash, he settled into bed, preparing to rest. However, a subtle voice echoed in his mind, as if calling across the dimensions of time. After a day of integration, the divine power of the heart of steel has perfectly merged with you. Cherish this rare opportunity and embrace the duty of safeguarding justice. As the voice guided him, Wang Zhan's memories flowed through his mind like a gentle stream, becoming increasingly lucid. He felt as though he had once again entered that serene and enigmatic cave. In that moment, the divine bird was revealed to be the golden feather rock, a spiritual beast serving under the ancient deity Xingtian, guardian of the mountains and forests. With an ethereal tone, it unveiled the extraordinary origins of the heart of steel and the unique abilities it harbored. The heart of steel is a divine artifact left behind by the ancient cultivator Xingtian after his ascension. Xingtian, a master of the metal attribute, wielded the power of judgment, and his relics are immensely formidable, including a steel body that bestows the bearer with a physique akin to bronze skin and iron bones. Magnetic control enabling flight through manipulation of magnetic fields, a gravitational field that amplifies the surrounding pressure manifold, metal sensing that discerns the location and shape of nearby metals, and metal control, allowing command over heavy metallic objects up to twice one's own weight. Furthermore, it can summon a weapon refined by Xing Tian himself, known as the Steel Divine Weapon. As for the Golden Feather Rock, acting as Xing Tian's loyal guardian, it infused a portion of its consciousness and power into the heart of steel at the moment of its demise, endowing the artifact with even more extraordinary abilities. Wang Zhan lay upon his bed, his mind remarkably clear at that moment. With a mix of confusion and disbelief, he decisively rose and switched on the bedroom light. Striding purposefully towards the third floor, he approached the training room he had meticulously crafted. Within the training room, 2 walls featured expansive windows, while another wall housed a grand mirror. On the opposite wall, several weapons he regularly trained with, knives, swords, and staffs, were neatly arranged. Chapter 19. Awakening of Divine Power. Wang Zhan pressed the electric switch for the curtains, watching as the automatic drapes descended slowly, sealing off the training room from the outside world. He stepped forward, scanning with his eyes to ensure the white curtains adequately obscured any external view. With a heart brimming with tension and excitement, he stood before the mirror. Whether it was reality or illusion would soon become evident. Following the secret method imparted by the Golden Feather Rock through thought in the cave, Wang Zhan steadied himself, adopting a serious expression as he entered a state of profound meditation. He quietly sensed the rhythm of his heartbeat as a wondrous energy surged forth from his heart, swiftly coursing through every cell in his body. Standing before the mirror, Wang Zhan's exposed skin began an astonishing transformation. His skin gradually exhibited a cold, metallic luster, becoming remarkably smooth and indestructible, as if the most resilient steel in nature had been meticulously forged and seamlessly adhered to his form, creating an innate armor. He gazed down at his steel-like hands, a sense of incredulity enveloping him. Clenching his fists, he lightly struck them together, producing a crisp metallic sound that was both melodious and powerful, affirming that his skin was not only extraordinarily hard but also retained remarkable resilience. Wang Zhan's emotions were profoundly complex at that moment. As a technical researcher, he understood that all of this seemed to transcend the boundaries of science. Yet he was not a staunch atheist. This sudden influx of power left him both bewildered and disoriented, yet filled with an indescribable thrill and anticipation. Subsequently, he felt a subtle movement at his brow, activating his metal sensing ability, as if all the metallic objects within the room had become integral components of his conscious network. The weapons adorning the wall, the minute nails, and even the copper wires concealed within the walls, all materialized vividly within his perceptual realm, resembling an intricate metallic map. His gaze was piercing as he extended his right hand, pointing toward the long blade suspended on one side of the wall. Gradually, as if an invisible connection had been established between them, an indescribable allure began to manifest. Guided by his will, the long knife, along with its scabbard, slowly detached from the wall-mounted bracket, as if drawn by an unseen thread, steadily flying toward his right hand. This was yet another manifestation of his ability, metal manipulation. He gently drew the long knife from its sheath, its blade polished to a gleaming brilliance, reflecting a cold glimmer. With a delicate motion, he brought the blade down upon the back of his hand, producing a crisp metallic clash. His hand remained unscathed, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. Following this, he summoned the divine energy within him, and his body began to rise slowly from the ground, akin to a feather suspended in the air. He leaned forward and, in a leisurely manner, began to glide forward. Lightly, he descended in front of the wall adorned with weapons, firmly returning the long knife to its sheath, restoring it to its rightful place. He then tilted his head slightly upward, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation as he summoned that mysterious power once more, causing his form to ascend gently, initiating a slow spiral around the spacious training room. Were it not for the fear of being seen by others, he would have truly succumbed to the impulse of soaring into the sky, yearning to experience the exhilaration and boundless freedom of birds gliding through the vast expanse of the heavens. Ultimately, he restrained that impulse and returned steadily to the ground. After a brief pause, curiosity and a spirit of exploration ignited within him as he attempted to engage with the gravitational field. In an instant, a formidable pressure, nearly terrifying in its intensity, descended upon him, enveloping him from all directions. Once he had acquainted himself with the gravitational field, he extended his right hand gently, and a spear forged entirely of metal materialized in his palm. The spear's shaft was straight, and its tip was sharp as an eagle's beak, glimmering with a frosty sheen. He deftly swung it a couple of times, tracing dazzling arcs through the air. With a mere thought, the spear transformed instantaneously into a sleek long knife. Its blade and handle elongated, and he danced once more with it, the blade flashing like lightning, exuding an impressive aura. Next, the long knife morphed into a short sword, compact yet formidable, measuring approximately 30 centimeters, with a nimble tip. In another transformation, the short sword astonishingly became a circular shield, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, capable of reflecting brilliant light. He explored all 4 forms of the steel divine weapon, each displaying extraordinary power and beauty, leaving him in awe. At that moment, the tumult within Wang Zhan's heart surged like a relentless tide, difficult to quell. He gradually shed the weighty steel exterior, and the shield shifted back into the form of a spear, standing proudly before the mirror, radiating an indomitable aura, reminiscent of a battle-hardened general or a god of war. Invincible and unconquerable, the reflection in the mirror seemed to be stirred by some mysterious force, and gradually, an ethereal figure began to materialize. The ethereal figure stood tall and muscular, with sinewy limbs and long hair cascading elegantly with the wind, reaching past his shoulders. He was none other than the legendary deity, Xingtian, who presides over punishment and commands fear across the realms. A flicker of fierce determination momentarily flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes, as if at that moment. His soul resonated with Xingtian's, both bearing the shared yearning for triumph and a merciless stance against malevolence. Wang Zhan inhaled deeply, gradually calming the tempest within, allowing the urge for retribution to wane. He swiftly retracted the spear in his grasp and began to ponder the series of astonishing events that had transpired. Despite the confusion and uncertainty swirling in his mind, he understood that these were the undeniable facts he faced, and whether he accepted them or not, he must confront them with equanimity. Known for his composure, he quickly formulated a set of principles and regulations within his mind. The first, and most paramount, was to ensure that no one else learned of his secret. If this secret were to be unveiled, he risked becoming an experimental subject, subjected to endless scrutiny and exploration, akin to a mere lab rat in the eyes of others. The second principle was to refrain from utilizing this sudden surge of superhuman ability unless absolutely necessary. The power was too extraordinary, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. He feared that any reckless display could profoundly disrupt the existing social order, potentially inciting panic and chaos among the populace. Upon returning to his bedroom, Wang Zhan, who was typically a sound sleeper, found himself ensnared in a restless state that night. On one hand, this was due to the incredible events of the past 2 days. On the other, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the moments spent with Lu Lingyao. When the plane had landed earlier, he had wished to send her a message assuring her of his safe return. Yet, the thought of the young man who sought her out, coupled with the deep familiarity he seemed to share with her, not to mention the matching couple's watches they wore, silently proclaimed the existence of a special bond between them. Thus, Wang Zhan ultimately dismissed the idea of sending a message. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts until dawn broke, allowing him to reluctantly close his weary eyes. As the midday sunlight gradually filled the room, Wang Zhan slowly opened his eyes, still grappling with disbelief over the events of the previous night. It was not until he flipped his palm that a metallic short sword materialized seemingly from thin air, confirming the reality of everything that had occurred. He picked up his phone and perused the unread messages. Lin Sen's message came into view, inquiring when he would arrive at the company and informing him that Yunding Group had scheduled a visit, hoping to finalize a meeting time. After a moment's reflection, Wang Zhan deemed it pointless to delay their plans and replied, "I will return to the company tomorrow afternoon. You can arrange the specific time." Then he noticed a message from Lu Lingyao asking if he was available. Above, it was an earlier message. "Wang Zhan, when would it be convenient for you to send me the photos?" It turned out Lu Lingyao had returned to the scenic area near the foot of the Heavenly God Mountain last night. She had intended to message Wang Zhan, but hesitated, fearing it might come across as overly forward, as she had never before pursued a boy with such initiative. She had originally anticipated that Wang Zhan would send her a message upon his return home, yet when morning dawned, no word had come. Thus, Under the pretense of inquiring about the photographs, she took the initiative to message him. However, as seconds turned into minutes, Wang Zhan remained unresponsive, causing a flicker of anxiety to stir within her. Chapter 20. Resumption of work. Wang Zhan glanced at the message and contemplated for a moment before providing an explanation. He replied, "I stayed up too late last night and just woke up. I haven't had the chance to organize things yet, but I will send them to you this afternoon." At that moment, Lu Lingyao was dining with Su Zihao. Upon seeing Wang Zhan's message, her heart leaped with joy, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Playfully, she responded, "Can't sleep? Are you perhaps thinking of someone?" Wang Zhan read the text and felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. He hastily typed, "I'm not thinking of anyone," but quickly deemed it inappropriate and deleted it. Ultimately, he replied, "I just woke up and am about to prepare something to eat. We'll chat later." Seeing the notification that he was deleting his words, Lu Lingyao's smile broadened. She found it amusing to tease this steadfast man. Across the table, Su Zihao watched her laugh at her phone and curiously inquired, "What is so funny? Care to share?" Lu Lingyao suppressed her mirth, casting a fleeting glance at Su Zihao as she said, "I want to tell you." Su Zihao shook his head in resignation. Considering himself a master of romance, yet feeling utterly at a loss in front of Lu Lingyao. After so many years, he had yet to discover an effective approach. Wang Zhan finished a bowl of noodles and began to browse through the photographs taken at Tianshan Mountain. The scenic beauty, coupled with his modest talent for photography, rendered each image a masterpiece, requiring minimal enhancement. He meticulously sifted through the images, selecting only the finest to compile into a separate folder for sharing on Weibo. He also curated a special folder dedicated to the particularly striking photos of Lu Lingyao. In terms of her exquisite features and graceful demeanor, she could easily rival professional models. Wang Zhan found himself repeatedly perusing these images, gradually becoming entranced. He suddenly realized that he felt different from his usual self. He had never before immersed himself so deeply in admiring the photographs of a girl. He shook his head slightly, as if in self-mockery, and subsequently sent the carefully selected photographs in a compressed file to Lu Lingyao. Upon receiving the photos, Lu Lingyao was filled with delight. As expected from a photography blogger with over 300,000 followers on Weibo, the quality of the images was beyond reproach, and she was thoroughly satisfied with each one. She quickly selected her favorites and posted a 9-square grid on her moments, accompanied by a caption. At Tianshan Mountain, the scenery is picturesque, and the master-esque photography skills are truly remarkable. Wang Zhan did not habitually browse through moments, but Su Zihao saw Lu Lingyao's update at once, feeling a surge of discontent within. Recalling yesterday's excursion on the divine Tianshan Mountain, Wang Zhan was accompanied solely by Lu Lingyao, who speculated that this so-called master photographer must indeed be Wang Zhan himself. Lu Lingyao requested the address from Wang Zhan, although he initially hesitated. He ultimately acquiesced to her persistent persuasion and shared his company's address. In return, Lu Lingyao promised to present Wang Zhan with a special gift, albeit one that she wished to keep a secret for the time being, simply advising him to be attentive when the moment arrived. Today marked the final day of Wang Zhan's holiday, a rare moment of leisure. As night descended, he commandeered his domestically produced off-road vehicle, steering towards a more tranquil suburban area. With a fervent desire to once again test his flying capabilities, he donned an all-black ensemble and a mask. Wang Zhan quietly parked his vehicle along a concealed roadside before venturing into the dense woods. While he was capable of flight without transforming into a steel warrior, he opted for the transformation to avoid being recognized by any chance passersby. He then began to navigate skillfully through the lush greenery. As the night deepened, he summoned his courage, swiftly ascending into the skies and merging with the boundless darkness. His black attire rendered him nearly indistinguishable from the night sky, eluding any external detection. He soared at full speed, reaching an astonishing velocity of 1,000 kilometers per hour. In the exhilarating rush of flight, he reveled in an unparalleled euphoria. Gazing down at the scattered lights of the city below, his heart swelling with an indescribable ambition, feeling as though he had transformed into a genuine superhero. In a remote forest, Wang Zhan also tested his strength. Without the steel body transformation, his power had approximately doubled compared to before. Upon transforming, his strength increased tenfold. He shifted into the form of a steel blade, and with a powerful swing, he could cleave a massive tree, as thick as a waist, in two. The sharpness of the blade and the magnitude of his strength were awe-inspiring. According to his original plan, that very night, Wang Zhan drove back to his apartment located in the city. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, taking over 2 hours, he felt no fatigue. Thanks to the exhilaration from his earlier flight and the enhancements brought by his steel heart. The following day, Wang Zhan arose promptly at 8 o'clock. After a brief yet efficient grooming session, he donned a crisp suit and drove to his company. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at a bustling area in Guangchuan City, rife with technological innovation, where numerous cutting-edge enterprises thrived. Each building seemed to narrate the story of the city's development and progress. Wang Zhan's company was nestled within this prosperity, occupying 2 floors of a modern co-working space, serving as the headquarters for Zhan Shin Technology. The building's exterior was minimalist yet grand, with its glass facade shimmering under the sunlight. Wang Zhan ascended the elevator to the 11th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, one is greeted by a spacious hall. A few steps ahead stands the company's reception desk, adorned with a backdrop featuring the bold inscription War God Technology, its unique typography exuding a strong sense of technological sophistication. Beneath, a line of smaller text presents the company's cultural slogan, efficient work, joyful life, striving for the rise of China. Behind a reception desk, 2 young ladies, clad in matching uniforms, radiate warmth and sincerity through their smiles. Beside them, 2 tall middle-aged security personnel stand with resolute gazes, their demeanor exuding the essence of military discipline. War God Technology places particular emphasis on recruiting veterans for security positions, not only because of their rigorous military training, which endows them with exceptional physical fitness and emergency response capabilities, but also due to their invaluable sense of responsibility and mission. The company recognizes that providing a quality work platform for veterans is not only an acknowledgement of their past contributions, but also a manifestation of social responsibility. As the 2 receptionists and the security personnel notice the arrival of Wang Zhan, they promptly rise and greet him. "Good morning, Mr. Wang." He responds with a warm smile. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your hard work." His voice, gentle yet powerful, conveys a sense of warmth and strength. Subsequently, he strides towards his office down the corridor. Once Wang Zhan departs, the 2 receptionists cannot help but engage in hushed whispers. One of the younger ladies, her face alight with admiration, remarks, "Mr. Wang is as handsome as ever. Every time I see him, I feel invigorated to work. I felt a sense of meaninglessness in my work during the days I didn't see him." The other lady nods in agreement, her face beaming with respect for Wang Zhan. The security personnel, overhearing their conversation, exchange knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting recognition and esteem for Wang Zhan. Achieving such success at a young age while remaining humble and courteous, they think to themselves how fortunate they would be if their own children could attain even half of his accomplishments. Along the way, several early arriving colleagues greet Wang Zhan warmly. While many outside the company may only be familiar with General Manager Lin Sun within the organization, it is well known that Wang Zhan stands as a prominent figure alongside Lin Sr. He is not only handsome and professionally adept, but has also garnered deep admiration from all for his humble and polite demeanor. Wang Zhan's office is merely a wall away from the spacious and bright office of General Manager Lin Sr. Despite being the majority shareholder with 70 of the company's shares, he and Lin Sun established a tacit division of labor during the company's inception. Lin Sun took on the role of general manager, primarily overseeing marketing and external affairs, while Wang Zhan, nominally the technical director, focused on research and development, effectively serving as the company's deputy. Chapter 21. The visit of Yang Jun. He enters the office with a steady gait, deftly opening his computer and skillfully logging into the company's intranet, immersing himself fully in the day's work. Before long, a sharply dressed man in a tailored suit knocks and enters. He and Wang Zhan are of similar age, standing at a height of 177 centimeters, with a warm smile adorning his face. He exudes a vibrant energy, complemented by a meticulously styled slicked-back hairstyle that accentuates his sharp demeanor. This individual is Lin's senator, casually seated beside Wang Zhan's desk. He raised an eyebrow with a teasing grin and inquired, "My dear friend, have you had any serendipitous encounters during this trip?" Wang Zhan, with a furrowed brow, recalled his recent meeting with Lu Lingyao. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "None." Yet, this fleeting moment of uncertainty did not escape Lin Sen's keen observation. As if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure, he lowered his voice and pressed on. "That is not quite right. Something must have happened. Do tell." Wang Zhan hastily defended himself. "There is nothing to speak of. We are in the middle of nowhere, after all." However, Lin Sen was not easily deterred, continuing, "You're not very good at lying, so spill the beans." Wang Zhan was reluctant to discuss his encounter with Lu Lingyao. Although it left a profound impression on him, he regarded it as merely a brief encounter and wished to avoid it becoming a topic of casual conversation for Lin Sen in the future. Thus, he firmly stated, "Really, there is nothing." He then skillfully redirected the conversation. "What time are the people from Yunding arriving this afternoon?" Though Lin Sen enjoyed jesting, he was acutely aware of Wang Zhan's temperament. Recognizing that Wang Zhan was indeed unwilling to elaborate, he chose to suppress his curiosity for the moment, intending to seek further clarification at a later date. He replied, "Well, we've arranged to meet them at 3 o'clock. Wang Zhan nodded and said, "All right. I will take the lead in the negotiations this afternoon. We have no intention of selling the company, and I will directly decline their offer. Yang Jun is a shrewd character. Let us avoid any unnecessary contact with him. I am wary of any potential conflicts, especially given his underhanded tactics, which I have experienced firsthand." Lin Sen did not contest this. He generally held Wang Zhan's opinions in high regard. He considered Wang Zhan not only an idol, but also a brother, treating him like an elder sibling. After discussing several work-related matters, Lin Sen returned to his office. In the morning, Chen Lei, the deputy director of the technical department, approached Wang Zhan to report on the progress of key projects he had been overseeing. Chen Lei was no stranger. He was Wang Zhan's former colleague from Yunding Group. After the company's performance stabilized, Wang Zhan promptly reached out to Chen Lei. Besides the support Chen had offered him during his early days, Wang Zhan valued his competence and character, leading him to extend a generous offer for Chen to assume the role of technical department manager. Originally from eastern Guangdong province, Chen Lei had purchased a home in Yunhai City, but after careful consideration, he decided to relocate his entire family to Guangchuan City. In hindsight, this decision proved to be remarkably astute, as his worth has multiplied tenfold since then. After receiving a comprehensive report on the recent progress of key projects from the technical department, Wang Zhan provided his guidance and advice. Confronted with various challenges and difficulties at work, he not only proposed targeted suggestions, but also personally visited the technical department to provide on-site guidance. Time slipped away in this compact yet efficient atmosphere, with the clock striking 3 in the afternoon. As the general manager of War God Technology, Lin Sen understood the importance of etiquette. He personally led the manager of the comprehensive department to the first floor to warmly welcome the visiting team from Yunding Group with solemn ceremony. The group was then escorted to the conference room located on the 11th floor. Lin Sen subsequently informed Wang Zhan that everyone was present. Moments later, the door to the conference room was gently pushed open, revealing Wang Zhan's silhouette. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he exuded charm and composure, surveying the room with a steady gaze. At the round table, Lin Sen occupied one end, while the 4 visitors from Yunding Group sat at the other. To Wang Zhan's surprise, in addition to Yang Jun, he recognized a familiar face, Lu Roman. He was puzzled as to why she was present, but betrayed no change in his expression. As he took his seat, Lin Sen appropriately began the introductions. "Mr. Yang, this is the actual helm of War God Technology, General Manager Wang Zhan. You must already be acquainted." Yang Jun, clad in an elegant suit, had every hair meticulously styled. He wore a perfectly measured smile, while casually fiddling with his beloved gold-embellished lighter. Upon seeing Wang Zhan, he appeared as though he had encountered an old friend after a long separation, excitedly exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, it has been far too long. You remain as handsome as ever, even more impressive than in the past." Yunding Group, intent on acquiring War God Technology, had naturally conducted a thorough investigation into them. Thus, Wang Zhan, being a major shareholder, was already known to them. Yunding Group also sought to uncover any negative information about War God Technology to use as leverage in negotiations. However, War God Technology resembled a pristine and unblemished jade, devoid of any flaws, much to Yang Jun's disappointment. Wang Zhan regarded Yang Jun, contemplating inwardly. This Yang Jun is indeed a cunning fox, perpetually wearing a smile, yet who would suspect the ruthless nature that lies beneath? Despite the disdain he felt for such duplicitous individuals, he maintained a courteous demeanor and replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Yang. You still possess the charm of your earlier days. Moreover, your ascent is truly enviable." Yang Jun chuckled, knowing that outsiders might be unaware of his ties to Yang Yuanshan, but amongst Yunding Group, everyone understood the implications of his words. Nonetheless, he kept his smile intact and remarked, "During my time at Yunding, I recognized that Mr. Wang was no ordinary individual. Clearly, my judgment was correct. In just 3 short years, you have developed the company to this impressive scale, and I genuinely congratulate you." In response, Wang Zhan's lips curled into a teasing smile as he said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yang. However, to my knowledge, Yunding Group seems to have encountered significant challenges in recent years. Technologically unremarkable, the market share has regrettably plummeted from 83 years ago to approximately 50 today." Upon hearing this, Yang Jun and 2 gentlemen from the Hentang Group instantly appeared awkward. The core business of Hentang Group revolves around computers. However, in recent years, it has indeed suffered from a lack of innovation. Emerging tech companies have proliferated like mushrooms after rain, surpassing Hentang in both design and technological prowess, which has resulted in sluggish growth and a gradual erosion of market share. Consequently, there is an urgent need for them to bolster their technological capabilities and develop new business segments, leading them to set their sights on the rapidly developing Titan technology. At that time, Yang Jun was unaware that the mastermind behind Titan technology was Wang Zhan. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how his father, Yang Yuanshan, had furiously criticized Wang Zhan after learning of his resignation, believing he should not have easily let go of such a talented individual. Once he realized there was no chance of reconciliation, he further insisted on blocking Wang Zhan's path, reasoning that if he could not be utilized, he should be stifled in his infancy. However, they did not anticipate that after resigning, Wang Zhan would establish his own venture, operating discreetly and seldom appearing in public. It was not until recently, when Hentang Group sent someone to investigate Titan technology, that they uncovered this truth. Sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat uncomfortable, Lin Sun interjected promptly, "Mr. Yang, let us not dwell solely on the past. Perhaps you could introduce us to your colleagues." Yang Jun nodded with a smile and proceeded to introduce his male colleague on the left, a middle-aged man clad in a deep black suit, exuding professionalism. "This is our deputy director of the investment department, Li Chang." Li Chang smiled and nodded at Wang Zhan. "Hello, Mr. Wang. It's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Zhan politely replied, "Hello." Next, Yang Jun introduced the male colleague next to Li Chang. "This is our senior investment manager, Zhou Su." Zhou Su rose, smiling as he addressed Wang Zhan. "Hello, Mr. Wang. It's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Zhan reciprocated with courtesy. "Hello." Finally, Yang Jun introduced the female colleague on his right. "Ru Meng, whom you know, is now my assistant." Lu Rumeng donned a meticulously tailored, exquisite blazer complemented by a simple yet elegant white shirt, paired with a matching skirt that subtly accentuated her graceful figure. Her legs were elegantly crossed, slightly extended forward, adorned with form-fitting black stockings that showcased her long and alluring legs, radiating both a fashionable aura and a gentle elegance. She held a small handbag, adding a touch of refinement. Upon seeing Wang Zhan, Lu Rumeng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. In fact, after Wang Zhan left Hentang Group, she had attempted to reach out to him. However, due to his change in phone and WeChat, they had not maintained contact. At that moment, she gazed tenderly at Wang Zhan, her heart brimming with unspoken words. Just moments ago, when she saw Wang Zhan enter, her palms had grown clammy with nervousness. At this moment, she made a concerted effort to suppress the tumult of emotions within her and nodded in greeting to Wang Zhan, saying, "Mr. Wang, it has been a while." Wang Zhan returned the gesture with a nod and a smile, choosing silence for the moment. He then spoke, "Mr. Yang, I understand from Mr. Lin that your primary purpose in visiting is to discuss the acquisition. Am I correct?" Yang Jun maintained a warm smile as he responded, "Indeed, your company, Zhanshin Technology, has emerged as a leader in the industry. We at Yunding Group are quite interested, and we hope to explore potential avenues for deeper collaboration." Wang Zhan replied with a smile, "The matter of cooperation could certainly be discussed with Mr. Lin. However, regarding the acquisition, we have no intention of selling the company." Yang Jun interjected, "Mr. Wang, there is no need to rush to a refusal. Perhaps you might consider our proposed terms before making a decision. With that, He gestured for Deputy Director Li Chong to elaborate on the relevant conditions. Li Chong quickly took over the conversation, stating, "Indeed, Mr. Wang, Zhan Technology has experienced rapid growth in just 3 years and stands at the forefront of the office software sector. However, the current primary business is largely confined to the southern region. With our Yunding Group's extensive national sales channels, we could undoubtedly help elevate Zhan Technology to new heights. Presently, Zhan Technology is valued at less than 80 billion, yet we are willing to acquire it for 100 billion, guaranteeing that all original personnel will remain post-acquisition. With the two of you continuing as heads of a subsidiary, alongside an additional investment of 50 billion. Mr. Wang, we are indeed very sincere in our offer." Wang Zhan maintained a smile, responding, "The terms are undeniably enticing, yet we have no plans to sell the company. Therefore, I must express my gratitude for your recognition and esteem, but I must decline." Li Chong added, "Mr. Wang, to put it another way, Zhan Technology is currently in a phase of rapid development, and we are aware of your interest in entering the smart equipment sector. Now is indeed the time for financial investment. Might we explore the possibility of deep collaboration through equity investment?" Wang Zhan replied, "You make a valid point, but our current funds suffice for our needs. Furthermore, I believe there are certain cultural discrepancies between our companies, so I must once again express my apologies." Wang Zhan decisively rejected the proposal. Seeing Wang Zhan's unequivocal response, Yang Jun took over the conversation, stating, "Mr. Wang, you remain as straightforward as ever, which is perfectly fine. Let us temporarily conclude today's discussions, marking this as a reunion of old friends. This evening, I would be delighted to host a gathering for you and Mr. Lin. Might I inquire if you would honor us with your presence?" Lin's son, always eager to cultivate friendships, understood that more friends equate to more opportunities. Under normal circumstances, he would warmly welcome a large enterprise like Yunding Group and arrange a banquet. However, as he had agreed to prioritize Wang Zhan, he turned his gaze towards him, awaiting his response. Wang Zhan, without hesitation, replied, "I'm afraid, Mr. Yang, that both Mr. Lin and I are currently engaged with some significant projects and may not be able to attend the banquet. However, I will have the administrative department reserve a table at the finest restaurant in Guangchuan City for you. I shall personally cover the evening's expenses as a gesture of hospitality." Yang Jun's expression darkened instantaneously. He had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for his invitation. With a repressed smile, he produced a cigarette without seeking the other's consent and lit it with a gold-trimmed lighter. He crossed his legs, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled slowly. Yang Jun's demeanor was brimming with provocation, yet Wang Zhan remained unfazed. He addressed Yang Jun, stating, "Emer Yang, y apologiza. But our company has a policy prohibiting smoking in the conference room. If you wish to smoke, you may proceed to our designated smoking area." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yang Jun's expression darkened as he extinguished the cigarette but on the conference table. Subsequently, he donned a smile. "My apologies, I momentarily forgot and treated this as my office. Mr. Wang, how about I compensate you for the table?" Wang Zhan replied, "No need, Mr. Yang. Just be mindful next time." Yang Jun forced a smile and remarked, "All right, we will remain in Guangchuan City for a few more days. Perhaps you could reconsider. Who knows, you might have a different perspective in a couple of days." There seemed to be an undertone of threat in his words. Wang Zhan, however, was undeterred. He had never feared Yang Jun before, and with newfound confidence, he responded, "Mr. Yang, you are overthinking. That is unlikely to happen." Seeing no further reason to continue the conversation, Yang Jun rose to leave. Lin's son, out of courtesy, stood to see him off, while Wang Zhan returned to his office. During his descent, Yang Jun attempted to win Lin's son over, inviting him to dinner. But Lin's son politely declined, citing important ongoing projects. Upon returning to Wang Zhan's office, Lin's son expressed his admiration, having never witnessed such a formidable side of Wang Zhan, who could confront others so fiercely. Meanwhile, Yang Jun and his party returned to the hotel and convened a brief meeting. Deputy Director Li Chong suggested focusing their efforts on Lin's son over the next few days to explore potential breakthroughs. Yang Jun concurred, and soon everyone retreated to their respective rooms, except for Lu Ramong, who was summoned to Yang Jun's room under the pretext of a matter requiring attention. Once the door was closed, Yang Jun seethed with anger, uttering a series of expletives. He had never endured such indignity in the past. Everyone had treated him with utmost deference. To his astonishment, Wang Zhan, who once bowed to his whims, now stood on equal footing, showing him no mercy. With a grim countenance, he sat on the sofa in the living room, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gazed at Lu Romeng, saying, "Are you excited to see Wang Zhan? Do you have many words to share with him? Is there still lingering affection?" Fear flashed across Lu Ruming's face as she dared not meet Yang Jun's gaze. For her, the once gentle uncle had morphed into a terrifying demon. Recalling 3 years prior when Wang Zhan had rejected her, she had sunk into profound disappointment. Coincidentally, Yang Jun had launched an ardent pursuit, frequently showing concern, taking her to upscale restaurants and showering her with precious gifts. How could a naive girl withstand such an onslaught? After a night of drinking, she found herself entangled with Yang Jun, half-heartedly acquiescing to his advances. Initially, Yang Jun had treated her with tenderness and care, enveloping her in a sense of happiness. However, as time went by, she gradually realized that Yang Jun was becoming increasingly indifferent towards her. During their intimate moments, he seemed to disregard her feelings entirely, as though she had transformed into merely an outlet for his frustrations. What she found even more unacceptable was Yang Jun's refusal to acknowledge their relationship in public, along with the revelation that he had numerous other women in his life. To her shock, she inadvertently discovered that Yang Jun had been married in the United States for quite some time. Consequently, she decided to terminate this ambiguous relationship. However, to her dismay, Yang Jun produced a video of their private moments and threatened to share it with her family should she dare to leave him. Lu Rumei's family belonged to the working class, holding traditional values. Her parents had invested significantly in her upbringing and took immense pride in her. An overwhelming sense of shame washed over Lu Rumei at the thought of bringing disgrace to her family, leaving her firmly ensnared by Yang Jun. Although Yang Jun had provided her with lavish accommodations and luxury cars, presenting her to the outside world as an enviable heiress, only she knew the torment that this lifestyle inflicted upon her soul. Later, she learned from a former colleague that Wang Zhan had resigned due to offending Yang Jun on her behalf, filling her heart with guilt and regret. She yearned to reach out to Wang Zhan to express her apologies, but was unable to do so. Today, upon witnessing Wang Zhan's success, she could not help but fantasize for a fleeting moment about the beauty of having been with him back then. Chapter 23. Rumei's invitation. Seeing Lu Rumei remained silent. Yang Jun's frustration had no outlet, so he beckoned her closer with a flick of his finger, gesturing towards his own body, then reclining back against the sofa with his arms spread wide. This was not the first time Yang Jun had treated Lu Rumei in such a crude manner. Should she refuse to comply, he had previously threatened to allow his friends to have their way with her, instilling a deep-seated fear within her, as she was well aware of Yang Jun's ruthlessness. Thus, under the coarse treatment from Yang Jun, Lu Rumei felt nauseated, tears streaming down her cheeks. Once Yang Jun had finished venting, he felt a considerable relief wash over him. Lu Rumei quickly composed herself and asked, "May I leave now?" Yang Jun gestured for her to sit down, then said, "I have an important matter to discuss with you." Lu Rumei, filled with a mix of anger and frustration, inquired, "What is it?" Yang Jun's tone softened slightly as he replied, "It should be good news for you. I want you to sleep with Wang Zhan." Lu Rumei looked at him incredulously. Despite Yang Jun's diminishing kindness, his possessiveness was still palpable, and he had never allowed another man to touch her. Confused, she asked what he meant. Yang Jun clarified, "Just as it sounds. You've always had a fondness for Wang Zhan, so consider this a chance for you." Lu Rumei remained perplexed, struggling to grasp Yang Jun's intentions. He then added, "However, I want you to record your joyful moments together. Think of it as a keepsake." He stood up, retrieving 2 items from a bag and placing them on a coffee table, a miniature camera and a small bottle filled with transparent pills. At this moment, Lu Rumeng comprehended Yang Jun's intentions entirely. He had audaciously orchestrated a scheme for her to seduce Wang Zhan and procure incriminating evidence against him. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "Yang Jun, you are inhuman." Surprisingly, Yang Jun reacted with a sardonic smile, fixating his gaze upon Lu Rumeng. "You may choose not to comply, yet you ought to be aware of the consequences. Either he perishes, or I ensure the demise of your entire family." Lu Rumeng's complexion darkened, her anger transforming into tears as she buried her face in her hands, momentarily at a loss. A gentle soul by nature, she abhorred the thought of causing harm to others. However, if her own predicament were to be exposed, How could she survive? What fate awaited her parents? Yang Jun's tone softened slightly as he tenderly stroked her hair, proposing, "If you execute this task splendidly, I shall return those videos to you. What do you say?" Lu Rumeng glanced up at Yang Jun, the proposition stirring her conflicted emotions. In that instant, she was engulfed in turmoil, wrestling with her conscience, yet ultimately with indignation. She grasped the two items and exited Yang Jun's room. Back in her quarters, she concealed her head beneath the covers and wept loudly. Lu Rumeng's tears flowed for most of the night, while Yang Jun reveled at a renowned nightclub until dawn. The following day, Lu Rumeng, with two dark circles under her eyes that she attempted to mask with foundation, meticulously selected a refined white coat and a light blue skirt before returning to Zhan Shin Technology. At the reception desk on the 11th floor, the receptionist greeted her. "Good day, ma'am. How may I assist you?" Lu Rumeng replied, "I seek to meet General Manager Wang Zhan. Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired. Lu Rumeng responded, "No, I am Lu Rumeng from Yending Group, a friend of Wang Zhan. Could you kindly inform him of my arrival?" Upon hearing that she was a friend of the general manager, the receptionist dialed Wang Zhan's office number. Wang Zhan answered, and the receptionist relayed, "General Manager, a lady named Lu Rumeng claims to be your friend and wishes to visit. How would you like to proceed?" Wang Zhan was taken aback. He had made his stance quite clear the previous day, and he had not anticipated Lu Rumeng would seek him out today. He pondered whether Yang Jun had sent her. He harbored a disdain for Yang Jun, yet felt no animosity towards Lu Rumeng. Her affection for him had been unmistakable, and he had cruelly rejected her, leaving him with a twinge of guilt. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Please bring her to my office." The receptionist escorted Lu Rumeng to Wang Zhan's office, and, as she pushed the door open, she found him seated behind an expansive desk. She contemplated calling out to him, but hesitated before finally uttering, "General Manager Wang." Wang Zhan courteously invited, "Please take a seat." Lu Rumeng settled into the chair opposite him, and Wang Zhan directly inquired, "Did Yang Jun send you?" Lu Rumeng quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, I came of my own accord." Wang Zhan probed further, "What brings you here?" "I wish to formally apologize to you," she stated. "Apologize? For what?" Wang Zhan queried, bewildered. Lu Rumeng hastily clarified, "When you left Yunding, I truly had no idea that your departure was due to my offense towards Yang Jun. I never had the chance to bid you farewell. By the time I learned the truth, it was already too late to reach you." Wang Zhan remarked, "You have done nothing wrong. An apology is entirely unnecessary. I've been contemplating my departure for some time. It merely occurred a tad earlier than anticipated. Besides, look at me now. I'm doing quite well." Lu Rumei replied, "No, ultimately it was I who brought you trouble. Please grant me the opportunity to apologize formally." Wang Zhan responded, "It truly is of no consequence. But if you insist on apologizing, I shall accept it." Lu Rumei expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your magnanimity, General Manager Wang. I would like to invite you to dinner tonight, just as a gathering between former colleagues. Would that be agreeable?" Wang Zhan hesitated. "Perhaps dinner is unnecessary. I've been rather busy lately." Lu Rumei's expression dimmed slightly, tinged with sorrow as she implored, "Have you still not forgiven me? Considering how fond I once was of you, could you not fulfill this last modest wish of mine?" As she spoke with emotion, tears began to fall unbidden. At that moment, she felt utterly insignificant before Wang Zhan. He had never regarded her highly, and their current disparity was even more pronounced. Once, she had harbored such affection for him, yet he had never granted her a single opportunity. Even now, she remained perplexed as to why he had never found her worthy of his attention. Once a proud daughter of heaven, a goddess in the eyes of countless suitors, she now found herself a captive in Yang Jun's world, a fate that elicited a sense of melancholy. A hint of resentment flickered within her. Had Wang Zhan reciprocated her affections, she would not have ended up with Yang Jun. The thought of her current predicament caused her tears to flow even more freely. Wang Zhan, witnessing Lu Rumei's tear-stained visage, felt a surge of compassion. After some contemplation, he deemed her request not overly burdensome and thought it might grant her a small measure of solace, for they might never meet again. Thus, he nodded, "Very well, I shall acquiesce. However, I must clarify that I do not wish for Yang Jun to be present at this gathering." Wang Zhan, concerned that this might be orchestrated by Yang Jun, added this stipulation. Lu Rumei wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. "It will only be me attending." Wang Zhan agreed. "All right, I will send you the location shortly." He then added Lu Rumei's phone number using his work phone. Subsequently, Lu Rumei departed from Zhan Shin Technology, her emotions a tangled web. 6 o'clock marked the end of the workday at Zhan Shin Technology. Wang Zhan had always championed a corporate culture of efficient labor and joyful living, thus insisting that employees refrain from working overtime unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, the staff at Zhan Shin typically left promptly at the end of the day. His earlier mention of being preoccupied with significant projects was merely a convenient excuse. After work, he found ample free time. This balance of work and leisure was the lifestyle he aspired to. Wang Zhan chose a fine hotel not far from the office, sent the address to Lu Rumei, and arranged to meet at 7. Lu Rumei, having had a restless night, returned home to catch up on sleep and awoke feeling considerably refreshed. Upon receiving a message from Wang Zhan, Lu Rumei was filled with joy. She was well aware of Wang Zhan's unwavering promise, yet the anticipation still stirred a sense of unease within her. It was only upon seeing the detailed hotel information in the message that her anxious heart began to settle. For this meeting, Lu Rumei had taken great care in her appearance. She donned a pristine white shirt, its fitted design accentuating her graceful silhouette. Paired with a leather miniskirt, it perfectly showcased her fashion sense and playful charm. Finally, she draped a light-colored wool coat over her ensemble, presenting herself as both poised and stylishly beautiful. After 3 years, Lu Rumei remained stunning, now with an added touch of mature allure. To ensure she was not late, Lu Rumei left her home well in advance, arriving at the restaurant nearly 20 minutes early. She found a reserved spot, sat down gently, and placed her hands neatly on her lap, quietly awaiting Wang Zhan's arrival. Chapter 24. Reunion of former colleagues at 6:50 p.m. Wang Zhan appeared at the hotel. But to Lu Rumei's surprise, he was not alone. He was accompanied by a middle-aged man, Chun Lei. She was taken aback, having heard that Chun Lei had resigned years ago, but unaware of his whereabouts since. Lu Rumei quickly stood to greet them, her face brightening with a smile as she said, "Mr. Wang, Brother Lei, you've arrived." Wang Zhan and Chun Lei took their seats, with Wang Zhan explaining, "Today is a reunion of former colleagues, and I invited Brother Lei along, as everyone knows him." Chun Lei teased, "The beautiful Lu Rumei, the flower of Yunding Group. I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence, dear." Lu Rumei looked at Chun Lei, who was dressed in a somewhat formal suit. Though his style had not changed much, his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, radiating confidence and composure. A spark of curiosity flickered in her eyes as she beamed in response. "Brother Lei, please don't jest. Are you now with Zhan Shin Technology?" Chun Lei nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. "Indeed, I am working with Mr. Wang now." Wang Zhan added with utmost seriousness, "Brother Lei is now the manager of our technical department. The remarkable progress of our company is largely due to Brother Lei's invaluable support." Upon hearing this, Lu Rumei felt a tinge of envy as she remarked, "I always knew Brother Lei was a tech whiz at Yunding, but I never imagined you would join Zhan Shin Technology. No wonder it is thriving so brilliantly." Chun Lei quickly waved his hand. "I hardly possess such capability. It is Mr. Wang's astute leadership that has propelled Zhan Shin Technology to such heights in just a few short years, something I could never have dreamed of in the past." Lu Rumei turned her gaze to Wang Zhan, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she concurred, "Indeed, I recognized Mr. Wang's capabilities during my time at Yunding." Noticing that the conversation had shifted to focus on him, Wang Zhan suggested, "Since we are all colleagues, let us refrain from addressing each other as Mr. Wang. Perhaps we should order our meals and converse while we dine." Wang Zhan had chosen an upscale Western restaurant for the evening, and everyone began to place their orders. After ordering the main course, Lu Rumei noticed that Wang Zhan had no intention of ordering any alcohol. She remarked, "It's rare for us to gather like this, and who knows when we will meet again. Gentlemen, wouldn't it be rather dull not to indulge in some drinks?" Consequently, both Lu Rumei and Chun Lei fixed their gazes upon Wang Zhan, awaiting his decision. Wang Zhan hesitated. He had indeed not planned on drinking, yet Lu Rumei's words held some merit. To flatly decline a lady's suggestion would certainly cast a shadow over the mood. Perceiving his indecision, Lu Rumei playfully assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I won't trouble you with a ride home this time. I can manage on my own." Wang Zhan had not even considered the matter of escorting her home, but seeing her insistence, he gently nodded in agreement. Lu Rumei's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she declared, "Ladies first, then I shall order." She then beckoned the waiter and ordered 3 bottles of high-proof whiskey. Both Chunlei and Wang Zhan had expected her to choose a lighter red wine, yet she opted for whiskey with such decisiveness. They exchanged surprised glances, astonished by her choice. Chunlei remarked, "It's been years. Rumeng's tolerance for alcohol must have improved significantly." Lu Rumeng, smiling in response, said, "Oh, not at all. I'm just in high spirits today." Yet, within her heart, a pang of bitterness arose. Ever since she had come to see Yang Jun's true colors, sleepless nights had driven her to seek solace in alcohol, relying on its numbing effects to drift into slumber each night. Before long, sumptuous dishes such as steak, chicken cutlets, salads, and grilled meats graced the table, and glasses of whiskey were filled to the brim. The group conversed like old friends, reminiscing about amusing incidents from their time in Yunding, sharing jests about a cadre of foolish leaders. Lu Rumeng shed her usual demure demeanor. She seemed to command the space, frequently raising her glass and drinking heartily. The 2 men, seeing her enthusiasm, felt compelled to abandon their previous restraint. After all, this was a reunion of old friends, devoid of the pretense and formalities typical of business gatherings. The warmth and ease of this reunion enveloped Lu Rumeng, filling her with a profound sense of relaxation and joy. Though she had come with a task from Yang Jun, she had spent the previous night deliberating on how to approach it, or indeed, whether to approach it at all. Especially with Chunlei present, she had no concrete plan and opted instead to drink in accordance with her mood, reveling in the comfortable atmosphere. As the evening progressed, Lu Rumeng found herself becoming slightly inebriated. Chunlei, now in a leadership position, had developed a commendable tolerance through his experiences at the table. Yet he too felt the effects of the drink. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan remained remarkably sober, possessing a steely constitution that allowed him to metabolize harmful substances. One could say he was genuinely impervious to intoxication. The conversation continued until Chunlei received a phone call. On the other end, the sweet and playful voice of his 4-year-old daughter, Chunrui, chimed in, filled with innocence and whimsy. "Daddy, Daddy, what are you doing? I miss you so much." Chunlei's lips curled into a radiant smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, his face brimming with happiness. He deliberately activated the speakerphone, lifting his phone before the crowd, and cheerfully addressed his daughter, "Rui, Daddy is dining with Uncle and Annie. Come greet them." Rui's sweet, childlike voice chimed. "Hello, Uncle and Annie. My name is Rui," her melodious tones echoing like a celestial melody in the air. Observing the tender interaction between Chunlei and his daughter, a chord in Lu Rumeng's heart seemed to be struck. Her thoughts drifted back to her childhood, recalling the endless love and care bestowed upon her by her parents, that profound familial affection igniting a warmth within her heart. Yet, this warmth was swiftly overshadowed by the coldness of reality. She contemplated her current predicament under Yang Jun's control, forced into actions that contradicted her will, pondering the potential consequences should she fail to obtain leverage over Wang Zhan. An overwhelming tide of sorrow and frustration surged within her. At that moment, a flicker of resentment toward Wang Zhan emerged. So many had pursued her in the past. Why was it he who had rejected her? Had he only nodded in agreement, then? Perhaps she would not be ensnared in such a dire situation, enduring such hardships. Happiness, warmth, fear, helplessness, and a whirlwind of complex emotions engulfed her, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress under the influence of alcohol. Suddenly, tears cascaded down her cheeks like beads from a broken string, and she began to sob softly, her body trembling with each heave. Wang Zhan remained immersed in the playful sound of Chunlei's daughter, a gentle smile adorning his face. Abruptly, he noticed Lu Rumeng in tears and hurriedly inquired, "Lu Rumeng, what troubles you?" Chunlei, too, recognized Lu Rumeng's distress, hastily exchanging a few words with his daughter before ending the call. Lu Rumeng shook her head, her consciousness somewhat clouded, replying, "It's nothing." Then, with a serious yet hopeful gaze fixed on Wang Zhan, she choked out, "Wang Zhan, do you know how many people like me? Why can't you like me?" The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Chunlei glanced between Lu Rumeng and Wang Zhan, momentarily at a loss, shifting his body slightly backwards. Wang Zhan discerned that Lu Rumeng was quite inebriated and gently remarked, "Rumeng, you've had too much to drink." Upon hearing this, Lu Rumeng offered a bitter smile, pouring herself another drink. After finishing her glass, She could no longer contain her sorrow and collapsed onto the table, weeping. Her cries drew the attention of those around, rendering the scene somewhat awkward. Wang Zhan and Chun Lei found themselves bewildered by this sudden turn of events, speculating that Lu Romeng must have endured many grievances over the years to display such a loss of composure. Consequently, Chun Lei inquired with concern, "Romeng, have you encountered some troubles? Share with me. Perhaps we can assist you." Wang Zhan added, "Yes, whatever it is, expressing it might bring you some relief. Don't keep it bottled up inside." Lu Romeng, listening to their comforting words, felt a complex whirlwind of emotions, her inner turmoil only intensifying. The grievances and repression within her heart were utterly inexpressible to others, and her tears flowed like a raging torrent, unstoppable, deepening her sorrow. Observing this, the waitress, concerned about the impact on other diners, approached politely to inquire if assistance was needed. Wang Zhan understood the waitress's intentions and replied, "It's all right. We are about to leave." Chapter 25. Truths Unveiled in Intoxication. Subsequently, Wang Zhan stepped forward to gently support the somewhat unsteady Lu Romeng, while Chun Lei assisted by retrieving her coat and handbag. The group slowly made their way toward the elevator. They found themselves in a luxurious hotel that combined dining and accommodation, with several elegantly styled restaurants located on the top floor and guest rooms below. Noticing Lu Romeng's expression, which was nearly dazed, Wang Zhan realized she could not return to the hotel unassisted. He inquired, "Lu Romeng, would you prefer to return to your hotel? Or shall we rest here for the night?" At that moment, Lu Romeng's mind was somewhat unmanageable. Yet she had no desire to return to the hotel where she was staying with Yang Jun. She responded vaguely, "I don't want to go back to the hotel. I still want to drink." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan subtly shook his head, fully aware that this was a common state for someone intoxicated. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Chun Lei stood at the back, leaning gently against the wall of the elevator. Although his tolerance for alcohol was somewhat better than Lu Romeng's, the pace of consumption that night had left him feeling dizzy. Looking at Lu Romeng, she was now struggling to stand, barely able to lean against Wang Zhan's arm for support. As her inebriation deepened, Wang Zhan had to hold her waist tightly to prevent her from falling. Lu Romeng's arms coiled around Wang Zhan's neck like tendrils, her gaze unfocused, alternating between tears and laughter. She rested her head on Wang Zhan's shoulder, whispering intermittently in his ear, "Wang Zhan, do you know? Yang Jun is not human. He deceived me, and he even made me sleep with you. Would you be willing to sleep with me?" At that moment, Wang Zhan's mind was exceptionally clear, and he absorbed every word Lu Romeng uttered. He had long sensed the unusual relationship between Lu Romeng and Yang Jun, and tonight's drunken confessions had only confirmed that her time beside Yang Jun was far from the glamorous Ade it appeared to be. The thought that Yang Jun would go so far as to have the woman beside him entice another filled Wang Zhan with increasing resentment toward him. Lu Romeng continued to murmur, "I hate Yang Jun, and I hate you, Wang Zhan. Why can't you like me? I truly like you." As she spoke, she slowly reached out her hand, gently caressing Wang Zhan's face, her fingertips cool with the touch of alcohol, as if imbued with her deep-seated affection and melancholy. Eventually, her hand fell limply, and she completely lost consciousness, resembling a bird with broken wings, succumbing to slumber. Observing her in such a state, Wang Zhan felt no resentment. He merely whispered, "You are drunk." Afterward, the group exited the elevator and arrived at the front desk. Wang Zhan arranged a room for Lu Romeng and paid for the hotel to provide a female attendant specifically to care for her. They cautiously escorted Lu Romeng into the room, and after ensuring her comfort, Wang Zhan and Chun Lei departed together. At this moment, Chun Lei's mind was beginning to clear. Regarding the intricate emotional entanglement between Wang Zhan and Lu Romeng, he felt like an outsider, utterly at a loss for words. He could only slowly raise his hand and gently pat Wang Zhan on the shoulder, a gesture imbued with both solace and resignation. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Chun Lei, filled with curiosity and doubt, inquired of Wang Zhan, "When did you become such a heavy drinker? I've never seen you consume so much before." Wang Zhan then realized he had inadvertently dropped his Ade, exposing a crack in his disguise. He quickly donned a pained expression, furrowing his brow as he replied, "My head is about to explode. I truly drank quite a bit tonight. Let's hurry home and not linger here any longer." Subsequently, the two called for a designated driver and set off towards their respective residences. Upon returning to his apartment, Wang Zhan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape illuminated by countless lights, reflecting on the hidden darkness and filth lurking within such splendor. How many creatures like Yang Jun exist in this world? With a heart brimming with righteousness, Wang Zhan's sense of justice had only intensified since acquiring his indomitable spirit, and he harbored a profound disdain for evil. He began to contemplate that it was time to take action against the scoundrel, Fu Yangjun, resolutely determined to prevent him from continuing his misdeeds and harming the innocent. The following morning, Yang Jun awoke in a luxurious hotel bed, surrounded by 3 naked women. The room was suffused with the acrid scent of smoke and alcohol, mingling with the lingering intimacy of the night. As he checked his phone, he found no messages from Lu Lingyao. Donning a bathrobe, he felt a surge of irritation and dissatisfaction as he stepped onto the balcony. Lighting his cigarette, he took a deep drag before dialing Lu Lingyang's number. However, the response he received was the disheartening notification that the number had been disconnected. Yang Jun cursed under his breath, wondering if she had thoroughly enjoyed herself with Wang Zhan the previous day, daring to turn off her phone. At this moment, he harbored a duality of emotions, a hope that Lu Lingyao might secure some incriminating evidence against Wang Zhan to help him regain the upper hand, while simultaneously, an indescribable revulsion began to fester within him, akin to a cherished canary being sullied by another. He resolved silently that there was no longer any need to show Lu Lingyao undue compassion. Lu Lingyao did not awaken until midday. Her eyes bleary as she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily taken aback. She glanced down at herself, noting that she was now clad in a neat set of pajamas. However, she could not recall the events that had transpired after the previous evening, only vaguely remembering the lively conversations and copious drinking. The thought of the unfinished task assigned by Yang Jun suddenly filled her with an inexplicable dread. In a state of urgency, she reached for her phone, only to discover that it had powered off due to a depleted battery. Hastily rummaging through her bag, she retrieved her charger to restore power to her device. Subsequently, she meticulously examined the concealed compartments of her handbag, ensuring that the small vial and miniature camera were intact. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at her, leaving her uncertain whether Wang Zhan and his associates had detected anything amiss the previous night. At this moment, a dull ache emanated from both her head and stomach, prompting her to furrow her brow as she staggered towards the restroom, seeking to wash her face with cold water in hopes of clearing her muddled thoughts. Upon entering the restroom, a tumultuous wave surged within her stomach, compelling her to lean against the sink as she retched for several moments, the discomfort rendering her countenance increasingly pallid. After a prolonged period of washing up, the cold water cascading over her face finally began to restore some clarity to her mind. Upon returning to her room, she discovered her phone had regained some charge, and she eagerly pressed the power button. Instantly, a flurry of WeChat notifications filled the air, as if urgently recounting the multitude of messages she had missed. She meticulously reviewed them one by one, noting that they were from her mother, Wang Zhan, and Yang Jun. Following the principle of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness, she first opened Yang Jun's messages, which were laden with an indescribable fury. Do you wish to die? How about you turn off your phone? How did everything go? This was followed by another message. Once your phone is on, report to me immediately. Next, she opened Wang Zhan's message, which contained a brief yet poignant note. You may be facing certain challenges, but please believe that even the darkest night will eventually give way to dawn. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Lu Lingyao gazed at these words, a warm surge of emotion blossoming within her. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, striving to suppress the tumult of feelings within. Reflecting inwardly, she mused that were it not for her entanglement with Yang Jun, she would undoubtedly pursue Wang Zhan with fervor once more. Alas, reality was harsh. Yang Jun held onto her vulnerabilities like an invisible net, ensnaring her and preventing her from reaching out for help from Wang Zhan. Finally, she clicked on her mother's voice message. The familiar and gentle tone of her mother resonated. Xiaoming, we have received the items you sent. Please refrain from buying us gifts so often. Save your money for yourself. Don't neglect your own needs. You need not worry about your father and me. If there are suitable young men, consider getting to know them. Don't set your sights too high. Something moderate will suffice. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Lu Lingyang's face uncontrollably once more. She felt utterly uncertain about how to confront Yang Jun next, nor did she know what actions he might take against her. After much contemplation, she could only sigh in resignation, resolved to take each step as it came. Suppressing her inner fears and anxieties, she endeavored to articulate her thoughts clearly, her fingers trembling as she typed a response to Wang Zhan. Yesterday, Wang Zhan brought someone else to the banquet, and I couldn't find an opportune moment. I intended to intoxicate them to create an opening, but instead, I ended up drinking too much, and my phone ran out of battery. Chapter 26. Violence Before Long. A cold, detached voice from Wang Zhan echoed through her phone. Fool. You couldn't even manage this trivial task. Return to the hotel. The tone struck Lu Ruming's already fragile heart like a hammer, each word landing heavily upon her. Before leaving, Lu Ruming made a special trip to the hotel front desk to inquire about the events of the previous night, seeking to understand some details regarding his drunken state. Subsequently, she took a taxi, her heart heavy with trepidation, and returned to the hotel where she had previously stayed. Each step down the corridor felt unusually burdensome, as if she were dragging an immense weight beneath her feet. After lingering outside Wang Zhan's door for a moment, she mustered her courage and knocked. The door creaked open, revealing Wang Zhan's slightly sullen visage, his eyes betraying dissatisfaction and anger. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the very air had thickened with unspoken words. Clearly, Wang Zhan's plans had not unfolded as intended. The day before, Deputy Director Li Chong from the investment department had attempted to invite Lin San to dinner, only to be met with a polite refusal. Lin San's response was resolute and unambiguous. He stated that if there were business matters to discuss, they could do so over the phone or at the company, rejecting any private meeting. Undeterred, Li Chong subsequently visited Zhan Shen Technology in person, hoping to entice Lin San with lucrative offers, yet he ultimately faced failure. Lin San's steadfastness made it clear to Li Chong that he would never sell his shares or betray Wang Zhan. For Lu Ruming, her efforts the previous night had also fallen short of expectations. This led to the disheartening realization that both of Wang Zhan's strategies had failed, leaving him in a quandary regarding the formidable task of acquiring Zhan Shen Technology. He found himself lost in contemplation, grappling with the dilemma that eluded his understanding. Wang Zhan fixed his gaze upon Lu Ruming, outwardly calm, yet internally, his fury simmered like a volcano ready to erupt, intense and devastating. With a forceful motion, he raised his right hand and struck Lu Ruming's face, softly uttering, "How can you be so ineffective? You can't even handle this trivial matter?" Although Lu Ruming had witnessed Wang Zhan's ruthlessness towards others and was well aware of his cruel nature, the brutality directed at her ignited a deep-seated fear within her. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, yet she dared not resist, allowing the fear to seep into her very being. Wang Zhan then began to berate her, each word laced with biting cruelty. "You think you are beautiful and pure, yet even a mere Wang Zhan looks down upon you. I once believed you held some value, that you could assist me, but you have proven utterly useless. I offered you opportunities, yet you squandered them. Do not blame me." Each statement cut like a razor-sharp dagger, piercing Lu Ruming's soul and leaving her in anguish, as if her heart were being torn apart. After his tirade, Wang Zhan's anger remained unresolved. A glint of cruelty flickered in his eyes as he harshly commanded, "Take off all your clothes." Lu Ruming's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling involuntarily, tears welling in her eyes. With quivering lips and a voice laced with desperation, she pleaded, "Wang Zhan, please, don't treat me this way." Yet Wang Zhan's gaze, cold as that of a demon, fixed upon her as he coldly enunciated, "Should I find someone to assist you in undressing?" Lu Ruming, in a state of despair, bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ultimately, she slowly began to remove her clothing, standing before Wang Zhan in the starkness of her nakedness, tears flowing uncontrollably like pearls from a broken string. Her body trembled with fear and shame. As Wang Zhan gazed at the quaking Lu Ruming, not a trace of compassion stirred within him. He slowly withdrew his belt, his eyes filled with cruelty and brutality. "Today, I shall engrave this lesson upon you. Let us see if you dare to falter in the future." With that, he raised the belt high and struck her with tremendous force. The sharp crack echoed, and a vivid red mark instantly appeared on her skin. She screamed in agony, her body shaking violently from the pain. Yet Wang Zhan did not cease. Another lash followed, accompanied by taunts questioning whether he had been too lenient before. Another strike landed with ferocious intensity, as if he intended to unleash all his pent-up dissatisfaction and rage upon Lu Ruming, each whip a manifestation of his inner hatred. crumpled on the ground. Lu Rumeng was already in discomfort, but the pain sent beads of cold sweat trickling down her face. Her body twisted uncontrollably, each muscle spasming in torment. Filled with fear and despair, she could only silently endure Yang Jun's brutality, too terrified to utter a plea for mercy. In that moment, she genuinely wished she could simply cease to exist. Yang Jun looked down at her, sprawled on the ground, on the brink of losing consciousness. Despite the remnants of madness from his earlier violence, a flicker of concern emerged within him. He understood that though she appeared fragile, if pushed too far, she might resort to desperate measures. With this thought, he reluctantly halted his assault, discarding the belt stained with his misdeeds. Changing his demeanor, he gently lifted Lu Rumeng, carefully placing her on the sofa, as if the man who had just unleashed such fury was not he. He then fetched a jacket, draping it tenderly over her shivering shoulders, treating her as though she were a delicate treasure. Having done all this, Yang Jun feigned tenderness as he spoke. "Do not hold it against me. I've been under immense pressure lately. You know how dearly I cherish you, in my heart. You have always been the most special one." Lu Rumeng remained silent, curled up on the sofa like an injured beast, sobbing from fear and indignation. Her eyes were hollow and filled with despair, as if she had irrevocably lost trust in the man before her. Trapped in her own world of pain and unable to escape. After a while, Yang Jun called for room service, requesting ointment for her injuries and personally applying it to her wounds. While the physical scars might heal with time, the emotional trauma he had inflicted upon Lu Rumeng would likely remain, unhealed by the passage of years. After Lu Rumeng departed, Yang Jun sat alone on the sofa in the room, the swirling smoke of his cigar mirroring the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. Contemplating Wang Zhan, his gaze sharpened. A once inconsequential character had now spread his wings, thriving and flourishing, utterly disregarding him. This disdainful slight ignited an unquenchable fury within his heart. He pondered for a moment before making a resolute decision. This matter could not simply be overlooked. After lingering in Guangchuan City for another 2 days, Yang Jun and his companions embarked on a flight to another city. Although Zhanshan technology was their primary target, it was by no means their only option. 2 other promising technology companies were equally on their acquisition list. Yang Jun vowed silently that, by any means necessary, he must secure at least one. He needed to demonstrate his strength and capabilities to his father and others. Since that day, when Yang Jun had treated her so rudely, Lu Rumeng regarded him with an unspoken fear and caution. Before departing, she quietly sent a message to Wang Zhan. "Wang Zhan, thank you. If one day I find myself homeless, could Zhanshan Technology take me in?" Shortly after the message was sent, she received a brief yet resolute response from Wang Zhan. Of course. These 4 simple words shone like a ray of sunlight on a winter day, bringing a long-awaited smile to Lu Rumeng, whose spirits had been so low for the past 2 days. She repeatedly caressed the screen of her phone, cherishing Wang Zhan's warm messages as if they had transformed into a beacon of light in her dark world, illuminating her path and empowering her to move forward. After Yang Jun and his entourage left, Wang Zhan's life continued along its predetermined course, unwavering and steady. He maintained his usual focus and diligence, his work ethic robust and efficient. Amidst this tranquil period, a package from Lu Lingyao arrived unexpectedly. Chapter 27. The surprise attack. Upon opening the package, he discovered a beautifully framed oil painting depicting a man with a backpack, standing tall like a sturdy pine atop a mountain, proudly positioned beside a massive rock, as if he were one with the mountains and sky, becoming the focal point of this magnificent canvas. The brushwork was exquisitely detailed, with vibrant colors that possessed depth and richness. It was an evocative portrayal of Wang Zhan on Divine Bird Peak. In the lower right corner of the painting, Lu Lingyao's English signature was clearly visible. Wang Zhan was thoroughly enamored with the painting, treating it as a rare treasure, and he carefully hung it on the wall of his office. This artwork, like a splendid rainbow, added a vibrant splash of color to the otherwise simple and unadorned office, instantly becoming the most striking and attention-grabbing element in the room. Out of courtesy, Wang Zhan gently tapped on his screen to compose a message to Lu Lingyao. "The package has been received. I did not expect your artistry to be so refined and admirable. I truly love it. Thank you." At that moment, Lu Lingyao's phone chimed with a new message notification. She was lazily curled up on a plush sofa, cradling a delightful cushion in her arms. Upon receiving a message from Wang Zhan, a smile involuntarily graced his lips as his fingers deftly tapped the screen. As long as you like it. I was worried that someone as esteemed as you might overlook my humble gift. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange across the digital divide. Yet, Wang Zhan's emotions were somewhat intricate. He felt the joy of receiving a gift and the delight of conversing with Lu Lingyao. Yet a lingering shadow was cast by the memory of the red-haired man, Su Zihao, whom he had encountered on Tian Shan Mountain. From the subtle signs observed at that time, it appeared that the relationship between Su Zihao and Lu Lingyao was far from simple. If they were indeed in a romantic relationship, Wang Zhan would never dream of intruding upon another's emotional life, no matter how deep his feelings ran. Such a transgression was a moral boundary he steadfastly upheld. It was not until Lu Lingyao seemed to sense his inner turmoil that she took the initiative to clarify. By the way, the Su Zihao you met last time is actually my colleague. We are merely friends, so please do not harbor any misunderstandings. This revelation alleviated Wang Zhan's doubts, lightening his heart and allowing their dialogue to deepen with familiarity and warmth. Subsequently, their conversations flourished, whether by day or by night, as they instinctively maintained a rhythm of mutual greetings. Their topics of discussion ranged from culinary delights discovered in alleyways to unique insights from art exhibitions. From whimsical tales encountered during travels to groundbreaking innovations in the realm of technology. It seemed as if they possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of subjects to discuss. Time slipped by quietly, and several days had passed. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, the golden hues of the setting sun cascaded gently over the earth like a diaphanous veil. As was his custom, Wang Zhan concluded another day of productive toil and drove his domestic vehicle towards his apartment. Midway through his journey, he keenly observed a black sedan shadowing him closely, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his heightened awareness, the movements of these individuals were all too transparent to him. This was not their first instance of following him. They had trailed him for 3 consecutive days, even making fleeting appearances within the confines of the corporate building. Wang Zhan maintained an air of composure as he drove directly to his upscale residence. The complex boasted rigorous security, requiring a specially designed access card for entry, with the elevators also necessitating card activation, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to intrude. Consequently, the stalkers could only loiter helplessly at the community entrance. Coincidentally, Wang Zhan resided on the 10th floor of the second unit at the periphery of the complex, affording him a panoramic view of the entrance below. Standing at his window, he observed the movements of the 4 followers with a keen gaze. They occasionally huddled within their vehicle, exhaling clouds of smoke, and at other times ambled aimlessly at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that all 4 were young men of varying statures, exuding an unmistakable air of delinquency. One, with notably bright yellow hair, stood out particularly. Wang Zhan was not entirely unfamiliar with these 4. They had crossed paths before. They had participated in the ambush against him when he departed Yanhai City. The short-haired, yellow-haired individual was none other than the long-haired counterpart who had confronted Wang Zhan during that encounter, now having risen to become a small-time leader among their ranks. Due to the fact that they were all masked and moved with haste, Wang Zhan found it difficult to scrutinize their features. Consequently, even though they were right in front of him at that moment, he could not recognize them. These 4 individuals were undoubtedly sent by Yang Jun, who had promised a handsome reward, an advance payment of 100,000, with an additional 2 million upon completion of their task. They had traveled a considerable distance from Yanhai, following Yang Jun's directive to disfigure Wang Zhan's appearance and sever his limbs, rendering him unable to care for himself. After having dinner, Wang Zhan noticed them lingering outside his residential community and contemplated testing their intentions. Typically, his life was simple and orderly. Upon returning home, he rarely ventured out. His abode was equipped with various fitness apparatuses, including a treadmill, thus fulfilling all his needs for work, leisure, and exercise. However, that evening, around 8 o'clock, he donned athletic attire and deliberately exited through the front entrance of his apartment to commence a night run. Upon seeing Wang Zhan emerge, the observers perked up and stealthily followed him. Wang Zhan headed towards a newly constructed large park nearby, characterized by lush greenery, particularly dense in its central area. While most chose to jog along the outer paths, Wang Zhan intentionally opted for the secluded trails within the woods. to ensure that his pursuers could keep pace. He slowed his speed, maintaining a distance. The group trailed Wang Zhan for a solid 6 kilometers. Fortunately, since they were all under 30, despite feeling fatigued, they were not completely exhausted, eventually watching as Wang Zhan returned to his apartment. After Wang Zhan entered, the group drove back to the park to familiarize themselves with the terrain and devise a strategy. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Zhan stood on the upper floor, coldly observing their retreating figures. The following evening, this group had already stationed themselves at the exit of Wang Zhan's office building parking lot. As he drove out, they quietly followed him. Upon his return to the apartment, they left one person to wait while the other 3 drove back to the park. By the time they returned, only one person remained in the car, the previously mentioned Huang Mao, who got back in with a comrade, smoking continuously and frequently checking his watch. By 8 o'clock, with no sign of Wang Zhan, they speculated that he might forego his night run. Yet, lacking a better plan, they persisted with their rudimentary approach. Just as they were about to abandon their efforts at 9, they spotted Wang Zhan emerging from the front entrance clad in black athletic gear. The 2 men were elated, slowly trailing him at a distance, while one quickly informed the other 2 via phone. Upon reaching the park, they parked the car and immediately ran to catch up with him. Wang Zhan continued along the same route as the previous night, traversing the dense woods at the park center. The streetlights flickered sparsely, casting shadows along the dimly lit path, and he encountered no other pedestrians. Acutely aware of the 2 individuals trailing him closely from behind, as he reached the heart of the park, just after rounding a corner, Wang Zhan was suddenly assailed by 2 sharp arrows aimed directly at his legs. Fortunately, he had already activated his metal sensing ability, allowing him to perceive the presence of 2 individuals lurking in the shadows. His body momentarily froze as he precisely tracked the trajectory of the swiftly approaching arrows. With swift reflexes, he extended his hands, catching each arrow without sustaining any injury. However, he feigned being struck, collapsing towards the ground and emitting a pained cry. The 2 cloaked figures, witnessing this, became highly agitated, their previous tension dissipating as they swiftly drew machetes from behind and charged towards Wang Zhan. Simultaneously, the 2 individuals who had been tailing him, upon hearing the scream, hastily pursued, drawing their own machetes as they rushed towards him. All 4 were clad in black attire and masked, encircling him in a coordinated assault. Chapter 28. Resolving minor troubles. Having previously encountered Wang Zhan, they were well aware of his formidable skills. Thus, they had come prepared, equipping themselves with crossbows, confident that Wang Zhan, no matter how skilled, could not outpace their arrows. Their plan was to overpower him swiftly and seize his valuables, disguising their actions as a robbery. As Wang Zhan observed the 4 charging towards him, devoid of any intention to converse, he decided to abandon his pretense. The archers, being closer, reached him first, and as they gleefully anticipated that he was a mere victim, Wang Zhan abruptly hurled the 2 arrows he had caught, striking each of them in the calves. Caught off guard and propelled by their own momentum, they stumbled forward, inadvertently offering their heads to Wang Zhan. Rising swiftly, he propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch with each hand, rendering both assailants unconscious as they collapsed to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. The remaining 2, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, were momentarily disoriented. Had Wang Zhan not been struck by arrows? How could he still be so agile? The display of strength was almost inhuman. In a panic, the duo attempted to retreat, but one of them, barely having turned to flee, felt a crushing blow to his knee, causing him to kneel before the ground. As he lay there and glanced back, he saw a large foot descending toward his face. In an instant, Wang Zhan delivered a kick that left him unconscious. The last remaining assailant, known as Huang Mao, had barely taken a few steps when he too was struck at the knee, collapsing forward, his face violently meeting the ground, causing his machete to fly from his grasp. Terrified and disregarding his pain, he prepared to scream, only to have a short sword was past his ear, embedding itself firmly in the ground before him. The words he had intended to shout were stifled, for he understood that had the sword struck his head, he would now be lifeless. Wang Zhan quickly approached him, standing tall and looking down with an imposing presence, inquiring, "Who sent you?" At this moment, the young man with the yellow hair found himself utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend how Wang Zhan had become so formidable. He pondered the origins of the shield that had struck his leg and the short sword now, in Wang Zhan's possession. Gazing at Wang Zhan, he felt a profound sense of regret. He had believed that after more than 3 years, Wang Zhan would remain firmly within his grasp, and this time he would decisively conclude the failure of his previous mission. Little did he realize that it was not Wang Zhan who had narrowly escaped last time, but rather himself. The dire predicament he now faced could aptly be described as delivering his own head on a platter. Wang Zhan, oblivious to the young man's thoughts and unaware that he was the same yellow-haired individual he had encountered previously, continued to question him with utmost seriousness. "I shall ask you one last time. Who sent you?" The young man, on the brink of losing all composure, felt as though he would meet his doom if he remained silent. Trembling, he stammered, "Please spare us." It was Boss Kai. Boss Kai from the West District of Yanhai City. Wang Zhan had never heard of this name and inquired, perplexed, "Why would he wish to harm me?" The young man, quaking with fear, replied, "We were merely hired hands, unaware of the reasons. All we know is that he said you had offended someone you should not have." Upon hearing the mention of Yanhai City, Wang Zhan's mind instantly recalled Yang Jun observing the young man's demeanor. He discerned no deceit, and with a swift motion, rendered him unconscious. Boss Kai was a notorious underground figure in the West District of Yanhai City, a connection orchestrated by Yang Jun. At that moment, Wang Zhan was unaware of these intricate ties, but it mattered little. The group that had come armed to confront him exhibited extreme brutality, willing to trample upon the sanctity of life for mere monetary gain, a transgression Wang Zhan deemed utterly heinous. With a heavy heart, Wang Zhan acknowledged this moral decay. After absorbing the essence of the steel heart, it seemed that certain aspects of his character had been influenced by the spirit of Xingtian, making his resolve in matters of life and death all the more unyielding. He retracted the transformed short sword and swiftly struck vital points on the heads of the assailants. Subsequently, he tidied the scene and departed quietly. The following day, the individuals gradually regained consciousness in the park, their heads still throbbing. Yet they had completely forgotten the events of the previous night, even losing all recollection of their identities. They merely stood there, grinning foolishly, as if they had transformed into simpletons. This was the silent judgment executed by Wang Zhan in the name of Xingtian, representing the will of the people. As for Wang Zhan, it was as if nothing had transpired. Life continued undisturbed, with his days methodically alternating between home and work. As time slipped by, 2 or 3 days passed. While perusing the news, he came across a report announcing that the Hentang Group had successfully acquired Sanjin Technology. This headline boldly occupied the front page of major business publications in Huahua, garnering significant attention. Wang Zhan regarded the news with an impassive expression, yet his eyes sparkled with an elusive glimmer. Accompanying the acquisition news was the meteoric rise in the stock price of the Hentang Group, which had hit the upper limit for 3 consecutive days. At this moment, Yang Jun was basking in the glory of success, as the successful acquisition of Sanjin Technology was indeed his doing. His father, Yang Yuanshan, was exceedingly pleased and was preparing to promote him to the position of vice president of the company. Suddenly, a deluge of scandalous revelations seemingly targeting the Cloud Peak Group erupted, surfacing on various popular interactive platforms and public accounts. Most of these allegations were directed at Yang Jun, with others concerning the internal management of the Cloud Peak Group. The timing of these revelations, concentrated in the evening, was so overwhelming that by the time the Cloud Peak Group attempted to quell the situation, it was already too late. Truly, the saying rings true, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Just as the first wave of attacks had yet to subside, a second wave of repercussions ensued, with many former employees and disassociated agents jumping on the bandwagon to share their own disclosures. This led to a cascade of negative news for the Cloud Peak Group, resulting in a series of trading halts followed by consecutive declines. The most unfortunate individual in this debacle was undoubtedly Yang Jun, whose scandals were the most extensively exposed. Allegations of marrying a foreigner, maintaining a mistress, exploiting female celebrities, coercing minors, verbally and physically assaulting others, and even engaging in criminal activities. Within just a few days, he seemed to plummet from the pinnacle of success to being vilified like a rat scurrying across the street. As a result, he has become reclusive, isolating himself at home, leaving no trace for anyone seeking him out. As the revelations continued to multiply, some even accused the Cloud Peak Group of selling assets at undervalued prices, leaking core technologies to foreign entities, and making substantial donations abroad, raising suspicions of treachery. This news was sufficiently explosive to attract the attention of Wang Zhan. Yang Yuanshan, with his head of white hair, deep-set eyes, and pronounced wrinkles, nonetheless exuded an air of resilience and authority. Known for his astuteness, he found himself at a loss in the face of the overwhelming negative press. If it were merely a handful of individuals, he could easily silence them with financial means or other tactics. However, this time the attack was far too sudden, too widespread, and despite his initial efforts to suppress it, he found himself unable to regain control. That night, he summoned several key personnel from his household, including his eldest son Yang Xiao, the current vice president of the Cloud Peak Group, his third son Yang Jun, and his second son Yang Yu, who joined via video from abroad. Yang Yuanshan had previously convened a board meeting and departmental assembly to ascertain who might have been offended. Yet he found himself without any leads. Given his stature in the business community of Huagua, he could hardly fathom who would harbor such malicious intent against the Yang family. The opponent's subtlety and ferocity had caught him unawares, and by the time he recognized the gravity of the situation, it was already spiraling out of control. The attendees at the meeting represented the Yang family well, and he sought to revisit the events to identify where things had gone awry. The eldest son, Yang Xiao, possessed a keen business acumen, managing the company adeptly and exhibiting a commanding presence, being the most reminiscent of his father. He was meticulous in his dealings and was confident he had not offended any significant figures. Yang Yu, the second son, had moved abroad many years prior, primarily overseeing their foreign ventures. He was a combative individual, but also exercised discretion in his dealings with other families. Over the years, he had navigated the business landscape with remarkable success, conducting his affairs with efficiency and self-assurance, believing that no one would dare to challenge him. Chapter 29. Unexpected guests. As Yang Jun, the third son, spoke, there was a noticeable hesitation in his tone. Yang Yuanshan discerned some unease and bellowed, questioning why. At such a critical juncture, there was still a need for caution. Among his sons, Yang Jun could be described as the most inconspicuous and the one most prone to causing trouble. He had never shown much interest in the affairs of the company, being more inclined towards frivolity and indulgence. When the situation began to escalate, Yang Jun initially believed that his father could employ some measures to resolve matters as he had in the past. However, he soon realized that the circumstances were spiraling beyond his control, with the focus shifting from him to the entire Yunding Group. It became apparent that this incident was far more complex than he had anticipated. Following the failure to acquire Wang Zhan's Yunding technology, he shifted his attention to another company, Sanjin Technology. Concurrently, he arranged for someone to deal with Wang Zhan, intent on rendering this thorn in his side into a mere shadow of a person. At first, the overwhelming joy of successfully acquiring Sanjin Technology caused him to overlook Wang Zhan's predicament. After some time, when he inquired about the individuals he had dispatched, he received the disheartening news that they had gone missing, likely absconding with the funds. Yang Jun did not dwell on this for long. He simply instructed that others be assigned to continue the task, unwilling to let Wang Zhan escape his grasp. During the past few days spent at home, he reflected on those with whom he had unresolved conflicts, and it appeared that Wang Zhan was the only one with significant enmity and capability. Yet, he remained uncertain if Wang Zhan possessed the means to orchestrate such a widespread campaign of public opinion, hence his reluctance to speak. However, under his father's pressing inquiries, he recounted the various grievances between himself and Wang Zhan. After some analysis, uncertainty still lingered, but adhering to the principle of better to err on the side of caution, Yang Yuanshan resolved to make arrangements against Wang Zhan. On the other side, Wang Zhan undertook a thorough investigation into the online allegations concerning the Yunding Group and the Yang family's purported treasonous actions. As an exceptionally skilled network engineer, he also held another identity as a hacker. In this era of advanced networking, uncovering information or secrets about individuals was, for him, an effortless task. Moreover, 6 months prior, he had anonymously hired several private detective agencies, tirelessly gathering incriminating evidence against the Yang family and Yunding Group. This enabled him to unveil a substantial amount of damaging information in a remarkably short period. Before long, credible allegations against Yunding Group and the Yang family emerged in succession. This time, in addition to social media, numerous official outlets became involved, sending shockwaves throughout the business community in a matter of days. Given that Yunding Group was among the most prominent enterprises in the country, and the Yang family was a leading name in the business world, it was both ironic and poignant to witness a once revered family and corporation being vilified as pariahs. As the situation gained national attention, the authorities were compelled to intervene. Regardless of the strength of the Yang family's connections, they found themselves unable to refute the overwhelming evidence that had surfaced. However, as the police were preparing to formally apprehend the suspects, they discovered that several core members of the Yang family had mysteriously fled the country, further corroborating their guilt. The other shareholders of the Yunding Group convened an emergency meeting, actively cooperating with the prosecutorial authorities by providing necessary assistance and information. They also filed a shareholder representative lawsuit to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of the company and all shareholders. Thus, the once exalted Yang family found themselves cast down from their lofty pedestal, facing irrevocable ruin. Wang Zhan gazed at the reports regarding the Yunding Group and the Yang clan on his computer screen, a slight smile of satisfaction unconsciously gracing his lips as he mused. Those who deceive others ultimately deceive themselves. The wheel of justice turns in cycles. The Yang family, it seems, has reaped what they sowed, receiving their just deserts. At this moment, Linson also took note of these reports and made a special visit to Wang Zhan's office to discuss them. Recalling his recent meeting with Yang Jun, who had been so arrogant and overbearing at the time, Linson couldn't help but reflect on how Yang Jun had now become a fugitive, a poignant reminder of the capriciousness of fate. Yet, unbeknownst to him, all of this was the result of Wang Zhan's meticulous planning and execution, almost single-handedly orchestrated. Days passed, leading to Friday. During this time, apart from managing company affairs, Wang Zhan devoted nearly all his leisure hours to addressing the matters concerning the Yunding Group and the Yang family. Consequently, he resolved to retreat to his private villa in the outskirts this weekend for some well-deserved relaxation. After work, he drove straight to the villa. Upon arriving, Wang Zhan activated the chandelier in the hall, which radiated a soft yet resplendent glow, illuminating the space with a warm and inviting ambience. Unlike his usual routine, he did not hasten to change into slippers, but instead walked into the living room, still wearing his shoes. Standing in the center of the living room, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the kitchen, and he spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Since you are here, why not reveal yourself?" At that moment, a shadowy figure concealed in the kitchen, known as Ing Sha, a top-tier assassin from a renowned ninja family in Japan, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Mastering the art of stealth and specializing in assassination, he had silently dispatched countless targets. Yet, he found himself questioning this seemingly ordinary adversary. Was Wang Zhan merely testing him by chance? He pondered silently, remaining motionless. However, Wang Zhan called out again, "My friend in the kitchen, do you not wish to come out and meet me?" This shattered Ing Sha's sense of hope. Realizing he had been discovered, he slowly emerged from the kitchen, his steps as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, still maintaining an air of imperceptible tranquility. Clad in a black stealth outfit and carrying a ninja sword, he resembled a character straight out of a film, with his face obscured, leaving only his piercing eagle-like eyes visible. "I am quite curious," Ing Sha inquired as he approached, his tone tinged with a hint of Japanese inflection. "How did you discover me?" He was exceedingly confident in his concealment skills and was eager to learn the answer. Following a previous incident where he was stalked and ambushed, Wang Zhan had grown particularly vigilant. Upon entering the villa, he utilized his metallic perception abilities to scan the surroundings, uncovering the presence of a samurai sword behind the ninja in the kitchen, as well as the darts on his person, leading him to ascertain that an ambush lay in wait. From the composed and unhurried tone of the adversary, Wang Zhan inferred that this individual was certainly not an inexperienced novice. Nevertheless, regardless of the formidable presence he faced, he always exercised utmost caution, never revealing the secrets of his heart with ease. Thus, with an air of intrigue and a hint of playful mockery, he replied, "Your Mandarin is commendable. Would you believe me if I said it was a guess?" Seeing that Wang Zhan had no intention of disclosing information, the shadow assassin ceased his inquiries and continued to approach him slowly, stating, "I hear you possess remarkable skills. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities." Wang Zhan maintained his gaze on the shadow assassin, not daring to underestimate him, and calmly responded, "I suppose so." The two were already in close proximity, and within moments, the shadow assassin stood before Wang Zhan. Viewed from the side, The shadow assassin was a full head shorter than Wang Zhan. Suddenly, the shadow assassin moved like a flash, launching a punch aimed at Wang Zhan's throat. Wang Zhan reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping while raising his hand to block, and in an instant, they exchanged several blows. The shadow assassin displayed a look of surprise at Wang Zhan's prowess. He had initially thought Wang Zhan merely appeared formidable, not genuinely considering him a rival. However, in that brief exchange, the shadow assassin found himself unable to gain a decisive advantage in terms of technique, speed, or strength. This revelation caused his regard for Wang Zhan to elevate significantly. Wang Zhan's remarkable abilities stemmed primarily from the divine power of his iron heart, which had granted him an extraordinary leap in physical prowess. Otherwise, his original strength would have been insufficient to contend with the shadow assassin. Subsequently, the shadow assassin sprang into action, akin to a poised leopard, delivering a fierce front kick directly to Wang Zhan's chest. Unfazed, Wang Zhan met the attack with his own fist, resulting in a thunderous collision in midair. Wang Zhan staggered slightly backward, while the shadow assassin leveraged the force of Wang Zhan's punch to propel himself backward. In midair, the shadow assassin exhibited no hesitation, swiftly drawing a concealed weapon resembling a blow dart from behind. With a forceful press, a slender tranquilizer needle shot forth like a bolt from a bow, hurtling towards Wang Zhan. Chapter 30. The Duel of Assassins at such a close range, it would be virtually impossible for an ordinary person to evade. However, for Wang Zhan, who possessed metallic perception, control over metal, and significantly enhanced physical capabilities, this was merely child's play. In a flash, he evaded the tranquilizer's trajectory with a swift sidestep. The shadow assassin was taken aback. Even among the elite of their ninja clan, few could avoid such an attack at such proximity. The prowess Wang Zhan displayed had far exceeded his expectations, stirring a surge of vigilance within him, alongside a flicker of excitement. For he had not encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. As soon as the shadow assassin touched down, he swiftly reacted, sending the blow dart towards Wang Zhan's head like a shooting star. Yet this strike was merely a feint, a distraction to mislead. His true lethal move came when he swiftly extracted several shurikens from his person. With a flick of his wrist, the shurikens soared through the air like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards Wang Zhan. However, Wang Zhan, with keen eyesight, astutely discerned the intentions of the shadow assassin. He tilted his upper body slightly, effortlessly evading the seemingly perilous dart. At this moment, he was reluctant to reveal his extraordinary abilities, fearing the resultant complications. Faced with the relentless barrage of shurikens, he decisively sprinted towards the sofa. His agile form performed a graceful flip, allowing him to take refuge behind the sofa. At the very instant he leapt over the sofa, several shurikens whizzed past, barely grazing the fabric of his clothing, embedding themselves into the back of the sofa with a chilling whoosh. The shadow assassin, unwilling to grant Wang Zhan a moment's respite, abruptly drew the katana strapped to his back, his figure darting towards the sofa with the swiftness of lightning. Yet before he could close the distance, Wang Zhan had already leaped onto the sofa, brandishing a long blade that emanated a silvery radiance, and struck fiercely at the shadow assassin. The edge of Wang Zhan's sword was sharp and whistled through the air as it bore down upon the shadow assassin. Reacting with remarkable speed, the shadow assassin skillfully parried with his katana, simultaneously initiating a rapid counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the sharp clang of their blades resonating through the air. And for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. After several intense strikes and blocks, both retreated a few steps, standing firm with their swords raised. Their gazes locked in an intense stare akin to that of hawks. The shadow assassin's katana, known as the Ghost Cry, was a legendary blade renowned throughout the martial world. Its origins were extraordinary, crafted through unique techniques, with an edge so keen that even demons would tremble and weep at its might. The hilt was adorned with intricate and eerie patterns, each line seemingly a fragment of ancient and mysterious incantations, exuding an unsettling aura that recounted untold bloody tales. In the dim light, the blade shimmered with a cold, spectral glow, emanating an invisible chill that instilled fear in those who beheld it. On the other hand, Wang Zhan wielded a long sword in the form of a divine weapon, gleaming silver and pulsating with an unusual silvery light, as if the stars had coalesced upon its surface, shining brilliantly under the illumination. The formidable aura radiating from the long sword seemed to suppress everything in its vicinity. The shadow assassin, well-versed in swords, immediately recognized that Wang Zhan's blade was no ordinary weapon. Otherwise, it would have been severed by his ghost cry long ago. A flicker of greed momentarily flashed in his eyes, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. He secretly contemplated that this battle would yield not only Wang Zhan's divine weapon, but also one of his hands as trophies to be transported back to his clandestine base in the land of the rising sun. In that sinister collection room, jars of beeswax housed countless severed limbs of formidable warriors, each a testament to his past glorious victories, each a monument to his triumphs. The mere thought of those displayed trophies ignited a fervor within the shadow assassin, intensifying his bloodlust. At that moment, Wang Zhan remained oblivious to the twisted and perverse machinations brewing within the shadow assassin's mind. He harbors a profound aversion towards those who regard human life as mere chaff, and an unquenchable fury against the grievous atrocities committed by the small nation on the sacred soil of his homeland. Today, he has resolutely resolved that he shall not allow the shadow assassin to escape unscathed. In his heart, the outcome of this confrontation can only culminate in one of two fates, either his demise or that of his adversary. With a determination to face death and a belief in inevitable victory, the two adversaries once again stand in opposition. In an instant, two exquisite blades intertwine in the air, their edges clashing with a resonant clang that reverberates sharply in the stillness of the space around them. The shadow assassin hails from a lineage of ninjas. Having been immersed in the art of assassination from a tender age, his agility and ruthlessness unmatched. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, comes from a distinguished martial arts family. His inherited skills exceptional, further augmented by the formidable power of his indomitable spirit. In that moment, the two are evenly matched, neither able to gain the slightest advantage over the other. Wang Zhan silently laments the overwhelming prowess of the shadow assassin, realizing that he is no ordinary foe. Were it not for the divine strength of his indomitable spirit, he would likely have met his downfall today. It becomes evident that the malevolent force manipulating the assassin from the shadows is intent on his demise, going so far as to expend considerable wealth to employ such a formidable expert, a testament to their insidious intent and ruthless methods. For the shadow assassin, as a killer, he understands that the longer the battle drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for him. After their next clash, he swiftly plunges his blade into the ground, his hands flying into intricate seals, each movement resembling a fleeting specter, mesmerizing to behold. As the seals are completed, a mysterious technique is subtly unleashed, and strange runic patterns begin to emerge across his body. However, obscured by his dark garb, Wang Zhan fails to notice these sigils. Yet, he keenly senses a distinctly different aura emanating from the shadow assassin, a chilling sense of oppression that sends shivers down his spine. Before he can ponder further, the shadow assassin makes his move. With a sudden flourish, he withdraws the blade embedded in the earth and, in a flash, transforms into a black wraith, appearing instantaneously at Wang Zhan's side. A glimmer of cold light flashes as the keen edge arcs through the air, leaving a slender gash upon Wang Zhan's attire. This unforeseen assault startles them both. Wang Zhan is astonished by the assassin's speed, so swift that the naked eye can barely perceive it, as if he had traversed the very fabric of space in an instant, rendering Wang Zhan incapable of mounting any effective defense. This maneuver, the assassin's ultimate technique, is a secret passed down through generations of his family, known as instant kill. By executing this technique, he gains the extraordinary ability to teleport within a 5-meter radius, launching surprise attacks upon his adversaries. However, what leaves the shadow assassin aghast is that, despite his seemingly decisive strike against Wang Zhan, which he had anticipated would sever an arm, the reality is starkly different. The blade has struck Wang Zhan as though it had met solid steel, producing a sharp sound. Wang Zhan, shaken yet relieved, silently thanks his indomitable spirit for its wondrous protective prowess. At the very moment the blade grazed his skin, the steel heart swiftly reacted, transforming parts of his arm and body into metal, barely withstanding this lethal strike. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have met his doom today. The abilities acquired by Shadow Kill through his techniques could only be sustained for a mere few minutes. Time was of the essence, and he dare not pause for even an instant. Around Wang Zhan, he executed rapid, successive teleports, the glint of his blade flashing like a dark specter weaving through the surroundings. In mere seconds, he had unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Wang Zhan, leaving multiple slashes across his clothing. In response to Shadow Kill's relentless onslaught, Wang Zhan had fully transformed into metal, resembling a war god forged from steel. Shadow Kill abruptly halted, astonished, exclaiming, "You are actually a superpower user?" Wang Zhan did not respond directly. Instead, his gaze pierced coldly as he retorted, "Have you encountered other superpower users?" At that moment, Shadow Kill inwardly lamented, realizing that his primary method of attack relied on physical prowess. Yet the figure before him had transformed entirely into metal, as unyielding as iron. With such a disadvantage, he saw no prospect of victory. In a flash of insight, Shadow Kill understood the urgency of his situation. He knew he could not afford to linger, and preserving his life took precedence. He resolved to make a hasty retreat. However, Wang Zhan seemed to have anticipated his intentions, foreseeing his escape. In an instant, Wang Zhan unleashed the full force of his gravitational field. An invisible yet immensely powerful pressure descended upon him, as if Mount Tai were crashing down. Before Shadow Kill could activate his teleportation, this overwhelming force compelled him to kneel, his knife embedding itself deep into the ground as he struggled to maintain his balance. Chapter 31. New Job. Wang Zhan possessed limited knowledge of Shadow Kill's teleportation abilities, and a sense of trepidation gripped him, fearing that Shadow Kill might possess additional means of escape. He understood that allowing Shadow Kill to flee would irrevocably disrupt his tranquil existence, potentially ushering in greater dangers and troubles in the future. Thus, he resolutely activated his metal manipulation abilities. As Wang Zhan focused his mind, various metallic objects within the room seemed to come alive, hurtling towards Shadow Kill from all directions. However, while activating his metal control, he could not simultaneously maintain the gravitational field. Shadow Kill felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, his body becoming significantly lighter. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he noticed a barrage of metallic objects flying towards him, including the darts he had previously thrown. Fortunately, Shadow Kill was exceptionally agile, and with swift movements of his blade, he deftly cleaved the incoming projectiles in twain. Just as he prepared to activate his teleportation once more in an attempt to escape this perilous situation, his body suddenly froze, immobilized. In that moment, Wang Zhan's silver blade struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Shadow Kill's body and directly into his heart. Wang Zhan, employing not only his formidable throwing strength, but also augmenting the blade with gravitational force, launched it with such incredible speed that Shadow Kill had no time to react. Beneath the mask of the shadow assassin lay a visage etched with astonishment and resentment. His wide eyes and slightly trembling lips silently narrated the tumult within his soul. As a renowned assassin in the realm of darkness, he had amassed an unwavering confidence through countless life and death struggles, accustomed to manipulating his targets with ease. Each mission was akin to a meticulously orchestrated hunt, with him invariably emerging as the master of the game. Yet this time, he had miscalculated. He could never have anticipated that what appeared to be an effortlessly attainable task would devolve into his final battle for survival. The gears of fate turned mercilessly, propelling him into an abyss from which there was no return. In the fleeting moments of his life, he could only succumb to the relentless tide of regret and bitterness. Confronting this harsh reality, moments ago, the battle had been fierce, yet both combatants had instinctively kept their voices low, equally fearful of exposing their clandestine secrets. Fortunately, they found themselves in a secluded villa where the neighboring occupants were not permanent residents, thus affording them a relative degree of safety in their skirmish. However, during the earlier display of metallic manipulation, Wang Zhan had inadvertently created some noise. To prevent attracting unwanted attention from others or the villa's security, he swiftly focused his mind, utilizing his metallic control abilities to neatly arrange the metal fragments into a discreet corner, as if they had never participated in the fierce confrontation. Having resolved the matter of the metal shards, Wang Zhan proceeded to drag the shadow assassin's lifeless body to a hidden spot. He removed the assassin's mask, revealing a face with slightly graying hair, a visage typical of an individual from the land of the rising sun, likely in his 50s. Wang Zhan meticulously searched the corpse, hoping to uncover clues regarding the mastermind behind this operation, but his efforts yielded nothing. Before long, a knock at the door announced the arrival of security. Wang Zhan remained composed, skillfully concocting an excuse about having accidentally broken some items while exercising at home, thus deftly sending the guard away. Now, the pressing dilemma was how to dispose of the shadow assassin's body. The longer it remained in his home, the greater the risk of exposure. Without hesitation, Wang Zhan resolved to dispose of the body in the East China Sea under the cover of night. The coastal province of Guangdong is not far from the ocean, and by binding some metal to the corpse to ensure it sank into the depths, he hoped it would remain undiscovered for the time being. The exquisite dagger, Ghost Cry, left behind by the shadow assassin, was indeed a rare treasure, but Wang Zhan had no need for additional weapons. Should he retain this blade, it would undoubtedly become a future liability, potentially leading those with ulterior motives back to him. Weighing his options, Wang Zhan decided to harness his ability to absorb the metal essence from the dagger, intending to restore and enhance his own strength. He placed his hands upon the blade, and a faint metallic hue began to flow from the dagger into his body, as if coursing through his veins, gradually converging upon his heart. Then, an eerie spectacle unfolded. It seemed as though countless souls, ensnared within the enchanted blade, were simultaneously liberated, swirling through the air. The dark essences gradually transformed into clarity before fading into ethereal nothingness. Consequently, the brilliance of the legendary blade, known as Ghost Cry, dimmed, and with a gentle touch from Wang Zhan, it crumbled into mere powder, vanishing without a trace. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, the southern sky was at its most profound darkness, with the thick night enveloping the world like impenetrable ink. Clad in black, Wang Zhan resembled a specter of the night, deftly employing his gravity-defying abilities to soar swiftly towards the East Sea. Silently, he successfully cast the lifeless body of Ing Sha into the ocean's depths, as if erasing all evidence of the preceding events, leaving only the vast sea to bear witness to the concealed truths. The subsequent weekend brought a rare respite for Wang Zhan amidst the tumultuous days. The Yang family, once his persecutors, had now fled abroad like frightened dogs, and the clouded fortunes of their enterprise, the Yunding Group, had plummeted. Though the malevolent still lingered in this world, their distance from this sacred land bestowed upon Wang Zhan a long-awaited sense of relief. During these 2 days, Wang Zhan took it upon himself to investigate the identity of the ninja who had attempted his assassination. Yet, despite employing various methods, the outcome was far beyond his expectations, as if the ninja had never existed in this world, leaving no trace to pursue. This underscored the ninja's extraordinary caution and exceptional stealth. Moreover, an unexpected occurrence transpired over the weekend. Lu Lingyao, taking the initiative, reached out to him. Since the downfall of Yang Jundong, he had been preoccupied, hardly able to attend to the women in his life. Lu Lingyao, too, found herself liberated. During her tenure at the Yunding Group, most were aware of her close ties to Yang Jun. With his misfortune, she decisively chose to resign at the earliest opportunity, selling off the luxurious properties and vehicles he had procured for her. For her, the most suitable refuge was undoubtedly Wang Zhan's Zhan technology. Wang Zhan had previously promised Lu Lingyao that he recognized her capabilities, having graduated from a prestigious institution, and understood her to be kind-hearted and devoid of scheming nature. Thus, he informed Lin San to facilitate Lu Ruming's onboarding process. He also emphasized that Lin San should remind the HR department to treat Lu Lingyao equitably, adhering strictly to company standards for role alignment and capability assessment. Within the corporate culture of Zhan technology, intricate social dynamics were absent. All considerations revolved around individual competence and character, a principle Wang Zhan had steadfastly upheld. Time flew by, and the 2 days swiftly elapsed. Lu Lingyao arrived punctually at Zhan Technology to commence her duties. Based on the actual business needs and her personal career inclinations, the company appointed her to the role of product manager, allowing her to shine in a field with which she was already familiar. The moment the new colleagues laid eyes on Lu Lingyao, a flicker of astonishment danced in their gazes. After all, the company had welcomed yet another stunning beauty, a paragon of both grace and allure, akin to a resplendent pearl that infused a vibrant hue into the otherwise monotonous work environment. Lu Lingyao felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Wang Zhan for his assistance and wished to invite him to dinner that very evening. However, Wang Zhan politely declined her invitation. Despite his agreement to allow Lu Lingyao to join Zhan Technology, it did not imply any romantic inclinations towards her. to prevent fostering any unwarranted fantasies or hopes within Lu Romeng. Wang Zhan resolved to maintain a respectful distance. In truth, Lu Romeng harbored a flicker of beautiful dreams within her heart, envisioning a day when she could walk hand in hand with Wang Zhan, a prospect that seemed profoundly romantic. Yet, she was acutely aware of Wang Zhan's sentiments. Furthermore, having endured the painful entanglements of her past relationship with Yang Jun, her heart was a tapestry of scars, with feelings of inadequacy creeping in like tendrils of ivy. In her eyes, she now resembled a dust-laden pearl, dim and unworthy of Wang Zhan's star-like brilliance. Thus, she resolved to relinquish those impractical notions, to lighten her emotional load, and to let things unfold naturally. In this unfamiliar yet hopeful new city, within a vibrant and opportunity-rich realm of Zhan technology, she aimed to embrace a fresh persona and embark on a new chapter of her life, penning her own remarkable story. Chapter 32. Lu Lingyao arrives by afternoon. A phone call shattered the tranquility of Wang Zhan's work interlude, and to his surprise, it was Lu Lingyao on the other end. Wang Zhan, can you guess where I am right now? Lu Lingyao's voice resonated through the receiver. Imbued with a playful and mischievous tone, Wang Zhan paused momentarily, his mind racing, and tentatively inquired, "Could it be Guangchuan City? You are quite astute. So, Director Wang, do you have time to treat me to a meal?" Lu Lingyao replied, a playful smile evident in her voice. Upon hearing that Lu Lingyao was indeed in Guangchuan City, a wave of indescribable joy surged within Wang Zhan. During this time, they had communicated as if they were longtime pen pals, sharing snippets of their lives in the vast realm of the internet, and their bond had deepened through this frequent exchange. Without hesitation, Wang Zhan responded, "Of course. I have time. Just tell me where you are, and I'll pick you up after work." Lu Lingyao promptly shared her location. After hanging up, Wang Zhan inexplicably found himself searching online for recommended dating spots. As he scrolled through the suggestions on his computer screen, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face, his heart a mix of nerves and eager anticipation, as if he were about to embark on a delightful and unknown adventure. Finally, when the workday concluded, Wang Zhan hurriedly gathered his belongings and drove to Lu Lingyao's location. From a distance, he spotted her silhouette, dressed in a simple, white athletic outfit. She carried a backpack and sported a cascade of golden hair, elegantly tied into a high ponytail that danced gently in the breeze, exuding both fashion and vitality. Her fresh and radiant appearance drew the attention of passers-by, with many turning their heads to catch another glimpse. During her wait, two gentlemen even mustered the courage to approach her, seeking her contact information, yet they were politely declined by Lu Lingyao. On the other hand, Wang Zhan typically dressed casually for work, sometimes donning a sharp suit that conveyed professional acumen, at other times opting for relaxed sportswear that showcased a more laid-back side. Coincidentally, he was clad in black athletic attire today. When they stood together, the contrast of their black and white ensembles resembled a uniquely charming couple's outfit. As Lu Lingyao settled into the car, both wore expressions of uncontainable joy, yet beneath their smiles lingered a subtle hint of nervousness. After all, while they had freely exchanged thoughts and emotions in the digital realm, the experience of genuine proximity brought forth an entirely different sensation, blending anticipation with a touch of anxiety. Inside the vehicle, soft, soothing music flowed like a gentle stream, while the warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the windows, casting a captivating aura upon them. Wang Zhan focused intently on the steering wheel, casting furtive glances at Lu Lingyao beside him before inquiring, "What brings you to Guangchuan City so suddenly?" Lu Lingyao tilted her head slightly, her fair fingers tapping her chin, her eyes sparkling with a lively glint and a playful smile gracing her lips. "What if I said I came specifically to see you? Would you believe me?" Wang Zhan's gaze met hers, and instead of responding immediately, a radiant smile involuntarily spread across his face, illuminated by the sunlight with an unmistakable joy. Delighted by his reaction, Lu Lingyao continued, "Of course, seeing you is one reason, but I also came with a few friends to handle some work-related matters." Wang Zhan nodded gently before asking, "So, how long do you plan to stay here?" Lu Lingyao tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying, "About a week, I suppose." The prospect of spending a week together filled Wang Zhan with quiet delight, and his smile widened as he said, "Oh, if you have some free time in the coming days, I can show you around Guangchuan City." Lu Lingyao's eyes lit up. her face beaming as she responded, "I'm generally free in the evenings. You're the only person I know here, so I'll be relying on you, Director Wang." She playfully elongated the title, her tone laced with teasing. Wang Zhan chuckled helplessly, saying, "Please, don't call me Director. It sounds rather odd." Lu Lingyao's eyes twinkled mischievously as she tilted her head, contemplating. "What should I call you then? How about Little Zhan?" Wang Zhan was momentarily speechless. In all his years, no one had ever referred to him in such an endearing manner. He pondered that the title did not quite align with his persona. Yet for reasons unknown, when it slipped from Lu Lingyao's lips, it stirred an unexpected sweetness within him, rendering it exceedingly delightful to his ears. Subsequently, Wang Zhan briefly introduced the destination they were headed to and chatted about mundane matters. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, filled with warmth and harmony. At that moment, Wang Zhan remained blissfully unaware that Lu Lingyao's visit to Guangchuan City concealed a connection deeply intertwined with him. Just 2 days prior, a netizen, while documenting the wondrous changes of the sky with a camera, inadvertently captured a dark figure darting across the horizon like lightning. This footage, once uploaded online, drew the keen attention of Lu Lingyao's department, prompting an immediate and thorough investigation in Guangchuan City. Unbeknownst to Lu Lingyao, the elusive figure they were desperately trying to identify was seated right beside her at that moment, driving the vehicle and engaging in light-hearted conversation. After approximately 40 minutes, traversing through bustling districts, they finally arrived at the renowned scenic spot, Golden Sands Bay. Not only is the landscape picturesque, but it also harbors a tantalizing food plaza. Wang Zhan had deliberately brought Lu Lingyao here to satiate her cravings as a food enthusiast. Upon entering the food plaza, an array of distinctive Guangchuan delicacies greeted them. As Wang Zhan introduced each dish, he guided Lu Lingyao through the various stalls. The sweetness of double-skim milk, the springiness of water chestnut cake, the delectable shrimp cakes, the succulent oysters, and the fresh coconut juice served in its shell. Each bite elicited exclamations of delight from Lu Lingyao, her face radiant with satisfaction and joy. Following their culinary adventure, the duo strolled along the coastline, arriving at the elongated and winding seaside promenade. Flanking the corridor, the verdant mangroves unique to the south stood lush and vibrant, acting as nature's green barrier. As the tides ebbed and flowed, the mangroves were occasionally caressed by the sea, revealing their sturdy roots. Among the mangroves, white birds flitted joyfully, occasionally soaring into the sky, injecting vitality into the serene coastal atmosphere. Wang Zhan eagerly volunteered once more as Lu Lingyao as personal photographer, diligently searching for the perfect angles to capture her every beautiful moment. Occasionally, Lu Lingyao would invite passersby to assist in taking a photo of them together. At the moment the shutter clicked, they instinctively drew close, their smiles radiating like the most brilliant sunlight of spring, unreservedly blossoming while a sweet ambience enveloped the air, reminiscent of a couple deeply immersed in love. After traversing the seaside promenade, they arrived at the exquisitely romantic Golden Beach. Though autumn was nearing its end, the southern weather remained pleasantly warm. The beach was bustling with locals and numerous visitors from afar, some frolicking playfully while others strolled leisurely, fully savoring this delightful moment. Lu Lingyao had traversed from the south to the north, and undoubtedly had visited beaches, yet at this moment she resembled a child, eagerly shedding her sneakers and socks, holding them in her hands as she joyfully trod upon the sandy shore. It seemed that only in this manner could she truly relish the delights of the beach. Wang Zhan observed Lu Lingyao's exuberance with immense happiness in his heart. He tirelessly captured her enchanting smiles with his phone, preserving her most genuine and captivating expressions. The two strolled side by side, listening to the gentle music emanating from the square, feeling the soft caress of the sea breeze, leaving behind a trail of sweet footprints on the sand. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they realized it, it was already past 10 in the evening. With renewed enthusiasm, Wang Zhan proposed to Lu Lingyao that they visit a popular barbecue restaurant he had discovered online. Upon arriving at the establishment, the sizzling meat and vegetables on the grill emitted an enticing aroma that tantalized their appetites. They settled at a table, devouring skewers while engaging in lively conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from their childhood and the trivial troubles of their work lives. After approximately an hour of feasting, Wang Zhan placed the bamboo skewer on the table. stood up to settle the bill at the front counter, and then made a brief stop at the restroom. Lu Lingyao exited first, standing beneath the glow of the entrance lights, patiently awaiting Wang Zhan. Chapter 33. A minor incident. Lu Lingyao held her phone, glancing at a message from her friend Li Shui. Sister, are you coming back tonight? A hint of bashfulness crept onto Lu Lingyao's face as she quickly replied, Of course. I will. The other party sent another message. I thought our beautiful lady might be whisked away by someone tonight. Lu Lingyao chuckled and responded, Who could possibly take me away? Just as she sent the message, an unsettling instinct flared within her, sensing something amiss in her surroundings. She felt an ominous presence and swiftly turned, her hand instinctively grasping the wrist of a man who had attempted to encroach upon her. A group of flamboyantly dressed young men, reeking of alcohol, stood beside her. The individual she had seized was a youth with dyed green hair, his gaze lewd and a smirk playing on his lips. Hey, are you alone? My buddies and I could show you a good time. The green-haired youth said with a flippant tone, his eyes shamelessly roaming over Lu Lingyao. Initially in high spirits, Lu Lingyao's mood soured upon encountering these lewd individuals, igniting a fierce anger within her. She forcefully shoved the young man in the chest, who staggered back several steps, colliding with his companions. If you value your life, get away from me, Lu Lingyao declared coldly, her eyes radiating a piercing intensity. The gang of ruffians, accustomed to their brazen antics, were incensed to be rebuked by a woman. The green-haired youth spat curses. You've got some fire? Huh? Let's teach you a lesson. Lu Lingyao initially intended to personally intervene and teach a lesson to those arrogant ruffians. However, at that moment, Wang Zhan hurriedly approached from behind and sternly scolded. What are you all doing? The group of delinquents momentarily paused, but upon seeing the imposing figure of Wang Zhan, who stood at nearly 6 feet tall, they remained undeterred. One of the young men pointed at Wang Zhan and shouted, What the hell does it have to do with you? Get lost. Wang Zhan ignored him completely and moved to Lu Lingyao's side, inquiring with genuine concern, Are you all right? Suddenly, Lu Lingyao adopted a feeble expression and whispered, They were harassing me. She secretly anticipated how Wang Zhan would respond. If he showed cowardice, it would prove her judgment of him was misguided. Upon hearing that Lu Lingyao had been harassed, Wang Zhan's complexion darkened, and a flicker of fury ignited in his eyes. He was genuinely enraged. The green-haired youth, irritated by Wang Zhan's indifference, stepped forward with a barrage of curses. Damn you, I'm talking to you. As he spoke, he raised his hand to slap Wang Zhan's face. Fueled by anger, Wang Zhan unceremoniously blocked the attack with one hand and retaliated with a swift, forceful slap that sent the green-haired youth reeling, knocking out 2 of his teeth in the process. Lu Lingyao was taken aback by this scene. She had not anticipated that the typically gentle and considerate Wang Zhan could exhibit such dominance when provoked. Rather than feeling fear, she experienced a rush of exhilaration, inwardly admiring. So cool. A man of both intellect and strength. This is my ideal type. The companions of the green-haired youth were similarly startled, sobering up considerably. Yet, for the sake of pride, they bravely charged at Wang Zhan. Still irate, Wang Zhan delivered a swift kick to the leg of the foremost assailant, causing him to collapse to the ground with a pained scream, as if his leg had been shattered. Following that, Wang Zhan executed a high-side kick, knocking another adversary to the ground with precision. His movements were clean and decisive, each strike incapacitating his opponent without hesitation. One slightly behind, witnessing the downfall of his companions, was completely sobered. He drew a small knife from his waist, trembling as he aimed it at Wang Zhan, but his legs involuntarily retreated. Wang Zhan had no intention of sparing him. His expression remained cold as he advanced step by step. The trembling man, resembling a victim, stammered, "Don't do anything rash." Wang Zhan, expressionless, kicked the knife from the man's hand, leaving him with a numb sensation in his fingers. Terrified, the man turned and fled. So frightened that he wet himself, Wang Zhan contemplated pursuing him for a lesson, but was halted by Lu Lingyao's voice calling out, "Wang Zhan, that's enough." Her tone carried a hint of tenderness, which slightly eased Wang Zhan's emotions. He returned to Lu Lingyao's side and apologized. "I'm sorry you had to endure such an ordeal." Lu Lingyao, unfazed, smiled and shook her head. "It's all right, let us go." She took the initiative to grasp Wang Zhan's hand, and together they left briskly. Although the incident had unfolded rapidly, it had attracted the attention of several onlookers. Lu Lingyao did not wish to squander her time because of a few ruffians, nor did she want to embroil Wang Zhan in trouble. She grasped Wang Zhan's hand, her heart brimming with delight. Witnessing the one she cherished stand up for her filled her with immense satisfaction. As Wang Zhan felt her hand in his, the anger that had once surged within him dissipated, replaced by a sweet sense of happiness. The car was not far away, and soon they were driving away. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. The earlier hand-holding had rendered both a touch bashful, the air laden with a hint of sweet awkwardness. Wang Zhan gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, yet his thoughts were entirely consumed by Lu Lingyao. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a tone of apology. "I sincerely apologize for you having to encounter such an incident." Lu Lingyao smiled gently, as if the earlier events had not affected her in the slightest. She turned to gaze at Wang Zhan's profile and softly replied, "Please do not blame yourself. It was not your fault. Today has been perfect, and even the incident that transpired was perfect. I am truly happy, and I must thank you." Hearing her words brought some relief to Wang Zhan, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. "As long as you're happy." After a pause, he asked with a hint of trepidation, "I was genuinely a bit angry earlier. I hope I did not frighten you." Lu Lingyao shook her head, a mischievous glint sparkling in her eyes. "Not at all. You were rather cool just now. When you mentioned your martial arts lineage, I was skeptical, but it appears to be true." Wang Zhan replied earnestly, "Indeed, it is true. If the opportunity arises, I would love to take you to my hometown." Lu Lingyao responded with enthusiasm. "That sounds wonderful." A thought crossed her mind. Could Wang Zhan be hinting at introducing her to his family? A wave of sweet ripples coursed through her heart. Turning her gaze to the window, she admired the city illuminated by countless lights in the night, seemingly adding a touch of brilliance to her mood. As they continued to chat, the car soon arrived at the hotel where Lu Lingyao was staying. Once the vehicle came to a halt, an unexpected silence enveloped the interior. The moment of parting elicited feelings of reluctance from both. Yet, their time together had been brief, and they each endeavored to repress the longing that stirred within. Lu Lingyao unbuckled her seatbelt, turned to Wang Zhan, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you so much for today. I had a wonderful time." Wang Zhan nodded, his gaze softening. "Me too. See you tomorrow evening." "All right. See you tomorrow evening," Lu Lingyao replied with a smile. Then opened the car door and stepped out, waving to Wang Zhan as she stood at the entrance of the hotel. Wang Zhan reciprocated the gesture, watching her as she entered the hotel until her figure vanished completely. Only then did he slowly drive away. Lu Lingyao stepped into the elevator, leaning against the wall, her heart brimming with sweetness. She reminisced about the evening's moments, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan, driving his car, felt equally elated. Although the encounter with the ruffians had marred the evening slightly, he sensed that the bond between them had grown closer. The following evening, Wang Zhan arrived at the hotel to pick up Lu Lingyao as promised. Today, he had specifically chosen a renowned Cantonese restaurant, the Golden Pavilion in Guangchuan City. This restaurant is renowned for its authentic Cantonese cuisine, characterized by an elegant ambience and exquisite dishes, making it a favorite among many gastronomes. As two patrons entered, they were led by the server to a private room. On the table, classic Cantonese delicacies such as sweet and sour pork, char siu, poached chicken, and stir-fried crab were presented one after another, their aromas tantalizing and appetizing. Lu Lingyao praised each dish, particularly the stir-fried crab, which was succulent and juicy, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. "Do you frequent this place often?" "The flavors of these dishes are truly delightful," she remarked with a smile, her eyes reflecting admiration. Wang Zhan replied, gently with a subtle smile, "I found this place online. I'm glad you enjoy it." Chapter 34. An encounter with acquaintances. As they conversed over their meal, the atmosphere was relaxed and jovial. After finishing their meal, they exited the private room and strolled leisurely along the corridor on the second floor. At that moment, four individuals approached them. One woman, upon spotting Wang Zhan, exhibited a fleeting change from joy to a somewhat stiff expression. This was Lu Romeng. Lu Romeng had originally intended to invite Wang Zhan and Chun-Lei to dinner, but Wang Zhan had politely declined, citing prior commitments. When Chun-Lei received Lu Romeng's invitation, he suggested they all dine together, as he had also planned to take his family out for a meal leading to this gathering. However, Lu Romeng was taken aback to encounter Wang Zhan here, especially surprised to see him accompanied by such an exceptionally graceful lady. "Chun-Lei, noticing Wang Zhan with an unfamiliar beauty, could not help but smile more broadly. Unsure of the lady's identity, he courteously greeted, "Mr. Wang. What a coincidence to see you here dining as well." Wang Zhan returned the smile, greeting them in turn. "Brother Lei, sister-in-law, Lu Romeng." Suddenly, a bright child's voice chimed. "Brother Wang Zhan, I'm here too." A little girl bounced over, wrapping her arms around Wang Zhan's waist. He looked down to see Chun Lei's daughter, Chun Rui. With affectionate tenderness, he ruffled her hair and said, "Little beauty Rui, it's been a while." Chun Rui looked up, grinning, and asked Brother Wang Zhan, "Why haven't you come to play with me?" Wang Zhan replied with a smile, "I've been a bit busy lately, but I promise to visit you soon. All right?" Chun Rui nodded enthusiastically. "Okay." Tianjing stood nearby, her gaze fixed curiously on Lu Lingyao. Knowing Wang Zhan had never had a girlfriend, she couldn't help but speculate upon seeing him stand beside such a stunning girl. With a smile, she inquired, "Mr. Wang, may I ask who this lovely lady is?" Wang Zhan introduced, "This is my friend Lu Lingyao." He then introduced Lu Lingyao to the others. "This is my colleague Brother Lei, his partner and daughter. And this is also my colleague, Lu Romeng." Lu Lingyao smiled and nodded in greeting, exchanging pleasantries with Lu Romeng, internally marveling at the presence of such a beautiful woman within Wang Zhan's company. Chun Lei warmly invited, "Have you all eaten? Why not join us?" Wang Zhan waved his hand politely, saying, "We just finished. Please enjoy your meal." Chun Lei nodded, "All right, let us gather again next time." Wang Zhan responded with a smile, "Certainly. We shall meet again when time permits." Tianjing smiled and said, "Next time you come to our home for dinner, be sure to bring this lovely lady along." Wang Zhan glanced at Lu Lingyao and readily agreed, "All right, if the opportunity arises." After this exchange, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao bid farewell to Chun Lei's family and turned to leave the restaurant. Their figures appeared particularly harmonious under the corridor's lighting, reminiscent of a couple deeply in sync. Although Lu Rumei maintained a smile on her face, she could not conceal the sense of disappointment brewing within her. Chun Lei's family watched them depart before continuing toward their reserved private room. Tianjing linked her arm with Chun Lei's and could not help but inquire softly, "That girl by President Wang's side is stunning. Have you seen her before? She can't possibly be his girlfriend, right?" Chun Lei shook his head, uncertainty lacing his tone. "I haven't seen her before, nor has he mentioned her." Tianjing blinked and added with a smile, "I suspect she might be. Did you not notice? President Wang has been smiling more than usual today." At her words, Chun Lei instinctively glanced back at Lu Rumei, aware of her special feelings for Wang Zhan. Concerned that she might feel uncomfortable hearing such remarks, he replied to Tianjing, "Let us not jump to conclusions. They might just be friends dining together." Realizing she might have spoken out of turn, especially since Wang Zhan was their company's president and Lu Rumei worked alongside them, Tianjing chuckled lightly and said, "Yes, I was merely speculating." Lu Rumei, trailing behind, felt a tumult of emotions within her. She had thought her feelings for Wang Zhan had gradually faded. Yet witnessing him standing beside another girl reignited a pang of bitterness in her heart. They indeed appeared to be a perfect match, she mused silently, forcing a bittersweet smile. Prompted by Chun Lei's subtle reminder, Tianjing sensed Lu Rumei's emotional shift. Suspecting that Lu Rumei harbored deeper feelings for Wang Zhan, she steered the conversation away from him and cheerfully remarked to Chun Lei, "By the way, Rui has been performing exceptionally well at school lately, and her teachers have praised her significant progress." Chun Lei understood his wife's intention and continued the topic. "Indeed, our Rui is the best." He gently ruffled their daughter's hair. Hearing her parents' compliments, Chun Rui beamed with joy, skipping ahead while holding her mother's hand. Lu Rumei also managed to force a smile, striving to immerse herself in the warm atmosphere, yet her thoughts had already drifted far away. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao continued their evening journey. The city of Guangchuan glittered with lights under the night sky, and the neon signs lining the streets flickered with enchanting brilliance, seemingly adding a romantic hue to their date. Wang Zhan's first destination for Lu Lingyao was Huaqing Square. Though the square was not particularly large, its musical fountain was renowned throughout the city. As night fell, the water jets danced rhythmically, transforming into a vibrant tapestry illuminated by colorful lights. At its peak, the fountain soared to the heavens, reaching several dozen meters high, resembling a crystalline palace from a dream, breathtaking in its splendor. Having admired the fountain, Wang Zhan led Lu Lingyao to the renowned Guangchuan Tower. a prominent landmark not far from Huaqing Square. The tower's light show is celebrated nationwide, each night as darkness envelopes the city. The lights on the tower dance to the rhythm of music and thematic variations, presenting an array of patterns and colors that allure countless visitors. Crowds throng beneath the tower, bustling with life. Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao moved along with the flow of people, occasionally brushing against each other. With every gentle contact of their arms or shoulders, Wang Zhan instinctively created a bit of distance. Despite his many commendable qualities, he appeared somewhat clumsy when it came to matters of the heart. Observing Wang Zhan's awkward demeanor, Lu Lingyao found it amusing. Had he taken her hand at that moment, she would not have hesitated to accept. Just the day before, she had boldly taken Wang Zhan's hand, marking a significant step for her, as it was the first time she had ever initiated such a gesture with a boy. While she yearned for their relationship to deepen, she resolved to remain somewhat reserved, curious to see when Wang Zhan would finally make his move. As they strolled, they arrived at the base of Guangchuan Tower. The tower's lights shifted in sync with the music, at times resembling a glittering galaxy, and at others, a cascading waterfall. Gasps of wonder erupted from the crowd, and Lu Lingyao was captivated by the spectacle before her. Unable to contain her excitement, she leaned closer to Wang Zhan and whispered, "The lights are like a waterfall, truly beautiful." Wang Zhan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is quite beautiful." As he spoke, he glanced down at Lu Lingyao, noticing the exhilaration and joy radiating from her face. His heart raced once more, and a thought flickered through his mind. Is it time to hold her hand? Just as he hesitated, his fingers twitching slightly in anticipation of action, a familiar voice pierced through the surrounding clamor. "Lingyao?" Both Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao paused, instinctively turning toward the sound. Approaching them were two men and a woman, waving cheerfully. As they drew closer, Wang Zhan recognized them more clearly. The woman was young and tall, clad in a black coat, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Beside her was a man of medium build, sporting neat short hair and a trimmed beard, dressed in a black jacket, his face adorned with a friendly smile. The other young man was Su Zihao, whom Wang Zhan had encountered previously at Tianshan Mountain. His striking red hair shone brilliantly under the lights, and he wore a vibrant white and red baseball jersey that exuded energy, naturally attracting the attention of several onlooking girls. Lu Lingyao was the first to react, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Sister Li Shui, Brother Dazhuang, what brings you here?" Li Shui, aware that Lu Lingyao had been spending her evenings with Wang Zhan, teased, "So, it's only you allowed to come here for a date, and we are not?" Lu Lingyao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly replied, "Not at all." The tall and hearty Dazhuang chuckled heartily, saying, "Lingyao, won't you introduce us?" Lu Lingyao quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Oh, this is Wang Zhan, my friend." He then turned to introduce Wang Zhan. "These are my colleagues who have come to work here with me. This is Gao Dazhuang, whom we affectionately call Brother Dazhuang. This lovely lady is Li Shui. And as for the one with the red hair, you've met him before, Su Zihao." Su Zihao snorted coldly, his eyes betraying a hint of hostility, his tone laced with a tinge of bitterness. "Nice to see you again." Wang Zhan greeted them politely with a smile. "Hello, everyone." Li Shui blinked playfully and continued to tease. "What kind of friend is he? A male friend or boyfriend?" Lu Lingyao's face flushed even more, resembling a ripe apple. She linked her arm with Li Shui's and retorted, "Sister Li Shui, what are you talking about?" Gao Dazhuang and Li Shui exchanged knowing glances, having never seen Lu Lingyao so bashful, and they shared a subtle smile. Su Zihao, however, scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain, diverting his gaze elsewhere. He had long harbored feelings for Lu Lingyao, and seeing her with Wang Zhan only deepened his discontent. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Lingyao enthusiastically invited everyone to join her for some leisure activities. Gao Dazhuang and Li Shui shared a knowing smile and politely declined, not wanting to be third wheels. Su Zihao intended to stay, but before he could voice his desire, Li Shui seized his arm and half dragged him away. Once their group departed, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao returned to their own world. It was rather fortuitous that both parties encountered familiar faces, as if they had deliberately brought their respective entourages for an unexpected reunion, adding a touch of vibrant bustle and subtlety to an ordinary day. After enjoying the light show for a while, Wang Zhan took Lu Lingyao to a gift shop near Guangchuan Tower to purchase some souvenirs. then escorted her back to the hotel. As for holding hands, Wang Zhan ultimately refrained, watching Lu Lingyao enter the hotel, internally chiding himself for his cowardice. He resolved to be braver the next time they met. During work hours, Wang Zhan's demeanor underwent a subtle transformation. Known for his meticulousness and adherence to routine, he began to look forward to the passage of time, as it signified an early conclusion to his work and an opportunity to meet Lu Lingyao. Over the past few days, his spirits had noticeably lifted to the point that he occasionally found himself grinning foolishly at his computer screen. This slight change did not escape Lin Sen's observant eyes. Lin Sun, a colleague and close friend of Wang Zhan's for many years, could read him well. Thus, during their lunch break, Lin Sun could not resist leaning in closer to Wang Zhan, teasingly asking, "Wang Zhan, have you won some grand prize these days? You seem to be smiling nonstop." Wang Zhan was taken aback by the question, then sheepishly smiled. "Is it that obvious?" Lin Sun raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with curiosity. "Obvious? It's practically written all over your face. Come on, spill the beans. What good fortune has befallen you?" Wang Zhan hesitated for a moment, deciding there was nothing to hide, and succinctly recounted his encounters with Lu Lingyao over the past couple of days. Upon hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "The iron tree has finally blossomed. I had thought my idol was destined to be in a lifelong romance with his work." Wang Zhan shook his head helplessly, remarking, "It's not that exaggerated." Lin Sun clapped him on the shoulder, his tone laced with playful teasing and a hint of envy. "I am genuinely curious about this Miss Lu. What kind of person could capture the heart of our revered idol? I can hardly wait to meet her." Wang Zhan chuckled in response. "We haven't even exchanged a word yet. Perhaps there will be a chance in the future." Observing this, Lin Sun proceeded to analyze the current situation for Wang Zhan with earnestness, saying, "Between you two, it seems you're merely a thin layer of paper away from breaking through the barrier. As a man, you must take the initiative." He then offered several suggestions. Taking Lin Sen's advice to heart, Wang Zhan resolved to cast aside his hesitations and convey his feelings to Lu Lingyao that very day. After work, he drove to the hotel where Lu Lingyao was staying. Today, he donned a sharply tailored black suit that accentuated his upright figure, exuding an air of polished elegance. As if he had stepped out of a fashion magazine, he stood quietly at the hotel entrance, holding a magnificent bouquet of vivid pink roses, his heart racing with both nervousness and sweet anticipation. Before long, Lu Lingyao descended from the upper floors. Typically, she favored casual athletic wear that radiated youthful vigor, but today, she transformed her style entirely, donning a chic and mature outfit. A crop top perfectly revealed her slender waist, while black shorts showcased her long, straight legs. The black stockings enveloping her legs added an air of mystery and allure. Her black and white athletic shoes cleverly balanced the ensemble's sensuality with a touch of playfulness, while her flowing black overcoat fluttered gently in the breeze, lending her an air of nonchalance and freedom. Her makeup was exquisitely refined, her eyes sparkling with captivating charm, radiating an enchanting glow that made her appear entirely different from her usual sporty self, illuminating the world around her with her presence. At the sight of her, Wang Zhan couldn't help but think how breathtakingly beautiful she was. He approached her slowly, gently presenting the roses with a voice as soft as a spring breeze. "These are for you. I hope you like them." Lu Lingyao accepted the flowers, inhaling their fragrance, and a sweet smile graced her face. "The flowers are so beautiful. Thank you." Wang Zhan smiled, noting, "Your style today is quite different from usual." "How do I look?" Lu Lingyao inquired. Wang Zhan replied honestly, "You look lovely." With a shy smile, Lu Lingyao's eyes sparkled mischievously. "You look quite handsome today as well. This suit suits you perfectly." The pair then climbed into Wang Zhan's car, heading towards their destination, a luxurious hotel atop the tallest building in Guangchuan City. As they journeyed along, Wang Zhan's emotions oscillated between tension and exhilaration, while Lu Lingyao appeared relaxed and at ease, occasionally engaging him in light conversation, which alleviated his nervousness. Upon reaching the hotel, they ascended to the top floor via the elevator. Guided by a waiter, they arrived at their reserved table situated near the floor-to-ceiling windows, through which the dazzling nightscape of Guangchuan City unfolded, its lights twinkling like a river of stars, breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Lingyao gazed out at the scenery, unable to suppress her admiration. "This place is truly stunning. How did you discover it?" Wang Zhan smiled gently, responding, It was recommended by someone else. As dinner commenced, Wang Zhan felt somewhat constrained. Although he typically felt comfortable around girls, the prospect of confessing his feelings rendered him undeniably anxious. Lu Lingyao noticed his unease and playfully suggested, "You seem a bit nervous tonight. Would you like to have a drink to relax?" Wang Zhan nodded, ordering a bottle of smooth red wine. They clinked their glasses, and Lu Lingyao cheerfully expressed, "Thank you so much for your hospitality these past few days." Wang Zhan reciprocated with a warm smile, saying, "It is my pleasure." As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Wang Zhan grew more at ease, yet he still struggled to find the right moment to voice his sentiments. The dinner concluded in a light-hearted atmosphere, and Wang Zhan proposed a stroll in a nearby park, to which Lu Lingyao readily agreed. They walked side by side, meandering towards the park along the street. The nighttime park was serene and enchanting, with moonlight spilling onto the pathways, shadows of trees dancing gracefully, and a gentle breeze caressing them. With few passers-by, Lu Lingyao glanced up at the night sky after a while and softly remarked, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Wang Zhan looked up at the sky and then back at Lu Lingyao, the moonlight illuminating her face, enhancing her allure. His heart raced as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Ultimately, he summoned the courage to gently take Lu Lingyao's hand. She paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. She raised his hand, looking at him with a playful tone. What does this mean? Chapter 36. A mysterious call. Wang Zhan gazed deeply into Lu Lingyao's eyes, stammering, "Aye." Lu Lingyao looked at him with utmost seriousness, saying, "Wang Zhan, I like you." He was taken aback, surprised that Lu Lingyao had confessed before him. A warm surge filled his heart as he excitedly replied, "I should have said this sooner. I've never felt this way about any girl before. Lu Lingyao, I like you." Their eyes locked in a moment of deep connection. Lu Lingyao stood on her tiptoes, and their lips softly met for their first kiss. Although it felt somewhat awkward, the union of their lips sent their hearts racing with exhilaration. As they parted, Lu Lingyao laughed, saying, "Little Zhan, now you are mine." Wang Zhan humorously responded, "Then I hope for your continued guidance in the future." They exchanged sweet smiles, hand in hand, continuing their leisurely stroll through the park. In a secluded spot, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to share another kiss. Though both were aflame with excitement, they managed to temper their impulses. They both felt that it was premature to take the next step, at least until they had received the approval of both sets of parents. Thus, the two of them savored a sweet moment under the moonlight for quite some time. Eventually, Wang Zhan escorted Lu Lingyao back to her hotel. As they parted, Lu Lingyao gently embraced Wang Zhan, bestowing a soft kiss upon his cheek, and whispered, "Goodbye, little Zhan." Wang Zhan tenderly replied, "Goodbye, Lingyao." In the days that followed, their relationship blossomed rapidly. After work each day, they nearly clung to one another, relishing the sweetness and joy of their romantic phase. They dined together, watched films, strolled about, and even began to discuss plans for the future. Lu Lingyao understood that if they wished for a lasting relationship, living apart was not a viable option. Given that Wang Zhan's company was based in Guangchuan City and her job offered more flexibility, she contemplated finding a way to relocate to Guangchuan City, allowing her to be by Wang Zhan's side more often. Time flew by, and Lu Lingyao and her colleagues had already spent a week in Guangchuan City. At this moment, Wang Zhan remained unaware that Lu Lingyao and her fellow reporters, who appeared ordinary on the surface, actually possessed a secret identity. They were investigators from the Extraordinary Investigation Division of the National Security Department. This division was responsible for addressing exceptional incidents nationwide, particularly those related to individuals with super abilities. Their mission was to ensure that these individuals posed no threat to societal order, while also providing protection and support when necessary. Last Saturday, the headquarters of the Extraordinary Investigation Division received a report from the Guangchuan branch. The report indicated that a citizen of Guangchuan City had captured footage of what appeared to be a flying person in the sky. Following analysis by the technical department, this video was confirmed as authentic rather than fabricated or enhanced. This revelation immediately garnered significant attention from headquarters, prompting Lu Lingyao and her colleagues to be urgently dispatched to Guangchuan City that very day to assist the local branch in the investigation. By day, Lu Lingyao and her colleagues dispersed throughout various areas of Guangchuan City, conducting discreet interviews and investigations. They disguised themselves as reporters, engaging with citizens under the pretense of conducting interviews, in hopes of gleaning further clues about the flying individual. Simultaneously, the technical team installed ability sensors at several key locations across the city. These sensors could detect the unique energy fluctuations produced when superpowered individuals utilize their abilities, providing crucial data to support the investigation. By night, they remained on standby, yet after a week of diligent efforts, they had not made any new discoveries. At this juncture, they received the latest directive from headquarters. Another city was experiencing a more urgent superpower incident, necessitating their immediate attention. Lu Lingyao informed Wang Zhan via phone that she had been assigned a new news assignment and would need to leave Guangchuan for a while. Although both felt reluctant, their responsibilities compelled them to part ways temporarily. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan's company was on the verge of launching a new line of smart equipment, which would keep them occupied as well. They agreed that once they had completed their respective tasks, they would promptly seek each other out. In the days without Lu Lingyao by his side, Wang Zhan devoted all his attention to his work. At the company, he frequently encountered Lu Lingyao, yet he consistently regarded her as merely a colleague. Lu Lingyao, too, refrained from reaching out to Wang Zhan, feeling fortunate to have the opportunity to restart her life at Zhanshan Technology. Her colleagues were amiable, and the company environment and benefits were commendable, leaving her with a sense of contentment. Although Wang Zhan did not actively seek Lu Lingyao, he discreetly gathered information about her situation through Chen Lei and the marketing manager. He was aware that Lu Lingyao must have endured some unpleasant experiences while with Yang Jun, and thus he hoped she could find a sense of belonging and a fresh start at Zhanshan Technology. Not long after, the highly anticipated product launch event at Zhanshan Technology took place as scheduled. The debut of a series of products, including smart backpacks, smartwatches, and smart glasses, was met with fervent enthusiasm in the market. The media and consumers lauded the innovative designs and powerful functionalities of these products, thereby elevating the brand influence of Zhanshan Technology to new heights. However, just as Wang Zhan was enjoying a flourishing career in romance, an unexpected phone call shattered his tranquil existence. It was a late night, having just concluded a long day of work. He was preparing to rest when his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar foreign number. Assuming to be a scam call, he promptly hung up. Yet, the phone rang again almost immediately, the same number flashing on the screen. Frowning, Wang Zhan hesitated momentarily before answering. On the other end, a man's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, greeted him. Wang Zhan, congratulations on your new product launch. It seems you've achieved remarkable results. Recognizing the voice, Wang Zhan's alertness surged. Yet he maintained a facade of calm as he inquired, "Who are you?" With a chuckle, the caller's tone dripped with sarcasm. "You can't be so forgetful that you don't recognize the voice of an old friend, can you? Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware. You've been orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Haven't you?" Wang Zhan felt a tightening in his chest. Yet his tone remained steady. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Yang Jun's voice grew cold. "You needn't deny it. Surely, you've encountered our people we sent to find you. I don't know what tricks you employed to make them disappear, but I must inform you that the Yang family is far more powerful than you can imagine. Our affairs are far from over." As Wang Zhan engaged in a verbal spar with Yang Jun, he swiftly retrieved his computer, attempting to trace Yang Jun's signal through hacking techniques. He responded calmly, "The Yang family is quite renowned in the country now. Law enforcement is issuing a wanted notice for you to return for a chat. Do you have no plans to come back?" Yang Jun let out a cold laugh. "Wang Zhan, don't be too arrogant. We have plenty of time to play with you. To think you could bring down the Yang family is nothing but a delusion. However, if we wish to toy with you, we certainly have our ways. I have prepared an appetizer for you. Keep an eye on your phone for incoming information shortly." Wang Zhan's brow furrowed even more. "I have no interest in what you plan to do, nor do I care about the Yang family. I strongly advise you to return to your homeland and surrender, lest you live in perpetual fear." Yang Jun laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Fear? You have no idea how blissful I am now. Each day, I bask in the sea breeze, surrounded by beautiful women utterly at ease. As for you, tread carefully. One never knows when those around you may suddenly vanish." Wang Zhan's expression shifted to one of gravity, a hint of anger lacing his voice. "Are you threatening me?" Yang Jun unabashedly affirmed. "Yes, I'm indeed threatening you. What of it? Will you take a bite out of me?" Wang Zhan clenched his fists, his voice low. "If you were a man, you would confront me directly, rather than resorting to cowardly antics. Yang Jun's laughter grew more brazen. Haha, are you afraid? What you have done to my Yang family, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. Consider this merely an appetizer. With that, he hung up the phone. Wang Zhan's demeanor darkened. He had confirmed that the unusual assassins were indeed dispatched by Yang Jun. Though the Yang family had fled abroad, their influence remained formidable. Wang Zhan himself was unafraid of their threats, yet he worried for his family and friends. This was his Achilles heel, his unwavering boundary. Chapter 37. An unsavory video. While contemplating his next steps, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon opening it, he found a text message accompanied by a video. Wang Zhan clicked on the video, revealing a slightly overweight man engaged in an unsavory act with a woman. He immediately shut off the video, cursing Yang Jun's despicable nature for sending such repugnant material. However, he quickly realized that Yang Jun would not send such a video without reason. Gritting his teeth, he reopened the video, scrutinizing the male and female protagonists. To his utter shock, the male lead was none other than Su Xian, the founder of Sanjin Technology. Even more startling was the fact that the female lead was Lu Rumeng, currently employed at his company. Lu Rumeng appeared to be unconscious in the video. It was unclear whether she was intoxicated or had been drugged. Rage surged within Wang Zhan. He could hardly fathom the depths of Yang Jun's depravity. Yet, he soon grasped the gravity of the situation. If Yang Jun were to send this video to Lu Rumeng, how would she cope? If exposed, her life and career could crumble entirely, and Wang Zhan's concern for her escalated. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Lu Rumeng's number, but it went unanswered. He tried 3 times, each time met with silence. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. He swiftly called Chunlei, inquiring about Lu Rumeng's residence. To his astonishment, Chunlei informed him that Lu Rumeng lived in the same community as he did. Wang Zhan then learned that, after joining the company, Lu Rumeng had inquired about his address, subsequently renting a place nearby. She had not wished to intrude upon his life, merely hoping to be closer to him. Wang Zhan's heart was a tumult of emotions, yet at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on it. Chunlei was unaware of Lu Rumeng's exact address. In a moment of urgency, Wang Zhan had no choice but to breach the residential system of the community. Discovering Lu Rumeng's registered information, she resided in Unit 1504 of Building 8 in Section 3, just 2 buildings away from his own unit. Wang Zhan hastily arrived at Lu Rumeng's residence, only to find that a considerable crowd had already gathered in the corridor. Despite it being past 11 at night, the neighbors had been drawn out by an overwhelming scent of gas. Someone had alerted the police, and property management personnel had also arrived at the scene. However, lacking a spare key, everyone could do nothing but anxiously await at the door. Wang Zhan felt an ominous sense of dread, his heart racing. If Lu Rumeng was indeed inside, every passing moment heightened her peril. He had numerous methods to force the door open, such as summoning his steel soldiers to demolish it or using his metal sensing and control abilities to unlock it directly. Yet, any of those methods would expose his extraordinary powers to the public eye. Nevertheless, human life was at stake, and Wang Zhan could not afford to hesitate. He prepared to step forward, utilizing his metal sensing to assess the lock-S condition. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a locksmith hurriedly arrived, swiftly approaching the door and beginning his work. In less than a minute, the lock clicked open. Wang Zhan had already declared himself a friend of Lu Rumeng and rushed inside alongside the property personnel. The air inside was thick with the suffocating scent of gas. They quickly opened the windows for ventilation, while Wang Zhan dashed towards the bedroom, searching for Lu Rumeng's figure. In the bedroom, the dim light cast a serene yet somber ambience. Lu Rumeng lay curled up on the soft bed, clad in her favorite white ensemble, with the collar and cuffs meticulously fastened, as if to shield herself from all external turmoil and harm. Her complexion was pallid, as if drained of all vitality. Her skin nearly translucent, fragile enough that a mere breeze could disperse her. On the nightstand, the bottle that once contained sleeping pills stood empty, a silent testament to her despair. Wang Zhan felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Watching Lu Rumeng's lifeless form filled him with indescribable anguish and shock. What kind of desperation could drive her to choose such a definitive means of departure from this world? He could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Trembling, he swiftly lifted Lu Rumeng in his arms, his mind racing as he employed the first aid knowledge he had accumulated over the years, urgently administering life-saving measures. While performing chest compressions, he called out her name, attempting to rouse her dormant consciousness. However, Lu Rumeng's body remained unresponsive. Her breath and heartbeat had silently ceased. Wang Zhan's heart sank to the depths of despair, yet he refused to relinquish hope until medical personnel arrived, carefully placing Lu Rumeng on a stretcher and transporting her to the hospital. Accompanying her, Wang Zhan's emotions were a tumultuous mix of complexity and heaviness. He reminisced about the moments spent with Lu Rumeng, her diligence, her cheerfulness, her smile. Although he had never harbored feelings for her beyond that of a colleague, he had always regarded her as a kind-hearted and optimistic girl. However, this remarkable girl now lay in an ambulance, her fate uncertain. Upon arrival at the hospital, the medical team swiftly initiated resuscitation efforts. Yet, due to the prolonged duration of Lu Rumeng's asphyxiation and the substantial quantity of sleeping pills ingested, all efforts proved futile, and the doctors pronounced her dead. Wang Zhan stood at the entrance of the emergency room, his fists clenched, his heart brimming with a sense of rage and helplessness. Simultaneously, the police arrived at Lu Rumeng's residence to commence their investigation. The room bore no signs of forced entry, and Lu Rumeng's belongings remained untouched. Upon examining her mobile phone, the police discovered a call log from abroad and a text message that had been deleted and was irretrievable. Moreover, it appeared that Lu Rumeng had transferred all her cash to her parents shortly before her death, seemingly preparing for her own demise. Based on the existing evidence, the police initially classified Lu Rumeng's death as a suicide. However, Wang Zhan was acutely aware that this was no ordinary case of self-inflicted tragedy. He understood that this was a meticulously orchestrated murder by Yang Jun, aimed at undermining Lu Rumeng to strike at him. During the police inquiry, Wang Zhan found himself in a moral quandary. He yearned to seek justice for Lu Rumeng and expose Yang Jun's malevolence. Yet he also recognized that Lu Rumeng had evidently wished to keep this matter private during her life. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Wang Zhan ultimately resolved to inform the police about Yang Jun, believing that certain malevolent deeds should not be easily concealed and that those responsible must face dire consequences for their actions. With a heavy heart, Wang Zhan stated, "Officer, Lu Rumeng's death may be connected to Yang Jun. Yang Jun is the individual recently reported in the media as a fugitive from the Yunding group." He cautiously retrieved his phone from his pocket, presenting the call log from Yang Jun received the previous night, along with the harrowing video footage, to the authorities. His hands trembled slightly, as if these pieces of evidence bore the weight of his profound anger and sorrow. Concurrently, he made a request for the police to conduct a discreet investigation, ensuring that Lu Rumeng's reputation remained untarnished. The police documented Wang Zhan's testimony. However, as Yang Jun was currently abroad and no direct evidence linked him to Lu Rumeng's death, they were unable to take immediate action. Nevertheless, another key figure in the video, Su Xin, the founder of Sanshin Technology, was present in the country. The police swiftly contacted their counterparts in Su Xin's location and apprehended him. During the interrogation, Su Xin did not shy away from acknowledging the video content and recounted the events in detail. 2 months prior, Yang Jun had approached Sanshin Technology with an offer to acquire the company at an exorbitant price. Initially reluctant to sell, Su Xin found himself at a dinner arranged by Yang Jun. After the meal, Yang Jun used Lu Rumeng as a pawn, incapacitating her and placing her in Su Xin's bed. "I was intoxicated at the time and had no idea what transpired," Su Xin admitted, his head bowed in regret. Later, Yang Jun informed me that he had installed cameras in the hotel and recorded the entire ordeal. He used this footage to blackmail me into selling the company. The prosecution charged Su Xin with rape, and the case entered the judicial process. However, for Wang Zhan, this was far from sufficient. He was acutely aware that the true mastermind was Yang Jun, while Su Xin was merely a pawn discarded in his hands. Chapter 38. Malicious exposure. The death of Lu Rumeng weighed heavily on Wang Zhan's heart. Although he harbored no feelings for her beyond that of colleagues, he understood clearly that Lu Rumeng had always cared deeply for him. She was an optimistic and kind-hearted girl, having just embarked on a new chapter of her life at Sanshin Technology. Just yesterday, Wang Zhan had seen her at the company, where she greeted him with a smile, as if everything was perfect. Yet today, that vibrant life had vanished, leaving them forever separated by the veil of death. Wang Zhan lamented the injustice of fate, questioning why it could not grant this benevolent girl a second chance. The police notified Lu Rumeng's family. When her parents arrived at the hospital and beheld their daughter's lifeless body, they were instantly shattered. They caressed Lu Rumei's cold face, weeping inconsolably, their voices filled with despair and anguish. The surrounding onlookers were moved, bowing their heads in sorrow. Ming, why were you so foolish? How could you leave your mother and father? Lu Rumei's mother collapsed onto the ground, her voice trembling as if the entire world had crumbled around her. Wang Zhan stood by, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, feeling as though his heart was being torn apart, his eyes brimming with tears. He stepped forward and gently spoke to Lu Rumei's parents. Uncle, Auntie, please accept my condolences. Lu Rumei was a wonderful girl, and her departure is a loss for us all. He then offered them a sum of money from his own pocket to assist in making arrangements for Lu Rumei's final rites. Originally, Wang Zhan had planned to travel to the city where Lu Lingyao resided in the coming days to meet with her. However, Lu Rumei's sudden demise disrupted his plans. He postponed his journey, deciding to first attend to Lu Rumei's affairs while also contemplating how to confront Yang Jun's threats. Yet, scarcely 2 days after Lu Rumei's passing, an unforeseen event unfolded. A wave of videos, ignited by the external internet, rapidly swept across domestic networks, with headlines boldly declaring the exposure of inappropriate videos featuring Lu Rumei, a female employee of Zhan Technology. Some even included sensationalized content suggesting a scandal involving Wang Zhan and a female subordinate. These videos spread swiftly, and when news of Lu Rumei's suicide surfaced, many uninformed individuals mistakenly assumed the veracity of the video content, thrusting Zhan Technology into the eye of a media storm. Online, various speculations and rumors proliferated. Some accused Zhan Technology of internal mismanagement, while others questioned Wang Zhan's character. Some even linked Lu Rumei's tragic decision to the video content, suggesting she chose to end her life due to unbearable humiliation, thereby severely damaging the reputation of Zhan Technology. In the face of this sudden wave of public scrutiny, Zhan Technology responded swiftly by issuing an official statement. Mr. Wang Zhan is an executive at our company, and his relationship with Ms. Lu Rumei was entirely professional and hierarchical. He is not the male figure depicted in the video. The content of these videos is a malicious fabrication and grossly misrepresents the truth. Ms. Lu Rumei was a newly hired employee, an outstanding and kind-hearted girl who was tragically victimized. Our company has submitted relevant evidence to the authorities. In response to malicious dissemination and defamation, our company will initiate legal proceedings against the relevant enterprises or individuals. Wang Zhan, privately employing various means, is keen to prevent Lu Rumei's video from circulating widely. Utilizing his hacking skills, he has managed to suppress certain sources of information. However, given that most videos have been released from multiple foreign networks, he is unable to entirely halt the spread of information. Despite the tumultuous public opinion, the atmosphere within Zhan Technology remains relatively tranquil. Employees hold a profound trust in Wang Zhan, recognizing him as a principled and modest leader. Subsequently, numerous aspects of Wang Zhan's personal journey have been unearthed. His university experiences, entrepreneurial endeavors, care for his employees, and contributions to society, all of which paint a portrait of integrity and virtue. Coupled with the robustness of the company's products and its compliant business practices, this has, in a short span, garnered even greater support for him and Zhan Technology. Nonetheless, Wang Zhan's spirits remain unlifted. He is acutely aware that behind all this turmoil lies Yang Jun's conspiracy, aimed at dismantling the reputation of Zhan Technology to undermine him. Lu Rumei is merely a sacrificial pawn in Yang Jun's scheme. Upon hearing the news of Wang Zhan's entanglement in the storm of public opinion, Lu Lingyao promptly called him. The moment the call connected, her voice was tinged with urgency, yet predominantly filled with concern. Wang Zhan, I just saw the news. How are things on your end? Do you need me to come over? Hearing her voice, a warm current surged through Wang Zhan's heart. He took a deep breath, striving to keep his tone calm. Lingyao, I'm fine. The company is already addressing the situation. You needn't worry. Lu Lingyao did not question or probe the authenticity of the video, but instead stated directly, I believe in you. If you need me, I will fly over immediately to be with you. Wang Zhan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, yet he recognized that the current circumstances were not suitable for Lu Lingyao's involvement. Yang Jun's threats lingered, and he could not allow her to face any risk. Lingyao, thank you. Wang Zhan's voice was low and gentle, yet the situation was complex. A former business adversary was maliciously retaliating against him, and he did not wish to entangle her in this matter. It's safer for you to stay where you are. Lu Lingyao fell silent for a moment, her tone laced with reluctance and concern. But I don't want you to face this alone. Perhaps I could help you. Wang Zhan, feeling profoundly warmed, still declined. I know you can assist me, but this situation may be quite perilous. I do not wish for you to come to any harm. Trust me, I will handle it. Once things settle down, I will come see you. Lu Lingyao detected the resoluteness in his voice. Although still worried, she chose to respect his decision. All right, but you must be careful. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. As soon as I finish my tasks here, I will come to find you. Wang Zhan offered a faint smile and softly replied, Thank you, Lingyao. I appreciate your trust and support. Lu Lingyao responded, Why be so formal with me? I've said I will look out for you. If you feel unhappy, just call me anytime. After a brief exchange, Lu Lingyao ended the call, remaining in her room, her heart still restless. She opened her computer and meticulously examined the news and public sentiment surrounding Zhanshin technology. Despite the rampant rumors, her trust in Wang Zhan remained unshaken. At the same time, she was employing her own methods to trace the origins of the video dissemination. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, the distant clamor of urban life wafted in through the window. Wang Zhan stood quietly by the window of his apartment, gazing at the dazzling lights in the distance, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The unwavering support from Lu Lingyao, his family, and friends flowed through him like a warm current, bestowing upon him boundless strength. It was this very strength that fortified him, yet he was acutely aware of the heavier responsibilities he bore. He could not allow those who loved him to be ensnared in this perilous turmoil. Yang Jun, do you truly believe this will break me? Wang Zhan murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. For the heinous deeds you have committed, I shall ensure you pay in blood. Currently on leave, Wang Zhan had entrusted the operations of the company and external public relations entirely to Lin's senator. He drove alone to a villa situated in the suburbs, a place that not only allowed him to temporarily escape the cacophony, but also concealed a secret stronghold of his. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, his gaze swept across the surroundings before resting beside a large flower pot against the wall. He bent down, steadily moving the pot aside, and pressed an inconspicuous button on the wall. With a faint mechanical whir, the floor beneath him began to descend slowly, revealing a hidden elevator. The elevator descended smoothly and, moments later, arrived at the basement. Before Wang Zhan stood a heavy iron door equipped with an advanced security system. It could only be opened through dual verification of fingerprint recognition and iris scanning. He placed his palm on the fingerprint scanner and then aligned his eye with the iris scanner. With a beep, the iron door creaked open, unveiling the interior of the basement. Chapter 39. Tracking Yang Jun. Wang Zhan entered the room and casually pressed a switch on the wall. Bright lights instantly dispelled the darkness, illuminating the entire space. The basement was arranged with a futuristic aesthetic, showcasing an array of instruments and devices, alongside several computers, resembling a laboratory. However, Wang Zhan did not linger there. Instead, he proceeded directly to a wall on one side. He reached out to manipulate a concealed switch on a shelf, revealing yet another secret door in the wall. Pushing the door open, he stepped into another room. Upon turning on the lights, the layout became immediately apparent. Inside, orderly rows of cabinets lined the far end, separated by transparent glass. As Wang Zhan had just activated the switch, a soft blue glow emanated, indicating that the machines had begun to operate. In front of him stood a semicircular table adorned with 5 computers, accompanied by a comfortable chair beside it. A massive electronic screen hung on one side of the wall. These computers are not mere ordinary products available in the market. Rather, they are supercomputers meticulously assembled and designed by Wang Zhan himself. They possess not only formidable computational power, but also house hacking programs of his own creation. It is no exaggeration to assert that, should Wang Zhan so desire, he could breach any firewall or encryption system. Seated in his chair, he powered on the computer, and an intricate interface of code sprang to life on the screen. Taking a deep breath, he commenced inputting commands, intent on tracing Yang Jun's precise location. Initially, he retrieved the phone number that Yang Jun had previously messaged him. Although this number had been deactivated, Wang Zhan was aware that any number previously utilized by Yang Jun would surely leave behind some traces. Employing his exceptional hacking skills, He infiltrated the databases of several international telecommunications companies, attempting to locate the registration details and call records associated with this number. After several hours of diligent searching, he finally unearthed some leads. The number had briefly transmitted a signal in the waters surrounding the United States. Though the signal lasted merely a few minutes, it was sufficient for Wang Zhan to delineate a rough area. His gaze fixed intently on the high-definition satellite imagery. His fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, the code on the screen flowing like a stream. He scrutinized every corner of this vast expanse of blue, endeavoring to uncover Yang Jun's south hiding place. This marine region featured only a handful of isolated islands, most of which were desolate, save for one island where a grand castle loomed on one side of a mountainous terrain, its few red rooftops standing out conspicuously. Upon examining the information regarding the island, Wang Zhan pronounced its name, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Through the satellite imagery, he discerned that the security system on this island was exceedingly stringent, employing special measures to obscure most satellite signals. Such a level of protection was evidently not typical of an ordinary private island. Wang Zhan could almost ascertain that Yang Jun was concealed within its confines. To further confirm his suspicion, Wang Zhan's fingers flew across the keyboard once more, the code on the screen slithering like serpents, swiftly infiltrating the surveillance system of Liu Island. After executing a series of operations, he synchronized the real-time surveillance footage of the castle to the large screen before him. It was deep night in Huagua. However, due to the time difference, it was daytime on Liu Island. The surveillance footage revealed every corner of the castle with crystal clarity. On one side of the outer wall, a low hill provided a backdrop, while the other faced the sea. Within the walls lay a meticulously designed garden and helipad. Among these, three principal structures stood, with the central edifice towering majestically, flanked by two slightly shorter buildings. Wang Zhan's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously examining each surveillance frame. Armed guards patrolled cautiously on the watchtowers surrounding the walls, while the corridors and halls within the castle were enveloped in tight surveillance. As seconds ticked by, Wang Zhan's eyes remained glued to the screen, wary of missing any detail. At last, amidst the myriad of images, he captured a familiar silhouette. In a corridor on the second floor, Yang Jun, flanked by two voluptuous blonde beauties, strolled past the surveillance camera, laughing and chatting animatedly. Despite the slightly blurred imagery, Wang Zhan instantly recognized that unforgettable face. Yang Jun, at last, I have found you. Wang Zhan's voice was low and icy, his eyes glinting with a cold light, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. With a gentle tap on the keyboard, accompanied by soft clicking sounds, he swiftly saved the footage of Yang Jun, as if securing vital evidence of his quarry. Having preserved the image, Wang Zhan exhibited no signs of relaxation. His gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, continuing to scrutinize other angles of the surveillance footage, seeking to unearth more valuable clues from the myriad of images. As the frames shifted, he realized that the castle's security system was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only were watchtowers stationed around the island, but heavy weaponry was also deployed. The castle's crucial areas were nearly all monitored, with patrols roaming intermittently. It appears that the Yang family's foundation is indeed profound, Wang Zhan mused quietly, a hint of derision in his tone. He swiftly exited the surveillance system and erased his access traces, akin to a skilled hunter discreetly withdrawing from the hunting grounds. Leaning back in his chair, Wang Zhan closed his eyes, quickly sorting through all he had just witnessed. Yang Jun's hiding place, the security layout of the castle, the patrol routes. Every detail emerged vividly in his mind. He understood that the forthcoming operation would be a formidable challenge, yet he felt no trepidation. Infiltrating from the rear of the castle at night should prove easier, Wang Zhan contemplated, his fingers gliding lightly across the table as if simulating each step of the operation in his mind. His gaze was deep and focused, continuously envisioning potential scenarios and response strategies. Moments later, he rose and exited the computer room, making his way to the laboratory outside. The laboratory was illuminated with soft, bright lights, and the air was infused with a faint metallic scent mixed with electronic components. Several pieces of specialized equipment hung on the walls, among which a striking black protective suit and a helmet caught his eye. Approaching, Wang Zhan reached out to touch the fabric, feeling a unique texture. It was the gear he had been researching for firefighting purposes. This suit, crafted from special materials, boasted exceptional elasticity and the capability to withstand high temperatures and flames. The helmet integrated night vision functionality, along with fire and poison resistance, even employing his latest radio frequency capture technology. Wang Zhan picked up the helmet, meticulously examining its features to ensure everything was functioning correctly. This equipment is precisely what I require at this moment, he thought, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He recognized that this operation demanded not only formidable combat prowess, but also exceptional stealth and adaptability. Standing before the mirror, the black protective suit fit him perfectly, the visor of the helmet reflecting a piercing light, as if cloaking him in an invisible armor. He gazed at his reflection, a sharp gleam in his eyes, silently resolving, "Yang Jun, your good days are numbered." Despite Wang Zhan's unwavering confidence in his abilities, he harbors no arrogance. He is acutely aware of the formidable influence of the Yang family. Should his true identity be revealed, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, he must ensure absolute precision, leaving no room for error. He turned towards the other side of the laboratory, his gaze sweeping across the array of small inventions laid out on the table. These were his previous creations, including miniature devices designed to disrupt or dismantle electronic signals, as well as the electric baton he had used during his mountaineering escapades. He meticulously selected several suitable pieces of equipment and placed them separately on the table. Contemplating the devices before him, Wang Zhan pondered how to further modify and upgrade them to aid his forthcoming endeavor. In a matter of moments, a procurement list had formed in his mind, encompassing various specialized materials and tools. At this juncture, Wang Zhan had been laboring for nearly 20 consecutive hours. Although his body and mind did not exhibit signs of overt fatigue, he nonetheless compelled himself to set an alarm and rest for 4 hours. However, this sleep was anything but tranquil. In his dreams, the specters of Yang Jun and the tragedy of Lu Lingyao flickered incessantly, as if urging him to hasten his actions. Chapter 40. Night raid on Lingyao Island in the morning. Wang Zhan rose, performed a brief ablution, and donned a set of understated casual attire before driving to several locations to procure the items he had listed the previous day. By the time he completed his shopping, night had fallen. He returned to the underground laboratory of the villa, rolling up his sleeves to personally commence the modification and enhancement of his gear. Hours slipped by as he worked diligently. His thoughts were lucid, his hands deft. Each device was meticulously polished and assembled, ensuring they would operate at peak efficiency when needed most. Upon completion, Wang Zhan activated his computer and summoned a three-dimensional model of the castle. He meticulously plotted the infiltration route and escape plan, scrutinizing every detail to ensure flawless execution. His eyes darted across the screen as he mentally simulated various scenarios and response strategies. Thus, an entire night passed in focused preparation. The following morning, Wang Zhan took a brief respite, regaining some of his energy. In the afternoon, he donned casual attire once more and strolled through the villa district like an ordinary resident, pausing occasionally to admire the gardens. As he passed the security kiosk, he exchanged pleasantries with the guard regarding the weather. Seated on a bench near the central fountain, he made phone calls to Lu Lingyao and his family, engaging in light-hearted conversation about recent events to assuage their concerns. He nodded in acknowledgement to several neighbors who passed by. These seemingly casual actions were, in fact, deliberate. The goal was to ensure that everyone who might take note of him would serve as witnesses to his continuous presence in the villa district, providing him with an impeccable alibi for his impending actions. As night descended and silence enveloped the surroundings, Wang Zhan's plan quietly entered its countdown phase. He had already calculated a discrete route with the shortest flight distance. He resolved to set forth at 4 o'clock in the morning, a time when most would be lost in slumber. Capitalizing on the time difference, when he arrived at Lingyao Island in America, it too would be cloaked in darkness, affording his actions a natural veil of concealment. On the 3rd floor of the villa, Wang Zhan had already donned his specially tailored equipment. He wore a form-fitting black combat suit that clung to his physique, lightweight and agile. A sleek black helmet equipped with night vision technology that allowed him to see as clearly as in daylight, even in darkness. And a high-tech belt adorned with several compact, yet powerful gear pouches, including a jammer and small steel balls. This attire transformed him into an assassin of the night, exuding both coldness and strength. Once fully prepared, Wang Zhan activated the jammer, rendering all electronic devices within a 1,000-meter radius temporarily inoperative. He then slowly levitated into the air, gliding silently through the top-floor window before ascending rapidly, vanishing into the night sky of the villa district. With a masterful manipulation of gravity, he traversed the clouds soundlessly, reaching the stratosphere. Soaring through the sky, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. During his flight, he encountered a nocturnal aircraft, prompting him to swiftly descend into the troposphere, cleverly evading the aircraft's line of sight without leaving a trace. After 6 or 7 hours of flight, Wang Zhan finally arrived at the waters near Lu Island. He adjusted his flying posture and began to skim just above the ocean surface. The waves roared in the night, their deep rumble seemingly providing a natural cover for his movements. His silhouette resembled a seabird gliding over the water, skillfully concealed by the undulating waves and the island's intricate topography, heading straight for Lu Island. The night was as dark as ink, and the outline of Lu Island appeared particularly distinct under the moonlight. Among the nearby islands, this one was comparatively large, featuring a mountain rising 300 to 400 meters high, its base enveloped in dense foliage that swayed gently in the night breeze. At the summit, the vegetation grew sparse, revealing extensive rocky outcrops that seemed stark and desolate. Atop the mountain stood a watchtower, its searchlight continuously sweeping the island's perimeter, attempting to detect any suspicious activity. On the opposite side of the mountain lay the location of the castle. Wang Zhan had diligently researched information about the island through various channels, creating a detailed three-dimensional model in his mind, fully comprehending the island's layout and geography. He understood that approaching the castle from the front was nearly impossible due to the vigilant watchtower and searchlights. A slight misstep would surely expose his presence. Therefore, Wang Zhan circumnavigated to the cliffside of Lu Island. The steep cliffs acted as a natural barrier, with waves crashing against the rocks, sending up countless silver sprays. Like a phantom, Wang Zhan ascended silently from the sea, flying alongside the trees of a small hill, skillfully avoiding the beams of the searchlights as he swiftly approached the castle. He halted at the edge of the dense forest, concealing himself behind the trees. This location allowed him to remain well hidden while providing a clear vantage point to observe the castle. At that moment, it was approximately 10 o'clock in the evening in the United States. Under the moonlight, the castle's outline remained visible. The walls stood about 3 meters high, constructed from heavy granite, their surfaces marked by the passage of time, exuding an ancient yet sturdy aura. The walls completely encircled the castle, forming an impregnable barrier. On either side of the fortress, 4 guard towers rise majestically, each standing 5 meters tall, adorned with searchlights and surveillance cameras at their summits. The sentinels stationed atop these towers are fully armed, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings, leaving no subtle rustle or movement unnoticed. The main structure of the castle is an imposing 4-story edifice, its facade a harmonious blend of classical and contemporary design. Atop the highest level lies an open-air swimming pool, its waters shimmering softly under the moonlight, adjacent to what appears to be a helicopter landing pad. Each floor's windows are draped with curtains, obscuring the interior light and rendering it impossible to discern the happenings within. Wang Zhan gazes intently at the castle, his mind swiftly replaying the internal conditions he observed earlier through the surveillance feeds. He meticulously reviews the blind spots of the cameras, seeking the optimal path for infiltration. He understands that the essence of his endeavor lies in speed and stealth. Even the slightest oversight could lead to failure. Just a little longer, he murmurs softly to himself, his gaze calm and resolute. He resolves to initiate his action at the stroke of midnight, when the guards are most fatigued. Until then, he remains silently poised in the shadows, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the castle, akin to a concealed leopard awaiting the perfect moment to pounce. Fortunately, Wang Zhan has maintained the form of a steel body since his departure, a state that not only shields him from the cold, but also conserves his physical energy, rendering even hunger a distant memory. His physique operates like a finely tuned machine, ever prepared for the next move. At 11 o'clock, he observes the guard rotation atop the towers. Yet he continues to exercise patience until the clock strikes midnight. As the hour arrives, he accelerates with extraordinary speed, adhering to the meticulously charted safe route in his mind, swiftly making his way to the base of the castle's walls. Utilizing gravitational control, Wang Zhan seamlessly traverses the 3-meter-high wall within the blind spot of the sentinels. As silent as a falling leaf, the beams from the searchlights sweep past him, with the guards completely oblivious to his presence. Once inside the walls, he presses himself against the structure, shrouded in darkness. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scans the vicinity, while his metal-sensing ability allows him to distinctly perceive the metallic objects surrounding him, including the firearms and belt buckles worn by the guards. Through these metallic signals, he swiftly assesses the environment and personnel distribution, as if conjuring a three-dimensional metallic map within his mind. Skillfully, he evades the gaze of the surveillance cameras, moving stealthily along the wall edge. The main building is evidently the residence of the Yang family, grand and opulent in appearance. The adjacent structures include one that serves as a monitoring room and accommodations for security personnel, while the other exudes an air of mystery. Guarded by two sentinels who stand vigilant, clearly protecting significant secrets, Wang Zhan's first objective is unequivocal: the monitoring room. He must first sever the castle's watchful eye to ensure the secrecy of his actions. Utilizing the blind spots of the surveillance, he silently infiltrates the building that houses the monitoring room. The security room is located on the first floor, its door tightly shut at this moment. Through his metal-sensing ability, Wang Zhan assesses the situation inside. Yet to achieve greater precision, he activates the radio frequency capture technology embedded in his helmet. By emitting wireless signals, which reflect off objects and return, Wang Zhan's helmet display vividly reveals the shapes of items within the room. Chapter 41. Unexpected discovery. Only two security personnel are present during the night shift, seated in their chairs, occasionally exchanging a few words while keeping a watchful eye on the surveillance screens. Wang Zhan effortlessly discerns the number and positions of individuals inside. Utilizing radio frequency technology, he scans other areas and discovers a storage room and a conference room on the first floor, while the second floor houses the security staff's rest and recreational zone. Wang Zhan's intention is to avoid alarming anyone unnecessarily. His focus is solely on the Yang family, as he wishes to inflict no unwarranted harm. Had he chosen to employ a more direct approach, given his capabilities, accomplishing the mission and retreating safely would have posed little challenge. Swiftly, he approaches the door lock, employing metal perception to examine its structure. Then, leveraging his metal manipulation ability, he gently slides the bolt out of its clasp, effortlessly opening the door. He pushes it open quickly. The two security personnel, still engaged in conversation, are momentarily taken aback. With rapid finger movements, he sends two steel beads, each less than a centimeter in diameter, precisely targeting the acupoints on their heads. They emit muffled groans before collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Wang Zhan closes the door and swiftly scans the surveillance screens, where every corner of the castle is laid bare before him. As it is the dead of night, the images predominantly depict still, unoccupied scenes, allowing him to confirm specific details about the castle's interior. Without hesitation, he sabotages the core surveillance equipment, plunging the screens into darkness. With the surveillance neutralized, Wang Zhan does not linger but rapidly exits the monitoring room. The absence of surveillance significantly expands his operational range, as the guards stationed on the walls are evidently incapable of effectively monitoring the vast expanse of the castle. He quickly makes his way to the rear of another building, intrigued by the presence of dedicated guards. Through radio frequency technology and metal perception, he is astonished to discover that this location serves as an arsenal. This revelation takes him by surprise. He had not anticipated the Yang family's involvement in the arms trade abroad. The existence of drugs and arms, which threaten personal safety and disrupt peace, fills him with revulsion. This only strengthens his resolve, offering him yet another justification for eliminating the Yang family. Without delay, his next objective is to infiltrate the main castle. Rather than force his way in, he silently maneuvers to the side of the main structure. He lightly ascends to a third-floor stairwell window, pressing his body against the wall. The castle's defenses are exceptionally robust. All doors and windows are tightly secured, and the glass is bulletproof, making silent entry nearly impossible for an ordinary individual. However, for Wang Zhan, who possesses the ability to manipulate metal, this task is remarkably straightforward. Focusing intently, he extends a hand, gradually rotating it in the direction of the lock. Under his control, the metal handle follows suit, the lock quietly disengaging as the window silently opens. Wang Zhan glided in sideways, his movements as light as a feather, landing gracefully on the third floor of the castle. The interior of the castle was not shrouded in darkness. Although the overhead lights remained unlit, each level was adorned with wall sconces that cast a gentle, albeit dim, illumination upon the corridors and stairways. Coupled with the moonlight streaming through the windows, Wang Zhan was able to discern the surroundings with relative clarity. Holding his breath, he meticulously observed the ambient movements. Once assured that he had not been detected, he activated the helmet's radio frequency technology and commenced scanning the rooms on the third floor. At that moment, in a guest room on the second floor, a foreign couple had risen from the bed. The woman, with flowing black hair and striking blue eyes, possessed a fair complexion that belied her age, still exuding an alluring charisma. She donned a black coat and whispered to the man beside her, "Someone has infiltrated. He possesses a formidable metallic energy." The woman, named Liana, was a sorceress skilled in elemental control. She had previously established a sensory magic array within the main building, thus detecting Wang Zhan's presence the moment he entered. The man, appearing middle-aged with shoulder-length golden hair, wore only black shorts that revealed his well-defined muscles. He frowned and remarked, "Quite audacious. It seems he is merely unfortunate." Liana shook her head, cautioning, "This individual is not to be underestimated. I will confront him. You must hasten your enchantments." The man nodded and moved to a more spacious area of the room. He bit his finger, drawing blood to inscribe an ancient symbol upon his forehead, then began to chant incantations in a low voice. As he spoke, a crimson circular magic array emerged on the ground around him, its runes glowing with a brilliant light, as if gathering a tremendous power. Liana grasped a wooden staff, its top adorned with a black gemstone, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystique. She quietly opened the door and stepped out of the room without a sound. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan, utilizing the radio frequency technology, detected that in an adjacent room, there lay a man and two women upon the bedding. Just as he prepared to employ his metal manipulation abilities to open the door for a closer inspection, he suddenly felt a fierce wind surge from behind. Swiftly evading, he witnessed a blade of wind slice through the air, leaving deep gashes in the door and wall where he had just stood. Turning to face the source of the wind blade, he saw a woman clad in a black robe, wielding a magic staff, her blue eyes shimmering with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon him. To his surprise, he had been discovered. Wang Zhan adjusted his stance, his expression calm as he regarded her. Liana swung her staff once more, unleashing two more wind blades aimed directly at him. Simultaneously, she shouted in English, "We are under attack. Prepare your defenses and do not venture outside." Wang Zhan deftly dodged as the wind blades grazed the corridor walls, leaving behind elongated cracks. Although intrigued by the woman's magical prowess, Wang Zhan had long since become accustomed to the extraordinary since acquiring his own powers. He had initially intended to discreetly eliminate the Yang family, but at this moment, having been discovered, he was compelled to address the immediate threat. While evading, he swiftly retrieved several steel balls from his waist pouch and forcefully launched them at Liana. The projectiles sliced through the air, hurtling directly towards her. However, Liana, utilizing her perception magic array, accurately tracked the trajectory of the steel balls and adeptly evaded them. Her expression remained impassive as she once again brandished her wand, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Seeing that ranged attacks would not afford him an advantage, Wang Zhan resolved to adopt a close combat strategy. He quickly summoned the shield form of his iron deity, positioning it above his head and dove from the third floor, hurtling toward Liana. Liana, not proficient in melee combat, quickly raised her wand and recited an incantation as Wang Zhan charged at her, shield raised. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of her wand, hurtling towards Wang Zhan. At such a close range, evasion was impossible. The thunder struck the shield with pinpoint accuracy, the resulting plasma illuminating the entire hall in a ghastly white. The crackling currents resembled a multitude of venomous serpents, voraciously biting at Wang Zhan's body along the edges of the shield. Ugh! Wang Zhan gasped. The electric arcs danced chaotically across him, overwhelming him with a powerful sense of paralysis. In an instant, he became like a marionette with severed strings, his body and shield crashing down heavily onto the marbled floor of the first-floor hall with a resounding thud. Lying on the cracked marble surface, the reverberation of the electric hum echoed in his ears. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the intense dizziness. The shattered visor of his helmet distorted his vision like a spider's web, But as he lifted his gaze toward the second floor, a shocking sight emerged before him. In addition to the woman, there now stood a dark red demon, coldly fixated on him. The demon, adorned with horns and skin gleaming like molten iron, was muscular and imposing, towering nearly 2 meters tall. A long tail trailed behind it, tipped with a black spike that swayed menacingly, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Is this an illusion? Wang Zhan pondered, but his doubts were swiftly shattered by reality. The Crimson Demon was none other than the golden-haired man who had just transformed. His name was George, known as the Red Demon. In his youth, he had acquired a secret technique within an ancient tribe that allowed him to summon demons to possess him, granting him demonic strength for a brief period. At this moment, he had fully transformed into the Red Demon, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Chapter 42. The battle against the Red Demon. Before Wang Zhan could fully regain his senses, the Red Demon leapt from the second floor, descending upon him like a cannonball. Wang Zhan swiftly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding this perilous strike. Boom! The Red Demon's feet crashed down where Wang Zhan had just lain, shattering the floor instantly and sending debris flying, as the entire hall seemed to tremble from the force of the impact. The sheer power of this blow was astonishing. Without the slightest pause, the Red Demon charged toward Wang Zhan like a predator that had just spotted its prey. His speed was astonishing. With a single stride, he surged forth to confront Wang Zhan. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful kick, the force so immense that it seemed to rend the very air. Wang Zhan swiftly raised his arms to block, yet the might of the Red Demon surpassed his wildest imagination. That kick struck his arm like a sledgehammer, the tremendous impact sending him hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the wall on the first floor. The wall instantly caved in, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Wang Zhan slid down the wall to kneel on one knee. Though his iron body dulled the pain, he nonetheless felt a profound discomfort coursing through him. He lifted his gaze, his eyes coldly fixed on the Red Demon before him, a sense of caution brewing within. At that moment, a door on the first floor creaked open not far from Wang Zhan. 2 security personnel, roused from their slumber by the recent commotion, cautiously stepped out, dressed and alert to assess the situation. The scene before them left them momentarily frozen. Wang Zhan's unusual attire was already suspicious, but the sight of the Red Demon filled them with an unfathomable dread. They had seen George before, yet had never encountered his transformed visage. The Red Demon paid them no heed, continuing his advance toward Wang Zhan. However, the 2 security personnel found themselves positioned uncomfortably close to Wang Zhan, their inner terror rendering them unable to maintain composure. One of the guards, trembling, raised a submachine gun towards the Red Demon, his voice quaking as he commanded, "Halt! Do not move." The Red Demon cast a cold, disdainful glance at the 2 guards, his gaze sharp as an icy blade, exuding unapologetic contempt and menace. His steps were unwavering and resolute as he proceeded forward, a deep, gravelly voice emanating from his throat, as if from the depths of a shadowy abyss. "Get lost." These 3 simple words seemed to carry an endless chill and murderous intent, causing the very air around them to freeze. The 2 guards felt a wave of cold surge from their feet to their heads, their fear swelling like a tide, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet, driven by an overwhelming concern for their own safety, they gritted their teeth and shakily raised their submachine guns. In an instant, the gunfire erupted, spitting furious tongues of flame as bullets rained down upon the Red Demon's face, whistling through the air with a sharp whoosh. The Red Demon merely raised his arm, shielding his face. The bullets struck his arm like a torrential storm, yet it was as if they were ricocheting off an impenetrable armor, producing a series of dull, heavy thuds. Each bullet that collided with him deformed before falling uselessly to the ground, failing to inflict any substantial harm. How is this possible? One guard whispered in terror. Yet, their fear was far from over. A sudden gust of wind swept through. The 2 guards barely had time to react before their bodies were cleaved in 2 by an invisible blade of air, collapsing to the ground like ragdolls, blood swiftly staining the surrounding floor. Wang Zhan lifted his gaze towards the second floor and beheld Liana standing at the opposite end of the corridor, her magic wand still shimmering with residual arcane light. Her expression was devoid of emotion, as if she had merely crushed 2 ants without a second thought. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhan removed the protective shield of his helmet, revealing the unblemished area around his eyes. The Red Demon and Liana were momentarily taken aback by the metallic visage of Wang Zhan. In a voice that sent shivers down the spine, the Red Demon inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Wang Zhan did not respond directly. Instead, he coldly countered in English, "And who might you be? What are you doing here?" The Red Demon revealed a terrifying grin, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Wang Zhan. After a brief pause, laced with mockery, he replied, "You have yet to answer my question. However, I can preemptively answer yours. I am the one destined to send you to the afterlife today." On the second floor, Liana rested her hands lightly on the railing, her fair visage calm as a still pond, yet the corners of her lips gradually curled into a wicked smile, as though she were an audience member enjoying a spectacle. She understood her beloved well, aware of his innate obsession with ruthlessly vanquishing his foes, akin to a bloodthirsty beast relishing the thrill of trampling its prey. And she, too, was not devoid of such inclinations, each time she toyed with her enemies. Witnessing their desperate struggles and ultimate collapse, an indescribable thrill surged within her. Wang Zhan, dismissing further dialogue, extended his right hand. The shield that had previously scattered across the ground vanished in an instant, and in its place, he wielded a gleaming silver longsword. He initiated the assault, charging toward the Red Demon with fervor. The sword aimed directly at the Red Demon's vital points. Yet when the Red Demon raised his hand to block, the blade struck his resilient skin, failing to penetrate even a fraction, inflicting no damage whatsoever. "Is this all you can muster?" The Red Demon sneered, baring his teeth in a grotesque smile, his voice dripping with disdain and derision. Wang Zhan continued his relentless assault, targeting the Red Demon's vulnerable points. Yet the outcome remained disappointing, as he could not breach the defenses of the Red Demon's skin. At that moment, the security personnel outside, alerted by the tremendous commotion within the main building, swiftly assembled and rushed to the entrance. Wang Zhan distinctly heard the dull thud of their attempts to breach the door, accompanied by the rapid gunfire aimed at the locks. However, despite the valiant efforts of the dozen security guards outside, the main entrance remained steadfast and unyielding. The door was constructed with an exceedingly intricate mechanical design, intended explicitly to thwart external intrusion. It could only be manually opened from the inside, rendering the heavy weaponry of the outside guards ineffective in breaching the formidable barrier within a short span of time. The Red Demon and Liana, of course, were also aware of the tumult outside, yet they had no intention of opening the door. In their minds, Wang Zhan was akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, his escape utterly impossible. They relished the sensation of controlling the situation, savoring the thrill of the hunt, and naturally wished for no interruptions. The battle between the Red Demon and Wang Zhan raged on with fervor, as the former was a seasoned combatant, well-versed in the art of warfare. In the confrontation with Wang Zhan, he stood firm like an unassailable fortress, while simultaneously resembling a predatory beast poised to strike. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed his razor-sharp claws in a fierce assault against Wang Zhan. His movements were as swift as lightning, each swipe carrying a lethal threat, accompanied by a howling wind, as if intent on tearing Wang Zhan to shreds in an instant. Wang Zhan remained utterly focused as he countered the relentless attacks of the Red Demon, each evasion akin to walking a precarious edge, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. In a fleeting moment, as he successfully dodged one of the Red Demon's ferocious strikes, the demon's concealed tail spike, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged at his abdomen with astonishing speed. Startled, Wang Zhan relied on instinct and agility to evade the attack. Yet, the tail spike seemed to possess a will of its own. Curving unnaturally in the instant, he narrowly avoided it, twisting like a supple rope as it sought to ensnare him. Before he could react, a powerful force ensnared one of his legs, and the Red Demon's tail clamped around him like an iron vice, rendering him immobile. A chilling smile crept across the Red Demon's lips, reminiscent of a frost-laden wind that sends shivers down the spine. His gaze, piercing and unyielding, was fixed on the ensnared Wang Zhan, brimming with contempt and cruelty. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, his robust tail lashed out like a resilient steel whip, hurling Wang Zhan violently towards the unforgiving ground. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth and sending shards of stone flying. Yet, the Red Demon's assault did not relent. He once again exerted his formidable strength, propelling Wang Zhan high into the air, his body tracing a tragic arc. reminiscent of a mercilessly cast meteor. In Chapter 43, severe injury to Liana, before Wang Zhan could regain his senses from the initial blow. The red demon repeated the brutal maneuver, crashing him onto the opposite side. The ground and Wang Zhan's body resounded with a dull, piercing cacophony, echoing the cruel rhythm of fate. Thus, the red demon relentlessly repeated this action, each throw imbued with unyielding ferocity, as if determined to utterly crush Wang Zhan. Despite Wang Zhan's ironclad physique, the relentless barrage of strikes began to blur his consciousness, a dizzying sensation overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Everything around him spun in a chaotic whirl, as if he were ensnared in an endless vortex. The once impervious helmet upon his head had been severely deformed by the brutal impacts, resembling a battered piece of scrap metal. The red demon's thick, luminescent tail, akin to a sinuous steel whip, gradually lifted Wang Zhan into the air. Then, with a swift, fan-like motion, his robust hand reached out, firmly grasping Wang Zhan's neck, lifting him effortlessly aloft, as if he were merely an inconsequential ant. A mocking smile, twisted and grotesque, emerged upon the visage of the red demon, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit crawling forth from the abyss of hell. With a sinister grin revealing sharp fangs, he taunted, "You are even weaker than I had anticipated. Utterly feeble. Do you have any final words?" At that moment, Wang Zhan found himself in an utterly disheveled state. His helmet was misshapen, and his battle attire lay in tatters, riddled with crisscrossing fractures. His mind, clouded from the blows he had endured, still managed to register the red demon's scornful words. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zhan summoned every ounce of strength to lift his head. His gaze, akin to a burning blade, pierced through the red demon, brimming with defiance and fury. Thoughts echoed in his mind. I have yet to avenge Lu Lingyao. Lu Lingyao and my family await my return. I cannot fall here. His eyes seemed to blaze with an intense fire, and his iron heart, sensing the surge of his emotions, began to thrum violently, resonating like a war drum, sounding the clarion call for his charge. Simultaneously, the metallic energy within him ignited like a powder keg, erupting forth. A torrent of golden energy surged from his heart, racing through his veins, as if molten lava coursed through his being, igniting every part of him. Liana, with her extraordinary sensitivity to elemental energies, immediately detected the powerful and volatile metallic energy surging within Wang Zhan. She shouted urgently at the red demon, "Be careful." No sooner had her words left her lips than a blinding golden light erupted from Wang Zhan's body. The golden radiance spread outward like a shockwave, and the red demon felt an irresistible force assail him, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on Wang Zhan and stagger back several steps. Wang Zhan fell from the red demon's grasp, kneeling on one knee, surrounded by a golden protective aura. He slowly raised his head. The silver skin beneath his mask transformed into gold. In fact, his entire form had taken on a golden hue. Soon after, magnificent golden wings unfurled from his back, reminiscent of a mythic golden-winged roc descending upon the earth. This was the second form that the Iron Heart could assume temporarily after being imbued with divine power from the golden-winged roc. If the first form was referred to as the silver form, then this state was undoubtedly the golden form. The red demon, witnessing Wang Zhan's transformation, felt no fear. Rather, exhilaration coursed through him. He had yet to encounter an opponent in such a state. He provocatively remarked, "Let me see what new tricks you possess." Although Wang Zhan's golden form was formidable, its duration was limited, comparable to that of the red demon's transformation, lasting approximately half an hour. Thus, he needed to strike swiftly. Just as he prepared to launch an attack on the red demon, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the second floor. Wang Zhan quickly activated the protective aura of his golden form. The lightning struck the shield, completely deflected, inflicting no harm upon him. Liana beheld Wang Zhan's second form, a wave of apprehension washing over her. Aware of Wang Zhan's ability to soar, she feared he might seize the opportunity to flee, prompting her to join forces with the red demon to swiftly subdue him. With a flourish of her wand, she unleashed 2 consecutive blades of wind, hurtling towards Wang Zhan. He looked up at Liana, a thought of vengeance igniting within him. He swiftly flapped his wings, releasing a torrent of golden wind blades that surged towards her position. This was the golden form's unique skill, the golden wind blade. The golden blades clashed fiercely with Liana's azure blades in midair, erupting in a brilliant display of light. However, the sheer number of Wang Zhan's golden blades proved overwhelming, and several continued their relentless assault towards Liana. Although proficient in offensive magic, Liana lacked defensive prowess. She desperately lunged to the side in an attempt to evade, but the breadth of the golden blades was too vast. Her back and arms were slashed, revealing deep wounds that exposed bone. She collapsed heavily to the ground, her robe stained crimson, on the brink of unconsciousness. Wang Zhan contemplated pressing his attack, but the red demon, consumed by fury, charged at him. With a powerful punch aimed at Wang Zhan's chest, he crossed his arms in a hasty block. It was still sent flying several meters by the tremendous force. The red demon turned to Liana, urgency etching his voice. "Liana, are you all right?" Alas, the Liana on the second floor could muster no response, her breath shallow, her injuries grievous. A blazing fire ignited in the red demon's eyes, as if two fervent flames danced within his pupils. Witnessing his beloved Liana gravely wounded, a primal fury erupted within him, consuming his reason like a volcanic eruption. With a low growl echoing like a beast's roar, the air around him trembled. His entire body was enveloped in a searing red glow, as if magma coursed beneath his skin. Flames encased him, the temperature around him soared, and the air thickened with a scorching essence, causing the ground to warm beneath him. Wang Zhan was pushed back several meters by the red demon's overwhelming force, yet he remained composed, quickly regaining his footing. He unfurled his golden wings, unleashing an onslaught of golden wind blades that descended upon the red demon like a torrential storm. The blades sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, as if intent on tearing everything asunder. The red demon, however, merely raised his sturdy arm to shield his face, allowing the wind blades to strike against his skin. The impacts produced deep thuds, but failed to penetrate the red demon's adamant defense. Fueled by rage, his strength surged to its zenith, the crimson patterns on his body writhing like living creatures, radiating a searing light. His eyes burned with a bloodthirsty glow, resembling an enraged beast, fixated solely on the desire for destruction. He suddenly leaped high into the air, twisting mid-flight, and brought down his right foot with cataclysmic force, akin to a meteor hurtling towards Wang Zhan. The sheer power of the strike rent the air asunder, producing a deafening explosion. Wang Zhan reacted with remarkable swiftness, his golden wings suddenly flapping as he swiftly glided backward, narrowly evading the red demon's lethal strike. The red demon's foot crashed heavily onto the ground, instantly creating a deep pit in the solid marble floor, scattering debris and enveloping the air in dust. The entire space trembled under the force of the blow. "You cannot escape," the red demon roared, his voice brimming with fury and murderous intent. His speed surpassed that of before, his form darting like a specter, rapidly closing in on Wang Zhan. His fist, engulfed in searing flames, hurtled toward Wang Zhan's chest like a cannonball. Wang Zhan calmly raised his arms, the protective divine light unfurling once more, creating a golden shield that stood resolutely against the red demon's fist. However, the red demon's power was overwhelmingly terrifying. The collision of flames and shield produced a hissing sound of scorching heat. "I will shatter you into 1,000 pieces." The red demon's roar echoed like thunder, causing the very air around to quiver. His fists descended upon Wang Zhan's protective barrier like a tempest, each strike wielding the force to obliterate, causing the shield to tremble violently, its golden radiance gradually dimming, as if on the verge of shattering. Chapter 44. A decisive battle. Wang Zhan's gaze sharpened, acutely aware that the protective divine light could not withstand for long. He swiftly adjusted his strategy. With a flick of his wrist, the steel divine weapon transformed into a silver spear, its shaft shimmering with a chilling gleam. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the red demon's eyes, his speed akin to lightning. The red demon raised his muscular arm to block, and the spear clashed against his skin with a resounding metallic clang, sparks flying. Having missed his mark, Wang Zhan did not falter. His movements flowed seamlessly as the spear traced silver arcs in the air, each thrust meticulously aimed at the red demon's vital points. Yet, the red demon was not slow, and his defenses were formidable, rendering Wang Zhan's efforts ineffective. Observing the agile Wang Zhan, a flicker of rage passed through the red demon's eyes, followed by a deafening roar as he entirely forsook defense, wildly attacking Wang Zhan with his blazing claws. Wang Zhan was compelled to shift from offense to defense, confronted with the Red Demon's frenzied onslaught. He quickly flapped his wings, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air, attempting to create distance. However, the Red Demon's assault was relentless, his tail striking like an iron whip, aimed directly at Wang Zhan's head. Wang Zhan reacted with astonishing speed, raising his spear to block. Yet, the Red Demon's might was overwhelming, sending Wang Zhan reeling, and almost immediately, the Red Demon charged with savage force. Wang Zhan swiftly spread his wings to shield himself, yet still found himself hurled backward by the immense power, crashing heavily against the wall, which instantly cracked, debris flying in all directions. "Your second form is nothing impressive," taunted the Red Demon, striding toward Wang Zhan with a manic gleam in his eyes. Wang Zhan slid down the wall, kneeling on one knee, as if suffering from internal injuries, coughing a few times. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. He had to fight with all his might. Rising swiftly, he hovered in the air, his wings flaring dramatically as several golden wind blades once again howled forth, hurtling toward the Red Demon. The Red Demon raised his arm to shield his eyes, fully engulfed in a state of fury, perceiving the golden wind blades as mere trifles. Just when he believed that Wang Zhan was out of options, the wind blades abruptly halted, and Wang Zhan's figure materialized before him, swiftly followed by an earth-shattering sound, the cry of dawn. The immense sound wave sliced through the air like an invisible blade, instantly penetrating the Red Demon's body. This was yet another skill in his golden state. The cry of dawn, which not only possessed formidable sonic assault capabilities, but also naturally countered evil and dark forces. The Red Demon trembled violently, his ears throbbing with pain as if countless steel needles were swirling in his mind. Clutching his ears, he let out a pained scream, momentarily slowing his movements. In that fleeting instant, Wang Zhan concentrated all his strength into his spear. A silver radiance erupted from the weapon, akin to a resplendent star. He hurled the spear with lightning speed, the air crackling with a sharp sound of rupture. The Red Demon, his head aching intensely, had no time to react as the spear pierced through his eye, traversing his entire head and pinning him firmly to the floor. The Red Demon collapsed, his body convulsing violently a few times before falling completely still. He lay there like a deflated balloon, crimson steam seeping from his form, visibly reverting to its original state. A golden-haired, robust man, his head impaled by a silver spear, lifeless beyond any doubt. In the distance, Liana, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to crawl to the edge of the second-floor corridor, fortuitously witnessing the scene unfold. A heart-wrenching scream escaped her throat, yet due to her grievous injuries, her voice was faint, almost inaudible. Her eyes brimmed with despair and anguish, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Wang Zhan retracted his steel weapon, the spear vanishing in a flash of silver light. His body swayed slightly. The duration of his golden form had been curtailed by the severe blow, causing his golden wings and skin to gradually fade, restoring him to his silver state. The battle was fierce and merciless, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Wang Zhan understood that his objective remained unfulfilled. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield until it settled on Liana on the second floor. He glided toward her position, landing beside her. At that moment, Liana had lost her former aura of cold nobility. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, blood staining her lips, her robe soaked in crimson, presenting a pitiful sight. Her breaths were shallow and rapid, clearly on the brink of death. Wang Zhan surveyed Liana, recognizing that she was beyond saving, and hesitated to take further action. However, Liana summoned her last reserves of strength to raise her hand, signaling Wang Zhan to approach. Her fingers trembled slightly, her eyes glimmering with an elusive light. Wang Zhan furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately stepped forward, whispering, "Do you have anything else to say?" Liana let out a cold laugh, her voice hoarse and faint, causing Wang Zhan to feel a sudden surge of unease. In that fleeting moment, Liana's other hand, pressed beneath her, suddenly moved, tightly gripping a magical staff. The black gem at the staff's apex flickered with an eerie crimson glow. Alarmed, Wang Zhan's heart raced as he instantly recognized the impending danger. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. Centered around the black gem, a terrifying energy erupted, instantaneously culminating in a tremendous explosion. The shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, and though Wang Zhan had chosen to take flight at the first sign of danger, the blast radius was too vast. The force violently hurled him away. His body fell like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the ground of the first floor. Struggling to lift his head, he glanced back at the site of the explosion. The corridor where Liana had stood, along with the adjoining rooms on the first, second, and third floors, lay in ruins. The walls shattered, smoke and flames billowing forth. The acrid scent of charred materials filled the air. Wang Zhan silently rejoiced at his swift reaction. Otherwise, he would surely have sustained serious injuries. What a terrifying group of adversaries, he mused, his curiosity about their identities piqued. Turning his gaze to the third floor, he discerned the fragmented outline of a room revealed by the explosion, where he could faintly see 3 figures. He ascended rapidly, his appearance now more disheveled. His helmet was deformed, his clothing tattered, and his trousers bore several gaping holes, exposing skin that shimmered with a metallic sheen. As he approached the room, he recognized one of the men, Yang Jun, one of his intended targets. The other 2 women were striking, one with golden hair and blue eyes, her skin fair, the other dark-skinned and tall, resembling a model. A flicker of coldness passed through Wang Zhan's eyes as he contemplated the irony. Those persecuted by them were either dead or still suffering, while individuals like Yang Jun luxuriated in comfort. At that moment, Yang Jun trembled as he clutched a Type 47 rifle, his face as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. When he spotted the figure with silver metallic skin, akin to a monster, approaching him, his fear reached a crescendo. His fingers quivered as he squeezed the trigger, flames erupting from the muzzle, bullets raining down upon Wang Zhan. Determined not to allow his attire to suffer further damage, Wang Zhan waved his right hand, summoning a shield-shaped steel weapon into his grasp. The bullets struck the shield, producing a cacophony of clinks. With steady strides, Wang Zhan advanced toward Yang Jun, each step seemingly pressing upon Yang Jun's heart, nearly suffocating him. By the time the magazine was empty, Yang Jun had not managed to inflict even a scratch upon Wang Zhan. He collapsed onto the ground, the Type 47 slipping feebly from his grasp, his pants thoroughly soaked, clearly a consequence of sheer terror. The 2 women had long since knelt in abject submission, their foreheads touching the ground as they begged for mercy, their voices laced with fear and despair. "Please, spare me. I can offer you 100 million. I will give you all my money. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Please grant me mercy." Yang Jun, his voice quivering and almost inaudible, also fell to his knees, his pleas mingled with tears. His face was drenched in tears, his eyes brimming with desperation. Wang Zhan had approached Yang Jun, his gaze as frigid as that directed at a corpse. With a swift motion, he grasped Yang Jun's neck with ease, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Yang Jun's legs flailed helplessly in the air, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue from asphyxiation. Chapter 45. The Triumph of Return. Wang Zhan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You should carry your remorse and seek forgiveness from Lu Roming." Upon hearing these words, Yang Jun's pupils dilated in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Wang Zhan. His lips quivered as he struggled to utter a few words. "You are." Yet, before he could finish, Wang Zhan tightened his grip, and with a sickening crack, Yang Jun's neck was broken, his body collapsing instantly, the light in his eyes extinguished. Wang Zhan released his hold, and Yang Jun's lifeless form crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. He cast a glance downward, silently reflecting, "Lu Roming, I have avenged you." After eliminating Yang Jun, Wang Zhan had no intention of turning his wrath upon the 2 women. At that moment, he heard the distant roar of helicopter blades, the sound drawing nearer. Wang Zhan hurried to the window, pushing aside the shattered glass to peer outside. He observed a helicopter swiftly departing from another room's window, its rotor blades churning the night air, creating a tempest. Clearly, someone had been rescued by the helicopter. A sense of urgency gripped Wang Zhan as he recalled the other helicopters he had seen in the courtyard. This one must have taken off from there. They cannot escape. A cold glint flickered in Wang Zhan's eyes. He understood that once the helicopter vanished from his sight, the pursuit would become exceedingly arduous. Without hesitation, he leaped from the window, his body leaning forward as he propelled himself toward the helicopter's trajectory with remarkable speed. On a nearby watchtower, an enemy soldier brandished a heavy machine gun, aiming it squarely at Wang Zhan's path, firing frantically. Bullets whistled through the air like a torrential downpour, leaving trails of blinding light in the darkness. However, Wang Zhan's speed was unmatched. He weaved through the hail of bullets with agility, each projectile soaring past him in vain, unable to graze him even slightly. Stealing a glance behind him, a sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion of his right hand, a spear radiating silver light materialized. Tensing his arm muscles, he hurled the spear with great force, and it soared through the air like an arrow unleashed, hurtling toward the enemy on the watchtower. With a dull thud, the spear struck the gunman with unerring precision, blood erupting instantaneously. The cacophony of gunfire ceased abruptly, as if an invisible hand had clamped down upon it. Wang Zhan flicked his wrist, the thrown spear vanishing into thin air, and disregarding the situation behind him, he turned to accelerate once more. His figure moved through the pitch-black night like a specter, leaving only blurred afterimages in his wake. Soon, he drew near to the helicopter, flying parallel to it. The helicopter, armed with a heavy machine gun, lacked doors, prompting Wang Zhan to strain his eyes to discern the identities of those inside. Simultaneously, the occupants of the helicopter became aware of this unexpected visitor. Yang Yuanshan, the patriarch of the Yang family, sat within the cabin, clad in an opulent nightgown, his expression stern and devoid of any hint of panic. Grasping a handgun, he, along with a fully armed security personnel beside him, turned their gaze toward Wang Zhan. It was him. Wang Zhan recognized Yang Yuanshan, having encountered him during his time at the Yunding Group, even if he had not met him in person. Yang Yuanshan was a frequent feature in newspapers and interviews. Open fire. Yang Yuanshan commanded coldly, his voice betraying no trace of alarm. The security personnel trained the machine gun on Wang Zhan and unleashed a torrent of bullets. The fiery tongues of the machine gun illuminated the night sky, as bullets rained upon Wang Zhan like a downpour. Swiftly evading, Wang Zhan executed an agile somersault in midair, propelling himself forward until he found himself directly in front of the helicopter. The pilot, startled by Wang Zhan's sudden appearance, was caught off guard. With no time to alter course, gritting his teeth, he forcefully pushed the control stick, aiming directly at Wang Zhan. At that moment, Wang Zhan discovered a silver long knife in his hand, gleaming with a chilling radiance, as if capable of slicing through anything. Instead of evading, he lowered himself and swung the knife towards the helicopter. With a swift, whispering sound, the silver blade cleaved through the night, its brilliance like lightning. Wang Zhan's form darted beneath the helicopter, which was instantly split in two. Moments later, the helicopter erupted in mid-air, transforming into a colossal fireball, its wreckage scattering down toward the ocean below. Wang Zhan stabilized himself in the air, casting a glance back at the dissipating flames, his eyes betraying no emotion. He understood that one must eradicate the root of the problem. He had no intention of sparing a single member of the Yang family today. He swiftly returned to the castle, which was now in disarray. Seizing the opportunity during his absence, someone had breached the main castle's entrance. Wang Zhan soared into the first-floor hall, where several individuals, upon spotting him, seized machine guns and began firing wildly. Wang Zhan remained composed, his hands weaving gracefully as a shield, shimmering with metallic luster, materialized before him, solidly guarding his form. The bullets rained down but ricocheted off the shield with a series of crisp impacts. At the same time, he darted toward his adversaries like a wraith, descending upon them with the ferocity of a tiger. With a rapid collision, he sent one enemy flying. Then, with a powerful kick, he struck another down like a steel whip, while his right fist, akin to a cannonball, erupted forth, sending a third adversary reeling, blood spilling from his mouth and nose as he collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, Wang Zhan extended his right hand, an invisible force surging forth, guiding an AK-47 as though were drawn by an unseen hand into his grasp, shield in his left hand and the rifle in his right. He resembled a veritable war machine. As a machine gun swept across the scene, enemies fell one after another, their cries mingling with the gunfire, composing a brutal symphony of battle. Before long, the enemies that had surged into the main building dwindled to but a few. They gazed upon Wang Zhan, who stood before them like a god of war, their eyes filled with terror and despair. They were acutely aware that, in the face of such a fearless and valiant adversary, further resistance would only lead to their demise. Thus they cast down their weapons, raised their trembling hands high above their heads, and chose to surrender. Wang Zhan, not one to revel in bloodshed, upon witnessing this scene, sheathed his weapon and proclaimed with undeniable authority, "I seek only the members of the Yang family. All others are to leave at once." His voice resounded through the hall, imbued with an air of unassailable command. He then seized a quivering security guard, fixing him with a gaze as sharp as a blade, and demanded, "Which members of the Yang family remain within the castle?" The guard, pale and terrified, stammered, "There are only Yang Yuanshan and Yang Jun here. The heads of the Yang family do not reside here." Wang Zhan furrowed his brow, dismissing those who had surrendered, and swiftly opened every room on the third floor. The outcome confirmed the guard's words. There were no members of the Yang family to be found within those chambers. Disappointment surged within him. He fully understood the adage that failing to eradicate a threat would only lead to future troubles. Yet, time was no longer on his side, and he could only devise a long-term plan. Without lingering, he turned and soared towards the armory. He surveyed the weapon-laden warehouse, marveling at the Yang family's considerable resources. From a crate, he retrieved several grenades, removed their safety pins, and casually tossed them deep into the armory before ascending into the sky. With a thunderous explosion, the armory was instantly detonated, flames soaring into the heavens, causing the entire castle to tremble under the force of the blast. In the illumination of the fire, Wang Zhan's figure appeared strikingly austere, and like a superhero, he vanished into the endless darkness in the blink of an eye. He flew onward until he crossed into the borders of Hua country. Above the vast ocean, amidst the high skies, four figures suddenly emerged from the clouds, blocking his path. The first figure was engulfed in searing flames, the surrounding air distorting from the intense heat as the flames danced around him with crackling sounds. The second figure stood upon a whirlwind, their bodies suspended in midair, seemingly commanding the very currents of air. The third figure floated effortlessly, enveloped in a faint halo, as if merging with the universe. The fourth figure bore a pair of magnificent wings, reminiscent of a mythical giant eagle, with a short staff secured at their waist. Wang Zhan halted, suspended in the air, his gaze sweeping over the four figures, a tremor of unease coursing through him. He pondered in bewilderment just how many superpowered beings exist in this world. Into Part 1. Chapter 1. Encounter. On the way home upon returning to his villa in the suburbs, Wang Zhan slept for a full day and night, utterly exhausted. The events of the previous day still haunted him. While returning from Liu Island, as he soared over the vast ocean and approached the territorial waters of Hua country, he unexpectedly encountered not 4, but 5 superpowered individuals at once. As he prepared to negotiate with the 4 individuals before him, a brilliant beam of golden light suddenly struck him from behind, unerringly targeting his back. The force was so immense that it sent a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through him. After the grueling battle on Liu Island, he was already utterly exhausted. Faced with this unexpected assault, he realized that he lacked the ability to continue fighting against the 5 superpowered beings. Thus, he plunged headlong into the tumultuous sea, utilizing the water's cover to make his escape. Fortunately, the 5 superpowered individuals did not pursue him further. Harnessing his control over gravity, he swiftly navigated the depths, heading towards the shores of Huagua. Ultimately, after ensuring his safety, he silently returned to his villa under the cloak of night. Inside the villa, Wang Zhan still felt a pervasive soreness, as though every muscle in his body was protesting. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his discomfort. His mind was consumed with questions and wariness towards those 5 superpowered beings. Who were they? Why had they suddenly appeared? And why had they attacked him? Wang Zhan's mind was rife with uncertainties. Rewinding to the previous day's events, the 4 superpowered individuals stood on high alert, their gazes fixed intently on Wang Zhan, strategizing how to engage with this unexpected superpowered presence. However, before they could announce their intentions, an unforeseen development occurred. Another individual appeared, abruptly shattering the previously calm atmosphere. A figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, hurtling towards them. This person was robust, with golden hair and blue eyes, evidently not a native of Huagua. Clad in a yellow, form-fitting battle suit, adorned with a glimmering golden belt and a prominent sun-shaped emblem on his chest, he drew the attention of the onlookers. As the crowd watched in confusion, the unexpected guest, from a distance, flashed his eyes, and a golden beam shot forth from them, striking Wang Zhan with pinpoint accuracy. Wang Zhan stifled a groan, his form swaying slightly, yet he used the force of the impact to propel himself into the frothy ocean, vanishing from sight. In the wake of this sudden turn of events, the four superpowered beings chose not to pursue Wang Zhan, but instead quickly redirected their focus to the foreigner in the yellow suit, adopting a defensive stance. Among them, a woman clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, her feet seemingly gliding on the wind, donned specialized technological glasses that concealed her features, her shoulder-length black hair lending her an air of efficiency. She gracefully approached the newcomer, her gaze piercing, and inquired, "Are you Kyle Oren, the son of the sun from the United States?" Kyle Oren paused momentarily before nodding and responding in a grave tone, "I am." "Who are you, and why do you block my path?" The woman introduced herself. "We are the special agents of the Extraordinary Search Division of Huagua. I am Senior Special Agent Storm. Surely, you have not forgotten the charter of the superpowered alliance established by the Superpower World Alliance?" Upon hearing this, Kyle furrowed his brow but refrained from immediate response. Storm continued coldly. "According to the charter, if a superpowered individual has not applied for permission to enter another nation's territory, the host nation, for its own security, is entitled to eliminate foreign superpowered individuals on sight." Upon hearing this, Kyle's expression darkened. He straightened his posture and spoke with righteous indignation. "Storm's special investigator, first, I am currently still on the high seas and have not truly set foot on your nation's territory. Second, the superpowered individual who recently entered your territory has trespassed on an island belonging to my nation, resulting in immeasurable casualties and property damage. I am merely pursuing a criminal." Storm responded calmly, "We cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims at this moment. However, this superpowered individual has indeed entered our territorial waters, and their identity and actions will be thoroughly investigated and questioned by our Extraordinary Special Investigations Department. Until you receive formal authorization from our government, you have no authority to take any law enforcement action here. If this individual has committed a crime, we will handle it according to the relevant provisions of the Extraordinary Alliance Charter and provide you with an explanation." Upon hearing this, Kyle huffed in anger, golden light erupting around him as if a miniature sun were shining in the air. He glared at Storm, his tone laced with provocation and defiance. "Very well. I shall await your reasonable explanation. But remember, if this matter is mishandled, I, Kyle Orion, the son of the sun, shall not let it go lightly." With that, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a dazzling beam of yellow light, streaking across the sky like a meteor, swiftly departing from the area. The four remaining superpowered individuals exchanged glances, and in a synchronized motion, they transformed into four streaks of light, disappearing over the vast ocean, leaving behind a tumultuous sea. As if nothing had transpired moments ago, returning to reality, Wang Zhan pondered extensively about the path ahead. Faced with the current intricate and highly unusual circumstances, he understood that this situation was far beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to manage. After careful consideration, Wang Zhan resolved to make the following changes to address the unpredictable risks. First, he decided to resign from his position as the Chief Technology Officer of War God Technologies. Although the company was flourishing, Wang Zhan was acutely aware that the potential crisis he bore was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to embroil the innocent company in unnecessary turmoil. This was reminiscent of the recent Lu Lingyao incident, where Yang Jun targeted him. Yet it plunged the company into a maelstrom of public opinion. Secondly, Wang Zhan resolved to temporarily leave the clamor of the city and return to his hometown. A lingering worry plagued his mind, fearing that hidden adversaries might pose a threat to his family. Thus, being by his family's side would not only provide solace to his spirit, but also ensure their safety. In his view, spending a tranquil period alongside his family and waiting for the storm to pass before making further plans based on the actual circumstances was undoubtedly the more prudent choice. With his mind made up, Wang Zhan acted swiftly. After discussing with Lin's son, he convened the senior executives of the company and candidly expressed his thoughts and decisions. Although everyone felt regret and reluctance, there was a greater sense of understanding and support for Wang Zhan's choice. To express the deepest sense of reluctance, Lin's son stands out. Having fought alongside Wang Zhan for many years, already regarding him as the most reliable partner and guiding light. with Wang Zhan by his side. He feels an immense sense of security. Although his heart is heavy with reluctance, he ultimately chooses to honor Wang Zhan's decision. Chapter 2. Resignation and Return Home. Wang Zhan, fully aware of Lin Sen's sorrow, light-heartedly teased him, saying, "Do not wear such a forlorn expression. I am merely stepping back into the background, not fleeing. I remain the largest shareholder of the company. Are you worried I will neglect it? I will always be the most steadfast support for you and Zhanshan Technology." His words stirred a warm wave within Lin San, nearly bringing him to tears. Subsequently, Wang Zhan methodically began to address his ongoing responsibilities, ensuring that each matter transitioned smoothly, laying a solid foundation for the company's future development. At last, after meticulously arranging everything, he embarked on his journey back home. Seated in his off-road vehicle, the scenery outside the window unfolded like a moving film, each scene fleeting past his gaze. Within him, a steadfast anticipation for the future mingled with a gentle nostalgia for the past. He understood that the road ahead might be fraught with the unknown and challenges. Yet as long as his family was safe and friends by his side, he felt undaunted and resolute in his forward march. His family had been deeply concerned about Wang Zhan ever since the public incident involving Lu Lingyao, contemplating several times to visit him in person, only to be turned away each time by Wang Zhan. They understood that he wished to spare them from worry. Yet the burden of concern and unease lingered in their hearts. Upon hearing that Wang Zhan had resigned from his position and intended to rest at home for a spell, the entire family felt a genuine sense of relief, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from their hearts. The moment Wang Zhan stepped through the door, he was greeted by familiar and warm smiles. His family had specially prepared an extravagant seafood feast for him. At the dining table sat his grandfather, parents, elder brother Wang Long, and sister Wang Feng, all gathered together. The atmosphere so warm it seemed capable of melting the winter's chill. "Zhaner, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, your grandfather would have flown over to see you." His affable grandfather was the first to speak, grinning broadly as he grasped Wang Zhan's hand, his eyes filled with affection and satisfaction. His somewhat serious father then added, "Now that you are home, you should spend more time with your grandfather and mother. They've been quite vocal about missing you lately." His mother busied herself serving dishes to Wang Zhan, chiding gently. "Zhaner, eat more. This is all your favorite. You look so thin. You must replenish your strength." Her eyes brimmed with concern and tenderness. Elder brother Wang Long, with a hearty smile, raised his glass and said to Wang Zhan, "Little brother, welcome home. From now on, we can gather frequently again." His tone was sincere and unpretentious, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. Sister Wang Feng, seated on Wang Zhan's other side, wrapped her arms around his neck and cheerfully exclaimed, "Little brother, you finally have some time. You must practice with me in the days to come." Her laughter was crisp and melodious, adding a delightful ambience to the family gathering. At the dining table, a family basked in harmony, their laughter and joyous chatter filling the air. Conversations flowed freely, weaving through the recent updates about Wang Zhan and the delightful minutiae of their daily lives. Upon learning that Wang Zhan had a girlfriend, the atmosphere ignited like a firework, with cheers and playful jests resonating throughout the room. Everyone clamored to catch a glimpse of this young lady and eagerly inquired when she would be brought home for a visit, the warm ambience brimming with joy and happiness. Before returning to his hometown, Wang Zhan had shared his plans with Lu Lingyao. Her gentle yet resolute voice echoed through the phone, imbued with unwavering support. "Go ahead and do what you need to. Once I finish my tasks here, I'll come find you right away." Indeed, scarcely had Wang Zhan spent 2 days at home when Lu Lingyao, bustling with energy, flew directly from Jidong City, where she had been on assignment. As evening descended, the sun's waning light transformed the azure sky of the airport into a brilliant tapestry of orange and red. Wang Zhan had arrived early, eagerly awaiting at the airport exit, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he occasionally peered towards the arrival gate. Reminded by his sister, he had selected a lavish bouquet of vibrant flowers, now held tightly in his hands, as he eagerly awaited the appearance of that enchanting figure. At last, Lu Lingyao emerged, pulling a black suitcase behind her, her steps light and graceful. Dressed in a simple yellow tracksuit with a matching backpack, her familiar high ponytail swayed gently in the breeze, golden locks dancing with each movement, and a warm smile graced her face. Standing at one 7 meters, with exquisite features and a slender figure. She resembled a model stepping off the cover of a fashion magazine, captivating the attention of passers-by, their eyes filled with admiration. The moment Wang Zhan laid eyes on Lu Lingyao, his smile blossomed even brighter. He hurried forward, presenting the flowers to her, his heart brimming with joy. Though he feigned a somber demeanor as he greeted her, "Lingyao, welcome." Lu Lingyao accepted the flowers, her eyes shimmering with happiness, and enveloped Wang Zhan in a warm embrace. Initially shy, he melted into her warmth and reciprocated her hug, gently inquiring, "Are you tired from the flight?" "Not at all. I just felt the plane was too slow." "If it had been faster, I could have seen you sooner," Lu Lingyao replied, tilting her head slightly to gaze into his eyes, love radiating from her gaze. The usually carefree and spirited girl now appeared so tender and gentle. If Su Zihao were to witness this scene, he would likely roll his eyes in envy. Unable to suppress his frustration, Wang Zhan's heart swelled with warmth as he instinctively pressed a gentle kiss to Lu Lingyao's forehead. "Come, let me introduce you to my family. They've prepared a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting your arrival." With that, Wang Zhan grasped the suitcase in one hand and held Lu Lingyao's hand in the other, the two of them resembling a pair of affectionate birds as they exited the airport building and made their way to his car. Seated within the confines of the car, Lu Lingyao's previously relaxed demeanor abruptly shifted to one of palpable tension. Her hands fidgeted restlessly, and she confessed, "To be honest, I am quite nervous. This is my first time meeting the parents." The audacious girl, who feared neither heaven nor earth, found herself engulfed in a blend of anticipation and anxiety for the very first time. Wang Zhan gently clasped her hand, offering reassurance, "Do not worry. My family is exceptionally kind. They will undoubtedly take a liking to you, and you shall find harmony in your interactions." Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Wang Zhan's home was already buzzing with excitement. In preparation for Lu Lingyao's arrival, the family had meticulously arranged a lavish spread of delectable dishes. The dining table was adorned with an array of culinary delights, including aromatic braised pork, tender and juicy steamed fish, vibrant green vegetables, and the freshest steamed crabs and prawns, all steaming and exuding an enticing fragrance. Chapter 3. Lu Lingyao's visit. Wang Zhan's mother flitted between the kitchen and dining room like a diligent little bee, scrutinizing every detail while muttering to herself, "Since it's Lingyao's first visit to our home, we must ensure she feels warmly welcomed and not neglected in any way." Meanwhile, Wang Zhan's father pretended to be absorbed in the television while seated on the living room sofa, yet his gaze frequently darted towards the entrance, his heart fluttering with anticipation. After all, this was his son's inaugural introduction of a girlfriend to the family, and indeed, Wang Zhan's sole publicly acknowledged partner. The journey from the Azure Airport back to Nanshan County spanned approximately 2 hours. As Wang Zhan brought the car to a steady halt in front of the martial arts school, he noticed his family had already gathered in a neat line at the doorway, eagerly awaiting their arrival. The sunlight bathed them, creating a heartwarming scene filled with anticipation. As the car door slowly swung open, Lu Lingyao gracefully alighted. In that instant, all eyes were drawn to her, as if time itself had paused. The family was utterly captivated by Lu Lingyao's beauty and poise, as though the figure before them had stepped down from the cover of a fashion magazine, rather than being the girl they had only seen in photographs. As soon as Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao exited the vehicle, the family rushed forward. Wang Zhan's mother warmly took Lu Lingyao's hand, treating her as if she were her own daughter-in-law, her face radiating with an effulgent smile. "You must be Lingyao? You are truly beautiful. You must be exhausted from the journey." Lu Lingyao, slightly bashful, returned the smile and felt deeply touched by the warm welcome of the family, who had gathered so neatly at the entrance. She politely greeted them. "Hello, Annie. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Sister. Hello, Brother. I hope to not impose on you all during my stay." Wang Feng stepped forward with a grin, saying, "Lingyao, please do not stand on ceremony. We are all thrilled to have you here, and we hope you can stay for several days." Wang Zhan's father, now beaming with joy, added, "Stop lingering at the door. Please invite Lingyao inside." Amidst the affectionate throng of family members, Lu Lingyao entered the martial arts school, marveling at its impressive stature. For Wang Zhan had previously mentioned his lineage from a family of martial artists, yet she had not anticipated the school as grandeur. The antique architectural style and the spacious, bright courtyard, adorned with neatly arranged weapon racks, filled her with a sense of wonder her eyes sparkling with curiosity, akin to a child discovering a new world. Prior to returning home, Wang Zhan was the center of attention, but now he found himself relegated to the background, silently carrying luggage for Lu Lingyao, internally lamenting the stark contrast of the situation. Nevertheless, witnessing Lu Lingyao's harmonious interaction with her family brought a comforting smile to his face. Before Lu Lingyao embarked on her visit to the Wang household, the two had discussed accommodation arrangements over the phone. Lu Lingyao mentioned that her elders had certain expectations, preferring that she stay separately during her first visit. Wang Zhan promptly understood and thoughtfully arranged a cozy and comfortable guest room for her within a martial arts school. Consequently, he first escorted Lu Lingyao to the room prepared for her. The decor was both simple and elegant, instilling a sense of warmth and comfort. Lu Lingyao retrieved a tea gift box containing the most authentic Jingyan de Hong Pao from the heart of Wui Mountain. With a radiant smile, she presented the gift box to Wang Zhan's grandfather, her voice melodious and bright. "Grandpa, I heard you enjoy tea, and this is especially for you. I hope you like it." Wang Zhan's grandfather accepted the exquisitely packaged tea gift with delight in his eyes. As an aficionado of tea, he appreciated its value and expressed his gratitude. "Lingyao, this Jingyan de Hong Pao is indeed a treasure among teas. Your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated, and I truly enjoy it." Understanding the importance of etiquette during her initial visit, Lu Lingyao had not only prepared a gift for Wang Zhan's grandfather, but also small gifts for each member of the Wang family. Each palm-sized gift box was meticulously wrapped, reflecting her heartfelt intentions. With a smile, she handed out the small gifts, eliciting radiant smiles from everyone and filling the atmosphere with warmth and joy. According to custom, the elders of the Wang family had also prepared a generous red envelope for Lu Lingyao in advance. The envelope was heavy, containing not only money, but also the affection and welcome of the Wang family. Wang Zhan's mother, smiling, pressed the envelope into Lu Lingyao's hands. "Lingyao, you are too kind. It is customary here to give a red envelope to juniors on their first visit. The amount is not large, but it symbolizes good fortune." Lu Lingyao accepted the envelope, her eyes sparkling with joy as she replied, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, and thank you all." The entire family gathered for a sumptuous meal, lovingly prepared by Wang Zhan's parents, rivaling that of a professional chef, leaving Lu Lingyao thoroughly satisfied. The atmosphere was particularly cheerful, with everyone in high spirits, even bringing out specially brewed white liquor to enhance the festivities. Being mindful of Lu Lingyao's gender, the Wang family was considerate and did not pressure her to drink. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Lingyao was remarkably forthright, downing glass after glass without hesitation, and by the end, everyone had consumed over half a pound of liquor. Lu Lingyao's candid and sincere demeanor endeared her even more to the Wang family. It is often said that a person's character can be discerned through their taste in wine. As the Wang family gazed upon the unpretentious yet enchanting girl before them, they wholeheartedly embraced the notion that she would make an ideal daughter-in-law or sister-in-law. After dinner, Wang Zhan took Lu Lingyao on a tour of the martial arts school. Upon completing their exploration, Lu Lingyao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, eagerly expressed her desire to see his room. Wang Zhan smiled and nodded, taking her hand as they traversed the lengthy corridor to his quarters. His room was adorned with simplicity and rustic charm, devoid of excessive ornamentation, yet radiating warmth. A bookshelf lined one wall, filled with a diverse array of literature, martial arts texts, historical biographies, and cutting-edge scientific works. On the opposite wall hung a collection of certificates, medals, and trophies he had garnered over the years, shimmering under the light as if silently recounting his illustrious past. Lu Lingyao slowly approached the wall, her gaze sweeping over the accolades, and felt a ripple of admiration within her. The awards varied in nature, some from martial arts competitions, others from mathematics contests, and even a few from university skill competitions. She couldn't help but muse that Wang Zhan must indeed be the quintessential golden child that everyone speaks of, having shone brightly throughout his life. "Do you have an album? I would love to see your photos." Lu Lingyao turned to him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wang Zhan chuckled and nodded, retrieving his photo album from a shelf. The album was filled predominantly with childhood pictures, showcasing a handsome boy with a confident and serene smile. The photographs from his later years were fewer in number, but each captured significant milestones in his growth. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Wang Zhan shared the stories behind each image, eliciting joyful laughter from both as they reminisced about heartwarming and humorous memories. At that moment, it felt as though the world had faded away, leaving only the rhythmic sound of their heartbeats and the warmth of their presence. Their bodies closely intertwined in this blissful moment. Chapter 4. Moments of contentment after returning to their respective rooms. The other members of the Wang family, filled with curiosity and anticipation, gradually unwrapped the small gifts that Lu Lingyao had presented. Upon opening the delicately crafted box, they were astonished to discover a gold Jufu box inside. A gasp of surprise escaped their lips as they cautiously opened the box to reveal a pure gold leaf, gleaming brilliantly under the light. They exchanged glances, pondering whether Wang Zhan had indeed found himself a wealthy companion. The following day, just before 9, Lu Lingyao awoke from her slumber. She had spent a delightful evening conversing with Wang Zhan, gaining a profound understanding of him and his family. Filled with admiration for her keen judgment, she reflected on how fortunate she was to have encountered such a perfect match. Stepping outside, she noticed that everyone had already risen. After freshening up, the family set off to enjoy a dim sum breakfast at a renowned Cantonese restaurant, where a variety of delectable dishes were brought to their table in steaming bamboo baskets. The translucent shrimp dumplings, the soft and sweet barbecued pork buns, and the tender and delectable chicken feet in black bean sauce. She took a delicate bite, and the flesh effortlessly separated from the bone, releasing a rich aroma that instantly enveloped her palate. She contentedly squinted her eyes, her face radiating pure joy. Next, she savored a spoonful of boat congee, its silky base infused with a medley of ingredients: tender slices of fish, crispy bits of fried dough, and fragrant strands of egg. Each mouthful was a harmonious symphony of flavors, warmth spreading from her stomach to her entire being. She sincerely exclaimed, "Cantonese cuisine truly deserves its place among the 8 culinary traditions of China." During this time, I have sampled numerous Cantonese dishes, yet each experience offers a unique delight, akin to unwrapping a surprise box, never knowing what marvelous dish awaits next. After their dim sum, Wang Zhan's grandfather, father, and brother returned to the martial arts school. His mother and sister enthusiastically pulled Lu Lingyao along, expressing a desire to explore them all. Wang Zhan drove them to the largest shopping center in Nanshan town, known as Zikadonglai. In her heart, Wang's mother was preoccupied with the thought of acquiring some items for Lu Lingyao. After receiving the golden leaf yesterday, she felt increasingly compelled to treat this future daughter-in-law well and resolved to buy her some lovely gifts. Wang Feng, being of the same generation as Lu Lingyao, felt guilty for not having prepared a gift for her yesterday. Today, she was determined to let Lu Lingyao choose something she desired, insisting that it be on her account. The camaraderie among the 3 women was nothing short of exuberant. They chatted animatedly, as close as sisters. Each possessed striking beauty, and with the handsome Wang Zhan accompanying them, they turned heads wherever they went. It is often said that women never tire of shopping, and this sentiment rang true as they strolled from store to store without a hint of fatigue. Despite Lu Lingyao's repeated refusals, she ultimately succumbed to Wang's mother and sister's insistence, ending up with several bags of clothing and gifts. Wang Zhan could only follow behind helplessly, relegated to the role of a bag carrier. Seeing this, Lu Lingyao remarked that she was not so fragile and could manage her own bags. Yet Wang's mother and sister resolutely disagreed, playfully stuffing the parcels into Wang Zhan's hands, teasing, "Why have him tag along if not to carry?" Wang Zhan was left speechless by their playful banter. They shopped from morning until 2 in the afternoon, only then stopping for lunch before returning to the martial arts school. In the South, where days are long and nights are short, napping is a common choice for many. Although Lu Lingyao was not accustomed to napping, she embraced local customs and took a brief rest upon returning. The martial arts school operates from 5 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening on weekdays. However, due to hosting Lu Lingyao yesterday, training concluded early at 7. By 6 today, the school welcomed a multitude of students, ranging from innocent children to vibrant young adults. At that moment, Wang Zhan's grandfather sat at a table in the practice hall, leisurely sipping tea from a small teapot, while occasionally observing the students' training. Wang Zhan's brother personally engaged with the younger students, offering attentive one-on-one guidance. On one side of the practice hall, a modern fighting ring had been set up, where Wang Zhan's father and a hired combat coach stood, earnestly instructing the trainees. Amidst the crowd, Wang Zhan's sister, Wang Feng, was particularly captivating. She sported a sharp, cropped hairstyle, her complexion fair, and her features delicate, with slightly prominent muscles that epitomized the vigorous beauty of robust health. Clad in a form-fitting black ensemble of a short top and shorts, and wearing a pair of striking red combat shoes, she was intently engaged in a combination practice of straight punches, hooks, and uppercuts. It was evident that she was not a coach, but a dedicated student, training diligently alongside her peers. Previously, Wang Zhan had shared with Lu Lingyao details about his family's professional background, which she had come to know. Wang Zhan's grandfather, father, and brother were all inheritors of the Choi Li Fut style of martial arts, currently teaching at their family dojo, while Wang Feng was a Sanda athlete. Hence, she was not surprised. After greeting her grandfather, Wang Zhan approached Wang Feng with Lu Lingyao. Wang Feng was deeply focused on her practice, and, upon noticing the two, was quite delighted. She exclaimed to Wang Zhan, "You've been back for a few days, and haven't practiced with me at all. How about a match today?" Wang Zhan shook his head, replying, "Let us not. You are the professional. How could I possibly be your opponent? Oh, come on. Who doesn't know that your martial arts talent is the greatest in the family?" Wang Feng retorted, then turned to Lu Lingyao, saying, "Lingyao, did you know? This kid was a martial arts champion before elementary school, but alas, he is more clever than skilled, and later abandoned martial arts for academics. Otherwise, he would certainly hold a prominent place in today's martial arts world." "Sister, please don't exaggerate. I'm not that impressive," Wang Zhan replied modestly. Lu Lingyao chimed in, "I believe you." Wang Feng laughed, "What I said is true. But don't worry, Lingyao. If he dares to bully you, just tell me, and I'll handle him." Wang Zhan looked exasperated, while Lu Lingyao sweetly responded, "Okay, sister." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao decided to leave, so as not to disturb Wang Feng's training. Upon exiting the dojo, Lu Lingyao turned to Wang Zhan and teased, "Are you going to bully me?" Wang Zhan immediately replied, "Of course not." Lu Lingyao flashed a sweet smile and said, "I doubt you would dare. But don't underestimate me. I'm quite formidable myself." Wang Zhan laughed in return. "Indeed, a girl brave enough to challenge the night view of Tianshan Mountain alone must be impressive." They exchanged knowing smiles, sweetly leaning against each other. Thus, Lu Lingyao spent 3 splendid days at Wang Zhan's home. During this time, she indulged in food and leisurely strolls, free from any worries, thoroughly enjoying herself. Wang Zhan, too, relished the respite from work's demands and the absence of any perceived threats, reveling in the pleasant moments. Chapter 5. The kidnapping. One day, as they strolled homeward, a foreign man approached them. He had golden hair, striking blue eyes, and an impressively tall and upright frame. Yet his handsome visage bore an unusual pallor, devoid of color. As they brushed past one another, Lu Lingyao keenly sensed an unusual aura, prompting her to glance back apprehensively. Upon noticing that the individual was a foreigner, Wang Zhan too became particularly vigilant and turned to look back. The man, having also turned to gaze at them, offered a polite smile before turning away and departing. Wang Zhan observed that the man exhibited no peculiar behavior, prompting him to ponder whether he was being overly sensitive. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyao remained vigilant, her feminine intuition suggesting that something was amiss with this individual. Noticing that Lu Lingyao seemed to be lost in thought, Wang Zhan inquired, "Do you recognize that foreigner?" Lu Lingyao replied, "No, I'm merely curious to see if foreigners suddenly appear." With that, the two resumed their walk home. As they turned a corner, the blonde man glanced back at the Nanshan Kai Li Fo martial arts school, watching Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao enter. Then, he lightly brushed his nose with his hand and took a deep inhalation, seemingly savoring the fragrance that lingered in the air from his encounter with Lu Lingyao. The man licked his lips and swallowed, thinking to himself, "What a delectable woman." A day passed without any extraordinary events, and soon nightfall quietly descended, the clock striking 9. Wang Feng and a few friends had just concluded a delightful gathering, bidding farewell at the restaurant entrance before embarking on their respective journeys. Wang Feng strolled alone along the somewhat desolate street when a figure subtly emerged within her line of sight. It was a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign man, exuding an air of nobility, none other than the Blood Shadow Lord, Mi, the same man whom Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao had encountered 2 days prior. Mi wore a polite and charming smile as he greeted Wang Feng in fluent English, "Hello." His voice was deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Although she did not know this man, she smiled politely in response, "Hello." Is there something you need? Lamy maintained his smile, stepping closer to Wang Feng, his gaze piercing into her eyes. Suddenly, his blue eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, akin to flames, glimmering with an eerie and perilous light. This illumination was fleeting, but it left Wang Feng momentarily dazed, as though the world around her had come to a standstill. Her expression grew vacant and wooden, her entire being seemingly robbed of its spirit, standing motionless. Lamy gently supported Wang Feng and, without a sound, led her towards a secluded alley. He raised his hand and lightly struck the back of her neck. In an instant, Wang Feng's body went limp, succumbing to unconsciousness. Lamy gazed down at the unconscious Wang Feng, a greedy and sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After meticulous observation, he unexpectedly discovered that Wang Feng was also a virgin, her aura of pure youth intoxicating to him, akin to the most alluring fragrance, ensnaring his fascination. Thus, Wang Feng quietly joined the ranks of his prey. Not only Wang Zhan, but even Lu Lingyao, who accompanied him, would eventually find themselves ensnared as well. However, executing the current mission remained his utmost priority. After he slayed Wang Zhan, he would undoubtedly indulge in the exquisite feast that these two women offered. For Lamy, this feast encompassed not only their physical forms, but also their remarkably delectable blood. He contemplated using Wang Feng as leverage against Wang Zhan, hastily resolving to eliminate Wang Zhan, as he had even more pressing tasks ahead. With this thought in mind, Lamy gently lifted Wang Feng, his figure transforming into a shadowy silhouette that quietly vanished into the vast night. Meanwhile, just a few steps away from the Wang family's martial arts hall, the warm glow of street lamps cast a gentle halo. Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao walked hand in hand, strolling leisurely, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the night. They occasionally turned their heads, their gazes meeting like falling stars, love flowing freely in their eyes. At that moment, they were ensnared in the sweet whirlpool of romance, inseparable and tightly intertwined, as if nothing in the world could rival the joy of being together. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the serene atmosphere. Wang Zhan retrieved his phone from his pocket, the screen illuminating with his sister Wang Feng's number. He smiled as he answered. Second sister. However, a deep and unfamiliar male voice responded on the other end in fluent English. Hello, Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan's smile instantly froze, an ominous premonition surging within him. He hastily inquired in English, Who are you? His voice tinged with tension and vigilance. On the other end was, of course, Lamy, who calmly stated, I am at the town and abandoned quarry south of Nanshan County. I give you 30 minutes to come here alone, without telling anyone. Otherwise, you may never see your sister again. Wang Zhan felt a buzzing in his head, his grip on the phone tightening unconsciously. He suppressed his inner anxiety and replied, All right, don't do anything reckless. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Wang Zhan's expression darkened. Lu Lingyao, keenly aware of his unusual demeanor, immediately asked, What happened? Her eyes brimmed with concern. Wang Zhan, torn between not wanting to worry Lu Lingyao and the man's explicit warning not to inform anyone, took a deep breath, forcing a smile, and said, It's nothing, just a minor issue that I can handle. You should head home. If Mom and Dad ask, just say I'll be back late, due to something. I'll go with you. I might be able to help, Lu Lingyao insisted, believing her abilities could be of assistance. However, Wang Zhan, fully aware of the dangers lurking at the quarry, could not bear to put Lu Lingyao at risk. He gently patted her shoulder, his gaze soft and warm, reassuringly saying, Don't worry, I've got this under control. Time was of the essence, and every second was crucial for his sister's safety. Wang Zhan dared not delay for even a moment. He offered a brief, comforting remark before swiftly turning and hurriedly making his way home. His vehicle was parked right at the entrance of the martial arts school. He opened the door and slid inside, pressing the accelerator with vigor. The car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the night with a fierce beam of light, racing towards the abandoned quarry. Wang Zhan was well aware of the quarry. By driving swiftly, he could arrive in about 20 minutes. Though anxiety churned within him, he restrained his emotions, reminding himself not to reveal his extraordinary abilities too soon, lest it lead to unpredictable consequences. Each second felt interminably long as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. His gaze, however, remained steely and resolute, fixated ahead, with a singular thought coursing through his mind, He must rescue his sister safely. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyao, having seen Wang Zhan hastily return home, stealthily followed him. As she witnessed him drive away in a cloud of dust, she swiftly mounted the motorcycle belonging to Wang Feng that was parked at the entrance. Lacking the key, she pressed her fingertip against the ignition slot. In an instant, a golden current surged from her finger into the motorcycle like a nimble serpent. Chapter 6. The Battle at the Quarry with a slight movement of her finger. A miraculous event unfolded. The motorcycle roared to life, starting successfully without a key. Her eyes sharpened, and with a firm press of the throttle, the motorcycle charged forward like a wild stallion, silently trailing Wang Zhan's car, leaving behind a mysterious and resolute trail in the night. Just over 20 minutes later, Wang Zhan arrived at the quarry, situated at the northern edge of Nanshan town, a place seemingly forgotten by the world, exuding an air of desolation and solitude. Surrounding it were undulating hills, sparsely adorned with vegetation, where only a few tenacious wild grasses swayed in the wind. The quarry itself was so vast it induced a sense of unease, filled with mountains of piled stones. The stones varied in size, some as small as a fist, while others towered above a person, haphazardly strewn about. The ground was uneven and littered with gravel and dust. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the howling night wind that whistled through the crevices of the stones, producing a mournful sound, as if the quarry itself were weeping softly. Wang Zhan parked his car at the entrance of the quarry and opened the door, a chill laden with the scent of gravel enveloping him. Clenching his fists, his gaze unwavering, he strode purposefully into the quarry. Before long, a tall, slender foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes came into view, clad in black and standing beside a massive boulder. Beside the stone, Wang Feng was bound tightly with coarse ropes, her hands secured behind her, leaning helplessly against the rock. Utterly motionless, Wang Zhan recognized this foreigner as someone he and Lu Lingyao had encountered on the road earlier. Quickly employing his metallic perception ability, he scanned the surroundings like an astute radar, confirming the absence of any hidden ambushers. Fixing his gaze firmly on Delamy, he spoke with a calm yet resolute voice. "I have come alone. Whatever you wish to discuss, please do not harm my family." A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Delamy's mouth as he replied, "It is nothing of great consequence, merely that someone wishes for your demise. Will you come? Or shall I take action myself?" Wang Zhan furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Wang Feng was a master of Sanda, and the fact that she had been silently captured here indicated that her captor was no ordinary foe. Recently, he had encountered several individuals with extraordinary abilities, and this foreigner, exuding such confidence, might very well possess similar powers. In that moment, he found himself without a clear strategy and could only attempt to stabilize the situation. "Release her first, and I will submit to your will." He sought to negotiate for Wang Feng's release, reasoning that as long as she was safe, he could face whatever fate awaited him alone. Upon hearing this, Delamy smiled faintly. "It appears I must take matters into my own hands." As soon as the words left his lips, his blue eyes transformed into a striking red. With a casual flick of his right hand, a massive stone, standing nearly a meter tall, defied gravity and hurtled towards Wang Zhan with alarming speed. A wave of shock coursed through Wang Zhan. He was now certain that his opponent was indeed a wielder of extraordinary abilities, capable of telekinesis. Just as he prepared to activate his own powers and leap into the air to evade this perilous strike, a bolt of golden lightning, akin to a swift dragon, zipped past him and collided directly with the stone. With a resounding explosion, the stone shattered into a multitude of fragments, scattering like bullets and raising a thick cloud of dust. Wang Zhan quickly covered his mouth and nose, shielding himself from the swirling debris. As the dust began to settle, he squinted to see that Lu Lingyao had transformed into a streak of golden lightning, appearing almost instantaneously by his side. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lu Lingyao was also a wielder of extraordinary powers. She glanced at him, a hint of apology in her eyes, and softly said, "I will explain later." With that, Lu Lingyao pivoted sharply, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Delamy. "You are truly a vile creature. Surrender at once. And I might spare your life," she declared coldly. Wang Zhan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Lu Lingyao's demeanor was decidedly different from her usual self. Delamy, upon hearing her words, smirked with disdain, his gaze greedily roving over Lu Lingyao, filled with longing. "So, you are the hidden expert beside Wang Zhan," he remarked with a chuckle. "The organization mentioned the possibility of a concealed master in your vicinity and advised caution." Lu Lingyao frowned, perplexed by Di Lami's cryptic remarks. Noticing that he had no intention of capitulating, her gaze hardened, and she swiftly formed a mysterious and intricate seal with her hands. In an instant, a golden array materialized in the previously dim sky. Following this, a powerful bolt of lightning shot forth from the array, surging towards Di Lami with tremendous force. Di Lami reacted swiftly, his form blurring as he transformed into a shadow, effortlessly evading the fierce lightning strike. At this moment, a considerable distance had been established between him and Wang Feng. Observing this, Lu Lingyao wasted no time in becoming a flash of golden lightning herself, darting towards Di Lami with breathtaking speed. In the desolate stone yard, a golden flash of lightning danced with a shadowy figure, their positions shifting like phantoms with a dizzying speed. The intensity of their clash created an energy wave that seemed to freeze the very air around them, rendering it oppressively heavy. Wang Zhan was momentarily taken aback by the prowess displayed by the two combatants. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He swiftly moved towards Wang Feng, hastily untying the ropes binding her. "Sister, sister," he called, but there was no sign of her awakening. With great caution, he lifted her into his arms, determined to escape this perilous place. Yet, as he desperately fled with Wang Feng in his grasp, Di Lami, in the midst of the fierce battle, unleashed a formidable telekinetic ability. A barrage of stones, under his control, soared through the air like cannonballs, hurtling towards Wang Zhan with a menacing force. A jolt of fear gripped Wang Zhan's heart. He understood that he could not afford to reveal his own supernatural abilities, lest he provoke even graver consequences. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth, holding Wang Feng tightly and using his back to form a solid shield against the onslaught of debris. He feigned being struck by the flying stones, collapsing to the ground while safeguarding Wang Feng beneath him, ensuring she sustained not even the slightest injury. Upon witnessing Wang Zhan's injury, Lu Lingyao was consumed by a surge of fury, her eyes igniting with wrath. With a fierce gesture, she unleashed a flurry of lightning bolts akin to silver serpents. Racing towards Di Lami, agile in his movements, deftly dodged while retaliating with his own barrage of stones aimed at Lu Lingyao. The cacophony of lightning shattering rock echoed throughout the stone yard, as if an epic battle was unfolding amidst the ruins. Chapter 7. The Golden Town prison. Lu Lingyao cleverly harnessed her electric powers, enveloping herself in a robust layer of static defense, rendering Di Lami's razor-sharp claws ineffective against her protection. Both combatants enjoyed a significant advantage in speed, exchanging blows in a fierce contest that seemed evenly matched. For an assassin, becoming embroiled in a protracted battle was undoubtedly a grave mistake, as it invited unforeseen variables and risks. Di Lami's objective today had never been to engage Lu Lingyao in a decisive confrontation. His singular focus was to eliminate Wang Zhan. Thus, he ceased his entanglement with Lu Lingyao, suddenly soaring into the air, hovering with poise. He then directed his gaze, sharp as a blade, toward Wang Zhan, swiftly manipulating a multitude of stones, unleashing a torrential downpour of rock aimed squarely at him. At that moment, Wang Zhan crouched low, still protectively cradling Wang Feng. As he observed Lu Lingyao locked in a fierce struggle with the foreign adversary, a wave of concern washed over him. He contemplated that safely exiting this location would not be an easy task, and thus resolved to observe the unfolding situation. Should Lu Lingyao falter against her opponent, he would be poised to intervene without delay. As Lu Lingyao witnessed stones hurtling towards Wang Zhan and Wang Feng like cannonballs, she did not hesitate for a moment and instantly positioned herself in front of Wang Zhan, shielding both of them behind her. Observing this, Di Lami manipulated an array of stones, both large and small, that surged towards them like a relentless tide. In her endeavor to protect Wang Zhan and Wang Feng, Lu Lingyao exerted all her strength, conjuring bolts of lightning to intercept the barrage of stones from all directions. However, the sheer volume of the stones was overwhelming, and despite her utmost efforts, she could not prevent all of them from striking her. In her commitment to safeguard the two behind her, she endured several impacts from the stones. Fortunately, the electrostatic shield surrounding her mitigated much of the force, leaving her relatively unscathed. Wang Zhan felt a pang of anguish in his heart as he watched Lu Lingyao take hits from the stones while protecting him. At that moment, he internally condemned the arrogant foreign adversary to a dire fate, vowing to exact a heavy toll in retribution. Struggling against Delami's relentless assault, Lu Lingyao realized that if the situation persisted, she would inevitably succumb to exhaustion before her opponent. In that eventuality, both Wang Zhan and Wang Feng would find themselves in peril. Resolutely, she gritted her teeth and decided to take a desperate gamble, unleashing her ultimate technique, the radiant golden confinement. With her hands forming intricate seals before her chest, her movements flowed with grace, imbued with a mysterious and formidable power. In an instant, multiple golden magical circles materialized in the sky, shimmering like brilliant stars. Subsequently, bolts of lightning erupted from the magical formations, striking towards Delami like golden whips. Delami evaded the onslaught with agile maneuvers, narrowly escaping the fierce bolts. Yet, this time, the lightning had an unusual quality. They did not vanish immediately, but instead formed resilient chains, connecting the magical array to the ground. 8 chains of lightning, resembling the 8 trigrams, coalesced on the ground into a new golden magical formation, intertwining with the celestial arrays above to create an impenetrable enclosed space. Delami felt a sudden sense of foreboding, a potent wave of impending danger washing over him. He attempted to flee the area, but soon realized he was ensnared within the confines of the magical formation. Upon making contact with the barrier, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through his body, rendering him momentarily numb. Almost immediately, the mysterious symbols on the ground radiated with brilliance, and several chains of golden lightning emerged from the formation, writhing like agile, cunning serpents, lunging fiercely towards Delami. In a state of panic, Delami sought refuge in the constricted space, yet the chains pursued him relentlessly. He soon discovered that he had indeed fallen into a trap with no escape. Ultimately, one chain ensnared his foot with precision. In an instant, the chains transformed from lightning, grew increasingly radiant, accompanied by the incessant crackling of electricity. Like a voracious serpent, the chain rapidly ascended his leg, enveloping his entire being. Delami felt a powerful current surging through him, each inch of his skin and every nerve tortured by excruciating pain, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably as he emitted anguished, piercing cries. Had it not been for Lu Lingyao's intention to capture a living specimen to unveil the truth, Delami would undoubtedly have been rendered utterly senseless, reduced to mere ashes. Moments later, Lu Lingyao gradually retracted the formation, causing Delami to plummet from the air, akin to a heap of mud, crashing onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Lingyao executed her ultimate move, a desperate gamble, at this moment. Her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Wang Zhan, having set down Wang Feng, approached Lu Lingyao with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Lu Lingyao turned and offered him a reassuring smile, replying, "I'm fine, just wait for me a moment longer." She then advanced step by step towards Delami. As she walked, her slender fingers delicately grasped the necklace adorning her neck, twisting it gently, which caused the lower half to detach. Inside was a green liquid accompanied by a small, elegant needle. This was a specially formulated anesthetic, designed to temporarily suppress the powers of superhumans and induce a state of paralysis throughout their body. Lu Lingyao inched closer to Delami, who lay on his back, motionless, as if completely devoid of combat capability. However, just as Lu Lingyao prepared to inject the serum into his neck, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Delami's eyes suddenly sprang open, a flash of red light igniting within them. The moment their gazes met, Lu Lingyao's expression became vacant, her body frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization. Delami, having exerted the last vestige of his strength, felt his eyes transition from crimson back to their original azure. As a vampire, he possessed formidable regenerative abilities, yet the tremendous force of Lu Lingyao's lightning had rendered him temporarily incapable of movement. With his acute awareness of his own condition, he silently estimated that he would regain some mobility in approximately 2 minutes. The blood gaze he had just employed was perfectly timed to render Lu Lingyao immobile for 3 minutes, a brief interval sufficient for him to recuperate. Delami mused to himself, "Once I recover, I shall taste your blood and savor the allure of your enchanting form. Wang Zhan, perceiving Lu Lingyao's immobility, was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. He shouted, "Lingyao!" Yet, Lu Lingyao remained in her half-crouched position, unresponsive. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Zhan swiftly rushed to her side. Chapter 8. Wang Zhan takes action. Arriving beside Lu Lingyao, Wang Zhan softly called out her name. Still, there was no reaction from her. He then glanced at Di Lamy, who had closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Yet, Wang Zhan understood that Lu Lingyao could not have simply transformed into this state without cause. He confronted Di Lamy in fluent English, demanding, "What have you done to her?" Di Lamy, however, remained oblivious, eyes tightly shut, continuing his charade. Wang Zhan, lacking the patience to witness further pretense, extended his hand, and a short sword, forged from steel, materialized in an instant. With a swift flick of his wrist, the short sword struck like a meteor, firmly embedding itself into Di Lamy's palm and pinning it to the ground. Di Lamy winced in pain, a fleeting expression of anguish crossing his face as he reluctantly opened his eyes to meet Wang Zhan's gaze. Struggling to suppress the agony, he managed to stammer, "Are you a superpower wielder?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. It seemed likely that Shadow Killer had been directly eliminated by Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, unfazed by his inquiry, fixed a piercing gaze upon Di Lamy and coldly demanded, "What has happened to her? Speak now, or this sword will find its way into your skull." For Di Lamy, the prospect of a blow to the head was undoubtedly lethal. A wave of terror washed over him as he sensed his dwindling strength. He labored to respond, "She has merely lost consciousness for the moment. She will awaken shortly." Wang Zhan's eyes remained unwavering, filled with vigilance as he scrutinized Di Lamy. Observing the tension, Di Lamy hastily added, "Rest assured, I lack the strength to employ any further tricks at this moment." Wang Zhan's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing. He contemplated that Di Lamy was now exceedingly weak and likely incapable of executing any devious schemes. If he still possessed such capabilities, why would he feign unconsciousness in this manner? After weighing his options, Wang Zhan's taut nerves began to ease slightly. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Lingyao, his eyes brimming with tenderness and remorse, silently murmuring, "Lingyao, forgive me." Subsequently, he gently raised his hand and, with a precise yet delicate motion, struck the acupoint at the back of Lu Lingyao's neck. In an instant, she collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. Wang Zhan quickly reached out to support her, carefully laying her down beside him. Afterward, with a subtle wave of his right hand, the short sword seemed to be drawn by an unseen thread, lifting from Di Lamy's mangled palm and hovering in midair, its tip aimed directly at Di Lamy's throat. Should Wang Zhan's concentration waver even slightly, the blade would unimpededly pierce his windpipe. Fully alert, Wang Zhan maintained an icy demeanor, fixated on Di Lamy, and coldly stated, "Now I will ask, and you will answer." His tone carried an ominous undercurrent, suggesting that failure to respond would lead to dire consequences. Di Lamy understood that in a short while, he would regain some strength, at which point he could devise a means to confront Wang Zhan. Thus, he opted not to clash directly with him. He replied slowly, "Very well. As long as you do not kill me, I will tell you everything." Wang Zhan's eyes remained sharp as he inquired, "Who sent you?" Di Lamy, without reservation, responded, "We were dispatched by headquarters. I do not know who is behind the order to kill you. What organization are you part of?" Wang Zhan pressed further. "The Dark Knight organization," Di Lamy truthfully disclosed. Wang Zhan's brow furrowed slightly. He had never heard of such a group. "How many superpower wielders does your organization possess?" "There should be a dozen or so," Di Lamy replied, panting heavily. "Are there any other superpowered beings sent to kill me aside from yourself?" Wang Zhan's gaze was firmly fixed on Di Lamy, scrutinizing every subtle change in his expression. "No, I am alone," Di Lamy replied, shaking his head. "How were you employed by your employer?" Wang Zhan continued to probe. "We have an independent website, accessible only to a select few prominent families," Di Lamy stated. "Where can I find the information on this website?" Wang Zhan's eyes revealed a hint of urgency. "It's contained within the pendant I wear around my neck," Di Lamy responded. Wang Zhan leaned forward, his eyes drawn to the necklace adorning Di Lamy's neck. He reached out, attempting to seize the pendant. Just as his fingers grazed it, Di Lamy's eyes abruptly transformed into a blood-red hue. The 2 minutes had elapsed, and his formidable regenerative abilities enabled him to regain some strength. Wang Zhan unexpectedly locked eyes with Di Lamy, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. rendering his gaze vacant, as if he were ensnared by an immobilizing spell, frozen in place. Seizing the moment, Dalami swiftly grasped the short sword that hung at his neck. Although a small wound marred his throat, as a vampire, he could rapidly heal from such minor injuries as long as his head remained intact. At this juncture, he had merely regained a modicum of mobility, his body still severely weakened. What he desperately needed was the sustenance of human blood, which would accelerate his recovery. With both hands propping up his body, his elongated fangs grew significantly sharper. He pulled Wang Zhan closer, baring his vicious fangs as he slowly inclined towards Wang Zhan's neck. Just as Dalami's sharp teeth descended, they met an impenetrable barrier, emitting a chilling sound akin to steel grinding, sending shivers through his very being. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Wang Zhan had transformed entirely into a steel form, emanating a cold and unyielding metallic sheen. Before Dalami could react, Wang Zhan unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a cannonball, striking Dalami squarely in the abdomen and sending him hurtling through the air. Dalami traced an arc in his descent, crashing heavily to the ground, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt in a disheveled heap. Just moments prior, Wang Zhan had indeed fallen victim to Dalami's blood-red gaze, his consciousness temporarily sealed and ensnared in a brief stupor. However, the steel heart within him sensed the imminent peril, hastening his heartbeat like a war drum. Powerful energy surging throughout his body, swiftly restoring his awareness. Simultaneously, as Dalami prepared to inflict tangible harm upon Wang Zhan, the defensive mechanism of the steel heart was triggered. In an instant, Wang Zhan's entire being metamorphosed into a steel form, erecting an indomitable barrier of defense. Chapter 9. The Kill, What a Close Call. Wang Zhan thought, a wave of trepidation washing over him. This fellow's performance was unexpectedly adept. He had not anticipated such an offensive maneuver. Fortunately, the passive protective skill, Heart of Steel, provided a layer of assurance. Without this safeguard, I would likely have met my demise today. What is more terrifying is that Lu Lingyao and my sister might also suffer unwarranted calamity due to my plight, plunging into an irretrievable abyss. At this thought, Wang Zhan's heart raced with lingering trepidation, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. At this moment, he could no longer contain the fury surging within him. The man before him was far too perilous to linger around. It was time to let the adversary comprehend the consequences of their own folly. Dalami had just been struck by Wang Zhan's formidable punch, which felt as if it had rearranged his internal organs, nearly causing him to retch. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Zhan's physique, seemingly forged from steel, was astonishingly resilient, leaving him profoundly shaken. Given his current frail condition, continuing to grapple with Wang Zhan would be akin to a moth flinging itself against a flame, a path to certain demise. Moreover, there was a girl capable of unleashing lightning. Although she lay unconscious at present, should she awaken unexpectedly, the formidable lightning would undoubtedly plunge him into an inescapable peril. With this thought, Dalami disregarded any notion of completing his task. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. He must escape this perilous place as swiftly as possible. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, Dalami resolved to utilize his ability to fly, without concern for how long or how far he could soar, as long as he could distance himself from this dreadful location. In the next instant, he transformed into a colossal bat, desperately flapping his wings and ascending into the distance, praying fervently to evade Wang Zhan's pursuit. However, just as he soared over a hill, a shadow plummeted from the sky like a meteor, accompanied by a rushing wind, crashing down upon him with tremendous force, sending him hurtling into a thicket. Dalami, akin to a kite severed from its string, shattered several sturdy branches before descending heavily to the ground, consumed by excruciating pain, devoid of any strength to struggle. Before he could comprehend the situation, a silver spear, swift as lightning, pierced through his abdomen, anchoring him firmly to the earth. Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding soil crimson. Wang Zhan's figure gradually descended before him, resembling a deity alighting from the heavens. Dalami was taken aback, utterly astonished that Wang Zhan possessed the ability to fly. At this moment, he had reverted to his human form, his clothes tattered and barely concealing him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Gazing at Wang Zhan, his eyes brimmed with resentment and fury, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, forcing out a few words from his parched throat each syllable trembling. "Who are you?" Wang Zhan did not respond to his inquiry, but instead fixed him with a frigid gaze, his tone chilling as he declared, "You should not have come to my homeland to wreak havoc. Even more unforgivable is the violation of my family." With that, he seized the spear and aimed for D. Lami's head once more. The spear, like a streak of cold light, pierced through D. Lami's skull, embedding itself deep into the ground. D. Lami convulsed a few times before falling silent forever. Immediately, his body cracked inch by inch, ultimately transforming into a pile of powder that scattered with the wind. Wang Zhan crouched down to retrieve the necklace that had fallen from D. Lami, glancing around to confirm that there were no other remnants. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, and upon ensuring there were no witnesses, he breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly grateful that no one had noticed. The man's body had vanished without a trace, thus sparing him the trouble of disposing of it. He turned his gaze to the remnants of D. Lami's clothing, his brow furrowing slightly as he quickly dug a shallow pit to bury the garments. Having completed this task, his thoughts lingered on the safety of Lu Lingyao and his sister Wang Feng, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurried towards the quarry. Upon returning to the quarry, he found Lu Lingyao and Wang Feng still lying quietly in their original positions. Wang Zhan carefully helped Lu Lingyao sit up, his fingers precisely pressing on her acupoints, gently calling her name, Lingyao, Lingyao. Under the stimulation of the acupoints, Lu Lingyao's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she gradually awakened. She suddenly opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing across her gaze, and her body sprang up like a coiled spring, instantly adopting a combat stance as she scanned her surroundings warily. Noting that no enemies were present, turning to Wang Zhan, she inquired, "What happened to that foreigner? Where did he go?" Observing Lu Lingyao's anxious demeanor, Wang Zhan promptly reassured her. He seemed to have sustained severe injuries and flew away. Flew away? Lu Lingyao's face was a mask of confusion, her brow furrowed tightly. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She struggled to recall the events that had transpired. She had clearly fallen victim to his tactics and lost her combat ability. How could he have let her go so easily? Did he truly just fly away? The more she pondered, the more incredulous she felt, and she pressed, "What happened after I lost consciousness?" Wang Zhan took a deep breath and replied slowly, "I saw you suddenly unable to move, and in my panic, I picked up a large stone and threw it at him. To my surprise, it seemed to strike a vital point. He let out a muffled groan, perhaps due to his severe injuries, and he just flew away." Lu Lingyao still found it hard to believe that a superpowered individual, equal in strength to herself, could be driven off by Wang Zhan throwing a stone. Noticing the lingering expression of disbelief on her face, Wang Zhan shifted the topic. "You should take a moment to recover. I need to check on my second sister." Realizing that Wang Feng was still lying nearby, Lu Lingyao followed him. Wang Zhan helped Wang Feng sit up, attempting to stimulate her acupoints as well to awaken her. However, Wang Feng remained with her eyes tightly closed, her breathing rapid and her body slightly warm, yet showing no signs of awakening. At that moment, a chill surged from his feet to his forehead, and he felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. He recalled that the foreigner had been dealt with by him, but if his sister's injuries could only be remedied by that man, what would he do? Fear spread like a vine, wildly encroaching upon his heart. Lu Lingyao, noticing that Wang Feng showed no signs of awakening, hurriedly retrieved her phone from her pocket and activated the flashlight feature. The brilliant beam of light instantly illuminated Wang Feng's face. As she leaned in to examine Wang Feng's condition more closely, she involuntarily gasped, her heart tightening in alarm. On Wang Feng's pale neck were 2 glaring bite marks, vividly pronounced under the light. Chapter 10. Seeking medicine. Wang Zhan also observed this, clearly overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. His heart raced with fear, and he turned to Lu Lingyao with urgent eyes, asking, "My sister must have been bitten by that person. What should we do?" Lu Lingyao's expression turned grave as she took a deep breath and replied slowly, "Generally speaking, a person bitten by a vampire will suffer from persistent high fever. If they can endure this phase, they might gain some special abilities. However, the likelihood of this occurring is quite low. Most individuals either descend into madness or lose their lives." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Is there any way to save my sister?" At this moment, he was devoid of any ideas, placing all his hopes upon Lu Lingyao. Noting Wang Zhan's desperate demeanor, Lu Lingyao felt a twinge of sympathy and reassured him, "Do not worry. Our country's researchers have developed a special antidote. If injected within 12 hours, it can completely cure the vampire virus." Wang Zhan's eyes ignited with hope, but soon anxiety clouded his expression as he quickly inquired, "Where can we obtain this antidote?" Lu Lingyao's demeanor turned serious as she softly replied, "This antidote is exceptionally rare and is currently only available in Kyoto." "In Kyoto?" Wang Zhan silently repeated in his mind, his brow furrowing. He pressed on urgently, "Lingyao, you must know the exact location of this medicine in Kyoto, right? Please tell me how I can acquire it." For the sake of saving his sister, Wang Zhan was prepared to risk exposing his extraordinary abilities. Lu Lingyao, observing Wang Zhan's anxious and resolute expression, gently patted his hand and comforted him softly. "It will be all right. Leave it to me. I will find a way to save your sister. You can trust me." "You?" Wang Zhan hesitated slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. "As you can see, I'm not an ordinary person. Do you not believe in me?" Lu Lingyao revealed a confident yet enigmatic smile. "I believe you, of course," Wang Zhan replied without hesitation, despite his lingering doubts. "Good, then you take your sister home first. The matter of the medicine is in my hands. I will ensure I bring it back successfully. I will explain everything else to you later." Wang Zhan nodded solemnly. "All right, I will wait for you at the martial arts school. Please be careful." With that, he cautiously lifted Wang Feng into his arms and turned to head towards his car outside the abandoned stone yard. His footsteps felt heavy, and he glanced back at Lu Lingyao from time to time, his eyes reflecting deep concern for his sister's safety, as well as apprehension about what Lu Lingyao would do next. It was important to remember that the distance from Nanshan to Kyoto was considerable. Even by plane, it would take over 3 hours, not accounting for the travel time to the airport. Moreover, considering the precious and significant nature of that potion, how could it possibly be obtained so easily? Could she perhaps possess the ability to fly? Yet, during the recent battle, she did not exhibit any such capacity. Wang Zhan was filled with doubt, unable to comprehend the situation. However, since Lu Lingyao had assured him that she would handle the matter concerning the potion, Wang Zhan chose to trust her unconditionally. At the very moment when Lu Lingyao had shielded him and his sister, he had already resolved that, in this lifetime, Lu Lingyao was the woman for whom he would willingly sacrifice everything. After Wang Zhan departed with Wang Feng, Lu Lingyao took a deep breath and glanced at her phone. With a few gentle taps on the screen, she dialed a number. On the other end of the line, a robust yet tender voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated. "My dear, why are you calling me so late? Is there something on your mind?" A slight smile graced Lu Lingyao's lips as she feigned reproach, saying, "Is it so wrong to call you without a reason? Do you expect me to only reach out when I need something? Your father would be overjoyed to receive a call from you every day. However, it has been quite some time since you last reached out." The man, who was indeed Lu Lingyao's father, Lu Yuanba, replied with a tone infused with affection and teasing. Lu Lingyao stuck out her tongue and hastily replied, "I've been a bit busy lately. In truth, I call because I urgently need your help." Lu Yuanba chuckled inwardly. Having already heard from the captain of the 6th Squad, Gao Wang, that his daughter had recently taken an extended break, indicating she was hardly busy. Nevertheless, he did not call her out on it and inquired, "Oh, what urgent matter could it be?" Lu Lingyao's expression grew serious as she declared, "A very important friend of mine has been bitten by a vampire, and we urgently require a powerful serum." "What? A powerful serum?" Lu Yuanba's voice escalated several decibels. "You must understand the value of that serum. How can it be used so lightly?" Lu Lingyao bit her lip and resolutely stated, "I am well aware of its rarity, but this person is truly significant to me." "How significant?" Lu Yuanba pressed. "Like family," Lu Lingyao answered without hesitation. "Family? When did you meet a friend of such importance?" Lu Yuanba expressed his astonishment. "Just this month," Lu Lingyao explained. "Nonsense. How can someone you just met become family? Are you being deceived?" Lu Yuanba's tone was filled with concern. Lu Lingyao stamped her foot and pouted. "How old do you think I am? Who could possibly deceive me? Dad, this is urgent. If you don't help me, I'll one-t speak to you again." "Dad, I am serious. This matter pertains to my lifelong happiness. You absolutely must assist me." Seeing her father hesitate, Lu Lingyao resorted to her trump card. "How does this involve your lifelong happiness? Wait, have you started dating someone? Why haven't you mentioned it to me?" Lu Yuanba's voice was now filled with excitement and curiosity. "I'll explain everything later. Just tell me, Will you help me or not? If you refuse, I truly won't see you again, Lu Lingyao said, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Lu Yuanba hesitated for a moment, then sighed in resignation, saying, "Very well, this shall be the last time. There are fewer than 10 vials of this potion in total. Using one means one less. I hope you truly use it where it is needed." Lu Lingyao, her tears turning into laughter, quickly replied, "Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Thank you, Dad. I love you the most. How do you plan to retrieve the potion?" Lu Yuanba inquired. "I'll ask my aunt for help," Lu Lingyao playfully responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanba felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You've managed to enlist the entire family." At the quarry, less than an hour later, Lu Lingyao's video call rang, and she answered it. On the other end appeared a figure, a woman with cascading purple hair, her gaze imbued with a hint of mystery and warmth. This was Lu Lingyao's aunt, Lu Zi, Lu Yuanba's younger sister. Time seemed particularly generous to her, leaving only maturity and grace, enhancing her allure as an Eastern beauty. Chapter 11. Wang Feng is saved. Lu Lingyao had previously requested her aunt to fetch the potion, and now, in the frame, Lu Zi held a small white box containing the vials. Lu Lingyao gently adjusted the camera, shifting the view to the open expanse of the quarry. Suddenly, a dazzling purple lightning bolt appeared, intertwining and revealing a deep, inky black area as if space had been forcefully torn open. Then, Lu Zi, clad in a meticulously tailored black bodysuit, stepped gracefully from the radiant purple light. "Aunt, you finally arrived," Lu Lingyao exclaimed, joyfully rushing forward, her face radiating childlike innocence and delight. She gently linked her arm with Lu Zi's, her tone laced with affection. "I knew you cared for me the most." Lu Zi affectionately ruffled Lu Lingyao's hair, her eyes sparkling with joy. "What is it, my dear girl, that requires your aunt to come personally?" Saying this, she handed the potion to Lu Lingyao. Lu Lingyao accepted the potion, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Of course. It's for someone very important, but I can't tell you just yet. When the time is right, the answer will reveal itself." Lu Zi feigned annoyance, letting out a playful huff. "Oh, so you've learned to keep secret from your aunt?" Lu Lingyao stuck out her tongue playfully, chuckling. "Aunt, time is truly of the essence. I mustn't delay our conversation. Once I finish this task, I promise to visit you right away." Lu Zi pretended to be aggrieved, her brows furrowing slightly. "And here I thought we hadn't spoken long enough before you shoo me away? You ungrateful child." Lu Lingyao quickly took Lu Zi's hand, her tone sweet. "Aunt, you have important duties. I feel guilty for making you run this errand. I wouldn't dream of wasting your precious time. I will definitely come to report back to you in person afterward." Lu Zi's lips curled into a gentle smile. As a senior special officer in the Extraordinary Special Search Department, she is currently a member of the Kyoto Guard, entrusted with the vital duty of safeguarding the nation's most important figure, a responsibility that allows no room for complacency. She gently patted Lu Lingyao on the shoulder, her eyes brimming with concern and affection. "All right, be extra cautious while you're out. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to call me or your father immediately." "Understood, Aunt," Lu Lingyao replied obediently, her gaze filled with dependence and trust. Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning opened a rift, appearing beside Lu Zi. With a gentle step forward, she disappeared into the crack alongside the lightning. Once her aunt had departed, Lu Lingyao, filled with excitement, clutched her box and hopped back onto Wang Feng's motorcycle to return to the martial arts school. Before leaving, she called Wang Zhan to confirm that both he and Wang Feng were currently in Wang Feng's room. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit and tranquil room, Wang Zhan sat by Wang Feng's bedside, his expression laden with worry. He extended his broad hand to gently caress Wang Feng's feverish forehead, repeatedly using a damp cloth to soothe her, attempting to alleviate her distressing high fever. Yet, Wang Feng remained with her eyes tightly shut, occasionally twitching uncontrollably, showing no signs of awakening. Wang Zhan felt as if his heart was a restless ant on a hot skillet, filled with anxiety, each passing second stretching infinitely, tormenting him immensely. A soft, rhythmic knock on the door shattered the oppressive silence in the room. Wang Zhan recognized it was Lu Lingyao returning. He quickly rose, hastening to the door, and flung it open to welcome her in. Lu Lingyao playfully shook the white box in her hand, a relieved smile illuminating her face as she chirped, "I got it. Now you can relax." Wang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flooding his eyes. It had only been a little over an hour. She had brought the medicine back from Kyoto. He could hardly fathom the miraculous means Lu Lingyao must have employed. Yet, in that moment, his emotions swelled with excitement and joy. His sister was finally saved. Gratefully, he said to Lu Lingyao, "Lingyao, thank you so much. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." Lu Lingyao feigned annoyance, crinkling her nose and playfully retorting, "Why are you being so formal? Didn't I already say I would look out for you?" Wang Zhan smiled knowingly at her words, warmth and gratitude radiating from his expression. Without further ado, Lu Lingyao quickly opened the white box and retrieved a vial containing a milky liquid. With deft hands, she attached a needle and cautiously approached Wang Feng, gently inserting the needle into her neck to administer the medication. Wang Feng's body twitched slightly, the subtle movements causing Wang Zhan's heart to clench tightly. He instinctively blurted out, "How is it?" His voice was laced with tension and concern. Lu Lingyao swiftly retracted the vial, placing it back in the box and gently closing it. Then, she raised her gaze to Wang Zhan, her eyes filled with reassurance. "Don't worry, this is a normal reaction. The efficacy of the medication requires some time to manifest. My sister is surely unharmed." The voice was gentle and soothing, akin to the caress of a spring breeze brushing past one's ear. Wang Zhan felt a warm current surging within his heart, overwhelming him with emotion like a tidal wave. Unable to suppress his feelings any longer, he stepped forward and embraced Lu Lingyao tightly, murmuring softly, "Lingyao, you have worked so hard." Lu Lingyao returned his embrace tenderly, offering a slight smile. She then gazed earnestly into Wang Zhan's eyes and quietly inquired, "You witnessed everything that transpired today. I am not an ordinary person. Do you fear me?" Still holding Lu Lingyao, Wang Zhan smiled gently, his eyes resolute and fervent, replying with unwavering certainty, "Of course not." "Why?" Lu Lingyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Wang Zhan gently grasped Lu Lingyao's hand and spoke with deep affection, "Because I adore you, every part of you. Regardless of your identity or abilities, in my heart, you will always be that girl who stirs my emotions." A warm current flowed through Lu Lingyao's heart, and she smiled knowingly, embracing Wang Zhan again as if wishing to intertwine their lives. After a moment of their embrace, they gradually settled down. Lu Lingyao's expression turned serious as she looked at Wang Zhan and said, "I understand that what occurred today may have completely surpassed your previous understanding. In truth, this world is far more intricate than you usually perceive. What are your thoughts?" Wang Zhan met Lu Lingyao's gaze and replied calmly, "I am not a staunch atheist. When faced with undeniable facts, I can accept them." He secretly mused that he had already begun to grasp the uniqueness of this world some time ago. Chapter 12. Special Investigator. Noticing that Wang Zhan did not exhibit any surprise or astonishment, Lu Lingyao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. She straightened her posture and earnestly said, "Xiao Zhan, what I am about to share with you must remain confidential. You must not disclose it to anyone else, understood?" Wang Zhan, caught off guard by Lu Lingyao's grave expression, instinctively nodded. "On the surface, I am a journalist. In reality, I am a special investigator belonging to the National Security Department. Our primary duty is to handle incidents involving superpowers or phenomena beyond the realm of scientific understanding, striving to maintain societal stability and safety," Lu Lingyao articulated with precision. Wang Zhan listened attentively, nodding again to encourage her to continue. "The foreign individual you encountered this time is a superpowered being. Based on our earlier confrontation, he appears to be a vampire with abilities at least at the level of a grade. I am currently unclear about his exact identity. Reflect carefully. Have you ever encountered this person before? Or do you know of anyone who might wish to harm you?" Lu Lingyao asked. Wang Zhan furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and after a moment, he replied slowly, "I do not know him. I have never seen him before. The first time I met him was by chance while returning home with you. As for anyone who might wish to harm me, I cannot recall anyone at the moment. I believe I do not have any deep-seated enmities in my life. However, during his previous tenure at the company, perhaps due to fierce business competition, he inadvertently crossed paths with certain individuals' interests. Yet, he remained utterly oblivious to the identities of those involved. In truth, if one were to speak of adversaries, Wang Zhan's most formidable foe would undoubtedly be the Yang family. Just recently, he had eliminated 2 members of the Yang clan. and the situation was far too intricate for him to openly display his animosity towards them, lest he attract unnecessary complications. At this moment, he harbored uncertainties, unsure if revealing all matters to Lu Lingyao was indeed an opportune moment. Thus, after much hesitation, he chose not to confide in her. Lu Lingyao nodded gently and, after a brief contemplation, remarked, "Very well. Our team will conduct a discreet investigation. Should you recall anything or identify any suspicious individuals, do not hesitate to inform me at once." Wang Zhan responded affirmatively. In an instant, the solemn expression on Lu Lingyao's face dissipated, replaced by her usual radiant smile. With a playful wink, she took Wang Zhan's hand and tenderly said, "All right, the communication phase of the special investigator's role has concluded. Forgive me for not revealing my secret earlier. It is a requirement of the disciplinary forces. But you must believe, I'm still the same Lu Lingyao who cherishes you deeply, and that has not changed." Wang Zhan tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze imbued with affection and resolve as he earnestly replied, "I understand. Everyone harbors their own secrets, some burdens too heavy to articulate. Yet, this does not diminish the bond we share. I promise that no matter what challenges we face in the future, I will stand by your side, your most steadfast support." Lu Lingyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with joy, akin to the vibrant blossoms of spring, captivating and enchanting. Leaning gently against Wang Zhan's shoulder, she playfully and sweetly murmured, "It is truly wonderful to have you. Rest assured, I will shield you from any grievances that may arise." A smile of happiness blossomed on Wang Zhan's face as well. At this moment, Wang Feng remained unconscious, and Wang Zhan was filled with concern, unable to leave her side, deciding to stay vigil over her that night. Lu Lingyao, well aware of the potent effects of the medication, felt somewhat assured. Additionally, the recent intense confrontation with Delamy had left her fatigued, and at Wang Zhan's insistence, she reluctantly retreated to her room to rest. After receiving the injection, Wang Feng's body began to respond. Initially, she exhibited slight convulsions, as if engaged in a final struggle against the affliction within her. Soon, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Gradually, as the night wore on, her condition stabilized, the fever subsiding, her breathing becoming steady and rhythmic, resembling a person in peaceful slumber. Her face adorned with a serene expression. Wang Zhan remained by Wang Feng's side, his eyes scarcely blinking, fearful of missing any subtle changes in her condition. It was only when dawn broke, with the eastern horizon illuminated by the first light of day, that he finally retreated to his room, collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. As the first rays of morning light emerged, Wang Zhan's grandfather, father, and brother had already commenced their morning exercises in the courtyard. The Queen Mother paced in the corridor, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the 3 tightly shut doors, a hint of worry etched upon her brow. Last night, before retiring for the evening, several children had yet to return, presumably engaged in merriment until late. Breakfast was prepared, yet she hesitated to rouse them from slumber. She gently advised the 3 men who were practicing their morning exercises to be mindful of their noise, lest they disturb the children, a precaution primarily owing to Lu Lingyao as presence. Under normal circumstances, Wang Zhan as father would have urged the children to rise and partake in their exercises, allowing no indulgence in lingering in bed. As the clock approached 9, Wang Zhan was the first to push open a door. The Queen Mother, noticing this, inquired with concern, "What were you all up to last night? Why are you awake so late?" Wang Zhan offered a slight smile, explaining, "Oh, nothing much. Second sister had a bit too much to drink, so we returned rather late." At that moment, Wang Long happened to pass through the courtyard and overheard their conversation, teasing, "Really? You all drank without inviting me?" Wang Zhan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, responding, "Well, there is also second sister as friend. If you wish to drink, we can continue this evening." Wang Long readily agreed. "Sound good." Meanwhile, Wang Feng was slowly waking up inside the room, yet she could not recall the events of the previous night. All she remembered was having drinks with friends and encountering a foreigner on the street, after which her memory faded into oblivion. Confusion washed over her. What had transpired? How had she returned? Feeling a bit sore all over, she stretched her body, her joints creaking in protest. After getting out of bed, she threw a couple of punches into the air, astonished to discover that her strength seemed significantly enhanced. She performed a few sliding steps, sensing an increase in speed as well. Overjoyed, she dashed out of the room. Wang Zhan, seeing Wang Feng emerge, hurriedly approached her. Wang Feng, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Little brother, come spar with me at the arena. I feel like I've suddenly become stronger." Wang Zhan quickly moved closer, whispering, "Second sister, you fainted on the street last night. It was Lu Lingyao and I who brought you back. I didn't want mom and dad to worry, so I said you had too much to drink." "Ah, I fainted?" Wang Feng looked astonished. She had always been in good health, seldom falling ill or requiring hospitalization. How could she have suddenly fainted? It was no wonder she had no recollection of last night's events. This had been the cover story agreed upon with Lu Lingyao, and seeing that Wang Feng accepted it, Wang Zhan added, "Rest assured, we called a doctor for you last night. There's nothing to worry about. And please don't mention it to mom and dad. We wouldn't want to stress them." "All right," Wang Feng replied. At that moment, Lu Lingyao also emerged from her room. Upon seeing that the children were awake, Wang father and Wang mother hastily called out, "Everyone, up. Come and have breakfast. We've saved some for you." The group, upon hearing this, quickly tidied themselves and gathered around the dining table to enjoy their morning meal. Wang Feng, who had a penchant for scrolling through short videos, did not deviate from this habit during breakfast, placing her phone on the table and swiftly swiping through a barrage of videos. Suddenly, one particular video caught her attention. The video content reveals that yesterday, the northern region of Nanshan County was beset by extreme thunderstorm weather. The footage, captured from a considerable distance, showcased golden lightning streaks darting across the night sky like agile golden serpents, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao exchanged a glance. Lu Lingyao's lips curled slightly in a faint smile before she resumed her focus on the breakfast before her, leisurely sipping her congee. Wang Zhan felt a profound shock. Indeed, the secret organization behind Lu Lingyao wielded immense power, effortlessly overshadowing the fierce battle at the quarry. Subsequently, the video platform recommended additional content. Wang Feng, who had a penchant for military information, found the platform's algorithm accurately catering to her interests, presenting her with an array of related videos. One particular video was titled, "Is Huagua's military strength really the third in the world?" It elaborated on the capabilities of Huagua's supersonic missiles, which could reach terminal speeds exceeding Mach 10, and intercontinental missiles that could accurately strike targets over 14,000 kilometers away. The sixth-generation stealth fighter jets boasted a maximum speed surpassing Mach 3, with a combat radius exceeding 2,000 kilometers, showcasing numerous performance indicators that place them at the forefront globally. The sixth aircraft carrier had successfully completed its oceanic mission. Wang Feng felt her blood surge with excitement as she exclaimed, "Our Huagua is becoming increasingly formidable. It feels as though the day of the rejuvenation of the Huaxian nation is truly not far off." Wang Zhan wholeheartedly agreed, affirming, "Indeed, in recent years, our country has achieved numerous breakthroughs in military and technological fields, placing us in a leading position on many fronts." Listening to their conversation, Lu Lingyao felt a swell of pride within her. She was acutely aware that beyond the publicly recognized achievements, Huagua harbored an extraordinary covert organization, unparalleled in its global standing, of which she was a silent guardian, devoted to preserving the peace and stability of Huagua. Before long, Lu Lingyao's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she rose from a group and retreated to a quieter location. After a brief exchange, she returned, leaning closer to Wang Zhan and lowering her voice. "A friend of mine has arrived. I need to step out for a moment." Wang Zhan nodded gently, a flicker of understanding passing through his gaze. He instinctively sensed that this was likely Lu Lingyao's colleague coming to investigate the incident involving the vampire from the previous day. A twinge of concern crept into his heart as he pondered whether this matter might somehow lead back to him. He then suggested, "Let me drive you." As he reached for the car keys to hand to Lu Lingyao, she swiftly waved her hands in refusal, a gentle smile gracing her face. "No need. I can take a cab. It's quite convenient now, and it saves hassle." With that, she turned towards the Yang family members, offering a polite smile while softly bidding them farewell before gracefully making her way towards the exit. Curious, Wang Feng inquired as Lu Lingyao exited, "Where's Lingyao off to?" Wang Zhan replied with a calm demeanor, "She is going to meet a friend." Wang Feng raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes filled with surprise. "Oh? It turns out that Lingyao has other friends here." Wang Zhan nodded in affirmation. Lu Lingyao departed from the martial arts school and, not far from the entrance, hailed a taxi, heading directly towards a relatively tranquil street. After alighting, she walked a short distance and spotted a discreet black car, subsequently opening the door without hesitation and taking a seat inside. Within the vehicle, two individuals had been waiting for some time. At the driver's seat sat a robust man in his 30s, with a neat crew cut that lent him an air of vitality and strength, exuding a profound sense of security. He was Niu Haiping, codenamed Iron Bull. In the passenger seat, a petite young woman in her 20s, with a charming visage, radiated youthful exuberance, her hair styled in two tidy braids. She was Zhou Ling, codenamed Spirit Cat. Previously, during a mission in Guangchuan City, Lu Lingyao had interacted with them, and they were somewhat acquainted. Upon seeing Lu Lingyao enter the car, Zhou Ling greeted her enthusiastically, "Goddess Lingyao, it's wonderful to see you again." Lu Lingyao smiled slightly, and, getting straight to the point, inquired, "Indeed, it's a pleasure to see you both again. Have you made any new discoveries?" Last night, after Lu Lingyao meticulously reported the circumstances she encountered to her superiors, they promptly dispatched colleagues from the Guangchuan branch to assist her, with Niu Haiping and Zhou Ling being her capable aides in this endeavor. Zhou Ling possessed a remarkable ability known as the divine sense of smell. When she gently closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, it seemed as though she absorbed the sense of the entire world into her nostrils. She could discern over 100,000 types of scent molecules and track odors within a 3-kilometer radius, making her an exceptional tracker in her field. Upon receiving an urgent assignment last night, Niu Haiping and Zhou Ling wasted no time and departed from Guangchuan City at once. They traveled at breakneck speed for over 4 hours, finally arriving at the desolate and dilapidated abandoned quarry in Nanshan County, the location Lu Lingyao had indicated. Fortunately, they arrived just in time, as the divine sense of smell had a strict time constraint. It could only be effectively employed within 6 hours of the incident to yield optimal results and accurately trace the previous sense. If this time limit was exceeded, the odors would gradually dissipate, significantly complicating the tracking process and potentially rendering the acquisition of valuable information impossible. Upon reaching the scene, Zhou Ling quickly entered her element and unhesitatingly activated her divine sense of smell. She gently closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her focused expression suggesting a silent communion with the surrounding scents. In an instant, she perceptively grasped the entirety of the quarry's aromas, as if an invisible canvas unfurled in her mind. The most extraordinary aspect of the divine sense of smell was its ability to allow Zhou Ling to simulate the movements of those present at the time, akin to watching a silent film, providing crucial clues for the investigation. In Zhou Ling's mind, a vivid scene gradually unfolded. First, the two individuals arrived sequentially at the rubble site, followed by an intense battle with the person who had been there previously. Ultimately, one person soared away from the debris field, soon followed by the other. Zhou Ling, taking a deep breath in the direction they had flown, was pleasantly surprised to discover that they had stopped within a 3-kilometer range. Consequently, she and Niu Haiping pursued them, guided by the scent. In the end, Wang Zhan's remnants of Dalami's clothing, buried in the woods, could not elude Zhou Ling's keen sense of smell. She meticulously reported the reconnaissance findings from the previous night to Lu Lingyao. As a mid-level special investigator at headquarters, Lu Lingyao held a rank above that of the division's agents. After hearing the report, she fell into deep contemplation. According to Zhou Ling's description, the person who later fought with Dalami at the scene was undoubtedly Wang Zhan. She recalled the immense energy wave she felt during their first encounter at Tianshan Mountain. Also, when someone witnessed the flying figure in Guangchuan City, Wang Zhan happened to be there as well. Such coincidences seemed too fortuitous, leading her to ponder if Wang Zhan was the superpowered individual they had been relentlessly pursuing. With a serene expression and a gaze both profound and tranquil, she slightly tilted her head, scanning the outside through the car window before slowly retracting her gaze. In a steady and solemn tone, she stated, "All right, I have a general understanding of the situation now. For the time being, I ask both of you to keep this matter confidential. If anyone inquires, just say the investigation is still ongoing. There are some critical issues that I need to verify further. Next, you two should stay in Nanshan County. The situation here remains unclear, and there may be other adversaries lurking in shadows. You must remain vigilant and observe your surroundings closely. Let us maintain open lines of communication. Contact me immediately if anything arises." Niu Haiping and Zhou Ling nodded in agreement. They had received the assignment close to 1 in the morning and had driven from Guangchuan City, remaining occupied until now, utterly fatigued. Thus, they hurried to find a hotel, collapsing onto the bed to recuperate. In the martial arts hall, after Lu Lingyao's departure, Wang Feng, having finished her meal, declared her excellent condition and insisted on dragging Wang Long to the arena for a sparring match. This piqued everyone's interest, prompting them to gather in the training hall to witness the contest, with Wang Zhan's grandfather surprisingly leading the group in placing bets on Wang Feng's victory. To everyone's astonishment, while the two were typically evenly matched, today's encounter was decidedly one-sided. On the arena, Wang Feng moved with agility, resembling a swift swallow. Her speed left Wang Long momentarily at a loss. Her punches were fierce and powerful, completely overpowering Wang Long's defenses. He dodged left and right, attempting to find an opportunity to counterattack, yet he struggled to break through Wang Feng's relentless assault, ultimately succumbing to her finishing move, a rear naked choke. The spectators were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes, before erupting into thunderous applause, the atmosphere becoming electrifying. Wang Zhan, equally astonished, realized that Lu Lingyao had never mentioned to him that the potion possessed such extraordinary effects. Time flew by swiftly, and before long it was nearly noon. Lu Lingyao hailed a taxi and returned to the martial arts school. At this moment, everyone had retreated to their respective rooms. Lu Lingyao made her way directly to Wang Zhan's room. He was seated at his computer, engaged in an animated conversation with Lin's senator upon seeing Lu Lingyao return. A gentle smile graced his lips as he said, "You're back." Lu Lingyao smiled in return, though her expression bore a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. "How'd it go? Any leads?" Wang Zhan inquired, aware that Lu Lingyao had met with her colleagues. She shook her head softly, replying, "Not yet. The investigation is still ongoing." Wang Zhan nodded slightly, contemplating privately that it was indeed unrealistic to expect swift results. However, a sense of unease crept over him, as he wondered how long he could conceal his true identity. He rose and walked over to Lu Lingyao, gently pulling her into his lap and speaking tenderly. "Is there any other effect of the serum that second sister injected?" She seemed almost energized this morning, with a significant boost in both strength and speed. Lu Lingyao patiently explained, "That serum is called the ultra-potent serum. There are only a handful of vials across the nation. It enhances the body's physical capabilities. Thus, second sister's strength and speed are certainly on par with that of a robust man." Hearing of the serum's rarity stirred a wave of emotion within Wang Zhan. He grasped Lu Lingyao's hand tightly and said earnestly, "Lingyao, thank you so much. I truly wouldn't know what to do without you." Lu Lingyao gazed at Wang Zhan, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes as she softly remarked, "Well, she is your sister after all." Then her expression grew serious as she fixed her gaze on him, asking, "Xiao Zhan, since I am so good to you, would you ever deceive me?" Wang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, then managed a somewhat awkward smile, stating, "I would never, unless, of course, there were unavoidable circumstances." Lu Lingyao forced a smile, yet her eyes dimmed as she turned her head slightly away. Sensing her unease, Wang Zhan's heart tightened. "Lingyao, has something happened?" he asked. Lu Lingyao took a deep breath before slowly responding, "No, perhaps I'm just a bit tired. As you know, we had quite the battle yesterday." Wang Zhan looked at her with concern and said, "Indeed, why not rest here for a while?" Lu Lingyao shook her head, replying, "I wouldn't want to disturb you. You stayed up all night as well and must be exhausted. Please rest for a bit. When you see Andy, let her know not to call me for lunch." Wang Zhan nodded, watching as Lu Lingyao departed the room. After she left, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Why did he feel that Lu Lingyao was acting strangely today? Had she discovered his secret? Yet, should he confess? Lu Lingyao was affiliated with the National Security Agency, and he had taken a life, albeit of those who had committed heinous acts. Nonetheless, under the laws of Hua country, taking a life is a crime. How would he face Lu Lingyao when the time came? What if I were to be ensnared by the mysterious mechanisms lurking behind her? In that moment, Wang Zhan's thoughts became a tangled web, fraught with confusion. Finally, he let out a resigned sigh, deciding to bide his time, for as the old adage goes, the ship will naturally right itself when it reaches the bridge. Chapter 15. Lu Lingyao's departure. Lu Lingyao returned to her room, her steps heavy with an invisible weight, and gently closed the door, as if to shut out the cacophony of the outside world. Soon after, she collapsed on her bed, utterly drained, staring at the ceiling while her thoughts galloped uncontrollably like wild stallions. Wang Zhan had ultimately chosen not to confide in her, and she found herself repeatedly justifying his silence. Perhaps he truly bore burdens too profound to share. He would not deceive her. He was certainly not the nefarious type. However, once the seed of suspicion is sown, it quietly takes root in the heart. Lu Lingyao recognized that harboring such doubts would inevitably erect an invisible barrier between them, a dissonance that would gnaw at the very fabric of their bond like an insidious tumor. She turned over on her bed, pressing her cheek into the soft, fluffy pillow, yet her mind remained a chaotic tangle, leaving her agitated. At this moment, her heart waged a fierce tug of war. Torn between her deep affection for Wang Zhan and the heavy responsibilities she bore as a member of the National Security Agency. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly, the sound piercing the silence of the room. Instinctively, she reached for her phone, and the name Zhuang Gu appeared on the screen. He was the leader of the 6th Special Operations Group of their extraordinary task force, and she had met him briefly when Wang Zhan was in Guangchuan City. Startled for a moment, she tightened her grip on the phone, her heart increasingly conflicted about whether to inform the captain about Wang Zhan's situation at this juncture. After a brief moment of contemplation, she understood that as a member of the National Security Agency, she could not allow personal feelings to overshadow her commitment and duty. Thus, she steeled herself and resolved to relay the information she had to the captain. She pressed the answer button and softly called out, "Zhuang Ge." On the other end of the line, Zhuang Dazhuang's voice came through, serious and urgent. "Lingyao, there's an emergency mission. All members on leave from the action groups are to cease their respite and return to the team immediately. I will send you the address. You must assemble at once." Upon hearing of the urgent task, Lu Lingyao hesitated, pondering whether to report Wang Zhan's matter. Slowly, she began to speak, her voice laced with uncertainty. Zhuang Daoang interrupted her. "I am aware that there is a superpowered individual intent on killing Wang Zhan. And hasn't that threat already been severely injured by you? Let the colleagues from the Guangchuan division continue to monitor the situation. We will address other matters later. This mission is of utmost priority." Already indecisive, Lu Lingyao, upon hearing her captain's words, resolved to set aside the matter concerning Wang Zhan for the time being. She quickly replied with a serious tone, "Understood. I will depart for the team at once." After hanging up the phone, Lu Lingyao took a deep breath, sat up, and immediately began to pack her belongings, although she felt a profound reluctance to leave this warm and inviting place. She had urgent matters to attend to and needed to depart without delay. Once she finished her preparations, Lu Lingyao sought out Wang Zhan, forcing a somewhat strained smile onto her face as she said, "Xiao Zhan, I've received an urgent mission and must leave at once." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's heart sank. His first instinct was to think that Lu Lingyao had discovered something about him, but gazing into her calm and clear eyes, he hesitated to be certain. At that moment, he felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether it was appropriate to confess or what repercussions it might have for himself and his family. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. The news of Lu Lingyao's sudden departure immediately stirred the Wang family into a flurry of emotions, their reluctance washing over the room like a tide. Wang Feng was the first to rush forward, grasping Lu Lingyao's hand tightly and lamenting, "Lingyao, why must you leave so suddenly? You've only been here for a few days." She shook Lu Lingyao's hand vigorously, as if that could persuade her to stay. Wang Zhan's grandfather set down his newspaper and rose, his eyes filled with concern and reluctance. "Lingyao, please take care of yourself out there. You must look after yourself," he urged. Wang Zhan's mother busily scurried about, fetching snacks and freshly washed fruits, stuffing them into Lu Lingyao's suitcase while murmuring, "Take these for the journey. Don't let yourself go hungry while you're busy with work. You must come back when you have the chance. We all look forward to seeing you again." The rest of the Wang family gathered around, each expressing their sorrow in their own words. They all understood that Lu Lingyao had to leave due to work obligations, though they felt helpless. They could only accept the situation. Lu Lingyao looked at the familiar and affectionate faces before her, her heart swelling with emotion. She too felt a deep sense of reluctance, having come to regard this family as her own. With a smile, she reassured them, "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Once I finish this busy period, I will come back to see you all at the earliest opportunity." Amidst their well wishes, Lu Lingyao slowly turned and, glancing back 3 times, departed from the Wang family home. Wang Zhan had intended to escort Lu Lingyao to the station, but she insisted that she would take a friend's car directly and could simply hail a taxi. With a heavy heart, Wang Zhan could only say, "Be careful on the road, and call me when you arrive." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Wang family, Lu Lingyao climbed into the taxi. They continued to gaze until her vehicle vanished from sight before slowly turning back inside, their hearts burdened with sorrow. Once inside, Wang Zhan's mother earnestly advised him, "Xiao Zhan, you must protect Lingyao well. Such a wonderful girl is rare to find. I've already set my heart on her as my daughter-in-law. You need to put in the effort. Strive to bring me a grandchild soon." Wang Feng chimed in, hands on her hips, feigning fierceness as she added, "Indeed, I have also come to accept Lingyao. If you dare to wrong her, just wait and see how I will deal with you." As she spoke, she raised her fist and gestured a couple of times in the air. The others expressed their approval of Lu Lingyao. Wang Zhan should have felt elated, yet, due to his own secret, a certain distance had evidently formed between him and Lu Lingyao. He did not wish to worry his family, so he endeavored to maintain a calm and natural tone. "Indeed, you can rest assured, I will take good care of Lingyao." Without any hesitation, Lu Lingyao hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Azure Airport. The reason she did not ask Wang Zhan to accompany her was primarily due to the considerable distance from Nanshan County to the airport. By the time she arrived, Wang Zhan would have to return, making the journey rather cumbersome. Chapter 16. The taxi sped towards the airport, and Lu Lingyao, seated in the back, gazed out at the swiftly retreating streets, her thoughts drifting far away. Soon, the vehicle reached the airport, and she hurriedly disembarked, dragging her suitcase as she briskly entered the terminal. After successfully checking in, she boarded her flight to Yunhai City. The location of her mission, coincidentally, was the very place where Wang Zhan had once worked. This city, located on the southeast coast of Huaguo, is a thriving and bustling modern metropolis. The airplane ascended to a stable altitude of 10,000 meters, and 2 hours later, it gradually descended at Yunhai City Airport. Upon exiting the cabin, Lu Lingyao promptly retrieved her phone and sent Wang Zhan a message to inform him of her safe arrival. Upon receiving her message, Wang Zhan felt a stir in his heart and immediately returned her call with a video chat. As the ringing subsided and the screen connected, they began to converse casually. In this brief exchange, Wang Zhan expressed his concern with warmth, each word infused with care. Lu Lingyao maintained a smile, her expression as gentle as the warm sun of spring. Yet, Wang Zhan astutely sensed that behind her smile, there seemed to be a lack of the joyful and passionate essence that once radiated from her. Their relationship appeared to be veiled under a subtle haze. Wang Zhan felt a deep sense of helplessness, his mind tangled like a ball of yarn. He had yet to decide how to confess the deeply buried secret to Lu Lingyao. However, amidst the complexities of the situation, two matters were clear to him and required immediate attention without any delay. Firstly, the assassination attempt he had encountered was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Yang family. Though the Yang family had sustained significant damage, the remaining two members were like hidden serpents, capable of launching a lethal strike at any moment. To eliminate future threats and ensure the safety of those around him, these two individuals must be eradicated. Secondly, the assassination group had become a malignant tumor in society. They trampled upon life, treating human existence as mere fodder, rampaging across the land of Huaguo and committing heinous acts. Such a callous organization, if not uprooted entirely, would inevitably bring suffering to more innocent lives. Furthermore, he was aware that Lu Lingyao was a member of the National Security Agency. If he could dismantle this assassin organization, it would not only alleviate Lu Lingyao's burdens, but also eliminate a significant threat to the nation. That night, as silence enveloped the world and the hour grew late, Wang Zhan found himself alone in his chamber, securing the door with utmost vigilance. From the depths of his wardrobe, in the concealed recesses of a suitcase, he retrieved the computer. This device was not merely an ordinary machine. It was a supercomputer meticulously crafted and enhanced by Wang Zhan himself, a testament to his ingenuity and dedication. Throughout the day, he had pondered deeply, and now he resolved to swiftly examine the disk left by Delamy, hoping to unearth valuable clues within its confines. Exercising great caution, he first severed his internet connection and subsequently employed a standard computer to conduct a preliminary inspection of the disk. Upon examination, he discerned that it contained but a single document and a program. The program appeared unremarkable, Yet the document bore an address along with corresponding account credentials. Only then did he activate his supercomputer, remotely commandeering the computer facility located in a basement far away in Guangchuan City. To safeguard his own security and obfuscate his true location, he meticulously selected a fictitious address abroad. Once all preparations were complete, he inserted Delami's disk into the supercomputer. Upon logging into the specified address, he encountered a web page characterized by a minimalist aesthetic, adorned in monochrome hues and entirely in English. Prominently displayed at the top were the words Dark Knight, accompanied by a black skull motif, suggesting an enigmatic emblem. Scrolling down, the right side of the page featured familiar fields for login credentials, with options for registration and password recovery, resembling the layout of common websites. The left side showcased a tagline that read, "Concealed within the abyss of darkness, we are the merciless harbingers of death, precisely harvesting targets, assisting in resolving matters beyond your capability." Wang Zhan mused to himself about the effectiveness of this assassin group's messaging. He then glanced at the clearly delineated account and password within the document, pondering whether this assassin was either too indolent to remember their credentials or possessed an audacious confidence. Carelessly depositing their account details onto this unassuming disk. With a flicker of fortune, he swiftly typed the account information into the keyboard. However, as he eagerly clicked the confirmation button, an unexpected prompt for facial recognition sprang forth on the screen, catching him off guard and inducing a wave of frustration. It appeared that accessing the assassin's account would require considerable effort. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Zhan's mind raced to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled having caught a glimpse of the assassin's visage in passing near his home. A bold plan quietly crystallized in his thoughts. He intended to infiltrate the surveillance systems of several nearby cameras, retrieving video footage that contained the assassin's likeness. By employing advanced technological methods to enhance the imagery, he would then utilize 3D printing techniques to create a replica of the assassin's face, thereby facilitating the facial recognition process. He believed this approach to be feasible. Without delay, Wang Zhan sprang into action. Utilizing his exceptional hacking skills, he stealthily infiltrated the local security agency system. Within the system, he meticulously scrutinized the surveillance footage from several adjacent streets. Indeed, as he wished, he discovered several videos capturing the assassin in action, with some angles providing remarkably clear visuals that revealed the assassin's facial features unmistakably. Wang Zhan could not help but compare this assassin with the previous shadowy killers he had encountered. The shadowy assassins operated with extreme caution, leaving no trace of their passage, akin to elusive phantoms, whereas the assassin before him exhibited an entirely different demeanor, acting with utter disregard as if no one mattered to him, exuding an aura of profound confidence. Without further contemplation, Wang Zhan's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, promptly downloading the crucial information he required. Upon completing the download, he vanished like a specter, silently exiting the security system without leaving a trace. The process executed with such precision that it seemed as if no one had ever breached the formidable security network. He was acutely aware of the urgency of time. Every second of delay could complicate the situation further. Thus, he resolutely decided to embark on his journey back to Guangchuan City the following day to acquire advanced 3D printing machinery and the special materials necessary for crafting human masks. He privately resolved to swiftly decode the mysterious assassin's account and unveil the truth hidden beneath. Chapter 17. A taste of their own medicine. Gazing at the computer screen, Wang Zhan fell into a deep contemplation, pondering how he would confront the remaining two members of the Yang family. He meticulously re-examined the information on Yang Xiao and Yang Yu, leaving no detail overlooked. Information about Yang Xiao was scant, merely indicating that he was the former vice president of the Huagui Yunding Group, with current details seemingly lost to the abyss. Yang Yu, the second son of Yang Yuanshan, the chairman of the Huagui Yunding Group, had changed his nationality years ago, transforming into an American citizen. He currently presides as the chairman of Yang Technology Company, established in America, an independent legal entity apart from the Yunding Group, yet intertwined with intricate cooperative relationships in various business domains. Delving deeper, Wang Zhan discovered that Yang Yu's wife was a member of the illustrious Howard family, renowned in both political and business circles in America. This connection undoubtedly provided Yang Yu with a formidable shield of protection. Sitting before the computer, Wang Zhan furrowed his brow, his mind racing with strategies. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, a notion flashing through his mind like lightning. Since the Yang family had repeatedly dispatched assassins to eliminate him, why could he not return the favor in kind? After all, he was currently in possession of a means to hire an assassin. This thought emerged as a beacon in the darkness, instantly clarifying his previously muddled reasoning. Wang Zhan felt as though a fog had lifted, realizing that with such a straightforward method at his disposal, there was no need to exhaust himself in a fruitless search for the whereabouts of the Yang family members. Was it necessary to traverse oceans once more to confront them head-on? With a steely resolve, Wang Zhan logged back into the enigmatic assassin website known as Dark Knight. He skillfully maneuvered, accurately pinpointing his location in the United States. Upon completing the registration process, a dialog box unexpectedly appeared on the screen, prominently displaying, "Please remit $1 million before posting a task." Wang Zhan gazed at the text, momentarily speechless, a few dark lines seemingly appearing on his forehead. Internally, he lamented the audacity of the rule that demanded such a hefty sum before revealing any information. However, with no other options available, he resolved to comply. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he transferred $1 million from his exceedingly discreet Swiss account to the designated account. Once the payment was completed, the task posting button seemed to spring to life, transforming from a dull gray to a striking black. Without hesitation, Wang Zhan clicked it, and a task window promptly emerged, outlining essential information that needed to be filled in, including the target's name, basic information, location, specific task, and reward amount. With focused intent, Wang Zhan swiftly filled in the relevant fields. For the target's name, he naturally entered Yang Xiao and Yang Yu. In the basic information section, he meticulously listed all the details he possessed. For the location, uncertain of the specifics, he settled on Bit State, USA, reasoning that it housed the headquarters of Yang's technology, where the targets would likely be active. In the specific task section, he succinctly wrote eliminate both individuals. Regarding the reward amount, he hesitated momentarily before settling on $5 million, then clicked to publish. Shortly thereafter, a dialog box at the bottom of the screen flickered to life, with a message from someone named Old Cat. "Hello, sir. The targets in your task are members of the Howard family. You should be aware of the substantial influence the Howard family wields in both political and business circles in the United States. $5 million may not suffice." Wang Zhan's gaze sharpened as he pondered this message, realizing that the issue stemmed from the financial aspect rather than outright rejection. He quickly typed a response. "What do you consider appropriate?" Before long, Old Cat replied, $8 million. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Zhan's brow furrowed slightly. According to the current exchange rate, $8 million equated to over 57 million Chinese yuan, and he scarcely possessed a little over 100 million yuan in total. This $8 million was indeed a significant sum for him. Yet, at this moment, he could not conceive of a more effective means to deal with the Yang family. After considerable deliberation, Wang Zhan gritted his teeth and replied, "Agreed. What is the payment method?" Old Cat quickly responded, "First, pay 20 of the total amount as a deposit, with the remaining funds held in a pending payment account at a Swiss bank. Upon completion of the task, the system will automatically transfer the funds. If the task fails, the deposit is non-refundable, and the remaining amount will return to the original account. Rest assured, our Dark Knight organization has yet to experience a failure." Wang Zhan harbored a sardonic smile within, secretly musing, "They have failed to eliminate me twice, yet still boast with audacity." Nevertheless, he did not betray a hint of this sentiment outwardly and continued to inquire, "How long until there are results?" The Old Cat replied, "The time frame will not exceed 1 month. The shortest completion time could be as little as 3 days. The crux lies in how much time we will need to identify and accurately locate the target." After contemplating for a moment, Wang Zhan deemed this timeline acceptable and agreed. Subsequently, he executed the requisite financial transaction as per the other party's instructions. He was informed that upon completion of the task, a death notice would be released via this website, accompanied by a photograph resembling the deceased as proof. Once this transaction was finalized, Wang Zhan adeptly exited the system and concealed the device in an exceedingly discreet location. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, in a luxurious mansion in the United States, sunlight streamed through exquisitely carved window grills, casting dappled shadows upon the polished marble floor. The Old Cat languidly nestled in a plush sofa, cradling a glass of aromatic red wine, gently swirling the goblet as the ruby-hued liquid glided down the glass walls. Upon noticing the transaction information from Wang Zhan's unfamiliar account, the corners of the old cat's mouth curled upwards, revealing a cunning and avaricious smile. His eyes glinting with calculation. Having resided in the United States for many years, he possessed a profound understanding of the intricate power dynamics among the influential families here. Naturally, he was aware of the name Yang Yu, although Yang Yu bore the title of a member of the Howard family. The old cat understood that this was merely a trivial peripheral relative, holding little standing within the coarse circles of the family. Chapter 18. Being followed, the old cat took a gentle sip of his red wine, savoring its rich flavor while contemplating. Eliminating these two might not provoke the Howard family to seek retribution. They may even express gratitude towards us. After all, in the eyes of our superior race, other ethnicities have always been regarded as insignificant and inferior. The following morning, Wang Zhan informed his family, "There are pressing matters at Zhan Technology that require my attention. I shall return after resolving them." The family merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Only Wang Feng offered a teasing smile, jesting, "Oh, barely a day apart, and you are eager to see your wife already?" Wang Zhan responded with a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to the garage, skillfully opened his car door, ignited the engine, and sped towards Guangchuan City. In a concealed corner near Wang Zhan's residence, Zhou Ling and Niu Haiping were hiding in their vehicle, with Zhou Ling intently focused on her phone screen. Under the cover of darkness the previous night, they had stealthily installed several hidden cameras around Wang Zhan's home. As Wang Zhan drove away, they followed closely behind. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhan took the expressway to Guangchuan City. Niu Haiping furrowed his brow and muttered, "What is going on? We just paid for 3 days of hotel accommodation. I hope this money won't go to waste." Zhou Ling, however, remained relatively composed and reassured him, "Let it be. Fortunately, we have all our important belongings with us. Let us keep a close watch and see where he intends to go." She then continued to monitor the location displayed on her phone. Last night, they had installed a miniature tracker in Wang Zhan's vehicle, allowing them to maintain a considerable distance from him without being detected. At this moment, Wang Zhan was wholly engrossed in driving, oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. Following the predetermined plan, Wang Zhan visited several high-tech equipment manufacturers, meticulously selecting and purchasing various instruments and materials necessary for crafting human masks. Simultaneously, Zhou Ling swiftly reported Wang Zhan's departure from Nan County to Guangchuan to Lu Lingyao. It was a period of heightened alert, and although Lu Lingyao harbored deep trust in Wang Zhan, her responsibilities compelled her to report the matter to her superiors. She discreetly pulled her team leader, Gao Dazhuang, aside and detailed Wang Zhan's situation, along with her suspicion that he might be a superhuman. After listening, Gao Dazhuang fell into a moment of contemplation before speaking slowly. "Based on your account, it is indeed plausible that Wang Zhan is the superhuman with flight capabilities. Recently, the United States reported an incident involving a superhuman from our country who infiltrated their jurisdiction, resulting in the deaths of dozens, including Yang Yuanshan, the former chairman of the Yunding Group, and his third son, Yang Jun. It appears that this superhuman is likely Wang Zhan." He paused before continuing. "At that time, our country swiftly obtained relevant clues and urgently formed a temporary team to intercept at the edge of our territorial waters, hoping to communicate with that superhuman. However, during the operation, the American superhuman, the son of the sun, suddenly appeared and attacked Wang Zhan, preventing any negotiations, forcing Wang Zhan to flee the scene. The last time Li Shui and Su Zihao were temporarily reassigned was indeed to participate in that interception. Who would have imagined that the individual in question would be Wang Zhan? Noticing Lu Lingyao's worried demeanor, Gao Dazhuang added, "However, do not be overly concerned. Given Wang Zhan's experiences and his actions in eliminating that foreign assassin, we can preliminarily conclude that he does not pose a threat to our national security. Once this busy period concludes, I will personally seek him out to have a thorough discussion and clarify the situation." Upon hearing Gao Dazhuang's words, a weight lifted from Lu Lingyao's heart. She understood that if Wang Zhan were truly an adversary of the state, she would be at a loss for how to confront that reality. After all, when faced with the conflict between emotions and duty, nation and family, she would have to make the right choice. Most likely, if Wang Zhan had indeed strayed onto the path of evil, she would choose to uphold justice over familial ties, remaining steadfast in her beliefs and responsibilities. In the early hours of the morning, Wang Zhan arrived in Guangchuan City. It was not until nightfall at 8 o'clock that he successfully gathered all the instruments and materials he required. He then drove directly to a villa located in the suburbs. Upon arriving at the villa, he parked his vehicle steadily in the courtyard and, adhering to his usual practice, meticulously checked the premises with his metal sensing ability. Confirming that everything was in order, he cautiously transported the purchased materials into the basement in batches. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling and Niu Haiping parked their vehicle some distance away from the villa complex. After a brief discussion, they decided to wait until the night grew darker before stealthily approaching the villa to install several concealed cameras, enabling them to monitor Wang Zhan's movements. In the basement, Wang Zhan methodically organized the equipment and materials he had acquired. After a long day of driving, he felt quite fatigued and decided to take a short rest, planning to resume his work the following morning. Before retiring for the night, he made a phone call to Lu Lingyao, informing her of his presence in Guangchuan City, as there were matters concerning war god technology that required his personal attention. Lu Lingyao did not inquire further. After a brief exchange, she ended the call, citing her ongoing tasks as the reason. Wang Zhan then took a hot shower before sinking into a deep slumber. At 2 in the morning, amidst the profound silence, Zhou Ling quietly infiltrated the villa complex. With agility and discretion, she swiftly located the villa where Wang Zhan resided. After skillfully setting up several cameras around the villa, she promptly departed the scene. Aware of Wang Zhan's status as a superhuman and ignorant of the specifics of his abilities, she refrained from recklessly entering the villa, lest she alarm him. The night passed uneventfully, and by 6 o'clock the next morning, Wang Zhan rose early and made his way to the basement, ready to commence a new day of work. As a highly accomplished inventor, he possessed an in-depth understanding of various precision devices and mechanical structures. Now, confronted with an array of unassembled components, his eyes radiated calmness and confidence. Following the detailed instructions provided, he skillfully manipulated each part, and, after approximately an hour, he successfully installed the equipment. He then meticulously connected the computer to the devices, ensuring that data transmission encountered no hindrances. With everything prepared, he took a deep breath and initiated the 3D printing program for the human skin mask, adhering to the established operating procedures. Within the printing chamber, the materials began to coalesce under the precise craftsmanship of lasers, seemingly imbued with life as they stacked and shaped themselves. The intricate skin textures and facial features gradually emerged upon the surface, each detail epitomizing exquisite realism and finesse. A satisfied smile graced Wang Zhan's face as he marveled at the exceptional quality of the 3D technology, which was nothing short of breathtaking. He carefully donned the meticulously crafted human skin mask, and the mirror instantly reflected a visage strikingly similar to that of the assassin. In pursuit of ultimate authenticity, he had also procured a golden wig and blue contact lenses the previous day, and now adorned, he could easily pass for the real thing. Immediately, he retrieved the crucial disk. It was imperative to insert this disk to access the website. Initially, Wang Zhan contemplated employing an American virtual identity to obscure his presence. But upon reflection, he realized that since the assassin was already within Huagua, utilizing a foreign identity would be contradictory and only serve to create more flaws. Thus, he resolutely generated a virtual address within Huagua and commenced his meticulous operations. After inputting his username and password, a facial recognition verification window reappeared on the website interface. Wang Zhan remained composed as he clicked to prepare, adjusting the camera angle before activating the facial recognition. He observed as the grid lines gently swept across the screen, swiftly followed by a confirmation of successful verification. Wang Zhan let out a sigh of relief, silently congratulating himself. Had there been an additional layer of verification, it might have driven him to the brink of despair. He refrained from hastily removing his mask, pondering that if someone requested a video call, he could still impersonate his persona, just in case. Upon successfully logging into the website, his gaze fell upon the displayed username, Bloodshadow Baron, which appeared to be a rather enigmatic moniker. The page layout was exceedingly minimalist, featuring a solitary task button at the top and a dialog box below, prominently displaying the words Old Cat. It was not difficult to deduce that this must be a highly confidential single-line connection system. through which all assassins communicated with the mysterious intermediary known as Old Cat. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhan raised his hand and clicked the task button. In an instant, a dialog box sprang forth, meticulously detailing the information of the assassination target, Wang Zhan, Huagua National, and various related particulars. Evidently basic data uploaded by the employer. Wang Zhan initially intended to delve deeper into the historical records, hoping to uncover additional clues. However, it was evident that this website had undergone exceptionally meticulous and specialized processing. Each time one logged out, the system automatically wiped all previous chat content and executed task records cleanly, leaving no trace for tracking. As a result, Wang Zhan was unable to extract any further valuable information from the site. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had not anticipated that after such arduous efforts to log in, he would glean so little, essentially achieving nothing. Apart from discovering that the assassin's alias was Blood Shadow Baron, there were no substantial developments. He felt a surge of frustration, mulling over what actions he could take next. Suddenly, the dialog box flickered, and Old Cat unexpectedly sent a message. "Baron, how come you still have time to log in?" Wang Zhan fixed his gaze on the message, contemplating that Old Cat was likely a pivotal figure within the Shadow organization. If he navigated the conversation astutely, he might elicit a wealth of useful information. This was indeed a promising opportunity. He quickly envisioned the self-assured demeanor of Blood Shadow Baron, carefully analyzing the tone of his speech, and subsequently replied, "What is the matter?" Old Cat promptly responded, "Today is the day of the explosive operation. You haven't forgotten, have you? Has the Huagua National named Wang Zhan been dealt with? Explosive operation?" Wang Zhan speculated that this must be the code name for a significant operation. To his surprise, the Old Cat even mentioned him. He began to ponder how to respond, ensuring he did not reveal his identity while seeking to extract crucial information about the specifics of the task. Taking a deep breath, he wrote confidently, "In my eyes, Wang Zhan is already a dead man." The Old Cat promptly replied, "Do not concern yourself with Wang Zhan. The priority is the shockwave operation. People in several other cities have already taken action. You must act immediately. We need to deal a severe blow to Huagua in the shortest time possible." A devastating blow to Huagua? What could this task entail that it targets the entire nation? Wang Zhan was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled that Lu Lingyao was hastily preparing for a mission. Could it be related to this shockwave operation? He pondered for a moment and typed, "There's nothing of interest here. I need to head to Yinhai City." The Old Cat quickly responded, "My friend, do not jest. To be frank with you, one of the 3 Shadow Lords, the Photon Tyrant, has gone to Yinhai City. You must not provoke him. You know his temperament all too well." The mention of the 3 Shadow Lords and the Photon Tyrant echoed in Wang Zhan's mind. Realizing this must be an extraordinarily formidable individual, he continued to contemplate how to extract more information. At that moment, the Old Cat sent another message. "Huagua is now in utter chaos. You must execute your mission swiftly and not delay. Otherwise, when the Shadow King holds you accountable, none will be able to bear the consequences." Chaos? Wang Zhan was filled with confusion. He hastily took out his phone and logged into a popular domestic video sharing app. The influx of various messages left him astounded. As the videos depicted scenes of utter turmoil, some areas had already been cordoned off by security forces. Other videos showed citizens with bloodshot eyes, seemingly insane, frantically attacking one another, reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. There were even videos capturing suspected superhumans openly committing murder in the streets. As Wang Zhan watched these videos, a chilling sensation surged from his feet to his heart, as if he were plunged into an apocalyptic nightmare. Anxious, he immediately dialed his mother's number. Hearing her familiar voice and learning that there were no signs of riots or viral outbreaks in Nanshan County, his tense nerves began to ease slightly, yet he remained uneasy, repeatedly urging them to stay at the martial arts school and refrain from going out, temporarily closing for business to ensure their safety. Chapter 20. Yinhai riots subsequently. Wang Zhan hurriedly called Lu Lingyao. However, after several attempts, his calls went unanswered. His heart sank, and an overwhelming sense of unease washed over him. According to the Old Cat, that individual was one of the 3 Shadow Lords, the Photon Tyrant, and he was uncertain whether Lu Lingyao and her team could withstand such a formidable adversary. Wang Zhan shifted his gaze back to the screen, contemplating what additional critical information he might extract from the Old Cat. He quickly typed, "I fear not the Photon Tyrant. I know his weaknesses. The old cat glanced at the message, instantly intrigued, and swiftly replied, "Do you know the tyrant's weakness?" Wang Zhan's eyes flickered, cleverly continuing the conversation. "Aren't you aware as well?" The old cat, completely oblivious, responded, "I have yet to hear of any weaknesses concerning the photon tyrant. To me, he is an invincible entity." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's heart sank. It was evident that the photon tyrant was indeed formidable, as even the old cat was unaware of his vulnerabilities. At that moment, the old cat sent another message. "You seem a bit off today. Why aren't you executing your tasks, instead of rambling here?" Sensing the old cat's growing suspicion, Wang Zhan felt a twinge of anxiety and hastily replied, "I shall proceed immediately." With that, he quickly exited the system, fearing any further slip-ups. He then opened a video interaction software, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as he typed Guangchuan City, before turning his gaze to the trending topic section. After a thorough browse, he found nothing of particular note. The top-ranking news was merely a trivial entertainment gossip about a breakup between Lu and Guan, igniting a wave of inconsequential chatter online. Deep in thought, he pondered that if any significant event were to occur in Guangchuan City, as a powerful individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, it was both his duty and moral obligation to step forward and protect the innocent, unarmed populace. Fortunately, Guangchuan City was currently peaceful, devoid of any riots or turmoil. However, unbeknownst to him, Count Bloodshadow, Dailami, had accepted another task to incite chaos in Guangchuan City. Regrettably, Dailami had yet to enact his plan before Wang Zhan thwarted him. Wang Zhan's fingers swiftly struck the keyboard once more, entering Yunhai City into the search bar. This time, the displayed images were starkly different. Yunhai City appeared to be dragged into an abyss of unending turmoil by an unseen black hand. The leading trending video was like a bombshell, boldly declaring the emergence of a superpowered individual wreaking havoc on Yunfeng Street in Yunhai City. In the footage, a towering foreigner wielded a massive lightsaber that emitted a blinding yellow glow, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. Scattered around lay numerous blood-stained corpses, with blood congealing into dark red patches beneath the sunlight, the palpable tension and terror enveloping the scene in a chilling embrace. The second trending topic was equally harrowing. The vicinity near Yunlai Mall was under urgent lockdown due to a suspected virus leak, with numerous individuals exhibiting bloodshot eyes, resembling the deranged, beginning to savage one another. The area was heavily cordoned off, the police frantically striving to disperse the nearby residents amidst the chaos. The anguished cries of the populace melding with the wailing of police sirens, creating a dismal symphony of despair. Wang Zhan's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern glimmering in his eyes, as one of the areas was likely to harbor Lu Lingyao. Given his awareness of the photon tyrant's might, Wang Zhan could not remain indifferent. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the bustling metropolis of Yunhai was gradually awakening in the gentle embrace of dawn. Yet, within a large shopping mall, a terrifying calamity erupted silently. A sinister fog crept through the mall like a ghost, prompting patrons to cover their mouths and noses, but alas, it was too late. Soon, many individuals' eyes turned a fiery crimson, resembling raging flames, their strength significantly amplified, as if they had forsaken their humanity, beginning to frantically bite at those around them. Those who were bitten quickly succumbed to the infection, displaying identical symptoms, the virus spreading like a wildfire. Swiftly encroaching upon the surrounding blocks, the Yunhai Security Department demonstrated exceptional emergency efficiency, a testament to their rigorous training and rapid response capabilities. In the instant the virus erupted, they sprang into action like arrows released from a bow, hastening to the scene and swiftly sealing off the affected areas. Barriers were erected like an iron fortress, firmly containing the danger within, preventing further spread of the virus, weaving an invisible cage around it. Simultaneously, the police mobilized with urgency, their figures weaving through the chaotic streets. Officers shouted hoarsely, exerting every ounce of strength to disperse the panicked crowd, striving to guide the bewildered masses to safety. However, the chaotic throng resembled lost lambs, darting about like headless flies. Fear and panic spread like a plague among the people, each pushing and shoving, completely disregarding commands, complicating the evacuation efforts, akin to a battle waged in the throes of chaos. Upon receiving the news, the 6th Special Operations Group of the Extraordinary Search Division, along with personnel from the Yunhai branch, acted like valiant warriors responding to a call to arms, clad in specially designed combat attire and donning black masks. Their eyes reflected determination and courage, as if proclaiming their resolve to uphold justice. Upon arrival, they swiftly engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the virus. Given that those infected were merely ordinary individuals, devoid of any combat prowess, clear and resolute orders were issued. Every effort must be made to ensure the safety of every citizen, and under no circumstances should harm come to any innocent. This command necessitated heightened caution from the security and national security personnel, requiring them to tread carefully in their every action, balancing the need to control the situation while ensuring no innocent life was harmed, undoubtedly complicating an already arduous task. However, fate seemed unrelenting toward this city. Before the areas affected by the virus could be properly managed, a new crisis descended upon Yunfeng Street, a murder committed by a superpowered individual. This person, akin to a butcher emerging from the depths of hell, exacerbated an already chaotic situation. Given the unique nature of superpowered individuals, the Extraordinary Search Division was primarily tasked with addressing this intricate dilemma, prompting the swift dispatch of 4 members from the 6th Special Operations Group to Yunfeng Street. Chapter 21. The battle commences, however. The most critical issue is that this calamity is not confined to a mere corner of the Cloud Sea. Almost simultaneously, several other economically prosperous cities in Huan Nation appear to have been cursed by demons, experiencing similar viral infections, as well as instances of superhumans committing murder or engaging in acts of terror. In an instant, the entirety of Huan Nation is shrouded in a pall of despair, as if an invisible hand is tightly gripping its throat. Clearly, this is a meticulously planned and premeditated large-scale terrorist attack targeting Huan Nation. Its nefarious intent and brutal methods are utterly appalling. Fortunately, the Extraordinary Special Operations Division had previously obtained relevant intelligence, foreseeing an impending large-scale terrorist attack against Huan Nation, although the specifics remained unclear. Consequently, all 8 special task forces of the division were deployed, strategically dispersed across various economically developed regions to ensure comprehensive coverage of the surrounding provinces, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Turning our attention to Special Operations Group 6, Su Zihao and Li Shui, possessing the ability to fly, disregarded any notions of stealth and quickly soared towards the target location. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyao and Gao Dazhuang mounted their motorcycles, which they used for patrol during this mission, racing towards their objective with great speed. What was once a bustling thoroughfare, filled with the sounds of life, has now descended into chaos. People are fleeing in all directions, panic-stricken, with some abandoning their vehicles in a frenzied attempt to escape. Security personnel are assisting in crowd evacuations and maintaining order, while the epicenter of the chaos is marked by the presence of a foreign man, standing an imposing height of 6 feet 3, with a middle-aged visage and short blonde hair. He is none other than the Photon Tyrant, Aresk, as referred to by the old cat. At this moment, he stands atop a car, his right hand clenched into a fist from which a massive sword of light emanates, its brilliance flickering as if capable of cleaving through anything. The ground around him is littered with numerous corpses, and many buildings and vehicles lie in ruin, severed as if by a single stroke, showcasing his formidable lethality. Security personnel decisively opened fire upon him. However, he neither dodged nor flinched as bullets struck his body, failing to penetrate the photon shield enveloping him. Subsequently, the Photon Tyrant transformed his fist into a finger, capable of unleashing beams of laser, rendering the security personnel's shields utterly ineffective, resulting in heavy casualties. The security forces had no choice but to retreat continuously, safeguarding the populace as they attempted to distance themselves from the scene. Su Zihao and Li Shui arrived at the scene first, clad in sleek black battle attire and wearing specially designed masks, exuding an air of mystery and severity. As Su Zihao flew, he underwent a transformation, engulfed in flames, resembling a being of fire. Li Shui soared gracefully, her long, lustrous black hair billowing in the wind. Upon spotting the target and witnessing the horrific scene surrounding him, Su Zihao's murderous intent erupted like a volcano. Without hesitation, he extended his hands alternately, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, imbued with intense heat and a sense of destruction, hurtling towards the Photon Tyrant with a furious roar. The Photon Tyrant, upon witnessing the emergence of a gifted individual, could not suppress a flicker of excitement at the corners of his mouth, as if this battle were the grand feast he had long anticipated. With a sudden extension of his left hand, a luminous shield, approximately 2 meters in height, erupted before him, radiating a dazzling brilliance that effortlessly intercepted the fireballs hurled by Su Zihao. The fireballs detonated upon contact with the shield, yet it remained unyielding, undisturbed. Simultaneously, Li Shui gracefully descended from the heights to the ground. Taking a deep breath, she exerted force with both hands, levitating 2 cars in the air as if controlled by an invisible hand. She then hurled the vehicles towards the Photon Tyrant with great ferocity. Unfazed, the Photon Tyrant clenched his right hand into a fist, which instantaneously transformed into a formidable sword of light, gleaming with a piercing radiance. With a swift motion, he swung at the cars, slicing them into 2 segments, scattering debris in a breathtaking display. A wild, mocking smile adorned the Photon Tyrant's face as he bellowed with derision. Is this the extent of the abilities possessed by the gifted of Huagua? His voice thundered through the air, brimming with contempt. Hearing his taunts, Su Zihao felt his fury ignite further, and he seethed inwardly, condemning these senseless murderers as a band of deranged lunatics. He veered to the side, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles that streaked towards the Photon Tyrant like meteors. Yet, the Photon Tyrant remained unperturbed, raising his left hand to summon the Radiant Shield, which deflected the fireballs with ease. On the other side, Li Shui's keen gaze remained fixed, continuing her manipulation of objects to launch several cars at the Photon Tyrant with relentless force. The Photon Tyrant, with a cold smile, wielded his light sword, effortlessly cleaving the vehicles in half, sending shards flying. However, at that moment, several sharp flying daggers, concealed among the debris, silently darted towards his face. The Photon Tyrant, preoccupied with the cars, remained oblivious to the impending threat. Li Shui's heart surged with delight, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she thought, "This is it." Yet, in the next instant, the daggers collided with the Photon Tyrant's visage, only to be repelled by an invisible yet formidable photon shield, as if striking a solid rock, failing to inflict any harm. The Photon Tyrant's smile grew more mocking as he curled his lip in disdain, as if to say, "Such trivial tricks, attempting to harm me, are utterly laughable." Seizing the opportunity while the Photon Tyrant was distracted, Su Zihao surged forward like a blazing meteor, his fiery form racing towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, the Photon Tyrant's expression hardened as he conjured another shield to protect himself. With his fists enveloped in searing flames, Su Zihao shouted, unleashing one of his signature moves, the Fire Fist Impact. He suddenly struck the light shield with a powerful punch, unleashing a tremendous burst of flames from his hand, akin to a formidable cannonball, which violently collided with the shield. The immense impact caused the Photon Tyrant to stagger, retreating several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 22. For against one, the Photon Tyrant was instantly consumed by rage, veins bulging as he swung his light sword ferociously at Su Zihao. Wherever the sword passed, nearby objects were cleaved in twain. Su Zihao reacted with remarkable swiftness, dodging this lethal blow with a deft movement, then swiftly taking flight. Before the Photon Tyrant could pursue, a barrage of objects rained down upon him. With a disdainful snort, he conjured the light shield once more with his left hand, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Internally, he mused, "This is intriguing. It appears that the extraordinary individuals from Huagua are not entirely inept. One must remember that the Special Operations Group of the Supernatural Task Force has gathered elite, superpowered individuals from across the nation, each possessing exceptional skills and formidable strength." Then, with a fierce glint in his eyes, the Photon Tyrant transformed his tightly clenched fist into an outstretched finger, swiftly coalescing a sphere of light at its tip. In an instant, the sphere morphed into a razor-sharp beam of light, hurtling towards Li Shui. Li Shui reacted with astonishing speed. Seeing the laser beam approach like an arrow from the Grim Reaper, she unhesitatingly extended her hands, manifesting a crystalline yet immensely resilient shield before her, effectively blocking the deadly beam. This was yet another of Li Shui's abilities, allowing her to compress the surrounding air to its utmost, forming a protective barrier. At that moment, Lu Lingyao and the towering Captain Gao Dazhuang arrived in a whirlwind. Clad in striking black battle attire, they exuded an air of confidence and valor. Upon reaching the scene, they swiftly removed their motorcycle helmets, revealing specially designed black masks. Gao Dazhuang sported a neat crop of hair, presenting a sharp and resolute appearance. Lu Lingyao's golden locks shone brilliantly in the sunlight, still styled in a high ponytail, radiating youthful vitality and competence. Upon seeing two more individuals enter the fray, the photon tyrant's lips curled slightly, yet there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. He remained composed and unperturbed. Lu Lingyao and Gao Dazhuang were filled with immeasurable rage upon witnessing the numerous bodies sprawled across the street, their anger igniting like a blazing inferno in their eyes. Gao Dazhuang's expression turned steely as he decisively relayed orders through his earpiece. "Cover me." Without hesitation, Lu Lingyao surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, dashing along the left side of the road. Her hands shimmered with brilliance as she unleashed dazzling golden lightning, crackling and popping as if to ignite the very air. Simultaneously, Li Shui remained undeterred, continuing to manipulate the surrounding objects, hurling them at the photon tyrant like cannonballs. Su Zihao circled above, alternating his hands to unleash a barrage of searing fireballs, each imbued with a sense of destruction aimed at the photon tyrant. The photon tyrant found himself encircled by the group, the situation growing increasingly dire. He dared no longer rely solely on the photon shield for defense. Instead, he swiftly crossed his hands, conjuring an additional circular protective barrier that enveloped him in a radiant glow, securing his position at the center. Lightning danced like a nimble golden serpent, fireballs blazed like falling meteors, and other projectiles whistled through the air like cannonballs, all directed towards the photon tyrant. Yet each was thwarted by the formidable shield, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Seizing the moment, the towering figure charged forth like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, under the full protection of his companions. As he closed within 50 meters of the photon tyrant, his gaze sharpened. He forcefully touched the ground with both hands and let out a thunderous cry, unleashing one of his ultimate techniques, the earth burial. In an instant, the road before him seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand, as if an earthquake had struck, creating a massive chasm that erupted beneath the photon tyrant's feet. The fissure rapidly widened, quickly engulfing the photon tyrant, who plummeted into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Without pausing, the towering figure pressed on, channeling his power as the soil and stones at the edge of the chasm swiftly converged inward, threatening to seal the gap and pulverize the photon tyrant within. However, just as victory seemed within reach, the photon tyrant's feet erupted with resplendent rainbow light as he activated his photon jet skill, propelling himself from the depths of the earth just as the ground began to close. He re-emerged before the astonished onlookers, revealing his hidden ability to fly, complicating the battle further. Upon emerging, the photon tyrant's gaze intensified, a murderous intent radiating from him. With a swift motion of his right hand, he manifested an enormous luminous sword, gleaming with a blinding brilliance, seemingly capable of severing any obstacle in existence, and he aimed it directly at the towering figure. Reacting with remarkable speed, the towering figure was momentarily startled, swiftly dodging to the side and rolling away to safety. The area where he had stood was left marred by a long, deep gash, akin to a scar etched into the earth. Witnessing the towering figure in peril, Lu Lingyao quickly intervened, unleashing a dazzling array of golden lightning. The lightning surged forward like furious golden serpents, baring their fangs as they lunged at the photon tyrant. Unperturbed, the photon tyrant casually raised his left hand, summoning a radiant light shield to firmly intercept the oncoming bolts, which danced chaotically against the shield, yet failed to breach its defenses. Seeing this, Su Zihao unhesitatingly soared into action, launching a barrage of searing fireballs that shot towards the photon tyrant like meteors, continuing the assault. Li Shui, seizing the opportunity while the photon tyrant was preoccupied, raised her hands and hurled several sharp throwing knives. The knives, like phantoms in the night, silently circumvented the light shield and struck with lightning speed towards the photon tyrant's nape. Though the knives found their mark with precision, they were unable to penetrate his steadfast and impenetrable photon defense. As the photon tyrant was being tightly restrained by the crowd, oblivious to his surroundings, Gao Dazhuang took a deep breath. A surge of power erupted from within him as he spread his arms wide, invoking his other ability, the rock armor. The sand and stones from the ground seemed to be summoned by an invisible force, rushing towards him and enveloping his entire form. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a towering stone figure. In his right hand, he wielded a colossal battle axe forged from the very sands, radiating a formidable aura, as if it could cleave the heavens asunder. With a roar akin to that of a furious beast, he charged fiercely at the photon tyrant, delivering a blow of unprecedented might, carrying the weight of destruction as if it could split the world in half. Chapter 23. A hard-fought battle, the photon tyrant sensed the immense power of this strike and was taken aback, opting not to confront it head-on. Instead, he activated his photon jet skill, propelling himself backward like a rocket, deftly evading the attack. A thunderous crash resounded as the massive axe struck the ground, creating a deafening noise that seemed to shake the very street beneath them, leaving behind a vast crater. As the photon tyrant retreated, his hands moved with the precision of guns, fingers dancing swiftly to unleash a barrage of razor-sharp laser beams towards Su Zihao, Li Shui, and Lu Lingyao. The beams, swift as lightning, bore a lethal threat. The trio reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly dodging each attack by the skin of their teeth. After sliding back a considerable distance, the photon tyrant landed firmly on his feet. At that moment, his eyes sharpened, and his right hand swiftly coalesced into a massive sphere of light, emanating a blinding brilliance as if brimming with boundless energy. He bellowed, transforming the light sphere into a beam directed at the approaching Gao Dazhuang. Transformed into a stone giant, Gao Dazhuang's form had become heavy and cumbersome, his movements notably slowed. As he witnessed the laser beam hurtling towards him, he had no time for further evasive maneuvers. He hastily halted, raising his massive axe in front of him to block. However, this enhanced beam's power exceeded all expectations. The rock defense crumbled before it like mere parchment. With a hissing sound, the stone handle of the axe was effortlessly pierced, and the overwhelming energy surged forth like a tidal wave against Gao Dazhuang's rock armor. Under this force, fissures erupted across the armor, which was soon completely shattered. Gao Dazhuang felt a sudden numbness sweep through the right side of his body, as if he had lost connection with his own consciousness. Instantly, a piercing pain surged like a deluge, causing him to stifle a groan. It was as if an unseen hand had drained all strength from him in an instant. His legs buckled uncontrollably, and he fell heavily to one knee on the ground. The once mighty rock armor now lay in ruins, shattering like fragile glass into countless fragments, while the colossal battle axe, forged from sand, clattered to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The photon tyrant, upon witnessing the injury of the stone giant before him, was momentarily filled with elation. In a swift motion, he soared forward, raising his colossal light sword high, intent on cleaving the giant in two. Just at that critical juncture, an invisible yet resilient barrier suddenly manifested between the light sword and the stone giant. It was Li Shui who had timely conjured a protective shield, intercepting this lethal strike. The light sword struck the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance, yet it could advance no further. Simultaneously, Lu Lingyao's golden lightning surged forth like an enraged golden serpent, exuding an unparalleled ferocity as it swiftly approached the photon tyrant. The tyrant raised his left hand with alacrity, once more unleashing a luminous shield that glimmered with a soft yet tenacious glow, effectively repelling the golden lightning. The lightning crackled furiously against the shield, yet remained incapable of breaching its defenses. Su Zihao, akin to a blazing meteor, raced forward with great speed. He let out a powerful shout, channeling his fiery fist once more. His fist, enveloped in scorching flames, struck against the photon tyrant's shield with tremendous force, akin to a formidable cannonball. The immense flames propelled the tyrant several meters backward. With a graceful stride, Su Zihao advanced, his form reminiscent of a dragon in flight. He thrust both hands forward with great vigor, executing his ultimate technique, the blazing dragon tornado. In an instant, two torrents of flame entwined like ferocious fire dragons, spiraling forward with unyielding intensity. The fiery vortex surged forth as if it could incinerate all existence, instantly engulfing the photon tyrant. In that moment, the photon tyrant swiftly raised both hands to defend himself, invoking the photon shield to encase his being. However, the flames of the fire dragons were not ephemeral. They transformed into two vividly lifelike fire dragons that circled around the shield, attempting to consume it entirely, leaving no crevice unscathed. Lu Lingyao also formed a series of hand seals, summoning a circular golden array in the sky. The array emanated an aura of mystery and power, from which a golden lightning bolt descended with the precision of a rapier, striking the photon tyrant's shield simultaneously. The onlookers felt a glimmer of hope for victory, envisioning the photon tyrant consumed by flames. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an unforeseen event transpired. A dazzling golden radiance erupted from the flames, as brilliant as the sun. The photon tyrant, enveloped in this luminosity, shimmered like a resplendent star that had descended to Earth. Suddenly, the flames of the fire dragons appeared to lose their heat, as though their very essence was being siphoned away. The luminous photon tyrant absorbed the flames gradually into his being, resembling a boundless black hole capable of devouring all energy. At this moment, Su Zihao too sensed his energy being consumed bit by bit. His countenance shifted dramatically as he immediately ceased the blazing dragon tornado. The flames enveloping him gradually faded, revealing his original form, his complexion now pale. The radiance of the photon tyrant gradually faded, returning to its original form. Yet his aura grew increasingly formidable. He swiftly coalesced a colossal sphere of light in his hand, emanating terrifying waves of energy, as if it harbored the power to obliterate the world. Without hesitation, he launched it towards Su Zihao, Li Shui, and Gao Dazhuang. Li Shui reacted swiftly, conjuring a protective shield to intercept the impending threat. However, the energy of this sphere was immense, akin to a superbomb. The moment it made contact with the shield, it detonated with a thunderous explosion, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged forth like a tempestuous sea. The seemingly impenetrable shield was shattered in an instant, sending the three individuals behind it flying. Su Zihao crashed into a sturdy tree like a kite severed from its string, his body slumping down as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Shui collided heavily with a nearby building, shattering the glass storefront, and she too lost consciousness. Gao Dazhuang, whose frail physique could hardly withstand such turmoil, struck a car with a resounding thud and fell into unconsciousness as well. Chapter 24. Farewell. Lu Lingyao felt her heart constrict violently, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand, sending tremors through her very core. This was the first time their action group had suffered such devastating losses. Comrades, who had fought side by side in life and death, were now either gravely injured or in perilous uncertainty. For the first time, she truly sensed the chilling breath of death, an icy, bone-chilling presence that clung to her relentlessly. Yet, at this moment, fear did not seize her. Her foremost thought was how to extricate her injured allies from this perilous place. A flicker of anxiety crossed her face, and without hesitation, she executed a lightning dash, transforming into a bolt of lightning as she swiftly fled in another direction. Her speed reached its zenith, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in her wake. The photon tyrant wore a smirk laced with amusement, as if everything was under his dominion. He raised his voice, bellowing, thinking of escaping. Lu Lingyao was frantic yet composed, continuously employing her lightning dash. In an instant, her figure flickered through the labyrinthine streets of the city, appearing at corners and vanishing into alleys, akin to a nimble sprite, elusive and unpredictable. Each of her appearances was marked by determination, and every disappearance left a faint trace of electric light. Meanwhile, the photon tyrant was relentless. He activated his photon jet, propelling himself like a meteor with a luminous tail, blazing through the city's sky in pursuit of Lu Lingyao at unparalleled speed. He locked onto her figure, his gaze brimming with greed and ferocity, as if she were already within his grasp. Simultaneously, as he pursued like a tempest, he extended his finger, rapidly unleashing a barrage of laser beams. These beams sliced through the air with the precision of a reaper-esque scythe, hurtling towards Lu Lingyao with unbridled ferocity. Every beam of laser is imbued with formidable energy, sizzling through the air as it scorches everything in its path. Lu Lingyao, while sprinting, remains utterly focused, deftly evading the onslaught of laser attacks with the agility of a flickering lightning bolt. Each of her evasions is impeccably timed, as if she possesses the foresight to predict the trajectory of the lasers. After navigating through 3 winding blocks, she finally halts abruptly at a relatively spacious intersection. Her gaze sparkles like the most brilliant star in the night sky, radiating an unwavering determination. In an instant, her hands move with the grace of agile butterflies, forming intricate seals. Suddenly, several golden magical circles materialize in the sky, resembling ancient and enigmatic runes that emit a dazzling brilliance, as though infused with the arcane powers of a bygone era. Lightning, akin to ethereal serpents, cascades from these circles, striking the ground with unrelenting ferocity. Subsequently, a massive array gradually emerges on the ground, its brilliance flickering as it instantaneously creates a relatively isolated zone, resembling an invisible cage that ensnares the photon tyrant within. Finding himself ensnared, the photon tyrant plummets from the sky to the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, he raises his arms, his fingertips coalescing into a blinding radiance as beams of laser fire forth like bullets from a chamber, fiercely targeting the edges of the magical barrier. Upon collision, the lasers unleash torrents of electric currents, dancing like frenzied silver serpents across the barrier, accompanied by dazzling sparks. The photon tyrant contemplates the complexity of the array, recognizing that unraveling it would not be a simple task. Before he can devise a strategy, 8 arrays in the sky unleash golden lightning, which descends upon him like gilded chains imbued with immense power. The photon tyrant swiftly crosses his hands to form a golden shield for defense. This shield, akin to a colossal barrier, radiates resplendent light. The 8 currents strike the shield, erupting in resplendent golden brilliance as electricity surges, enveloping the shield in a luminous embrace. Fortunately, he had absorbed a portion of Su Ziheo's energy earlier. Otherwise, with this onslaught, he would find himself in dire straits. Lu Lingyao gazes at the photon tyrant, suppressed by her spell, and a flicker of hope ignites within her heart. She reflects inwardly. Had she had the opportunity to unleash this ultimate technique amidst the throng, perhaps this arrogant villain would finally meet his downfall today. However, to her astonishment, the photon tyrant once again invokes his ability to absorb energy. His entire form radiates brilliant light, resembling a luminous star. The arcs of electricity, which had previously been thrashing outside the shield, now seem ensnared, rapidly converging towards the photon tyrant at a visibly astonishing speed. This spectacle strikes Lu Lingyao like a heavy hammer upon her heart, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her eyes widen in disbelief, grappling with the realization that the photon tyrant possesses such terrifying prowess, capable of absorbing even the formidable power of lightning. In her gaze, shock and fear spread like an unstoppable tide, as if the figure before her was not an ordinary adversary, but an insurmountable monster. The array was intimately connected to Lu Lingyao's spiritual energy, and she sensed that her power was gradually ebbing away. The speed of this loss resembled a flood breaching its banks, instilling her with profound dread. In desperation, she gritted her teeth and ceased her manipulation of the array. Instantly, the once formidable and awe-inspiring lightning formation shattered like fragile glass under a heavy blow, dispersing into countless shimmering particles that vanished into the air. As the light around the photon tyrant dissipated, he clenched his fists, his face alight with an ecstasy akin to that of a greedy demon who had unearthed the world's most precious treasure. He had successfully absorbed another surge of overwhelming energy, radiating an aura of chilling exhilaration. Upon witnessing the lightning formation that had previously ensnared him dissolve like a mere bubble, a glint of ruthlessness and triumph flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his palm, and a sphere of terrifying energy swiftly coalesced before him. Following this, a powerful beam, imbued with cataclysmic might, shot toward Lu Lingyao with ferocious intensity. Wherever the beam passed, the air warped and distorted, emitting a hissing sound reminiscent of death's lament. At that moment, Lu Lingyao, having lost too much spiritual energy, found herself unable to invoke the instant thunder flash. She could only watch helplessly as the deadly beam approached like a bolt of lightning. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, devoid of fear or retreat, as if she were calmly embracing the death that loomed. At this instant, her mind was a blank slate, and within the fleeting blink of an eye, a single thought surged within her. Wang Zhan, farewell forever. Chapter 25. The divine weapon descends, however, just as the beam was about to reach her. Enveloping her in the suffocating aura of death, a man with golden wings descended from the sky like a meteor streaking through the night. His figure was graceful and poised, the golden wings shimmering with radiant light under the sun, as if an angel had descended to earth. In the blink of an eye, he stood firmly before Lu Lingyao, like an indomitable mountain. Simultaneously, a golden protective shield rapidly formed before him, emanating a soft yet powerful divine light, akin to the sturdiest shield in existence, imbued with an aura of sanctity that was inviolable. Yet, the might of that overwhelming beam was terrifying. The fierce laser struck the shield with the ferocity of a wild beast slamming against a solid wall. Within less than a second, the seemingly robust protective barrier shattered, its fragments scattering like brilliant stars. Nevertheless, the man did not falter. He forcefully spread his magnificent golden wings, which resembled two colossal golden umbrellas, steadfastly shielding himself before Lu Lingyao. The laser struck the golden wings with ferocity akin to a wild beast, emitting a sharp, hissing sound as sparks flew. Yet, the golden wings proved remarkably resilient, withstanding the onslaught of lasers and merely causing the man to slide backward a short distance, leaving deep furrows in the ground. This man was none other than Wang Zhan. At this moment, he appeared in his golden form, clad in a black tracksuit, his face obscured by a black mask, concealing his features entirely. Lu Lingyao recognized this outfit, and in an instant, her gaze faltered as she questioned whether this truly was Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan turned his head slightly, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in Lu Lingyao's ears. "Lingyao, this time, let me protect you." This simple statement rippled through her heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of emotion within her. It was then that she confirmed that the man before her was indeed Wang Zhan, the one she held dear, a genuine superhuman, who had just descended like a divine guardian to protect her. Wang Zhan's gaze, sharp as a sword, locked onto the photon tyrant, the beast that had nearly taken the life of his beloved, a ruthless killer wreaking havoc across the land of Hua. In his heart, Wang Zhan had already sentenced his foe to death, determined to engage in a fight to the bitter end. Although Lu Lingyao was deeply moved by Wang Zhan's bravery, her reason urged her to remind him, "Be careful. If you can't win, just run. Don't worry about me." Yet before she could finish, Wang Zhan had shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Lu Lingyao dared not delay, quickly retrieving a small box from her pocket and pouring 2 pills into her mouth. These pills were her lifeline, capable of rapidly restoring her nearly depleted spiritual energy. Next, she gently activated the silver bracelet she wore, an essential tool for special agents on missions. She swiftly dialed to headquarters, reporting the situation. "Headquarters, 3 members of the 6th Special Operations Group have lost combat capability. The situation is critical. Please send immediate assistance. The enemy possesses powerful abilities including laser swords, light shields, and beams. Urgent reinforcements are needed." Lu Lingyao succinctly conveyed the information she had gathered. At that moment, Wang Zhan soared through the air, resembling a god of war in the heavens. He forcefully flapped his enormous golden wings, each feather shimmering with a dazzling light, akin to sharp blades. With the movement of his wings, countless golden light blades surged toward the photon tyrant like a torrential downpour, bearing an intense momentum that seemed poised to tear the tyrant to shreds. The photon tyrant, upon witnessing this, displayed a hint of disdain and a smirk, yet a flicker of caution flashed in his eyes. He quickly raised his left hand, and a massive light shield materialized before him. The shield was extraordinarily robust, withstanding the relentless assault of the golden light blades, which were repelled with each fierce strike. Nevertheless, the surface of the shield occasionally rippled, indicating that it was enduring immense pressure. As Wang Zhan observed that the golden wind blade could not penetrate his opponent's luminous shield, he extended his right hand and instantaneously summoned the spear form of the steel divine weapon. Grasping the spear, which shimmered with a silvery glow, he waved his golden wings in the air, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the tyrant. His speed was akin to lightning cleaving through the pitch-black night sky, and in an instant, he was before the photon tyrant. The spear, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, lunged directly towards the tyrant's heart, seemingly intent on piercing his malevolent soul. The photon tyrant reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising his right hand to unleash a sword of light that glimmered with a white radiance. He He swung the light sword fiercely, clashing it against Wang Zhan's spear. This time, the tyrant's sword did not slice through Wang Zhan's weapon with the ease it had in previous encounters. After all, Wang Zhan's steel divine weapon was forged from pure iron essence and imbued with mysterious divine power, rendering it indestructible. A flicker of doubt crossed the tyrant's eyes. He had not anticipated the formidable hardness of Wang Zhan's weapon. However, the intensity of the battle left him no time for contemplation. With a furious roar, he unleashed a torrent of power, continuing to engage Wang Zhan in a fierce confrontation. The light sword and spear collided repeatedly, separating and rejoining, each impact generating immense energy waves. The two combatants were evenly matched, their strength and combat prowess strikingly similar, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange where neither side gained a definitive advantage. Wang Zhan unleashed one of his skills, the gravity field. In an instant, the photon tyrant felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, compelling him to exert all his strength to resist. His feet sank into the solid ground, creating two shallow craters. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhan offered no respite, activating another skill, the Dawn's Resonance. Waves of destructive sound energy surged forth at close range, crashing upon the photon tyrant like a relentless tide. In response, the tyrant quickly crossed his arms, activating the light shield in an attempt to withstand this sudden sonic onslaught. However, to his astonishment, the intensity of the sound waves was such that they distorted the light, causing both his protective barrier and personal defense shield to exhibit subtle distortions. This was an unprecedented occurrence, leaving the photon tyrant utterly shocked. Yet, Wang Zhan's assault showed no sign of abating. His gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, the glimmering silver spear flew from his grasp, imbued with additional weight, and slicing through the air like a meteor towards the photon tyrant. The unstoppable silver spear pierced through the tyrant's seemingly impenetrable light shield and personal defense. Fortunately, the photon tyrant reacted swiftly, turning his head to evade the lethal strike, leaving only a faint scar on his left cheek. Chapter 26. The arrival of the ant. The photon tyrant's expression was as cold and unyielding as iron, his eyes glinting with a hawk-like sharpness. He could scarcely recall the last time he had sustained an injury in battle. At this moment, his fury blazed like an inferno, soaring to the heavens. Suddenly, he clenched his right palm, and a massive orb of light coalesced within his grasp, radiating brilliance. He then launched it directly at Wang Zhan. With remarkable agility, Wang Zhan evaded, darting to the left like a wraith, narrowly escaping the perilous strike. Seizing the moment, the photon tyrant propelled himself into the air with a surge of photonic energy, brandishing his luminous sword, which he brought down with tremendous force. Undaunted, Wang Zhan summoned forth a long-bladed steel weapon, charging forward to engage, and the two became embroiled in a fierce clash, their blades and light intertwining into a breathtaking tableau of battle. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyao had regained considerable spiritual energy and was poised to rejoin the fray when the silver bracelet she wore vibrated slightly. Glancing down, she discovered it was a call from her aunt, Lu Zi. Hastily, she answered, and a steady, resolute voice resonated from the other end. Lingyao, the organization has sent me to assist you. A surge of joy filled Lu Lingyao's heart as she adjusted the bracelet's camera to face the battlefield. In an instant, a bolt of purple lightning struck nearby, tearing through space and forming a spatial tunnel. Lu Zi emerged from within, clad in black battle attire, her distinctive mask adorning her face, her hair elegantly swept up, and her long purple locks billowing in the wind, a long sword strapped to her back. Lingyao, are you all right? Lu Zi inquired with concern. Me fine, aunt, Lu Lingyao replied swiftly. Lu Zi's gaze then shifted to Wang Zhan, who was locked in combat with the photon tyrant. Her curiosity piqued. Who is that individual? He asked my boyfriend, Lu Lingyao responded. Taken aback, Lu Zi's expression transformed into one of incredulity, her mouth agape as she looked at Lu Lingyao. What? Aunt, let us deal with that foe first, and I'll explain everything later, Lu Lingyao urged. Although filled with questions and astonishment, Lu Zi prioritized the mission, her curiosity set aside. In an instant, she vanished like a specter, leaving behind only a fleeting trace of purple lightning, as if time and space had parted for her. The next moment, she materialized behind the photon tyrant, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the nefarious foe. Her gaze fierce, she swiftly drew her sword, which seemed to sense its master's battle intent, and leapt eagerly into her hand. The blade, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, shimmered with a captivating and mysterious purple lightning glow. This sword, known as the Thunderlight Sword, was a rare divine weapon, not only exceptionally sharp, but also imbued with formidable electrical power. With a fierce cry, Lu Zi swung the Thunderlight Sword down upon the Photon Tyrant's neck with the weight of a thunderclap. As a master fighter, the Photon Tyrant possessed keen senses. He instantly perceived the ambush from behind. His expression shifted dramatically as he crossed his arms before him, a dazzling protective barrier erupting around him, encasing him securely. The Thunderlight Sword struck fiercely against the barrier, failing to inflict any harm upon the Photon Tyrant. The Photon Tyrant seized the opportunity to pivot, unleashing a formidable light sword that swept horizontally with lightning speed and a fierce momentum. Lu Zi, graceful as a butterfly flitting among flowers, elegantly evaded the strike and nimbly positioned herself to the side of the tyrant. Moments prior, Wang Zhan had been engaged in a fierce battle with the Photon Tyrant. The sudden appearance of Lu Zi caught him off guard, yet the precision of her movements revealed her as a formidable expert, relieved that she was an ally. He steadied his thoughts. Lu Lingyao also activated her instant lightning flash, swiftly arriving at the opposite side of the Photon Tyrant. With a flourish of her hands, golden lightning danced like frenzied serpents, surging toward the tyrant with unbridled ferocity. The Photon Tyrant scoffed, rapidly conjuring a radiant shield to block the assault, the shield gleaming as it absorbed the golden lightning entirely. Observing this, Wang Zhan shouted loudly, advancing with his blade aglow in silver light, aiming another strike at the Photon Tyrant. The tyrant forcefully thrust his shield, a powerful recoil sending Wang Zhan staggering back several steps. Noticing this, Lu Zi pointed her long sword, releasing a bolt of purple lightning that surged forth like an enraged serpent toward the Photon Tyrant. The three positioned themselves in a triangular formation, launching coordinated attacks of golden wind blades, golden lightning, and purple lightning. The Photon Tyrant's expression grew grave as he crossed his arms in defense, conjuring a luminous barrier to withstand their combined onslaught. Their united assault resembled an immense and impenetrable web, enveloping the Photon Tyrant from all directions, as if ensnaring him within an invisible prison. Each impact sent tremors through his form, causing the barrier to flicker perilously on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, having absorbed some of Lu Lingyao's spiritual energy during their prior encounter, he was spared from exhaustion. Otherwise, he would have surely faltered. Having accomplished the mission of instigating chaos, he had initially planned to seize the opportunity to eliminate several superpowered individuals from Huagua, envisioning it as a significant addition to his illustrious achievements. However, the current predicament shifted rapidly like a tempest, compelling him to abandon such greedy aspirations. Though inherently impulsive, he was not without wit. He understood that persisting in battle would likely lead him to irreversible doom. Thus, it was prudent to retreat. Thus, he cast aside any lingering doubts, and seizing a fleeting moment amidst the barrage of attacks, the photon energy within him surged violently. Utilizing photon propulsion, he soared into the sky, intent on escaping the fray. At that moment, Lu Lingyao's brows furrowed, her ruby lips parting as she called out, "Trying to flee?" Too late. Seizing the moment while the Photon Tyrant was momentarily suppressed, she unleashed a powerful technique from the Huangjin town prison, invoking the divine dragon suppression. In an instant, a colossal golden array erupted in the sky like a brilliant firework, illuminating much of the heavens. Following this, within the array, a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon descended from above. It unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the realm, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of existence asunder. The colossal dragon, adorned with brilliant golden lightning, surged forth with an overwhelming force, each bolt infused with the power to devastate the heavens and the earth, charging majestically towards the Photon Tyrant, who was already soaring in the skies. Chapter 27. The Decimation. Upon witnessing the grand, thunderous approach of the lightning dragon, akin to the weight of Mount Tai descending upon him, the Photon Tyrant's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, being a seasoned warrior who had faced countless life-or-death battles, His reflexes were astoundingly swift. He swiftly crossed his arms in the air, channeling the photon energy within him, fervently activating his light shield to withstand the impending assault. However, the golden dragon moved with breathtaking speed, crashing into the light shield in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the sky transformed into a splendid yet terrifying spectacle of golden thunderstorms, the brilliance blinding and the thunderous roars deafening. The impact was monumental. The photon tyrant's shield faltered, shattering in mere moments, while he was violently propelled towards the ground by the sheer force. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. A trickle of blood, shocking in its vividness, seeped from the corner of his mouth, indicative of internal injury sustained. Yet, the brutality of battle allowed no respite. Before he could regain his composure, Wang Zhan unfurled his resplendent golden wings, soaring towards him like a bolt of lightning. At a relatively close distance, Wang Zhan unleashed one of his signature techniques, the Dawn's Resonance. Instantly, waves of sound, tangible as they were lethal, surged forth towards the photon tyrant, accompanied by a piercing howl. These sound waves sliced through the air like invisible, deadly blades, distorting everything in their path, straining against the intense pain coursing through his body. The photon tyrant managed to summon his light shield to deflect the assault. However, the force was overwhelmingly powerful, causing both his shield and his personal protective barrier to tremble precariously, as if flickering in the wind. He felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his skull, a throbbing agony threatening to shatter his consciousness. Amidst the excruciating suffering and confusion, the photon tyrant extended his right hand, unleashing a razor-sharp beam of laser towards Wang Zhan. Realizing the imminent threat, Wang Zhan decisively halted the Dawn's Resonance, channeling his divine energy to erect a protective aura. The divine light radiated with a golden brilliance, successfully repelling the laser beam. With Wang Zhan ceasing his offensive, the photon tyrant felt a slight alleviation of pressure. However, before he could truly catch his breath, a chilling malevolence manifested behind him like a phantom. The icy dread pierced through him, akin to a tangible blade, sending shivers down his spine. Recognizing the peril, he attempted to turn and evade, but it was too late. The incantation he barely began to utter was cut short as Lu Zi's lightning sword, shimmering with fierce purple lightning, effortlessly breached his protective defenses. The blade, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, ruthlessly severed his neck, decapitating him with merciless precision. Blood erupted from his neck like a fountain, staining the earth around him crimson. Wang Zhan hovered in midair, his formidable powers having been excessively depleted from the continuous execution of powerful skills. The resplendent golden form he had assumed could no longer be sustained, and the brilliance faded away in an instant, leaving him to revert to his original appearance. He gradually descended, his steps somewhat unsteady upon landing. Lu Lingyao was not in a much better condition herself. Moments earlier, she had exhausted her energy utilizing the ultimate technique, dragon suppression, a magnificent and potent skill that had nearly drained her of all spiritual power. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Zhan's precarious descent, a wave of intense concern surged within her. Ignoring her own physical frailty, she rushed towards him without hesitation. As Wang Zhan beheld Lu Lingyao sprinting toward him, a weary smile graced his face, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, comforting and healing. He slowly opened his arms, and Lu Lingyao, without a moment's doubt, reciprocated with her own embrace. They clung to one another tightly, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Lu Lingyao lifted her gaze slightly. Her eyes filled with concern, and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Wang Zhan gently shook his head, gazing tenderly at Lu Lingyao as he countered, "I am fine. What about you? Are you well?" A subtle smile graced Lu Lingyao's lips, radiating reassurance as she replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." Wang Zhan enveloped Lu Lingyao in his arms once more, as if loosening his grip would cause her to vanish. A wave of anxiety washed over him, conjuring horrific images in his mind of what might have transpired had he not arrived in time to protect her. The thought of such dire consequences was unbearable, a pain he could not fathom enduring for a lifetime. Feeling the warmth of Wang Zhan's embrace and the depth of his affection, Lu Lingyao's heart swelled with warmth as she embraced him back with vigor. She then softly reassured him, "It's all right. You've been a tremendous help this time. Standing at a distance, Lu Zi observed the two in their embrace, her heart brimming with joy and contentment. Yet, a flicker of curiosity arose within her. She had never heard of her young niece being in a relationship, so how had she suddenly acquired such a powerful boyfriend? She resolved to inform her brother, Lu Yuanba, who was Lu Lingyao's father, about this development. After watching the two embrace for a while, Lu Zi hesitated to intrude, but eventually cleared her throat gently. It was then that Lu Lingyao seemed to awaken from her reverie, remembering her aunt's presence. In her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she exclaimed, "Auntie, Auntie?" Wang Zhan was taken aback to discover that this violet-haired, formidable woman was indeed Lu Lingyao's aunt, and he felt a surge of respect toward her. Awkwardly, he greeted her, stammering, "Auntie, hello. I am Wang Zhan." Lu Zi scrutinized Wang Zhan from head to toe, her gaze laced with a hint of scrutiny before she inquired, "Are you your boyfriend?" Wang Zhan nodded earnestly, affirming yes. Lu Zi offered a slight nod, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Not bad. Well done." Lu Lingyao, overhearing, beamed with a radiant smile of happiness. Subsequently, Lu Zi turned to Lu Lingyao and remarked, "There remains a considerable amount of aftermath work. I must return to report. Once the busy period subsides, I will bring him back to introduce to your father and grandfather." Lu Lingyao nodded obediently, responding, "All right." Then, Lu Zi directed her gaze towards Wang Zhan, smiling as she said, "I shall take my leave for now. Once this flurry of activity concludes, you are most welcome to visit my home." Wang Zhan replied with utmost respect, "Certainly." Chapter 28. Confession before long. Lu Zi approached with an elegant grace, with a gentle lift of her left hand. She effortlessly hoisted the head of the photon tyrant, while her right hand seamlessly grasped its lifeless body, as if handling two ethereal objects. In a swift motion, a bolt of violet lightning sliced through the air, instantly opening a spatial tunnel that shimmered with mysterious black light. Lu Zi stepped inside, and soon after, the violet lightning passage sealed, causing both her and the corpse of the photon tyrant to vanish, leaving only a faint trace of violet luminescence behind. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Zhan could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Such a technique is truly formidable. For those with a passion for travel, it is a dream ability, allowing one to traverse anywhere in an instant." Yet, in truth, Lu Zi's instantaneous teleportation technique bears certain constraints. She can only transport herself to places she has previously visited or has personally observed. As for locations she has never encountered, she is unable to teleport there directly. After Lu Zi departed, Lu Lingyao, her heart racing with urgency, led Wang Zhan towards the site where several teammates had sustained injuries. Along the way, Lu Lingyao's brow furrowed, her steps quickening. Upon their arrival at the scene, they found their colleagues from the Extraordinary Special Search Division, Yunhai branch diligently and methodically assisting the injured teammates into vehicles. Lu Lingyao hurried forward, inquiring intently about each teammate's condition. Su Zihao and Li Shui primarily suffered from superficial wounds, while Gao Dazhuang's injuries were more severe. A laser had penetrated one side of his body, inflicting grave damage to his skeletal muscle and nerves. Fortunately, the medical personnel had arrived promptly, saving his life. Once reassured that none were in immediate danger, she felt a slight relief wash over her. After instructing the medical staff to take good care of them, she promptly contacted the person in charge at another site to inquire about the condition of those infected by the virus. Her colleague informed her that the situation with the infected individuals had been largely contained. Nonetheless, Lu Lingyao remained uneasy. She mounted her motorcycle and, like the wind, sped towards the area of the viral outbreak alongside Wang Zhan. Upon reaching the outbreak zone, they discovered it had been extensively cordoned off, with warning lines tightly sealing the entire area. Lu Lingyao located the site supervisor from the Extraordinary Special Search Division, Yunhai branch, and together they conducted a thorough inspection within the restricted zone, confirming that all infected individuals had been effectively contained and that a large-scale outbreak was unlikely. Lu Lingyao finally exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing her tense nerves to ease. Simultaneously, in 6 other cities across Huagua grappling with viral spread and terror attacks, the Extraordinary Special Division and relevant security departments responded swiftly, launching in a battle with remarkable efficiency. In less than 4 hours, the situation was effectively brought under control. Yunhai City, due to the formidable strength of the photon tyrant, was the last city to quell the terror attack. The magnitude of this incident and the tragic loss of life are profoundly disheartening. Moreover, the majority of the superpower occurrences were captured by witnesses using mobile devices and swiftly spread across the internet, igniting a public outcry. Although the security department exerted every effort to suppress these reports, the dissemination of information could not be halted. Upon learning of these severe incidents erupting simultaneously across multiple locations, the senior officials of the Huagua government acted decisively, swiftly organizing an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with every participant acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, which pertained to the nation's stability and the safety of its citizens. During the meeting, the officials engaged in careful and comprehensive discussions regarding the nature of the events, their ramifications, and potential strategies for response. They meticulously analyzed intelligence from various cities, delving into the spread of the viral infection, the extent of the violent terror attacks, and the emergence of similar superhuman incidents. After a vigorous and rigorous debate, a consensus was reached to issue a public announcement to the nation. The highest-ranking official spoke with conviction, declaring, "This incident is a targeted terrorist attack orchestrated by foreign forces against Huagua, featuring occurrences resembling those of superhumans. However, our nation possesses a well-trained and formidable special forces unit, fully capable of addressing such incidents. The rapid suppression of this terror activity exemplifies the strategic acumen and formidable strength of our special forces. Citizens can rest assured. We have both the capability and confidence to confront any forces opposing Huagua." In a heartfelt expression of mourning for the compatriots who lost their lives, the announcement served to stabilize public sentiment to some extent. Nevertheless, the mention of superhuman incidents in the announcement acted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting a fervent curiosity among the populace regarding these mysterious beings. On the streets and online forums, discussions about these enigmatic entities flourished. Yet, in moments of life and death, what weighed most heavily on people's hearts was the desire to live in a safe and worry-free environment, to sleep soundly at night, to travel freely during the day, and to witness the stability and development of their nation and society. At the extraordinary search and rescue base in Yunhai City, Lu Lingyao, having attended to a series of post-battle matters, visited the hospital rooms of her injured teammates. Both Su Zihao and Li Shui had regained consciousness, and upon inquiring with the doctor, she was informed that they would make a full recovery within a month. Subsequently, she proceeded to the independent ward of Gao Dezhuang. At that moment, a healer with superpowers was treating him, enveloping his body in a gentle glow. The healer informed Lu Lingyao that despite the severity of Gao Dezhuang's injuries, with a period of treatment, he would likely regain full mobility in 3 months. Filled with gratitude, Lu Lingyao expressed her appreciation to all the medical personnel. That night, Wang Zhan arrived at Lu Lingyao's room. He ultimately resolved to proactively confess his secrets to Lu Lingyao. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Lingyao, forgive me for my previous concealments." Lu Lingyao was momentarily taken aback, then gently leaned back against her chair. Despite being utterly fatigued from a day filled with battles and busyness, the fact that the enemy had been vanquished and the situation was well under control, coupled with the knowledge that her comrades were no longer in mortal peril, brought her a profound sense of relief. In truth, from the moment Wang Zhan had heroically shielded her, all her apprehensions and doubts had dissipated like mist. She had resolutely decided to trust this man, to fight alongside him through thick and thin. Thus, a subtle smile graced her lips as she responded with Wang Zhan's earlier words. "I understand. Everyone has their own secrets. Some burdens are simply too heavy to voice." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan smiled in return, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart. He began to recount his secrets, revealing how he had unexpectedly acquired his supernatural abilities, his enmity with Yang Jun, and how the Yang family had repeatedly attempted to assassinate him. He narrated the events of slaying the Yang father and son on Luyu Island, of defeating Baron Bloodshadow, and of the mysterious orb he had obtained, detailing each incident one by one. Yet, there remained one matter he never dared to disclose: the fact that he had contracted assassins via the Shadow Network to eliminate Yang Xiao and Yang Yu. In his mind, these two were akin to ticking time bombs. Until they were removed, he would never find peace. He feared not for himself, but for his family. He could not allow another incident that threatened his loved ones to occur. This was his bottom line, something he vowed to protect at all costs. Lu Lingyao listened intently. Once Wang Zhan finished his tale, she nodded slightly, reassured that he had not committed any acts against the nation or its people, which eased her mind considerably. She understood well that those with extraordinary abilities operated under a unique set of regulations. Although these rules diverged slightly from societal laws, their core principles and boundaries were aligned. One must not act in ways that harm the interests of the nation and its people, or they would inevitably face severe repercussions. Chapter 29. Arrival at headquarters. The headquarters was already aware of Wang Zhan's existence, and had confirmed that he was indeed the perpetrator behind the Liu Island incident that the Americans had been desperately pursuing. An immediate directive was issued, instructing Lu Lingyao to discreetly escort Wang Zhan back to headquarters the following day. After receiving the order, Lu Lingyao promptly informed Wang Zhan that they needed to make a trip to headquarters together, in both public and private matters. She had intended to take Wang Zhan to Kyoto sooner or later, especially since her family resided there. This operation conveniently aligned with that plan, making it an opportune arrangement. Having been forthright with Lu Lingyao, Wang Zhan had demonstrated that he was mentally prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Subsequently, he made a phone call to his family, informing them that he would be traveling to Kyoto to meet Lu Lingyao and that he would take some time before returning home. His family, upon hearing this, did not dwell on it and expressed their support, reminding him to take care of himself while away and to bring gifts when visiting the other family. In Guangchuan City, Zhou Ling and Niu Haiping had been secretly monitoring Wang Zhan from outside a villa district in the suburbs. However, an unexpected act of terror suddenly escalated the situation into a state of heightened tension. The two received an urgent command, requiring them to immediately withdraw to the bustling city center and remain on standby to address potential emergencies. Particularly notable was Zhou Ling, who possessed the extraordinary ability of heightened perception, allowing her to keenly detect anomalies in exceedingly complex environments, thus serving as a vital asset in identifying and investigating potential threats. Fortunately, Guangchuan City emerged unscathed, and no terrorist attacks transpired. Simultaneously, Lu Lingyao promptly communicated the decision to cease all surveillance activities concerning Wang Zhan. As time flowed, dawn broke anew, with warm sunlight cascading upon the earth, gradually dispelling the lingering shadows of the recent terror threat. Infected individuals had been prudently isolated, and efforts to comfort the victims were progressing in an orderly manner, with everything moving toward a favorable outcome. At that moment, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao boarded a flight to Kyoto, embarking on a new journey. The previous day, Wang Zhan had suggested to Lu Lingyao that, should the situation be urgent, he could directly fly her over, thus saving considerable time. Lu Lingyao, upon hearing this, patiently elucidated that superhumans were bound by a stringent and comprehensive set of regulations, prohibiting the arbitrary use of their powers unless under exceptional circumstances. This was to uphold societal order and stability, averting unnecessary panic caused by the misuse of extraordinary abilities. Following this, she undertook to prepare Wang Zhan mentally, soothingly assuring him that there was no need for excessive anxiety. Upon reaching headquarters, they would merely engage in routine inquiries and necessary registrations, nothing of great consequence. Wang Zhan nodded slightly in understanding. Upon disembarking the plane, a black sedan awaited outside the airport. The car's windows were tinted, obscuring the interior and adding an air of mystery. Lu Lingyao and Wang Zhan entered the vehicle, which then sped toward the headquarters of the Extraordinary Special Investigation Division. After a considerable journey, Lu Lingyao, with an apologetic expression, informed Wang Zhan that, according to regulations, he would need to wear a hood. Wang Zhan accepted this arrangement with ease. The sedan traveled for approximately 3 hours, eventually arriving at a remote suburban area. A modest, yet significant compound suddenly came into view, its entrance adorned with a stone plaque inscribed with the words Hongming New Materials Technology Research Center. This was, in fact, the name adopted by the Extraordinary Special Investigation Division to maintain discretion. Several security personnel, bearing serious expressions, conducted a meticulous inspection of the vehicle, granting passage only after thorough verification. The sedan entered the courtyard, winding through several turns before arriving at a parking area located behind the main building. This parking space was situated within a larger structure, an independent and enclosed area guarded by personnel. As the garage door slowly closed, Lu Lingyao gestured a sign of 3. Observing this, the guard pressed a button, and the parking space began to descend gradually, revealing that it was, in fact, a vast elevator shaft. Wang Zhan, seated in the vehicle, could distinctly sense his continuous descent. He initially intended to utilize his metal-sensing ability to gauge his surroundings, but upon reflection, he deemed such an action impolite and potentially in violation of the confidentiality regulations of the specialized agency, thus relinquishing the thought. The elevator's rhythm shifted from brisk to gradual, finally coming to a steady halt approximately 200 meters underground. Lu Lingyao gently removed Wang Zhan's headgear and subsequently guided him out of the elevator, while the elevator itself ascended slowly behind them. At that moment, a woman clad in a professional suit had already been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Lu Lingyao, a warm smile blossomed on her face as she greeted, "Lingyao, welcome back." Lu Lingyao responded with equal delight, "Xiaoli, it has been a long time." Xiaoli then made an elegant gesture inviting them forward, and Wang Zhan, recognizing her courtesy, promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Though situated deep underground, the area was brilliantly illuminated. Bright as day, Wang Zhan observed clearly that they stood before an elongated corridor, with the elevator they had just taken position centrally, flanked on either side by additional elevators. Arranged in a symmetrical layout, each side was equipped with electric sliding doors leading to their respective areas, though not directly aligned. On one side, 2 fully armed guards stood at attention, their posture erect and gazes sharp, exuding an air of unassailable authority. The advanced submachine guns they held gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the lights, revealing their extensive training and formidable skills. Conversely, a large door stood silently on the opposite side, unguarded, shrouded in an air of mystery. Composed, Xiaoli led Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao directly toward the unmonitored door. Upon reaching it, she adeptly positioned her face near the recognition area for a facial scan, followed by gently placing her finger on the fingerprint scanner. With a soft whirring of machinery, the electric door gradually opened. Wang Zhan followed Xiaoli inside, where the spacious interior revealed numerous rooms resembling storage facilities, with a conference room located not far from the entrance. Xiaoli escorted Wang Zhan into the inquiry room, while Lu Lingyao remained outside, evidently unable to participate in this questioning. Wang Zhan stepped confidently into the inquiry room, which was brightly lit with a soft glow, revealing a row of meticulously arranged tables. Behind the tables sat 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, each exuding an extraordinary presence. At the center was an elderly gentleman with neatly cropped black hair, appearing vibrant despite the subtle graying at his temples, a mark of the passage of time. His thick eyebrows and large eyes radiated warmth and wisdom. His amiable demeanor capable of dispelling the shadows of anxiety and instilling a sense of reassurance. Yet, as he raised his hand or moved with deliberation, a distinct authority emanated from him, a steady and formidable aura that commanded respect. This individual was none other than Xie Ruifeng, the Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Special Search Division, the highest-ranking member present for today's inquiry. The remaining 3 individuals were senior investigators from the Extraordinary Special Operations Division. They appeared composed and unruffled, for prior to the commencement of the inquiry, they had been apprised of certain details regarding Wang Zhan, including the fact that he was in a romantic relationship with Lu Lingyao. At this moment, they sat quietly in their seats, their gazes calm and focused, awaiting the beginning of the questioning. Following the guidance of Xiaoli, Wang Zhan took a seat at a location specifically prepared for him across from them. This seat, seemingly ordinary, was, in fact, imbued with hidden intricacies connected to a series of precise instruments. These devices functioned like vigilant sentinels, perpetually monitoring Wang Zhan's physiological metrics. Even the slightest deviation in his bodily state would not escape their discerning gaze, should any anomalies be detected. The technical personnel adjacent would immediately take note and relay the pertinent information through their headsets to the leader overseeing the inquiry that day. However, Wang Zhan was unaware of these concealed mechanisms, as he had not employed his metal sensing abilities. The inquiry leaders forewent pleasantries or self-introductions, promptly delving into the matter at hand, requesting Wang Zhan to recount the origins of his extraordinary powers and the subsequent series of events he had experienced following their acquisition. Taking a measured breath, Wang Zhan began to narrate his tale with methodical clarity. He recounted, in meticulous detail, the events he had previously shared with Lu Lingyao, recounting how, through a fortuitous twist of fate, he had acquired that mysterious and formidable divine power, the grievances he had incurred with the Yang family, the assassination attempts he had survived, and how he had dealt with the assassins and ninjas. He also elaborated on the incident at Liu Island and his confrontation with Count Bloodshadow. Throughout this process, Xie Ruifeng maintained a gentle smile, his gaze warm and intently fixed upon Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan felt as though he were enveloped by an invisible scrutiny, as if he were being entirely laid bare. In truth, he was being seen through, for Xie Ruifeng possessed the remarkable ability of X-ray vision. Under his watchful eyes, Wang Zhan held no secrets. Even the golden and silver intertwining forces enveloping his heart were vividly apparent to Xie Ruifeng. As Wang Zhan narrated his experiences, the inquirers were wholly engrossed, leaving no detail overlooked. Whenever a question arose in their minds, they posed it promptly, their inquiries remarkably thorough. Yet, Wang Zhan responded with fluidity, his account coherent and logically structured, as it was not a fabrication, but rather an authentic recounting of events that had transpired in his life. He also presented the disc he had obtained from Baron Bloodshadow, only to discover later that the account had been deactivated when they attempted to log in again. It was evident that the old cat had uncovered some irregularities and had promptly canceled the Baroness account in the back end. Between the exchanges of questions and answers, time slipped away unnoticed, and 3 hours had elapsed before anyone realized. Xie Ruifeng and the other group leaders found no suspicious elements. Consequently, he instructed Xiao Li to accompany Wang Zhan for a meal, with plans to conduct several tests and registrations of his extraordinary abilities later. As Wang Zhan emerged slowly from the conference room, he immediately spotted Lu Lingyao patiently waiting outside, and he grasped her hand tightly in his own. In Lu Lingyao's eyes was a profound concern as she gently inquired, "How did the inquiry go?" Wang Zhan's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he replied, "It was nothing. I merely reiterated what I had previously discussed with you." Subsequently, under Xiao Li's guidance, the trio descended to the underground B2 level to prepare for their meal. Upon entering B2, one could distinctly sense that the ceiling was considerably higher than that of B3, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere experienced above. The air felt remarkably fresher and more invigorating. The dining area was brightly lit, with tables and chairs arranged neatly, creating a clean and comfortable environment. During the meal, Lu Lingyao and Xiao Li engaged in light-hearted chatter about everyday matters, resembling typical young women. Wang Zhan, seated nearby, was filled with curiosity. He yearned to uncover the inner workings of this enigmatic organization, including their operational methods and the existence of lesser-known superhumans. However, mindful that such inquiries might delve into confidential territory, he hesitated repeatedly and ultimately refrained from voicing his questions. After their meal, Xiao Li led Wang Zhan to the training and assessment facility located on B2. This expansive area was equipped with various advanced testing apparatus, radiating a sense of technological sophistication and athleticism. Here, Xiao Li organized a series of assessments for Wang Zhan, each graded on a scale from 1 to 7, with 7 representing the pinnacle of achievement in a given ability. The first assessment was an intelligence test, for which the staff provided Wang Zhan with several sets of papers. These encompassed a range of topics, including logical reasoning, mathematical computations, linguistic comprehension, and spatial visualization, all of considerable difficulty. Wang Zhan sat at a desk, fully focused as he began to tackle the questions. His gaze was intense and resolute, and his pen moved swiftly across the pages. In a short span, he completed a set of papers. Following a rigorous evaluation, the final results indicated that Wang Zhan's intelligence rated at level 6. Just 1 tier shy of the omniscient level 7. Such an achievement was sufficient to earn him the title of a super genius, garnering admiration from the staff present. Next, Wang Zhan approached a pressure machine for a strength assessment. He firmly planted his feet on the ground and exerted force against the apparatus above, resembling an unyielding mountain. As the machine progressively increased the load, pressure surged toward him like a tidal wave. Without transforming, his innate strength allowed him to lift an impressive weight of 1,000 pounds, far surpassing the capabilities of an average individual. However, as the pressure intensified, he began to feel overwhelmed, prompting him to swiftly transform into his silver form. In an instant, his body gleamed with a metallic silver sheen, and his strength surged dramatically. Ultimately, the strength measurement stabilized at approximately 5,000 pounds, with his power assessed at level 4. Chapter 31. Practical Evaluation upon completing the strength test. Wang Zhan entered an elliptical area featuring an 800-meter circular track, designated for speed testing. Gazing at the track before him, he turned to the tester and inquired, "Is flying permitted?" The tester affirmed that it certainly was. Wang Zhan pondered quietly to himself, recognizing that this was merely a preliminary test. There was no necessity to exert himself to attain optimal performance in every aspect. Thus, he opted not to transform, but instead directly employed the technique of gravitational flight. With a gentle lift of his feet from the ground, his body ascended gradually, and then, like an arrow released from its bow, he darted swiftly across the runway. Ultimately, the test results indicated that his speed reached 160 kilometers per hour, classified at level 3. In truth, had he transformed into his golden form and harnessed the divine power of the Great Peng's golden wings, his maximum speed could have achieved the velocity of light, elevating his speed classification to level 6, just shy of teleportation. Next came the defense capability assessment. Wang Zhan transformed once more into the silver form of his iron-clad physique, appearing as though adorned in an impenetrable silver armor, emanating a chilling aura. Under various powerful attack simulations, his defensive prowess was revealed to be astonishing, culminating in a final assessment of level 5. He speculated that had he assumed his golden form, bolstered by the formidable protective radiance, his defense level could potentially ascend by one more tier. Following this was the energy projection evaluation. Wang Zhan, in truth, lacked the innate ability to project energy. Without resorting to the skills of golden wind blades and the dawn's call available in his golden form, he could only manipulate metals of a certain weight for ranged attacks. Ultimately, he chose to manifest a short sword-shaped steel weapon, wielding it for his ranged offensive, which concluded with a final rating of level 2. The last segment was the combat skill assessment, to be conducted through a practical exercise with an extraordinary tactical investigator from the Special Operations Division, who would subsequently provide the conclusive rating. Lu Lingyao remained steadfastly by Wang Zhan's side, and upon seeing him emerge from the evaluation area, she hurriedly inquired with concern, "Are you tired?" Wang Zhan understood that Lu Lingyao's constant presence was a manifestation of her worry, fearing he might feel uncomfortable in this entirely unfamiliar environment. A slight smile graced his lips, revealing a tender expression as he softly replied, "It was merely a series of simple tests. I am not fatigued." Due to the highly confidential nature of the information regarding superpowered individuals, each assessment's data is immediately uploaded by the evaluators to the headquarters superpowered personnel management system to ensure the security and confidentiality of the information. Lu Lingyao was well aware of this protocol. Hence, despite her bubbling curiosity regarding Wang Zhan's assessment results, she refrained from asking. Turning her head slightly, Lu Lingyao's gaze fell upon the petite figure of Xiao Li, and with a hint of anticipation, she inquired, "Xiao Li, do you know who the evaluator is for today's practical examination?" Xiao Li was fully aware, as she had been the one to notify the evaluator personally. However, she refrained from giving a direct answer and playfully winked, teasing, "Oh, Lingyao, it's not quite convenient to disclose that right now. Once the test is over, you shall naturally find out." Lu Lingyao mused quietly to herself. It hardly seemed to be a state secret, so why the playful withholding? However, upon a moment's reflection, she decided it was of little consequence. Her inquiry was merely a product of curiosity, and the identity of the individual in question mattered not at all, for she had no intention of undertaking anything particularly momentous. Subsequently, Xiao Li personally escorted Wang Zhan to the combat training arena, then turned and exited, joining Lu Lingyao outside to await silently. Wang Zhan stepped into the training hall with measured confidence, where a middle-aged man had been waiting for some time. This man sported a head of dark red hair, which lent him an air of vitality. His short beard accentuated the resolute contours of his face, and his blue training attire clung closely to his physique, outlining his athletic build. Compared to the others he had encountered that day, Wang Zhan sensed an undeniable seriousness in this man's demeanor, exuding an aura of authority that was not to be underestimated. At first glance, Wang Zhan thought the man might not be particularly approachable, though his hairstyle was undeniably fashionable. The red-haired man spoke, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an innate command. "You are Wang Zhan?" Wang Zhan inclined his head slightly, responding with composed assurance, "Yes." The man's piercing gaze scrutinized Wang Zhan thoroughly before he slowly articulated, "I am the evaluator for your practical assessment today. The task ahead is simple. Unleash your full arsenal and strive to defeat me." With that, he stepped back a short distance, then turned to add, "You need not worry about causing any damage here. This facility is constructed from special materials and fortified with a powerful defensive magical array, capable of withstanding nuclear-level attacks. You may freely exhibit your most formidable techniques." Upon hearing the term nuclear level, Wang Zhan felt a renewed admiration for the exquisite design of the extraordinary Special Operations Headquarters. He advanced a few steps to stand in opposition to the man. The red-haired man patiently awaited Wang Zhan's strike. Yet Wang Zhan found himself pondering the appropriate level of intensity for this evaluation. Unprovoked, how could he impulsively launch an attack on a stranger? Noticing Wang Zhan's hesitation to initiate the confrontation, the red-haired man remarked, "If you do not strike, do not blame me for taking the first action." Unsure of his strategy, Wang Zhan nodded in acquiescence. "In that case, please, make your move." No sooner had he spoken than the man's right hand shot forward, unleashing a bolt of crimson lightning that surged toward Wang Zhan with the force of a tempest. Startled, Wang Zhan swiftly employed gravity manipulation, gliding to the left with the grace of a serpent, narrowly evading the assault. Internally, he felt a pang of concern. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed the ability to wield lightning. It was crucial to note that his own abilities were aligned with the metal element, which was inherently vulnerable to electricity. This assessment was proving to be far from straightforward. Chapter 32. Intense battle. The red-haired man offered Wang Zhan no respite, unleashing torrents of lightning like a rampaging dragon. Wang Zhan, akin to a nimble bird, darted swiftly across the arena, and in order to further enhance his speed, he did not hesitate to transform into his silver form. With flashes of movement, he adeptly evaded the fierce attacks of the red-haired man. Observing this, the man called out, "Youngster, mere evasion will not secure your victory." With that, he unleashed a torrent of surging lightning from his hands, instantaneously weaving a net of electric energy that obstructed Wang Zhan's path. Following this, he swiftly crouched, his leg muscles coiling like springs, and then leapt with astonishing force, soaring several dozen meters to reach Wang Zhan, who was still suspended in the air. He executed a powerful sweeping kick. Wang Zhan hurriedly raised his arms in defense, only to be caught off guard by the immense strength of his opponent, which sent him flying and crashing heavily against the wall of the training room. Fortunately, the magical barrier absorbed the impact, sparing the metal structure from damage. As Wang Zhan fell to the ground, he couldn't help but marvel at the formidable prowess of his adversary. However, what surprised him even more was the severity of the opponent's attack. Thus, he began to take the matter seriously, his gaze reflecting a resolute fighting spirit. With a low shout, Wang Zhan summoned a spear-shaped iron warrior, whose form was akin to a bolt of lightning, hurtling directly towards the red-haired man. The spear, resembling a dragon, lunged forth, but the red-haired man deftly evaded it with a flicker of movement. Wang Zhan quickly executed a sweeping strike, yet the red-haired man calmly parried. After several exchanges, it became evident to Wang Zhan that his opponent was equally a master of combat, possessing a physique that was remarkably robust, rivaling his own in strength, speed, and defense. Recognizing this, Wang Zhan did not hesitate to deploy a gravitational field, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that descended from above. Nevertheless, the red-haired man stood firm against this immense force, not budging an inch. In an instant, he flipped his hands, and two bolts of crimson lightning shot forth, striking Wang Zhan before he could evade, propelling him backward, his body crackling with arcs of red electricity, temporarily paralyzed by the shock. The red-haired man approached Wang Zhan, looking down upon him with a mocking smile. "With such meager strength, you aspire to be with Lu Lingyao? I find you utterly unworthy of her. It's quite disappointing." With that, he turned to leave the arena. Though Wang Zhan was briefly incapacitated, his ears remained acutely aware, and the words of his opponent pierced his heart like daggers. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a brilliant halo radiating from his heart, lifting him into the air, his entire form transformed into a resplendent golden sheen. His second form, the golden state, he had initially intended to concede, yet the earlier remarks had clearly struck a sensitive chord within him. With a voice imbued with determination and strength, Wang Zhan declared to the red-haired man. "Though I do not know who you are, I will give my all henceforth, striving not to disappoint you." The red-haired man, witnessing Wang Zhan's golden state, recognized that he was prepared to engage earnestly, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered within him. During the previous turmoil, both Lu Lingyao and Lu Zi had participated in the battle and had observed some of Wang Zhan's combat techniques. According to the regulations of the Extraordinary Special Operations Division, they were required to document the events that transpired on-site and upload information regarding any encountered superpowered individuals. Thus, the red-haired man had gained some insight into Wang Zhan's combat skills. He nodded approvingly and said, "Now that is more like it. Kulme, let me see just how much strength you possess." Wang Zhan unfurled his golden wings, unleashing a multitude of golden wind blades that surged forth like a tempest toward the red-haired man. Yet the man did not flinch. Instead, he crossed his arms before him, allowing the golden blades to strike his form. A brilliant display of red lightning arcs enveloped him, forming a protective shield that repelled the onslaught of golden wind blades. Wang Zhan's intuition hinted at a profound connection between this individual and Lu Lingyao. However, as the other had not disclosed anything, he refrained from pressing for answers. Given the man's expressed disappointment in him, Wang Zhan resolved to exert every ounce of his strength without reservation. The golden wind blades surged forth like a roaring tide, yet they failed to breach the man's rock-solid defense. With a steely resolve, Wang Zhan summoned forth a spear-shaped manifestation of his iron deity, channeling gravitational force. The spear shot forth with the swiftness of an arrow, propelled by immense power. The red-haired man, unfazed, slightly inclined his body and, with a grip as firm as iron, caught the spear effortlessly. His eyes scanned the weapon, revealing a hint of admiration. Wang Zhan could not suppress his astonishment. The man's formidable prowess evoked a striking resemblance to his previous encounter with the photon tyrant. Suddenly, Wang Zhan's right hand opened wide, and the long knife form of his iron deity materialized in his grasp, glistening with a cold sheen and exuding lethal intent. In that instant, the spear in the red-haired man's hand vanished without a trace. With unwavering determination, Wang Zhan charged forward, his blade raised once more. Empowered by his golden form, his speed intensified and his strength amplified. Each swing of his weapon sliced through the air with a resounding crack, as if intending to rend the very fabric of space. The two engaged in a fierce clash, a dazzling spectacle of blades and lightning. The red-haired man unleashed torrents of surging electricity reminiscent of a ferocious dragon. As it lunged toward Wang Zhan, undeterred, Wang Zhan summoned a divine light to encase his body, a resplendent golden radiance that shielded him from the oncoming storm of lightning. In this tumultuous exchange, the red-haired man found it challenging to gain a definitive advantage, resulting in a stalemate. After a brief bout, Wang Zhan and his opponent distanced themselves. With steely focus, he unleashed the dawn's resonance. In an instant, a wave of sound surged from his lips, crescendoing with an overwhelming force as it barreled toward the red-haired man. However, the red-haired man reacted with lightning speed, executing a swift retreat, evading the attack by a significant margin. Nevertheless, the sound waves impacted him like invisible blades, causing a profound discomfort, though not enough to render him disoriented. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a fierce bolt of lightning, resembling a colossal red serpent, imbued with an oppressive aura. Chapter 33. Father? Upon witnessing this, Wang Zhan immediately ceased the dawn's resonance and, without a moment's hesitation, activated his protective divine light to defend against the impending strike. The lightning struck upon the protective barrier like a furious dragon, with crimson arcs flitting about like agile serpents, emitting a piercing crackle. As soon as the red-haired man's feet touched the ground, a crimson sphere of energy coalesced in his right hand. This orb, radiant as a blazing flame, flickered with menacing red lightning, as if it harbored the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. The red-haired man's gaze was fierce as he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike. Wang Zhan swiftly maneuvered through the air, his form akin to a nimble bird. Yet, the crimson energy sphere seemed almost sentient, erupting into a violent explosion before it could touch him, releasing an overwhelming wave of flames that spread like a ferocious beast, intertwined with fierce bolts of lightning that shot forth like crimson arrows. Wang Zhan believed he had evaded the onslaught, but still found himself struck by the scattering lightning. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, akin to being pricked by countless fine needles. Fortunately, only a fraction of the bolts had struck him, sparing him from significant harm. He darted through the air, his movements as elusive as a phantom, desperately evading the red-haired man's attacks, while summoning a short sword-shaped steel weapon to strike back like a shadowy assassin of the night. However, the short sword's assaults proved utterly ineffective against his adversary. Realizing the futility of his attacks, Wang Zhan pondered inwardly, deciding that closing the distance to the red-haired man would limit his ability to unleash explosive techniques. Thus, he propelled himself towards his opponent without hesitation. However, the foe remained stoic, his hands moving with the grace of fluttering butterfly wings as he deftly executed intricate gestures. In an instant, a colossal red array materialized behind him, reminiscent of a vast, sky-covering tapestry. The intricate lines of the array intertwined like ancient, mystic runes, emanating a cold, eerie glow that whispered of forbidden knowledge and peril. Soon after, the array surged with light, unleashing multiple red energy spheres. These spheres, resembling burning red meteors with long, luminous tails, hurtled towards Wang Zhan with a terrifying force, accompanied by a shrill whistle that pierced the air, reminiscent of a death knell from the depths of hell, heralding imminent destruction. As these energy spheres detonated around Wang Zhan, searing waves of heat surged forth like a relentless tide, warping the very air they touched. Simultaneously, the red lightning slithered through the flames like a monstrous serpent, crackling with explosive sounds and unleashing devastating power. The entire area was engulfed in this horrific spectacle, casting it into a nightmarish realm of apocalyptic despair. Wang Zhan found himself caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, with no avenue of escape. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength within him in a desperate bid to withstand the overwhelming assault. His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve, his figure standing tall like a majestic mountain. However, the ferocity of the assault was overwhelming. Despite unleashing all his might, he ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of such immense power. Outside, Lu Lingyao and Shaoli awaited, and, as time progressed, the sounds of explosions erupted for the combat training room, reverberating like thunder and causing the very walls to tremble, as if they might be torn apart by the sheer force. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry and confusion, pondering why the practical test today was so intense, as if a heart-stopping battle for survival was unfolding within. In another office, Sierra Weifeng was engrossed in the surveillance feed, his eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. He murmured, "Old Lu is truly ruthless." He even resorted to his ultimate technique, the Crimson Flame Thunder. The surveillance of the training ground was directly linked to the offices of the section chief and deputy chief, allowing them to monitor the training at any moment. Before long, the door of the training room opened slowly, and a red-haired man stepped out, followed closely by Wang Zhan. At that moment, Wang Zhan's clothes were riddled with holes from the explosions, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Despite his reluctance, he had to concede that, in light of the formidable strength displayed by the red-haired man during the fierce battle, he was indeed no match for him at this point. Lu Lingyao paced anxiously outside, and upon seeing the two emerge, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she instinctively exclaimed, "Dad." Wang Zhan, stepping somewhat unsteadily, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lu Lingyao refer to the red-haired man as her father. He turned sharply to look at the man, his eyes widening like saucers, his mouth slightly agape as he repeatedly stammered, "Dad?" Although he had previously inferred a significant connection between the man and Lu Lingyao, he had never anticipated that this fearsome warrior would indeed be her father. Indeed, the red-haired man was Lu Yuanba, Lu Lingyao's father and the current head of the Extraordinary Special Operations Division, a figure of immense prestige and authority within the extraordinary realm. Upon hearing Wang Zhan's address, Lu Yuanba remarked, "Young man, refrain from calling me that so casually." Wang Zhan's face flushed crimson, his mouth fumbling for words, awkwardly blurting out, "Uncle," with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. At that moment, Lu Lingyao hurriedly approached, her hand supporting Wang Zhan with concern etched in her eyes. She turned to Lu Yuanba, her tone laced with a hint of reproach, "Dad, what did you do to my little Zhan? How could you be so harsh?" The endearment she used for Wang Zhan conveyed a sense of deep affection, as if he were her most treasured possession. My little Zhan. Lu Yuanba's expression darkened upon hearing his daughter's words, and he felt a vain throb on his forehead. He was taken aback by her unabashed declaration, especially with Xiao Li present beside them. With outsiders present, he could not voice his thoughts, merely shaking his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting the truth that a daughter of such stature cannot remain at home. Thus, he feigned composure and addressed Xiao Li, instructing Xiao Li, "Please take Wang Zhan to change into some proper attire and tidy himself up. Bring him to my office shortly. Lingyao, accompany me to the office. I have something to discuss with you." Xiao Li nodded in response. "Yes, Lu Ke." Lu Lingyao, with a hint of playfulness, insisted, "No, I want to go change clothes with Xiao Zhan first." Lu Yuanba feigned a serious demeanor, pretending to be stern. "No nonsense. This is an order, and you shall not indulge in childish whims." Yet, amidst his stern expression, a trace of indulgence for his daughter inadvertently shone through. Observing the exchange, Wang Zhan quickly interjected, "Lingyao, you haven't seen your uncle in quite some time. Surely, you have much to discuss. You go ahead, and I will join you shortly after I change." His voice was gentle yet resolute, exuding a reassuring strength. Lu Lingyao acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, and departed with Lu Yuanba. In Chapter 34, The Invitation, Xiao Li guided Wang Zhan into a room that was simply decorated yet fully functional. From the wardrobe, she retrieved a brand-new training uniform for male team members. Deep blue in color, crafted from sturdy yet comfortable material, adorned with a distinctive emblem of the Extraordinary Special Search Department on the left shoulder, a unique character representing extraordinary. Lu Lingyao followed Lu Yuanba into an office located on the basement level. The modest 10-square-meter room was arranged in a minimalist style, exuding an air of modernity. Lu Yuanba turned to her, his gaze imbued with warmth and anticipation. "You didn't come to see your father upon your return?" Lu Lingyao smiled gently, her tone laced with a hint of affection. "I was concerned you might be busy. I intended to wait until Xiao Zhan completed his test before visiting you. Yet, you surprised me with an early greeting." She playfully blinked and added, "What is this? An attempt to intimidate your future son-in-law?" Lu Yuanba's expression grew earnest. "This is the first boyfriend my precious daughter has brought home. I must ensure he is worthy." Lu Lingyao, brimming with confidence, inquired, "So, what do you think of my judgment?" Lu Yuanba nodded slightly. In terms of strength and character, he appears quite commendable. However, do not forget the customs of the Thunder God clan. The inheritor of the Thunder God lineage must endure the Thunder God's test in choosing a partner. Remember to refrain from any impropriety." Lu Lingyao smiled radiantly. "Rest assured, Dad. I've always held the clan's rules close to my heart. I believe Wang Zhan will certainly pass the Thunder God's test." Lu Yuanba shifted the conversation. "I hope so. Additionally, I wish for Wang Zhan to join the Extraordinary Special Search Department. What are your thoughts?" Lu Lingyao's eyes sparkled with surprise. "That would be splendid. With his capabilities, he is more than capable of fulfilling the duties of a special search officer." Yet, she added with a tone of respect, "Ultimately, it will depend on his own wishes. I will honor his choice." Lu Yuanba sighed inwardly, realizing that his daughter was utterly enamored with Wang Zhan, consistently prioritizing his needs above all else. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Lingyao, concerned that her father might further complicate matters for Wang Zhan, remarked, "Father, you must have read the incident report from Yanhai City, haven't you? Wang Zhan saved my life. Had it not been for him, you might never have seen me again." Lu Yuanba was certainly aware of this. When he saw his daughter hanging by a thread, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. The photon tyrant had received his just deserts. Otherwise, Lu Yuanba would have pursued that scoundrel to the ends of the earth. Understanding his daughter's intentions, he replied, "Did you not also rescue his sister? However, one matter does not negate another. I shall remember this debt of gratitude he owes you. Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for him." Before long, under the guidance of Xiao Li, Wang Zhan stood at the threshold of Lu Yuanba's office. With a series of crisp knocks echoing, Xiao Li's voice resonated from outside. "Lu Ku, Wang Zhan has arrived." Lu Yuanba's calm voice then called out, "Come in." He turned to Xiao Li and Lu Lingyao, saying, "You two may go about your business. I have some matters to discuss privately with Wang Zhan." Lu Lingyao understood that her father intended to address serious matters and obediently refrained from any mischief, exiting alongside Xiao Li. This was Wang Zhan's first face-to-face encounter with his future father-in-law, and he felt an undeniable sense of anxiety. Moreover, having just witnessed Lu Yuanba's formidable prowess. He now felt even more ill at ease. He found himself a loss, uncertain whether to address Lu Yuanba formally as Lu Ke, more affectionately as uncle. Sensing his hesitation, Lu Yuanba's demeanor softened considerably. With a smile, he said, "There are no outsiders here. You may call me uncle." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan promptly responded with respect. "Uncle Lu." Lu Yuanba nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "I have heard about your situation. Recently, Kyle, the son of the sun from the United States, came to Huagua, claiming that their island, Leo Island, was subjected to a terrorist attack. This was your doing, was it not?" A chill ran through Wang Zhan as he pondered Lu Yuanba's intent, yet he answered truthfully, "Yes." Lu Yuanba proceeded, "In the realm of superpowers, such occurrences are not particularly significant. As long as they have not apprehended anyone, we will certainly not proactively surrender you. Therefore, you should refrain from mentioning Leo Island to anyone. Let this matter remain an eternal secret." He paused briefly, then elaborated. "The rules in the world of superpowers differ slightly from those in the realm of ordinary individuals. For instance, several foreign superpowered individuals who committed crimes in our country have escaped to the United States, where they concoct various excuses to evade accountability, thereby eluding justice. This is evidently a form of protectionism. However, it is the reality of the superpowered world." Lu Yuanba spoke earnestly. "In this world, superpowered individuals are extraordinarily rare. It is not uncommon for one to be found among millions. Thus, these individuals represent an invaluable resource for any nation, especially those with formidable powers, provided they do not endanger the interests of the state and its people. They are regarded as immensely treasured talents in our country." Lu Yuanba lightly tapped the keyboard, diverting his gaze from the computer screen to Wang Zhan. With a solemn tone, he declared, "The results of your superpower assessment have emerged, and they reveal that you are an extraordinary individual endowed with remarkable abilities. Following deliberations within our extraordinary special search committee, we extend a sincere invitation for you to join our ranks, becoming one of the vital guardians of our great nation, Huagua." What are your thoughts on this? Upon the news of the Yinhai incident reaching us yesterday, coupled with Lu Zi's fervent commendation of Wang Zhan's capabilities, several leaders within the Extraordinary Special Search Committee began to consider the potential of recruiting this remarkable talent. Wang Zhan, momentarily taken aback, had initially anticipated merely undergoing a form of evaluation or inquiry today, never expecting to receive an invitation to join such a mysterious organization. Observing his reaction, Lu Yuanba elaborated, "Our organization operates under the aegis of the national security apparatus, embodying unwavering loyalty to Huagua and its citizens. Our approach is direct and efficient, eschewing bureaucratic formalities. I believe you will find this work to your liking. Moreover, we will grant you the status of a special operations officer, allowing you relative freedom in your actions. You will only be summoned when a mission arises." How does that sound to you? Still in a state of bewilderment, Wang Zhan contemplated the prospect of serving his country with a degree of autonomy. Truly a momentous opportunity. However, the suddenness of it all left him unprepared to make a decision, prompting him to request time for reflection. "I would like to discuss this with Lingyao and hear her perspective," he replied. Chapter 35. Special Operations. Lu Yuanba recognized Wang Zhan's need for contemplation and stated, "Lingyao will honor your choice, but I sense that deep down. She wishes for you to serve the nation. You have transitioned from an ordinary individual to a superpowered being by a twist of fate, perhaps indicating a greater purpose. As you are aware, Huagua is currently facing turbulent times, and we urgently require capable individuals. I shall grant you the night to ponder this, expecting your response by tomorrow. Additionally, I must remind you that all matters discussed here today are classified and must remain confidential." Wang Zhan nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will provide you with a prompt response." That evening, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao took refuge at the headquarters of the Extraordinary Special Search Committee. The underground second floor housed living quarters, and although Lu Lingyao's family possessed a residence in Kyoto, the recent tense situation had compelled Lu Yuanba to reside at the headquarters. Wang Zhan shared the news of his recruitment with Lu Lingyao, who expressed her unwavering respect for whatever decision he would make. Touched by her understanding and support, he felt a warmth in his heart. Subsequently, he settled into a contemplative state, pondering deeply for an extended period. He began to sense that his unexpected acquisition of supernatural powers was perhaps not mere coincidence, but rather a destiny preordained by fate. Protecting Huagua and its people felt like a sacred mission bestowed upon him, one he could not refuse. Moreover, he harbored a genuine fear of witnessing Lu Lingyao in peril again. If he were to assume the role of a special operations officer, he could rightfully stand alongside her, facing the unknown challenges together. This, undoubtedly, seemed to be the most prudent choice for him. The following morning, he eagerly confided his thoughts to Lu Yuanba. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanba's eyes gleamed with appreciation, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips as he warmly welcomed him in the esteemed family of the Extraordinary Special Search Department. Subsequently, Lu Yuanba summoned Xiao Li and instructed her to escort Wang Zhan to report to Deputy Section Chief Xie Ruifeng, who was the direct leader overseeing the headquarters Special Operations Team and Special Agents. Xie Ruifeng expressed genuine delight and a heartfelt welcome to Wang Zhan, leading to a remarkably harmonious conversation between the two. Despite being the second in command of the Extraordinary Special Search Department, Xie Ruifeng radiated a remarkably approachable demeanor, putting Wang Zhan at ease. Following this, the onboarding process proceeded in an orderly fashion, with all necessary materials being distributed to Wang Zhan. Once the onboarding was complete, Wang Zhan was poised to embark on a 3-day orientation training. This training was not merely to deepen his understanding of this bizarre and enigmatic world, but also to instill in him the rules and codes of conduct that every superpowered individual must adhere to. However, before the training could commence, an urgent directive arrived in the afternoon like a swift gale. It turned out that after extensive and meticulous investigation, the whereabouts of the mastermind behind the recent viral outbreak and terror attacks had been uncovered. Astonishingly, they were hiding on an offshore island of the neighboring nation known as the Little Sun, named by island. Although the terrorists had been completely neutralized, the ordinary citizens infected by the virus were still grappling with its torment, having yet to receive a definitive cure. This was a novel biochemical virus that, once contracted, stripped individuals of their reason, rendering them violently uncontrollable, akin to wild beasts. Presently, our nation lacked any vaccine or antidote for such a virus. Given the dire circumstances, the higher authorities made a swift decision to form a temporary special operations unit to urgently deploy to Bai Island. Their mission was to gather relevant viral data to provide crucial insights for the development of a cure and vaccine, as well as to completely eradicate the key figures of the terrorist organization on the island, thereby eliminating any future threats. The significance of this operation was immense, allowing no room for error. After careful deliberation, it was resolved that Xie Ruifeng, the Deputy Section Chief of the Extraordinary Special Search Department, would personally lead the expedition. The selection of team members was stringent and clearly defined. Candidates must possess flying capabilities to ensure a rapid withdrawal post-mission, avoiding encirclement by the enemy. Additionally, individuals with expertise in computer technology were required to swiftly acquire vital enemy intelligence in the complex battlefield environment, thereby bolstering the operation's success. However, at that moment, various action teams were engaged in critical alert duties across the nation, dealing with the aftermath of the terror attacks, leaving available personnel in short supply. Coincidentally, Wang Zhan was at headquarters and was an expert in computer technology, making him an ideal candidate for this mission. Thus, he was urgently summoned to join the team. In addition to Xie Ruifeng and Wang Zhan, the action team comprised 3 other members. The first individual is Lu Zi, a former colleague of Xie Ruifeng, both of whom were once part of the same special operations unit. Lu Zi possesses the remarkable ability of instantaneous movement, allowing her to appear behind her enemies in the blink of an eye, launching surprise attacks, an essential skill for assassination. The second is Linyu, known by the moniker Storm, who serves as the leader of the 5th Special Operations Group. During the Luyu Island incident, she had a brief encounter with Wang Zhan while in coastal Huagua, and she was present at the inquiry yesterday, although Wang Zhan did not recognize her at that time. The third is Duan Fei, a descendant of the Huagua Yuan clan, who is naturally endowed with the ability to transform and sprout wings for flight. He also participated in the liaison with Wang Zhan during the Luyu Island incident. Upon hearing that Wang Zhan was to partake in a special operation, Lu Lingyao expressed her eagerness to join her father, despite being unaware of the mission specifics. However, considering the overall strategic layout and the selection criteria for this operation, Lu Yuanba declined her request and instructed her to return to Yunhai City to ensure local safety and stability. The Special Operations Team swiftly assembled in full strength. Lu Yuanba personally attended the meeting, commencing with crucial operational directives. The primary objective is to obtain all pertinent data concerning the virus, which is of utmost importance. Secondly, to completely eradicate the ruthless terrorists, leaving no one behind. Furthermore, due to the unique and sensitive nature of this operation, strict confidentiality must be maintained with no leaks whatsoever. Upon concluding, he solemnly announced that this operation would be codenamed Operation Dog Hunt, urging everyone to act like tigers descending a mountain, unstoppable in their advance. Sierra Weifeng then approached, unveiling a detailed topographical map of Beihai, methodically indicating key positions and outlining specific arrangements. Observe here, this is the enemy's main stronghold. This is our route of attack. The mission is scheduled for tonight at 10 o'clock sharp. We shall depart punctually. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyao had already booked an evening flight directly to Yanhai. Seizing the brief interval before the operation, they shared a brief yet profoundly emotional farewell. Concern filled Lu Lingyao's eyes as she grasped Wang Zhan's hand tightly, repeatedly urging him, "This is your first time undertaking such a mission. You must adhere to the arrangements and prioritize your safety. Return safely." Wang Zhan reciprocated her grip, his gaze resolute yet gentle. "Rest assured, I will. You must also take care of yourself and remain safe." Chapter 36. Landing on the island at precisely 10 o'clock that night. The night sky enveloped the city like a vast black curtain, heavy and foreboding. The team members stood ready, their postures erect and their eyes radiating determination and bravery. Fully equipped, they resembled warriors poised to embark on the battlefield, exuding an aura of fierce resolve. Wang Zhan, clad in a black combat suit, appeared as a specter in the shadows, enigmatic and austere. Adorning the back of his head was a uniquely designed metallic apparatus, its sleek lines embodying advanced technology, snugly fitting against him as if it were an extension of his being. This was a high-tech marvel he had never encountered before, capable of maintaining real-time communication with teammates and transforming into night vision goggles and a gas mask when needed. Behind him was a black backpack, crafted from exceptionally robust premium aluminum alloy, exuding an air of remarkable durability. Within it lay a supercomputer and a case for test tubes, undeniably essential tools for the impending mission. Beside him stood Duan Fei, with a short stick protruding from his back and a dagger sheathed at his waist. In his grasp was a specially designed sniper rifle, its lines sharp and defined, radiating a chilling aura, while a bandolier of large bullets adorned his shoulder and his waist was festooned with explosives, presenting an imposing figure. Ahead, Sierra Weifeng approached with a light load, armed only with a keen dagger, embodying efficiency and precision. Lin Yu was similarly unencumbered by heavy weaponry, her back housing a long sword, exuding elegance and valor. Lu Zi mirrored this, carrying her own long sword, the Thunderblade, along with an additional dagger, epitomizing the spirit of a formidable woman. As the enormous elevator descended gradually, it finally opened to reveal a mid-sized black van with a weathered exterior and opaque windows. Sierra Weifeng boarded first, followed closely by the others. The moment the doors closed, the interior lights illuminated, and Wang Zhan was astonished to discover that despite its aged appearance, the interior was pristine, equipped with top-tier components. Even a seemingly ordinary glass was of bulletproof caliber. The elevator doors closed once more, ascending slowly to the surface. The driver then maneuvered the vehicle out of the Hongmeng New Material Technology Research Center. Wang Zhan, who had been blindfolded upon arrival, was seeing the exterior of the base for the first time. He mused that the headquarters was indeed well concealed, presenting itself as an ordinary tech company. Yet the stringent security measures were warranted given its involvement in advanced technologies. Throughout the journey, conversation was sparse, the vehicle traveling swiftly, and approximately 3 hours later, the van arrived at a secluded dock. After some maneuvering, the group eventually boarded a small submarine. It was Wang Zhan's first experience on a submarine, filling him with curiosity and anticipation, while the others appeared quite accustomed to the setting. This was a state-of-the-art submarine developed by Huagua, primarily designed for extraordinary special operations. Its greatest advantages lay in its speed and stealth, capable of reaching velocities of 2,000 miles per hour, dubbed a rocket in the water. Its advanced technology resided in its construction and propulsion system, enabling it to evade all radar detection, rendering it undetectable to adversaries. Wang Zhan marveled inwardly, astonished at Huagua's technological prowess, which had evidently surpassed the world's advancements, unbeknownst to the outside world. In scarcely an hour, the submarine silently approached the coastal waters of the small island nation of Bihai. The night was as dark as ink, enveloped in silence. Save for the soft murmurs of the sea in the darkness, the submarine slowly ascended, surfacing partially as silhouettes emerged sequentially from the hatch above. Gazing into the distance of Bihai, it resembled an emerald embedded in the azure sea, partially obscured by gossamer mist, lending it an air of mystery and solemnity. The outline of the island is gracefully shaped by undulating low hills, which, though not towering into the clouds, are arranged with a natural elegance that exudes a robust beauty. Particularly striking is the dormant volcano that stands at the heart of the island, its dome softened and smoothed by the passage of time. The occasional wisp of smoke curling from its summit seems to whisper the Earth's deep slumber, silently recounting tales of its past fervor and strength. At the foot of the mountain, an open expanse has been cleverly designated as a military stronghold, presenting a stark contrast to the surrounding natural landscape. The military base, nestled against the mountains and near the water, has ingeniously utilized the terrain's advantages to construct a formidable defense system. Rows of orderly barracks and warehouses are concealed among the verdant trees, providing both camouflage and the convenience of rapid deployment. At the edge of the base, several radar towers rise into the sky like vigilant eyes, constantly on guard against the movements in the vicinity. On the helipad of the base, a fleet of fighter jets stands in silent formation, their silver-gray bodies gleaming with a cold brilliance under the sun, symbolizing the aerial might of the island. Not far away, several warships lie quietly at anchor in the harbor, their massive hulls merging with the sea, revealing only the imposing bridge and neatly arranged gun barrels. A testament to their maritime supremacy. Xie Ruifeng, endowed with the powers of X-ray vision and night vision, has activated only the mask mode. Clad in a sleek black combat suit with a dagger secured at his waist, with a gentle leap, he ascends into the air, gliding silently over the sea towards the island like a specter of the night. Lu Zi, alongside her remaining teammates, also engages her night vision goggles and mask mode. Though she lacks the ability to soar through the skies, she possesses the skill of teleportation. With a focused gaze, she locks onto a hidden location on the island. And in the blink of an eye, a flash of purple lightning lingers momentarily before she stands firmly on the island. Wang Zhan employs his gravity-controlling abilities, rising slowly and serenely skimming the sea's surface. Linyu, gifted with the power to manipulate the wind, elegantly sweeps her sleeve, riding the breeze with an ethereal grace as she approaches the island at the same level. Duan Fei shakes his shoulders lightly, and a pair of magnificent wings unfurls from his back, resembling a grand eagle taking flight. He gently flaps his wings, the gusts of wind creating a whirlwind around him as he too glides towards the island. Once everyone has departed, the submarine descends once more, sinking into the profound depths of the ocean before making its swift return. For the team, however, the return journey no longer necessitates a submarine, as each possesses the ability to make their own escape. Soon, all team members have successfully landed on the island, according to the meticulously devised operational plan. A tense yet orderly mission quietly commences. Xie Ruifeng, like a phantom of the night, stealthily approaches the enemy's monitoring room, leveraging his exceptional concealment abilities and observational prowess. His steps are light, each one precisely avoiding potential blind spots, with a clear objective to seize control of the monitoring room and sever the enemy's gaze. Following his landing, Wang Zhan swiftly reunites with Lu Zi. Their formidable mission was to infiltrate the enemy's core experimental base and steal the highly classified viral research data. Linyu moved like an ethereal sprite through the dense forest, deftly utilizing the cover of the trees to stealthily approach the vicinity of the signal tower on Bai Island. Once the battle commenced, she would not hesitate to dismantle the communication facilities, plunging Bai Island's signal system into chaos and severing its links with the outside world. Duan Fei, transformed into a keen hunter, began a meticulous reconnaissance of the island. His gaze was sharp, leaving no corner unexamined where heavy equipment could be concealed. Aircraft, vessels, and towers, these critical combat assets on the island were his targets. He contemplated the most effective means to strike at these assets, laying the groundwork for ultimate victory. Chapter 37. Infiltrating the laboratory, Xie Ruifeng moved with an enchanting grace, skillfully navigating through by island's tight defense network, flawlessly evading the vigilant eyes of sentries atop the watchtowers and the patrols of soldiers. Each step he took balanced delicately on the precipice of safety and peril, ultimately allowing him to reach the heavily guarded building unscathed. His unique ability to see through material barriers rendered the prospect of an ambush almost trivial, revealing all potential dangers. He silently entered the building's first floor, his gaze swiftly locking onto the location of the monitoring room. Through the walls, he discerned 5 personnel fully engrossed in the monitoring screens, vigilant to every nuance of movement on the island. However, the thick door of the monitoring room required either fingerprint recognition or a password for entry. A force breach would undoubtedly trigger an alarm and disrupt their carefully laid plans. Yet, he exhibited no signs of panic. With a slight closure of his eyes, he focused his mind, fingertips gently pressing against his temple as if engaging in a silent dialogue with his brain. In an instant, a powerful energy surged from his brainwaves, releasing an almost imperceptible wave that quietly spread throughout the room. His unique ability of mental hypnosis, a mysterious power capable of subtly influencing the consciousness of others. Inside the monitoring room, the previously focused staff were suddenly besieged by an inexplicable wave of drowsiness, their eyelids growing heavy as though laden with lead. They exchanged confused glances, but this bewilderment was swiftly consumed by an overwhelming fatigue. In a moment, the 5 succumbed to a profound slumber, leaving the monitoring room enveloped in silence. Save for the faint hum of electronic devices, Xie Ruifeng flickered into the thick shadows, whispering into the earpiece of his communication device. The monitoring room is under control. Number 2 and Number 5 proceed immediately. In this intricately orchestrated operation, each team member had been assigned a number to maintain operational secrecy. Xie Ruifeng was designated as Number 1, Lu Zi as Number 2, Lingyao as Number 3, Duan Fei as Number 4, and Wang Zhan as Number 5. At this moment, Xie Ruifeng summoned Lu Zi and Wang Zhan, instructing them to infiltrate the bacterial research base as per their plan. On the other end of the radio, Lu Zi and Wang Zhan promptly responded with succinct yet resolute affirmations. Received. At this moment, Lu Zi and Wang Zhan had stealthily positioned themselves at the periphery of the laboratory area. This location, chosen specifically for its distance from the residential quarters of station personnel due to the high-risk nature of the virus research, appeared at first glance to be an unremarkable warehouse, guarded by merely 2 sentries. However, the Extraordinary Special Operations Unit had long since unveiled the facade. This seemingly ordinary warehouse concealed a clandestine laboratory for the terrorist nefarious biological experiments. After receiving an urgent directive from Xie Ruifeng, the 2 moved like phantoms in the night, silently advancing toward the laboratory. Wang Zhan's gaze was intense as he wielded his short sword, which glimmered like a silver specter, inching toward one of the guards. Suddenly, Lu Zi sprang into action, her movement as elusive as a wraith, instantaneously appearing behind a laboratory guard. Her motions were both light and swift. With her left hand, she muffled the guard's mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound, while her right hand wielded a sharp dagger that swiftly slashed across his throat. Before any blood could spill, the guard was lifeless. The entire sequence executed with impeccable precision. The guard across the way, witnessing this sudden turn of events, widened his eyes in terror. Just as he raised his weapon to shoot at Lu Zi, a short sword appeared from seemingly nowhere, poised at his throat. The dagger, exceedingly sharp and glinting coldly, made a swift incision, and he fell to the ground without even a cry. The steel phantom, having completed its lethal task, vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Wang Zhan quickly approached from a nearby position, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Zi, and the 2 nodded in silent agreement. They then stealthily approached the warehouse's heavy door, which resembled a formidable fortress, its soundproofing so effective that one could scarcely hear any noise from within. Moreover, the entrance was secured by dual access methods, either through facial recognition or by the guard inside. Wang Zhan closed his eyes, honing his focus, and employed his mental perception ability. Gradually, a vivid image of the area beyond the door materialized in his mind, allowing him to distinctly sense the presence of 2 guards waiting just inside. The warehouse was divided into 2 levels, each populated by several sentinels. He relayed the intricate details of the situation to Lu Zi, and the two swiftly convened to strategize in hushed tones. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Wang Zhan took a deep breath and once more invoked his mental perception and control abilities. His hands lifted slightly, as if manipulating invisible threads, causing the metallic components of the door lock to tremble under his command. With a soft click, the door began to open slowly. The two guards inside, hearing the sound, exchanged puzzled glances. According to protocol, there should have been an audible prompt for facial recognition. Yet this time there was only silence. As they stood to investigate, the door cracked open, and Lu Zi surged through like an arrow released from a bow. Her speed was breathtaking, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. With a single, precise stroke, she severed the throat of one guard, who collapsed instantly, lifeless. As another guard beheld the scene, terror surged within him, prompting him to raise his firearm towards Lu Zi, his finger frantically pressing the trigger. However, the gun remained silent, for Wang Zhan had already employed his metallic manipulation abilities to jam the weapon's internal components, rendering the trigger inoperable. Lu Zi afforded the guard no respite. She flickered into his presence and swiftly severed his throat with a single stroke. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Without hesitation, Lu Zi hurled her dagger at the nearest individual, striking true to his face, before unsheathing her lightning sword and instantly appearing before another foe. Lu Zi exhibited remarkable speed. Within her line of sight, whether above or below, the guards appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter, each dispatched in less than a second. Upon swiftly closing the door behind him, Wang Zhan entered to witness this spectacle, his heart swelling with admiration for Lu Zi's prowess. Although he was already aware of her extraordinary abilities, witnessing her skill firsthand left him profoundly astounded. Chapter 38. All-out combat at this moment. Wang Zhan's gaze fell upon several rooms on the first floor of the warehouse, leaving him momentarily stunned. The ground level of the warehouse housed an alarming number of mutated beings, each grotesque in form. Some resembled dog-headed creatures, prowling on all fours and emitting low, guttural growls. Others had transformed arms into crab-like pincers, snapping menacingly. And still others bore the likeness of sharks, their gaping maws revealing rows of sharp teeth. Upon noticing the intrusion, they pounded against the glass of their enclosures. Fortunately, the warehouse's reinforced walls and soundproofing had mitigated the cacophony, or else the horrifying sounds of the mutants would have already alerted those outside. With the mission's gravity weighing on him, Wang Zhan had no time for contemplation. Drawing a deep breath, he leaped towards the laboratory on the second floor. There were several labs, and his eyes quickly scanned the area, honing in on the largest one. He believed it concealed the crucial information for their assignment. Suddenly, a door on the second floor creaked open, capturing the attention of both Lu Lingyao and Wang Zhan. A short figure clad in ninja garb emerged, a katana slung across his back. He bore no mask, revealing an aged visage, his white hair neatly tied at the back. This individual was known as Feng Tairang, nicknamed the Ninja Emperor, a master of the Dark Knight organization. Upon spotting Wang Zhan and Lu Zi, the Ninja Emperor's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly hurled several shurikens towards them. Wang Zhan reacted with remarkable speed, immediately summoning a shield-shaped steel weapon to deflect the attack. Simultaneously, Lu Zi darted forward like a bolt of lightning, materializing behind the ninja. The Ninja Emperor was equally swift. He formed a seal with his hands, and in the next instant, he vanished to another location. One of his signature techniques, the shadow clone technique, allowing him to shift positions through shadows. Lu Zi turned to Wang Zhan and declared, "I will handle him. You focus on the task at hand." Wang Zhan nodded and continued towards the largest laboratory, utilizing his mental perception and control abilities to manipulate the door open. As the Shadow Emperor observed Wang Zhan preparing to enter the laboratory, his duty to safeguard this location compelled him to swiftly hurl several shurikens toward Wang Zhan. In an instant, Lu Zi interposed herself before Wang Zhan, wielding her lightning sword. The luminous blade entwined with purple arcs of electricity. With a decisive strike, she cleaved the shurikens in twain. Subsequently, Lu Zi flashed to confront the Shadow Emperor, who rapidly drew a gleaming katana from his back, engaging her in an intense battle. Wang Zhan successfully entered the laboratory, where an autopsied human corpse lay upon the examination table, appearing more akin to a grotesque mutation, a sight most chilling. He promptly removed his backpack and extracted a supercomputer and disk, connecting them to the laboratory's mainframe. For Wang Zhan, the login password was hardly a challenge. Before long, he infiltrated the computer system, commencing a rapid download of all data housed within the laboratory. Simultaneously, he noted a refrigeration unit within the lab, containing test tubes filled with liquids of various hues. Cautiously, he selected several differently colored vials and placed them into his test tube case. Outside, the Shadow Emperor chanted an incantation, conjuring a fireball with a flick of his wrist. Undeterred, Lu Zi shattered the fireball with a single stroke of her sword. In a flash of blade light, a bolt of purple lightning surged toward the Shadow Emperor, who narrowly evaded its strike. After exchanging several blows, the Shadow Emperor recognized his inability to defeat Lu Zi in the immediate term. He swiftly adjusted his angle and hurled a shuriken toward a nearby alarm button at the entrance. Instantaneously, several red alarm lights within and outside the warehouse blazed alive, accompanied by the jarring sound of sirens that shattered the tranquility of the night. The alarm roused the personnel resting in the dormitory area of the base, who swiftly donned their attire and seized their weapons, rushing toward the exit. Lu Zi, seizing the moment, communicated via her intercom to her teammates. "We have been compromised. There is a skilled adversary in the laboratory. I am holding them off. Number 5, Wang Zhan, has entered the lab." Xie Ruifeng, concealed in a shadowy corner, immediately issued a command upon receiving the report. All team members, engage and eliminate the target. He then hastened to the entrance of the monitoring room and shattered the keypad lock with a single punch. Besides his ability to fly, Xie Ruifeng possessed invulnerability and immense strength. With just a few strikes, he demolished the lock, bursting into the monitoring room. Several individuals, deeply asleep, were jolted awake. They stood no chance against Xie Ruifeng's assault, each being dispatched with a single punch. Afterward, Xie Ruifeng wreaked havoc on the core components of the monitoring system, rendering it completely inoperative. Without delay, he exited the monitoring room, as hurried footsteps echoed from above, indicating a substantial number of adversaries approaching. With resolute determination, Xie Ruifeng stood firm, akin to a towering mountain, ready to intercept those who would traverse his path. In an instant, enemies surged forth like a relentless tide, their laser guns unleashing a frenzied barrage, weaving a deadly web of searing light directed towards Xie Ruifeng. Yet, Xie Ruifeng stood resolute like a war deity, neither evading nor flinching amidst the hail of gunfire. His form was agile and swift. Each strike was precise and fierce, with the wind from his fists howling and his legs darting like lightning, causing enemies to fall before him, their cries piercing the air. Simultaneously, Lingyao and Duan Fei surged forth like two unsheathed swords, launching an unparalleled assault towards their respective targets. Lingyao, graceful in her movements, wielded her long blade with the swiftness of the wind, executing her signature technique, the Sky Rift Slash. Sharp blades of wind erupted from her weapon, resembling a rampaging dragon as they swept towards the island's base station. The wind blades sliced through steel, leaving behind neat and smooth gashes, causing the base station to topple like harvested wheat, instantly transforming into a desolate ruin. On the other hand, Duan Fei proceeded with meticulous precision. He calmly pressed the remote for the timed explosives he had earlier placed at critical locations. In an instant, several warships, aircraft, and towers erupted into explosions, the thunderous sounds reverberating as flames soared into the sky. Subsequently, Duan Fei's form trembled, and a pair of colossal wings unfurled from his back as he leaped into the air. Confronted with vital locations yet to be rigged with explosives, he slowly raised his specially crafted sniper rifle, its cold barrel radiating an aura of boundless power. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of high-caliber bullets, each laden with potent explosives that detonated upon impact, igniting blinding flames and billowing smoke, utterly annihilating those key positions. In a heartbeat, the American military base was plunged into chaos, flames illuminating the night sky. The incessant sounds of machine gun fire, explosions, and anguish screams coalesced into a symphony of death. Chapter 39. The emergence of a formidable foe within the laboratory of the warehouse. The Ninja Emperor attempted several times to approach the laboratory just entered by Wang Zhan. only to be obstructed by Lu Zi. A glint of cunning flashed in the Shadow Emperor's eyes as his fingers swiftly formed seals, murmuring incantations. Invoking one of his signature techniques, the Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, no fewer than 10 clones appeared around him, darting forth like phantoms, emanating a chilling aura as they surged towards Lu Zi. Seeing this, Lu Zi's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain as she secretly chuckled. How fortuitous! Unyielding, she quickly formed her own seals, vibrant purple lights flickering at her fingertips. Suddenly, behind her, no fewer than 10 clones emerged after a flash of purple lightning, their forms elegant yet radiating formidable strength. This was one of her signature techniques, known as the Purple Shadow Mirage. Thus, the relatively spacious area suddenly felt crowded. The two sides' clones clashed like well-trained armies, engaging in fierce combat. The glint of blades and the impact of fists echoed around them. In terms of combat prowess, both were among the elite warriors. Their movements were as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Without the usage of any additional techniques, the outcome of their duel remained too close to call. The avatars engaged in battle suffered mutual casualties. When the Shadow Monarch's doppelganger perished, it dissipated into a swirling mass of black mist, permeating the air with an eerie aura. Conversely, when Lu Zi's avatar was vanquished, it erupted into a flash of violet lightning, which then ricocheted and shattered the Shadow Monarch's remaining doppelganger. Upon reflection, it became evident that Lu Zi's shadowy duplicates had the upper hand. While the tumultuous combat raged on, Sierra Wafeng had already propelled the skirmish from within the building to its exterior. Despite facing a multitude of armed soldiers, they proved utterly ineffectual against Sierra Wafeng, who possessed a physique of iron and bronze, extraordinary flight capabilities, and immense strength. He charged through them like a ferocious lion amidst a flock of sheep, leaving a trail of fallen foes and anguished cries in his wake. As Sierra Wafeng relentlessly eliminated adversaries with overwhelming force, a colossal figure suddenly vaulted from afar, hurtling toward him like a massive meteor, exuding an imposing aura. Upon closer inspection, Sierra Wafeng was taken aback to discover a bear-like humanoid covered in shaggy brown fur. Clearly a mutant. This mutant, known as Luke and nicknamed Iron Bear, had merged the genes of a grizzly bear and an armored beast, enabling him to transform into a bear-human hybrid. In this form, his strength surged, his defenses became formidable, and his leaping ability was astonishing. He charged towards Sierra Wafeng like a moving mountain, delivering a punch that conjured a fierce gust of wind. Unfazed, Sierra Wafeng swiftly raised his arm to block the blow, absorbing the impact. The resultant sound of the collision echoed, and he staggered back several paces, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath him, a testament to the foe's might. A seasoned warrior, Sierra Wafeng quickly retaliated, leaping forward to strike Iron Bear. Rather than confront him head-on, Iron Bear adeptly seized Sierra Wafeng's arm, pivoting slightly to execute a shoulder throw. With a background in wrestling, this maneuver was second nature to him, executed with remarkable fluidity. Sierra Wafeng found himself unexpectedly grounded, caught off guard by the agility of this seemingly colossal opponent, prompting a surge of caution within him. Iron Bear wasted no time, rolling over and ensnaring Sierra Wafeng in a constricting hold akin to that of a robust serpent. His arms tightened around Sierra Wafeng's throat with astonishing force. Although impervious to blades and bullets, Sierra Wafeng found the grip of Iron Bear quite distressing as his breathing became labored. Struggling to break free proved futile against Iron Bear's overwhelming strength. In a moment of desperation, he concentrated his energy and quietly activated his mysterious skill of mental hypnosis. Instantly, an invisible force radiated from his brow, expanding outward like ripples on water. Iron Bear felt an inexplicable drowsiness wash over him, as if a great weight pressed upon his eyelids, rendering each blink a Herculean effort. His vision began to blur, veiled by an ethereal haze. As his mind grew increasingly foggy, and the grip on Sierra Wafeng slackened involuntarily. Sensing the sudden alleviation of pressure around his neck, Sierra Wafeng's heart surged with hope. He resembled a nimble cheetah, seizing the fleeting opportunity with remarkable swiftness. One hand gripped Iron Bear's robust arm with the strength of iron, while the other swiftly encircled Iron Bear's neck. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow. In midair, Xie Ruifeng's form twisted with an ethereal grace, his hands firmly clutching Iron Bear. Leveraging the inertia of his rotation, he summoned all his strength and hurled Iron Bear downward like a colossal cannonball, plummeting directly towards the ground. His movements were both rapid and fierce, accompanied by sharp, whistling wind. Although Iron Bear soon regained his senses, he found himself helplessly suspended in the air, with no means of escape. As they descended rapidly, he could only hear the wind howling past him, his body entirely devoid of control, akin to a heavy stone hurtling towards the earth. Suddenly, a figure clad in black attire and wearing a devilish mask materialized like a phantom, soaring through the air. With the swiftness of lightning, he reached Iron Bear's side just as he was about to crash into the ground, catching him deftly and placing him down safely. In an instant, he lunged at Xie Ruifeng with astonishing speed. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their fists slicing through the air and legs intertwining. Their strengths were evenly matched, both possessing formidable resilience and the ability to fly with immense power. Each collision released a tremendous force, distorting the surrounding air. Iron Bear, still intent on confronting Xie Ruifeng, was suddenly met with a sharp blade of wind descending from above, akin to a razor-sharp sword. Alarmed, he raised his arm in defense. A chilling sound echoed as a shallow gash appeared on his arm. He looked skyward to see a short-haired woman riding the wind, clad in a black combat suit. She exuded an air of formidable power, her goggles and mask obscuring her features, yet unable to conceal the formidable aura that surrounded her. This was none other than the newly arrived Lu Lingyao. Meanwhile, Duan Fei stood like a stoic war god, his fingers steady on the trigger. Each bullet he fired infused with his fury and determination, raining down upon his foes. However, as time wore on, the ammunition in his possession dwindled perilously low. At that moment, his gaze caught an unusual sight. A birdman with enormous wings was hurtling towards him with alarming speed. The creature, akin to a demon emerging from the abyss, unfurled its wings, conjuring a tempest. Duan Fei's heart tightened as he swiftly raised his sniper rifle, unhesitatingly firing his last bullet. The projectile shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the sky towards the birdman. Chapter 40. 1 against 2, yet the adversary's speed was far too formidable. Tracing an uncanny arc in the sky and effortlessly evading Duan Fei's attack. The birdman resembled a ferocious giant eagle, its wings flapping violently, each stroke generating a powerful gust that made the surrounding air whistle ominously. He wielded a gleaming, formidable blade, broad and heavy, seemingly capable of severing any obstacle in its path, advancing swiftly towards Duan Fei. Upon witnessing this, Duan Fei's gaze remained devoid of any trepidation. With decisive swiftness, he discarded his sniper rifle, and in a flash, drew forth a short staff from behind, while simultaneously retrieving a dagger from his waist. His movements were deft and fluid, aligning the two weapons seamlessly. Then, with a gentle twist and a powerful flick, he instantaneously transformed the staff and dagger into a resplendent spear. The spear shimmered coldly under the moonlight, emanating a fierce aura. Undeterred, he charged directly at the colossal avian figure soaring above. This behemoth, a mutant known as Swolo, bore the moniker of the Golden Eagle. Infused with the genes of a giant eagle, he possessed formidable wings, sturdy and powerful, seemingly capable of supporting the expanse of the sky. With immense strength, he wielded a gigantic cleaver, its blade extending over a person's length, sharp enough to emit a chilling gleam. His feet had morphed into enormous talons, akin to sharp iron hooks. The two soon engaged in a fierce confrontation. The spear and cleaver clashed violently, producing a resounding clang that reverberated through the heavens like thunder. Sparks flew, resembling two meteors colliding in the sky, as their figures wove through the air, akin to two great birds embroiled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, within the laboratory battlefield, Lu Zi was locked in an intense duel with a ninja emperor, the situation precarious. Suddenly, the laboratory door was flung open from the outside, and two figures hurriedly entered. One was a petite woman with black hair, evidently from a small nation, adorned with a sharp dagger at her waist that exuded a chilling aura. The other was a disheveled foreign elder, whose towering, robust frame belied his advanced age, maintaining an imposing presence. The woman, named Misaki, known as the Poison Spider, initially appeared somewhat attractive, yet in an instant, Her visage contorted grotesquely, morphing into that of a monstrous spider, with two sharp, venomous fangs protruding menacingly from her mouth. She initiated the assault, her hands moving with the agility of a spider's legs, extending and retracting as she launched a barrage of tiny bony spines from her palms. These spines, as slender as needles, turned pitch black upon detachment, clearly laced with potent venom. It was revealed that she too was a mutant, a combat machine engineered by the elderly man beside her, akin to the Iron Bear and Golden Eagle. The elder, an American named Victor, known as the Mad Doctor, was a master of genetic modification. The horrific virus that erupted in Huagua had originated from his experiments, a virus dubbed the rabies virus. Observing the unfolding scene, he refrained from rushing into the fray, instead calmly securing the door behind him, intent on trapping everyone within the laboratory for a grand spectacle of entrapment. Facing the poison spider's onslaught, Lu Zi exhibited no fear. She extended her left hand forward, unleashing a dazzling purple lightning bolt that struck down several of the venomous needles. Observing this, the poison spider waved her right hand, sending forth a mass of white substance that rapidly expanded, ultimately unfurling into a massive spider web, descending ominously upon Lu Zi. Lu Zi reacted swiftly, wielding the Thunderlight sword, the blade flashing like lightning, cleaving the spider silk in two. Fortunately, this sword was no ordinary weapon. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to sever the incredibly resilient web. At that moment, the Ninja Emperor seized the opportunity to launch an attack, casting shurikens that rained down upon Lu Zi, caught in the crossfire of her two adversaries. Lu Zi appeared somewhat overwhelmed, relying solely on her blink ability to evade while seeking a chance to counterattack. In the midst of this fierce battle, Wang Zhan emerged from the depths of the laboratory, a black backpack slung over one shoulder. He was taken aback to find that Lu Zi had yet to deal with a ninja and now faced two formidable opponents. Upon seeing Wang Zhan, Lu Zi instantly blinked to his side and urgently inquired, "What's the situation?" Wang Zhan nodded slightly, indicating that he had everything under control. Upon seeing this, Lu Zi immediately snatched Wang Zhan's backpack, saying, "Hold on for a moment." With that, she vanished in the laboratory in a flash. The Ninja Emperor, noticing Lu Zi's attempt to escape, swiftly unleashed a fireball technique, a massive sphere of flames charging toward Wang Zhan with searing intensity. Unfazed, Wang Zhan transformed into a silver form, radiating a dazzling metallic sheen, akin to a descending war deity. With a swift motion of his right hand, his steel weapon morphed into a long sword, cleaving the fireball in half, sparks flying and illuminating the laboratory in an instant. Witnessing this, the Ninja Emperor and Poison Spider launched a vigorous assault against Wang Zhan. Undeterred, he faced both adversaries with unwavering resolve. However, both opponents were masters in their own right, and the Ninja Emperor kept Wang Zhan tightly engaged, preventing him from splitting his focus. At that moment, Poison Spider seized the chance to slip into the laboratory, intent on locating Lu Zi. However, she soon burst out of the laboratory, exclaiming, "The person has vanished," cleverly capitalizing on the opening created by Wang Zhan. Lu Zi swiftly activated the purple flash portal, a flash of violet light enveloping her as she leaped in, disappearing from her original location. When she reappeared, she had already returned to the soil of Huagua. Upon hearing Poison Spider's words, the Mad Doctor narrowed his eyes into slits, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face, quickly replaced by an inferno of rage. He bellowed, "Capture that person alive. I shall personally flay this band of thieves." Thus, the Ninja Emperor and Poison Spider attacked Wang Zhan with even greater ferocity, akin to two frenzied beasts. As Poison Spider distracted Wang Zhan, the Ninja Emperor rapidly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Suddenly, the shadows on the ground seemed to come alive, transforming into black tentacles that ensnared Wang Zhan's feet and legs. Wang Zhan attempted to fly away to break free, but the shadows held him fast, rendering him immobile. He swung his long sword desperately, but it proved futile. The blade passed through the shadows without severing them. Seizing the opportunity, Poison Spider darted around Wang Zhan, launching web attacks incessantly. With his legs bound, Wang Zhan could not evade effectively, and soon his arms and body were entangled in webs, enveloping him like a massive cocoon, rendering him utterly motionless. Chapter 41. 1 against 3 upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The venomous spider smiled with a sense of triumph, continuing to ensnare Wang Zhan in layer upon layer of webbing until he resembled an immobile dumpling. Yet, despite his incapacitation, Wang Zhan refused to relinquish his resistance. With a silent exclamation in his heart, he instantly transformed into his golden form, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that surged from within him, akin to the cataclysmic eruption of a volcano, striking awe in the hearts of onlookers, as his entire being shimmered into a radiant gold. A pair of metallic wings unfurled from his back, sharp as blades, slicing through the webbing that bound him and liberating him from his constraints. The Ninja Emperor and the venomous spider, taken aback, retreated a short distance, their eyes filled with trepidation and unease as they regarded Wang Zhan's golden transformation. From a distance, the mad doctor observed the extraordinary man before him with keen interest, contemplating the necessity of dissecting him for thorough research to uncover the unique genetic attributes he possessed. Wang Zhan, flapping his golden wings like a celestial being descending from the heavens, unleashed a barrage of golden wind blades upon his foes. The Ninja Emperor deftly evaded with his shadow escape technique, his figure flickering in and out of the darkness. Meanwhile, the venomous spider skillfully maneuvered, shooting webs and darting about like a cunning spider weaving through its web, narrowly avoiding Wang Zhan's onslaught. Seeing his subordinates at a disadvantage, the mad doctor finally resolved to intervene. He transformed, his body swelling dramatically, tearing through his garments, and his visage contorted into an abominable form reminiscent of a monstrous octopus emerging from the depths of the ocean. In addition to his limbs, for tentacles adorned with suckers sprouted from his back, thrashing about like agile whips in the air. With a forceful puff, he expelled a black ink sphere imbued with electric tendrils towards Wang Zhan. This was one of his abilities, the ink acid thunderstorm, a result of his fusion with octopus genes and enhancements from electric eel DNA. The ink sphere harbored devastating corrosive and electrical power. Upon impact, the consequences would be dire. In response, Wang Zhan immediately summoned his protective divine light to shield himself. A golden orb enveloped him, akin to donning an impenetrable suit of armor. The ink sphere, propelled by an aura of destruction, collided violently with the protective barrier, erupting in a spectacular explosion as currents of electricity danced like agile silver serpents. Simultaneously, the ink erupted, splattering like dark raindrops upon the surroundings. Though it appeared to be ordinary ink, it concealed a terrifying corrosive force. Wherever it fell, the ground was pocked with deep craters, and the metal surfaces hissed ominously, quickly succumbing to numerous gaping holes. Wang Zhan, intently observing this formidable technique, felt a wave of déjà vu wash over him, recognizing its resemblance to certain methods employed by Lu Yuanba. Although the potency of the thunderstorm paled in comparison to that of Lu Yuanba, the corrosive properties of the ink acid remained formidable, capable of inflicting grievous harm upon his steel-like physique should he become tainted by it. With a steely glint in his eyes, Wang Zhan once again unleashed his golden wind blades. Golden beams of light sliced through the air like lightning, hurtling towards the mad doctor with fierce intensity. The mad doctor, perceiving the imminent danger, reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly positioning the 4 massive and robust octopus tentacles behind him as a shield. These tentacles crackled with eerie blue arcs of electricity, snapping and popping as if to challenge Wang Zhan. The golden wind blades clashed violently with the electric arcs, producing a cacophony of sounds, yet ultimately, they were all successfully deflected. At that moment, the Ninja Emperor seized the opportunity, employing his shadow escape technique to vanish from sight, only to reappear instantaneously behind Wang Zhan. His gaze was menacing as he leapt high into the air, a glimmer of cold light flashing from his blade as he struck down fiercely towards Wang Zhan's back. Wang Zhan, possessing an acute sensitivity to metal, sensed the shift behind him the instant the Ninja Emperor made his move. He deftly leaned to the side, artfully evading the attack. Meanwhile, the poison spider was equally relentless. Her hands danced rapidly as she launched a barrage of slender, venomous needles towards Wang Zhan. The needles fell like a torrential downpour, imbued with a chilling aura, aimed directly at him. Yet, Wang Zhan remained unperturbed, conjuring a shield to deflect each needle with ease. In truth, even without the shield, the venomous projectiles posed no significant threat to his ironclad form, but he opted for a cautious approach to avert unnecessary complications. Suddenly, the Mad Doctor propelled himself forward with astounding force, leaping into the air. Although a distance still separated him from Wang Zhan, the tentacles behind him elongated like agile whips, swiftly reaching out to ensnare Wang Zhan's feet still suspended in midair. With a powerful flick, they hurled him violently against the glass door of a cell on the first floor. A resounding crash echoed as a small crack appeared on the glass. Within that glass enclosure, a mutant that seemed to embody shark genes was imprisoned. He had been pressed against the glass, intently gazing at the world outside, emitting low, menacing growls from his throat, as if poised to shatter his confines and obliterate the world before him. Suddenly, as Wang Zhan was flung into the glass, the impact startled the creature. However, upon noticing the fine crack on the glass, it ignited a primal bloodlust within him, reminiscent of a dawn breaking through darkness. His body convulsed violently, and his hands began to pound against the glass like iron hammers, each impact reverberating with a thunderous sound, as though he sought to shatter the entire glass wall. Deep, terrifying roars emanated from his throat, filled with boundless hatred and murderous intent. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, like two blazing specters of fire. The Mad Doctor stood a short distance away, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, twisted and malevolent. His cheeks bulged as a colossal black ink sphere rapidly formed before him, followed by another onslaught of ink acid thunder. Upon witnessing this, Wang Zhan felt a tightening in his chest, aware that he could not afford to be careless for a moment. Once again, he summoned the divine protective light, which enveloped his entire being in a brilliant radiance, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. The black ink sphere, akin to a miniature explosive, surged forward with a howling wind, lunging at Wang Zhan, and erupted violently upon contact with the divine shield. In an instant, black sulfuric acid splattered forth like a tumultuous tide, resembling the grasp of death itself, imbued with lethal corrosiveness that hissed and bubbled wherever it landed, emitting waves of acrid black smoke. A portion of the acidic spray splashed against the glass of the cell. The already cracked glass, under the intense corrosion of the acid, became even more fragile. The shark mutant, witnessing this, trembled with excitement, unleashing a thunderous roar as it relentlessly battered the glass. The glass emitted a grating creak under its assault, threatening to shatter at any moment. Finally, with a resounding crash, the glass shattered like fragile ice. Countless shards of glass danced through the air like sharp daggers. The shark mutant burst forth from the broken glass like a wild stallion, its massive form propelled by an overwhelming force towards Wang Zhan. It moved with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance between them. These mutants were the failed creations of the Mad Doctor, having long since lost their humanity, retaining only the primal savagery bestowed by their altered genes. They resembled ravenous beasts, their eyes filled with the lust for slaughter and blood, devoid of any compassion or fear. In a moment of carelessness, Wang Zhan was knocked to the ground. The shark mutant then opened its cavernous maw to the fullest, revealing rows of serrated teeth that glimmered ominously in the dim light, as if capable of tearing apart anything in an instant. It bore down upon Wang Zhan's head, bringing with it a nauseating stench. At this critical juncture, Wang Zhan's gaze turned icy and resolute, reminiscent of the most biting frost in winter, radiating an inexhaustible killing intent. He swiftly countered, unleashing a gravitational field, an immense pressure descending from above. The shark mutant, caught off guard, felt its body crushed under the invisible weight. Wang Zhan propped his elbow, and the shark's head collided violently with his steel arm, eliciting a sharp pain. With a flick of his right hand, a short sword forged of steel materialized in his grip, emanating a chilling glow akin to a blade from another realm. With a deft twist of his wrist, the sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Though the shark mutant appeared fearsome, seemingly an invincible demon, it bore a critical vulnerability in its defense. Under the ferocity of Wang Zhan's piercing strike, its seemingly indomitable body was swiftly penetrated. The shark mutant let out a harrowing scream, its fierce demeanor dissipating in an instant. Blood gushed forth from its wound like a fountain, forming grotesque crimson lines that splattered onto Wang Zhan. Without a hint of mercy, Wang Zhan forcefully cast aside the gasping shark mutant. He was preparing to rise and continue the impending battle. However, before he could stand, a massive spider web suddenly descended from above like a ghostly apparition. The web was as white as snow, yet incredibly resilient. A jolt of anxiety surged through Wang Zhan's heart as he attempted to take flight to evade it, only to find his metallic wings and body ensnared by an invisible force. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently fallen victim to the shadow binding of the Ninja Emperor, rendering him immobile and plunging him into a dire predicament. The Mad Doctor observed Wang Zhan firmly ensnared by the Ninja Emperor's shadow and trapped within the web, immobilized. A sinister grin blossomed across his already contorted visage, reminiscent of a night owl's haunting call, exuding an aura of unending malevolence. He rubbed his hands together with excitement, his eyes gleaming with madness, preparing to step closer to Wang Zhan and unleash a powerful current to incapacitate him completely, ensuring he would suffer in agony and despair until his last breath. Yet, just as the Mad Doctor was about to strike, a sudden and unexpected fissure of violet lightning appeared on one side of the warehouse. This crack resembled a mysterious black hole in the cosmos, radiating an eerie and potent aura that instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. They all stood in stunned silence, expressions of astonishment etched on their faces, their gazes fixated on the rift, filled with confusion and wariness. Then, a graceful figure leapt effortlessly from the spatial tear, descending as if a celestial being had graced the earth, none other than Lu Zi. She moved with an ethereal lightness, her steps agile, exuding a mysterious and formidable presence that seemed to illuminate the entire warehouse. The Mad Doctor and his two accomplices widened their eyes in realization, their expressions shifting to one of sudden understanding. They finally grasped that this woman possessed the extraordinary ability to open a portal. Upon landing, Lu Zi immediately directed her concerned gaze towards Wang Zhan, asking with earnestness, "Are you all right?" Wang Zhan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, silently thinking, "This ant is overly confident in her own abilities. Had she arrived a moment later, I might have truly met my end at the hands of these three." Nevertheless, he replied truthfully, "Not particularly well." Lu Zi smiled slightly, her fingers swiftly forming seals, before calling out, "Violet Shadow Illusion." In an instant, several arcs of violet lightning materialized behind her, transforming into phantom figures resembling Lu Zi, launching a fierce assault on the Mad Doctor and his companions. The phantoms moved with astonishing speed and ferocity, momentarily restraining the trio. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Zi executed a sudden dash and reached Wang Zhan's side. In her hand, the lightning sword gleamed brilliantly, the arcs of electricity crackling as if imbued with boundless, thunderous power. With a flick of her wrist, she sliced through the web, ensnaring Wang Zhan. Meanwhile, the Ninja Emperor was preoccupied with fending off the onslaught of Lu Zi's phantoms, leaving him unable to attend to Wang Zhan, and the shadow binding consequently released amidst the chaos. Wang Zhan stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and gratefully expressed, "Thank you." Lu Zi jestingly remarked, "We are all family, why be so polite?" Wang Zhan couldn't help but murmur to himself, "You are certainly not being polite, leaving me here to face these three alone, nearly costing me my life." At that moment, Lu Zi softly announced through the microphone, "Mission 1 has been accomplished. All the other members of the dog hunting operation received the news. Since the crucial Mission 1 had been successfully completed, only Mission 2 remained, to eliminate this band of nefarious terrorists." Chapter 43. The battle continues suddenly. The Ninja Emperor exclaimed with urgency, "Be cautious. These clones can burst forth like lightning." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively distancing themselves from Lu Zi's shadow-like clones. Lu Zi's clones possessed 80% of her martial prowess, easily handling ordinary foes. However, against the three formidable opponents before them, they proved insufficient, merely stalling for time. The three experts unleashed their unique skills, swiftly overwhelming the clones, particularly the Mad Doctor, whose tentacles not only crackled with electricity, but also extended and retracted at will, annihilating several clones in mere moments. At this juncture, Lu Zi and Wang Zhan stood side by side, facing the three masters, the atmosphere thick with tension. As if a grand confrontation was poised to erupt, Lu Zi's gaze was intense, her expression serious. She turned to Wang Zhan and inquired, "Are you ready, kid?" Hearing her earnestness, Wang Zhan replied with a classic retort, always prepared. Before his words faded, Lu Zi flickered into motion, moving like a specter as she executed her battle strategy with clarity. Eliminate the weaker enemy first. Thus, her target was the poison spider. In an instant, she appeared behind the poison spider, her sword slashing down with the intent to deliver a lethal blow. However, the poison spider possessed the keen reflexes of a spider, swiftly bending down and narrowly evading the deadly strike. Unwilling to relent, Lu Zi thrust her sword again, aiming for the heart of the poison spider. The poison spider raised her blade to parry, while Lu Zi's left hand extended, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning that surged toward the poison spider. At such close range, there was no escape, but just as the lethal strike was about to land, several shadows erupted from the ground, akin to invisible hands, pulling the poison spider away to safety. It was the Ninja Emperor who intervened, employing the shadow binding technique to save the poison spider's life. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan, witnessing Lu Zi's assault, was not one to be outdone. He launched a ferocious attack against the Mad Doctor, unleashing a torrent of golden wind blades that rained down upon him. Yet, the Mad Doctor remained unfazed, his 4 tentacles weaving a web of electricity behind him, radiating azure sparks. The wind blades struck the electric barrier, causing arcs of electricity to dance wildly, yet failing to inflict any harm on the Mad Doctor. Noticing this, Wang Zhan summoned his steel divine weapon in its sword form and propelled it forward. To avoid being injured by the Mad Doctor's electrified tentacles, he opted for a ranged assault with the flying sword. One strike landed against the tentacle's electric defense, but it failed to inflict any damage on the Mad Doctor. The flying sword executed a swift turn and lunged towards the back of the Mad Doctor. Yet, the Mad Doctor's limbs, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, displayed an incredible agility, extending and wrapping around him to form an impenetrable defense. Through the gaps in the tentacles, he gazed at the approaching Wang Zhan, a manic smile curling upon his lips, as if mocking Wang Zhan's impotence in breaching his defenses. Wang Zhan retracted his dagger, a flicker of resolute determination crossing his gaze. At this moment, he had significantly closed the distance between himself and the Mad Doctor, presenting a prime opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, he bellowed. The dawn's resounding call. The sound waves surged forth like a tumultuous tide, causing the Mad Doctor to experience an overwhelming tremor throughout his body, as though countless steel needles were piercing his mind, resulting in an excruciating headache. The once rock-solid defense of his tentacles began to falter, riddled with vulnerabilities. The piercing sonic assault reverberated, affecting even those engaged in fierce combat nearby. The shrill, knife-like sound rendered everyone present uncomfortable, akin to a multitude of ants crawling upon their skin, causing agitation and distraction. With unyielding focus, Wang Zhan seized the fleeting moment when the Mad Doctor's defenses wavered. He exerted gravitational force upon his dagger, which instantly became as heavy as a mountain. Yet under his control, it pierced through the air towards the Mad Doctor with lightning speed. With a swift whoosh, the dagger, akin to an unleashed arrow, navigated through the gaps of several tentacles and struck directly at his heart. The Mad Doctor felt an icy sensation in his chest, causing him to collapse to his knees. His body leaning forward as if his spine had been severed, helplessly sprawled on the ground, his tentacles drooping languidly beside him. The Ninja Emperor and the Poison Spider were taken aback by this sight. Having trained with the Mad Doctor, they were acutely aware of his capabilities. Yet they were astonished that he had been the first to be eliminated in this conflict. As the Poison Spider's mentor, the Ninja Emperor understood the dire situation they faced. The Poison Spider had previously suffered from an incurable disease, surviving only due to the Mad Doctor's genetic modifications. Now, in the face of such formidable opponents, they realized that they were no match for each other. The Ninja Emperor exchanged a glance with the Poison Spider, signaling her that retreat was their best option. Without hesitation, they turned to flee towards the exit. However, Lu Zi would not allow them to escape so easily. She flickered into position at the doorway, appearing like a specter, and with a sweep of her thunderblade, unleashed torrents of violet lightning. The power of that lightning was overwhelming, forcing the two to retreat several steps. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan soared into the air, his golden wings unfurling as he unleashed a flurry of golden wind blades towards them. These blades covered a broad area, resembling a vast golden net, ensnaring the two fugitives within. Now, the tide of the battle had shifted dramatically. The once menacing terrorists found themselves ensnared like fish in a barrel, trapped by Wang Zhan and Lu Zi, with no hope of flight. Wang Zhan continued to press his advantage, and the poisoned spider, unable to evade, bore deep wounds as golden wind blades sliced through its flesh, staining its garments with crimson. Just as Wang Zhan prepared to deliver the final blow, two enormous tentacles, resembling black serpents, stealthily struck from behind him, completely focused on the poisoned spider. He remained oblivious to the lurking danger. The tentacles, akin to iron pincers, swiftly ensnared his legs. At that moment, the mad doctor gradually rose, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, a sinister grin distorting his face as he unleashed a powerful current of electricity. Wang Zhan, suspended in the air, felt a wave of numbness wash over him, as if countless serpents of electricity were darting across his body, flickering with azure sparks. The mad doctor intended to exert his strength and hurl Wang Zhan violently to the ground, shattering him into pieces. In that critical moment, Lu Zi, with remarkable agility, appeared by Wang Zhan's side, raising her thunder blade high before striking down ferociously. With a crack, the thunder blade cleaved through the mad doctor's tentacles like a bolt of lightning. Wang Zhan momentarily lost consciousness, plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string. In Chapter 44, titled Slaying Two, the Ninja Emperor and the Poison Spider, witnessing that the mad doctor was not truly vanquished, felt a great weight lift from their hearts, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes, as if fortune had tilted back in their favor. Lu Zi, surprised by the extraordinary efficacy of her thunder blade against the electrified tentacles, found the act of severing them as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Remaining vigilant, she turned to Wang Zhan, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" Wang Zhan clenched his fist, sensing the power surging within him. He twisted his neck and stretched his limbs before standing resolutely, responding with unwavering confidence. "I'm fine." Although he could not resist the electric force, the training and trials he had endured had rendered him highly resistant to electricity, and this current posed no significant threat to him. Seeing Wang Zhan unharmed, Lu Zi swiftly moved like a phantom to confront the mad doctor, thrusting her thunder blade with fierce determination. The mad doctor reacted swiftly, dodging the lethal strike by sidestepping. The two severed tentacles, now restored to their former state, lashed out like twin black pythons, launching ferocious attacks at Lu Zi. However, the thunder blade in her grasp was irresistibly sharp, dazzling with brilliant lightning, severing the mad doctor's tentacles time and again without mercy. Each time a tentacle was severed, a spray of black blood erupted, releasing a pungent odor. For the first time, fear flickered across the mad doctor's face, his eyes betraying chaos and despair. In truth, Wang Zhan's earlier strike had genuinely slain him once. However, due to his genetic fusion with an octopus, he possessed the extraordinary ability of 3 hearts, signifying he had 3 lives. If he were to perish twice more, he would truly be lost, vanishing completely from this world. In a panic, he cried out, "Ninja Emperor, assist me!" His voice trembled with alarm. At this moment, the Ninja Emperor and the Poison Spider were relentlessly besieging Wang Zhan. Upon hearing the frantic cries for help from the Mad Doctor, they unhesitatingly employed the Shadow Clone technique to rush to his aid. In an instant, numerous clones of the Ninja Emperor materialized before Lu Zi, attempting to disrupt her assault. However, these clones proved to be too insubstantial for Lu Zi. With a flicker of movement, she effortlessly dispatched one clone after another, as they disintegrated into nothingness beneath her lightning-fast blade. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Zi was entangled with the clones, the Mad Doctor suddenly turned and bolted toward the exit. At that moment, he had completely abandoned the notion of eliminating Lu Zi and Wang Zhan, focusing solely on escaping this perilous place, for as the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. By the time Lu Zi regained her composure, the Mad Doctor had already surged through the doorway like a black whirlwind. Moreover, he had taken the liberty of unlocking all the cages containing the mutated beings. A sense of alarm surged within Lu Zi, fully aware of the Mad Doctor's significance. She could not allow him to escape so easily. Trusting in Wang Zhan's formidable prowess, she felt somewhat reassured, and with a delicate push against the ground, her form flickered like a specter as she pursued the Mad Doctor. Meanwhile, the Ninja Emperor and the Poison Spider continued their relentless assault on Wang Zhan. The blades in their hands gleamed with a chilling light, and the fireballs they conjured blazed fiercely, while their poison needles struck with sinister precision. However, these attacks bore little consequence against Wang Zhan's ironclad physique. Yet, he did not allow himself to grow complacent, employing his exceptional martial skills. He adeptly countered their attacks while his mind raced, devising a strategy to turn the tide. Just then, Lu Zi's silhouette burst through the doorway, and a horde of mutated beings surged forward like a tidal wave. A spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Zhan's mind, leading him to conceive a countermeasure. He abruptly unleashed his gravity suppression skill, and in an instant, an immense, invisible pressure surged forth from all directions like a crashing tide. The Ninja Emperor and the Poison Spider felt this weight as if 1,000 pounds bore down upon them, rendering their breaths labored. Their movements were abruptly halted, as if they were pinned to the ground by countless invisible nails. At that moment, Wang Zhan leapt into the air. His magnificent golden metallic wings unfurled with a sudden flourish, resembling two resplendent golden fans that radiated blinding light. He then began to spin rapidly, and from his center, a barrage of golden wind blades shot forth in all directions like a tempest. The blades were dense and overwhelming, leaving no escape unscathed, as if they sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. Several weaker, mutated beings, lacking any means of defense, were instantly turned into a bloody mess, their bodies perforated by the relentless onslaught of golden wind blades. Seeing this, the Ninja Emperor was struck with alarm and quickly employed the shadow escape technique. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear in front of the Poison Spider. However, he lacked a comprehensive defensive technique and could only wield a katana, exerting all his strength to fend off the furious assault of the golden wind blades. Yet, the blades were far too sharp and powerful. He found it impossible to mount a complete defense against the continuous onslaught. The sharp wind blades pierced through the samurai sword like arrows, striking the Ninja Emperor and instantly riddling his body with holes, blood gushing forth. The Ninja Emperor staggered briefly before collapsing, lifeless in an instant. The Poison Spider, already wounded, was engulfed in despair upon witnessing her master perish while shielding her from the attack. She stepped forward, cradling her master's body, and cried out in a voice filled with desperation and anguish, "Master!" Yet, at that moment, the Ninja Emperor had already departed this world, unable to respond to her call. Her gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity, fixating on Wang Zhan. Although she was a cold-blooded assassin, her master had raised her since childhood, embodying both mentor and father to her. He was the most significant person in her life. Previously, amidst the crowd, she had withheld her ultimate technique, the poison mist. Now, brimming with hatred and fury, she resolved to perish alongside Wang Zhan. With her last remnants of strength, she opened her mouth and released torrents of green, toxic mist, which surged forth like a venomous serpent, lunging toward Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, adorned with a mask endowed with formidable anti-venom capabilities, felt no fear of the mist. Yet instinctively, he employed a defensive maneuver. The enormous golden wings on his back flapped vigorously. In an instant, a powerful whirlwind erupted, dissipating the toxic mist into nothingness. Simultaneously, the golden wings unleashed countless golden wind blades, shooting toward the Poison Spider like a hail of arrows. With no means of evasion left, the Poison Spider was struck by the golden wind blades, her body riddled with wounds as blood splattered. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding scene before her, then slowly succumbed to the ground. Thus, both the Ninja Emperor and the Poison Spider met their demise. Chapter 45. Other battlefields. Wang Zhan, having expended considerable energy in the recent battle, could no longer maintain his golden form. Consequently, a flash of light enveloped him, and he reverted to his silver form. Upon landing, he propelled himself forward with great force, darting toward the exit like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a fleeting silver glimmer that gradually faded from the air. Shifting his focus to the other battlefields, Duan Fei was engaged in a fierce struggle against the giant eagle in the sky. Initially, both combatants exchanged blows evenly, neither yielding. Although the golden eagle had acquired formidable strength through mutation, it was merely a novice in its transformation, unable to rival Duan Fei, who had diligently practiced martial arts since childhood. Furthermore, The Feather Clan was renowned for possessing the swiftest flight among avian species, granting Duan Fei a natural advantage in speed. As they clashed in the air, after several exchanges, Duan Fei's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly maximized his speed, becoming a streak of black lightning slicing through the sky. The golden eagle, despite its broad and powerful wings, lacked the agility of Duan Fei. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Fei thrust his spear with precision, piercing the eagle's wings and leaving deep gashes from which blood gushed forth, shimmering vividly in the moonlight. The golden eagle, struck with pain and engulfed in fear, had not anticipated such formidable prowess from its adversary. Initially appearing as a hunter, it now harbored thoughts of retreat, recognizing that its continued struggle would lead to certain demise. It fervently flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to escape the terrifying battleground. However, its speed was utterly insignificant in the presence of Duan Fei. With a cold snort, Duan Fei wielded his spear, slicing through the air with fierce intensity, unleashing a sharp energy akin to a blade that struck the eagle. A sharp crack echoed as a portion of one wing was severed, causing the eagle to lose its balance and frantically struggle in the air, slowly descending toward the ground. Duan Fei followed suit, gracefully landing on the earth, retracting the pair of wings that shimmered with a black radiance. With a subtle shake of his spear, he held it horizontally by his side, standing tall and imposing, akin to a divine warrior descending to earth. The eagle, originally a soldier from the United States, had undergone rigorous combat training and possessed a degree of martial prowess. Now, witnessing the destruction of its wing and the impossibility of escape, a resolute determination surged within, compelling it to engage in a desperate fight against Duan Fei. With a fierce roar, it lifted its heavy blade, charging at Duan Fei like an enraged beast. The blade's wind howling with ferocity. Duan Fei's gaze remained as calm as still water. He was acutely aware that while he may not match the eagle in raw strength, he was confident in his superior combat skills. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce struggle, their blades flashing in a dazzling dance, each collision resonating with deafening clangor. After several exchanges, Duan Fei seized upon a moment of vulnerability, swiftly maneuvering like a specter, and thrusting his spear backward with a fierce precision that struck the eagle's heart. The eagle's eyes widened in disbelief as it sank to its knees, its body gradually collapsing, blood gushing from the wound and staining the earth beneath. Throughout its life, it had dispatched mortals with the ease of an eagle seizing a chick. Yet now, faced with a true master, it realized the vast chasm in strength, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Elsewhere, Lingyao hovered midair, surrounded by a tempest of wind elements. Her gaze was piercing as she suddenly swung her short blade, launching a fierce assault towards the ground. In an instant, multiple wind blades, sharp as the scythe of death, surged downwards with a menacing howl. Iron Bear's expression turned grave. He understood that despite his formidable defense, withstanding the tremendous force of the wind blades was not a prudent course of action. Without hesitation, he fled, stumbling through the battlefield as the blades rained down, desperately searching for cover. At last, he seized the opportunity to take refuge behind a crumbled wall, gasping for breath. Swiftly, he bent down to retrieve a fallen soldier's machine gun, raising it to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Lingyao above. The deafening sound of gunfire reverberating through the air as fiery tongues wove a scorching trail. Lingyao danced upon the winds, her form as light as a swallow, deftly maneuvering through the sky. She had to remain vigilant against Iron Bear's attacks while evading the gunfire from other surviving soldiers, leaving her momentarily flustered amidst the chaos. Occasionally, when she narrowly evades an attack, she lets out a delicate exclamation, extending a hand to unleash her signature move, the Nine Heavens Wind Barrier. In an instant, a spiraling mirror-like shield manifests before her, and bullets strike the barrier as if colliding with an indomitable fortress, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Seizing the moment, Lingyao executes her splitting void slash once more. The ordinary soldiers, unaccustomed to such terrifying assaults, are caught off guard, cleaved mercilessly in two by the wind blades, blood splattering, unable to emit even a single cry of despair. After a brief standoff in the air, Lingyao zeroes in on Iron Bear's location, plunging downward like a meteor aimed directly at him. Startled, Iron Bear realizes he has exhausted his ammunition. Upon seeing Lingyao approach, his eyes widen in fury. and with a thunderous roar, he swings his machine gun like a battering ram towards her. Lingyao, sensing the tremendous force behind his strike, deftly evades, sidestepping like a wraith, refusing to engage him directly. Almost immediately, she counters with two splitting void slashes, the wind blades howling as they arc towards Iron Bear. He hastily raises his machine gun in defense, only to hear a series of crisp snaps as it is severed into several pieces. The wind blades continuing unabated to strike him fiercely. Enraged, Iron Bear emits a deafening roar. Though a master of close combat, he finds his advantage nullified against Lingyao, who possesses both range capabilities and remarkable agility, leaving him seething with frustration, observing that the other ordinary soldiers have been nearly annihilated. Lingyao resolves not to prolong her confrontation with Iron Bear. With a steely gaze, she unleashes her ultimate technique, the Hurricane Tornado. Gathering her divine power in her right hand, she raises it high and then delivers a swift, slicing motion. In an instant, a minuscule tornado spirals forth from the blade, visibly expanding, unleashing a tempest that whips up dust and debris. Iron Bear, witnessing this spectacle, is struck with terror. He attempts to flee, but is instantly ensnared by the formidable tornado, powerless to escape its grasp. The whirlwind swells, seemingly reaching for the heavens, drawing in everything around it, while the wind blades within viciously slice through the air like countless razor-sharp daggers. Within mere seconds, the hurricane tornado gradually subsides, and the myriad objects caught within it plummet to the ground, Iron Bear among them. His body, ravaged by the relentless slicing of the wind blades, remains intact yet hangs by a thread of life. Aside from the physical agony, the disorienting spin has left him utterly bewildered, unable to discern direction. Lingyao glides to Iron Bear's side, her gaze as frigid as ice. She channels her energy into her right hand, an invisible gust enveloping her dagger. And with a forceful thrust, the dagger finds its mark, piercing directly into Iron Bear's heart. He emits a faint groan of agony, convulsing momentarily before succumbing to the void. Chapter 46. The masked man Xie Ruifeng and the enigmatic figure clad in black with a mysterious mask have been locked in combat for quite some time. The abilities they exhibit bear an uncanny resemblance, as if their clash were a fateful mirror duel. Their battle has escalated from the foot of the mountain, steadily ascending. And now they find themselves at the midway point of the dormant volcano. In the midst of a fierce battle, Xie Ruifeng's figure suddenly flickered, vanishing like a phantom in thin air, only to reappear before the masked man in an instant. He swung his fist, imbued with boundless power, the wind from his strike howling as if imbued with the force of 1,000 June, crashing towards the masked man with the intent to shatter all obstacles in existence. The masked man reacted with lightning speed, his eyes narrowing as he deftly sidestepped like a nimble raccoon, narrowly evading the fierce blow. At the same time, he unleashed a kick, striking with the force of a steel whip towards Xie Ruifeng's waist, a blow capable of breaking bones and rending stone. Xie Ruifeng remained composed, leaning back slightly as if drawn taut like a bowstring, skillfully avoiding the fierce kick. In a swift motion, he seized the masked man's ankle with hands like iron clamps, bellowing a voice that resonated through the mountains like a great bell, before exerting tremendous force, hurling the masked man towards the slope of the dormant volcano like a cannonball. A series of chilling cracks echoed as the masked man collided with the ground, careening through trees that were shattered under his tremendous impact, branches and leaves scattering in disarray. Ultimately, he crashed heavily onto the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, astonishingly, the masked man seemed unscathed. His body merely swayed slightly before springing back up with the agility of a coiled spring. With a powerful push from the ground, he surged towards Xie Ruifeng like an arrow released from its bow, moving with such speed that he appeared as a streak of black lightning cleaving through the air. Xie Ruifeng, undaunted, displayed unwavering determination and courage in his gaze. He lightly stepped in the void, gauging the direction of the masked man's charge, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening under the strain before meeting the masked man head-on. Their fists collided with the force of two meteorites, producing a tremendous sound. Invisible shockwaves rippled outward from their point of impact, surging like a tumultuous tide. Observing the stalemate, the masked man suddenly shifted, darting towards the towering, enigmatic summit of the dormant volcano like a specter in the night, his movements swift and incisive, carrying the sound of a whistling wind. Sierra Weifeng's gaze sharpened. He exerted his strength, launching himself forward like a released arrow in hot pursuit. The two moved in tandem, tracing black trails through the air, swiftly crossing the depths of the volcanic crater. As Sierra Weifeng drew closer to the masked man, a cunning smile crept upon the latter's lips. Abruptly, he executed a sharp turn mid-air, spinning like a top, and then, descending with the force of a hammer, he swung a heavy fist towards Sierra Weifeng, compressing the air into a sharp, whistling sound. Taken aback for a moment, Sierra Weifeng reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly raising his arms to block the impending strike. However, the force of the masked man's diving punch was overwhelmingly potent. Despite Sierra Weifeng's utmost efforts to defend himself, he was still propelled backward by the tremendous impact. His body soared through the air like a rogue meteor, crashing down into the vast caldera atop the mountain. This volcano had lain dormant for decades, its crater enveloped in a profound silence. The mouth of the volcano was layered with thick volcanic ash and debris of various sizes, devoid of any signs of life. As if it were a corner forgotten by time, Sierra Weifeng landed heavily within the caldera, feeling the ground tremble beneath him, stirring up a cloud of dust. The masked man was undeterred and continued his assault, descending from the air like a fighter jet in a dive, delivering a powerful kick. This strike was infused with unbridled fury and lethal intent, as if he sought to send Sierra Weifeng plummeting into the abyss beneath the volcano. With a keen gaze, Sierra Weifeng deftly evaded the devastating blow, slipping away like a wraith. The masked man's foot struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air. In the next moment, the two combatants clashed like two enraged beasts, their figures entwined in the dust. Fists and feet colliding with muffled thuds. Amidst the fierce struggle, Sierra Weifeng seized an opportunity, grasping the black-clad man's arm. They became locked in a stalemate, akin to two bulls engaged in a fierce contest of strength, neither yielding an inch. Their bodies were taut, muscles bulging, every ounce of their power engaged in a fierce struggle, the outcome yet undecided. In this tense moment, Sierra Weifeng suddenly initiated a mental hypnotic attack. His gaze deepened and took on an enigmatic quality, as invisible brainwaves surged forth like a tidal wave, aiming to influence the masked man's consciousness. The masked man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his eyelids beginning to droop, as if he were on the brink of slumber. However, his will was unwavering. His eyes narrowed, and a golden light suddenly flickered within them, radiating like a blazing sun, dazzling and brilliant. Seeing this light, Sierra Weifeng was taken aback and swiftly turned away. In the next instant, a golden beam shot forth from the masked man's eyes, slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, nearly penetrating the volcanic walls and leaving behind a series of smoking pinholes. With a powerful kick, Sierra Weifeng broke free from the entanglement with the black-clad man and leaped back several meters. Steadying himself, he called out loudly, "Are you Kyle, the son of the sun?" His voice echoed within the caldera, tinged with confusion and caution. The masked man offered no reply. His gaze remained cold and filled with murderous intent, as he continued to unleash laser beams, attacking Sierra Weifeng with the fervor of a frenzied warrior. The golden rays intertwined like the scythes of death, weaving a dense net of demise within the caldera, sweeping towards Sierra Weifeng. With agility akin to lightning, Sierra Weifeng maneuvered through the air, skillfully evading the relentless and razor-sharp attacks that pursued him unceasingly. Chapter 47. The Son of the Sun in the Contemporary World. Certain renowned, superpowered individuals have perpetually attracted the scrutiny of various nations, and China has diligently cataloged their information. Among them is a remarkable, superpowered being, famed for emitting resplendent golden rays from his eyes, known as the illustrious Son of the Sun. At this moment, confronted with this sudden assault of rays, the first suspect that crossed Sierra Weifeng's mind was none other than him. Indeed, as Sierra Weifeng had surmised, the masked figure before him was none other than Kyle Orion, a prominent figure in the American superpower community. However, at this moment, Kyle was acutely aware that he could not reveal his identity. To do so would signify the overt involvement of American superpowered individuals in a terrorist attack against China, an act that would undoubtedly incite an unpredictable international uproar. Sierra Weifeng understood all too well that Kyle was a formidable opponent, far from trivial. To prevent him from exploiting the chaos to escape, Xie Ruifeng urgently called into his earpiece, exclaiming, "The volcano is encountering a formidable adversary. We require assistance." At this juncture, Lin Yu and Duan Fei had successfully vanquished the superpowered adversary they faced, and the remaining ordinary American soldiers were merely insignificant foes, posing no real threat in their eyes. Upon hearing the urgent summons from their leader, Xie Ruifeng, the two responded without hesitation, affirming, "Understood, I can provide support." They then soared towards the volcano with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow. Kyle, possessing keen hearing, sensed the call for reinforcements and was immediately engulfed by a foreboding premonition. One Xie Ruifeng was already daunting enough, should additional assistance arrive. His chances of escape would dwindle significantly. In a moment of desperation, he seized the opportunity while Xie Ruifeng evaded the laser rays, suddenly taking flight like a bolt of black lightning, aiming to flee this perilous place. Xie Ruifeng would not allow Kyle to escape so easily. His gaze was sharp, fixating intently on Kyle's figure as he exerted himself to pursue with uncanny speed. Yet Kyle was exceedingly cunning. Just as Xie Ruifeng was about to close the distance, he abruptly reversed direction without warning, unleashing two intensely heated laser beams directly at Xie Ruifeng. Xie Ruifeng was taken aback. There was no time to evade. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield himself. A series of sizzling sounds followed as the beams penetrated his battle suit, striking him with a force that, while not completely piercing his body, delivered a searing sensation akin to blades mercilessly slicing through him. He staggered backward, instinctively retreating a few steps. The masked figure raised his arms high above his head, a brilliant radiance emanating between his palms. In an instant, a massive sphere of blinding golden light materialized in his hands. This was one of Kyle's ultimate moves, the solar comet. The orb resembled a blazing sun, radiating an intensity that rendered it difficult to behold, and its size rapidly expanded, coalescing an unfathomable power capable of cataclysmic destruction, approximately 2 meters in radius. With a fierce expression, Kyle summoned every ounce of his strength to hurl this golden sphere towards Xie Ruifeng with great ferocity. Xie Ruifeng's gaze burned with intensity as he instantly realized that if struck by the formidable solar orb, his life would be forfeit. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished like a specter, exerting all his strength to evade to the side. The solar orb, imbued with cataclysmic power, continued on its predetermined path, crashing down with the force of an uncontrollable meteor, directly striking the volcano's crater. In an instant, the orb unleashed a colossal surge of energy, its brilliance so dazzling it seemed poised to consume the entire world. This overwhelming shockwave triggered a cataclysmic explosion at the volcano's mouth, reverberating with a deafening roar that shook the very earth, erupting into a mushroom cloud. The entire volcano trembled as if gripped by an invisible giant's hand, causing violent convulsions. As if responding to this energy's resonance and summons, the long-dormant magma deep beneath the surface stirred like an enraged beast, suddenly becoming exceptionally active. Subsequently, immense columns of magma erupted from the depths, resembling furious fire dragons, soaring towards the heavens with searing heat and a destructive force capable of annihilating all in their path. The molten rocks splattered everywhere, reducing all it touched to ashes. Xie Ruifeng reacted with remarkable swiftness. At the moment of the explosion, he pushed off with his feet, launching himself like a cannonball towards safety. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Duan Fei, rushing to the scene, were caught off guard by this unexpected upheaval. They deftly maneuvered through the air, striving to evade the massive boulders plummeting from the volcanic eruption, each one hurtling past them like cannonballs. A single misstep could spell disaster. Once Xie Ruifeng regained his footing and gazed towards the spot where the masked figure had stood, he found it utterly vacant. The enigmatic figure had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a chaotic scene of the volcano and the still erupting magma, a testament to the heart-stopping battle that had just transpired. Lu Zi emerged swiftly from the warehouse, her eyes resolute as she continued her pursuit of the deranged doctor. At that moment, the urgent call for assistance from her captain crackled through her earpiece. But she knew that she must first eliminate this enemy, refusing to let the tiger return to the mountain. The deranged doctor, having fled the warehouse, was frantic, urging the tentacles behind him to extend rapidly, moving like grotesque legs, each step covering vast distances. His singular thought was to reach the coast at breakneck speed. He understood that his current form possessed the extraordinary ability to breathe underwater. If he could just escape to the sea, he would surely evade his relentless pursuers. Yet, in terms of speed, the deranged doctor stood no chance against Lu Zi. In a flash, she activated her instantaneous movement skill, arriving at his colossal tentacles in an instant. With her lightning sword shimmering with brilliant light, she struck decisively, severing the tentacle in a single blow, sparks of electricity dancing from the freshly cut edge. The deranged doctor, having lost his tentacle, stumbled and fell forward onto the ground, a sight of utter disarray. Enraged by his humiliation, he swiftly employed the charged tentacles that remained, launching a furious assault towards Lu Zi. Streams of electricity, akin to blue serpents, surged towards her. However, the lightning sword in Lu Zi's grasp appeared to be the natural nemesis of these electrical currents. With a graceful flourish, she effortlessly breached the doctor's electric defenses, severing his tentacles as if they were fragile twigs, which fell to the ground in disarray. Observing his diminishing appendages, the deranged doctor lamented his misfortune, inwardly cursing, "This woman is indeed my bane. Today, I fear my fate is dire." Chapter 48. The demise of the deranged doctor at that moment. Wang Zhan hastened to join the fray. His gaze was steely, prepared to collaborate with Lu Zi to vanquish the formidable foe before them, and then swiftly provide support to their leader. Yet, before Wang Zhan could make his move, Lu Zi had already seized the initiative. With a commanding shout, she invoked Purple Shadow Mirage. Instantly, dozens of her doppelgangers materialized, ghost-like as they surged towards the deranged doctor. These phantoms detonated around him, unleashing a torrent of purple lightning that surged like a violent tide. Although the deranged doctor could emit electricity himself, it did not render him completely impervious to lightning attacks. The powerful purple bolts struck his body, causing uncontrollable spasms and rendering him incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Lu Zi executed her blink skill, appearing instantaneously before the deranged doctor. Her lightning sword pierced forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed so rapid that one could hardly react, striking precisely through the doctor's heart. With a scream of agony, he coughed up blood and collapsed, devoid of vitality this time. Wang Zhan descended from the air, witnessing the deranged doctor's demise, and declared, "I shall proceed to support the leader." The night was dark, and the summit was shrouded in shadows, obscuring the details from Lu Zi's view. Her blink skill required clear visual reference, rendering it unusable. She replied to Wang Zhan, "You go ahead. I will remain here to watch over this corpse." Wang Zhan nodded, cautioning, "Be careful. I had slain this monster before, yet it revived. It is quite the enigma." With that, he swiftly took to the skies, heading towards their leader's location. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the distant volcanic crater, illuminating the sky as if it were day. This was soon followed by a thunderous roar, and a mushroom cloud ascended, making it seem as though the very world trembled. Amidst the earth-shaking eruption, the volcano began to spew forth its wrath, heralding an apocalyptic scene. Before long, the voice of Xie Ruifeng crackled over their headsets. "The target has escaped. Are all team members safe?" Lu Zi promptly activated her headset, responding with composure. "Number 2 is safe." Subsequently, numbers 3, 4, and 5 also confirmed their safety. Xie Ruifeng continued, "Very well. I shall remain to clear the battlefield. The rest of you return to headquarters post-haste." Lu Zi interjected, "Number 1, I have eliminated a mutated creature and wish to bring it back for research. I believe it will greatly benefit our studies on mutations." Without hesitation, Xie Ruifeng replied, "Agreed." At this moment, Lin Yu and Duan Fei had already soared to the volcano's rim. Xie Ruifeng instructed them, "You may return first," before he himself ascended toward the mountain's base. His extraordinary abilities of X-ray and telescopic vision rendered him perfectly suited for the task of battlefield clearance. The volcano continued to erupt violently, its molten lava cascading down like a crimson river. The once serene and beautiful island had now transformed into a fiery hellscape. The American base at the mountain's foot did not escape the wrath of the volcanic eruption, as the lava ruthlessly engulfed it. The once melodious mountain now faced a grim reality, slowly being consumed by the descending lava. While the air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur, and the palpable presence of death. Lin Yu and Duan Fei showed no hesitation as they sped toward the sea, racing in the direction of Huagua, their silhouettes appearing especially resolute against the backdrop of flames. Lu Ziyi, wielding the thunderblade, with arcs of electricity dancing along its edge, gazed with a steely demeanor. In a flurry of movement, she swiftly severed the 4 massive tentacles of the Mad Doctor behind her, each as thick as a python. Black blood gushed forth from the severed appendages, releasing a nauseating odor. Observing the incapacitated Mad Doctor on the ground, Lu Ziyi furrowed her brow, quickly forming hand seals to summon a portal emanating a mysterious purple light. The portal resembled a gigantic whirlpool, its interior shrouded in darkness, while purple lightning crackled around its periphery. Lu Ziyi strode confidently to the Mad Doctor, grasping one of his legs, preparing to transport him directly back to headquarters for thorough examination by the researchers of this bizarre mutant. However, just as she was about to step into the portal, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly lifeless Mad Doctor abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with madness and malice. An intense azure electric aura erupted from his body, resembling a ferocious dragon, roaring with unrestrained fury. Although Lu Ziyi reacted swiftly, she was fractionally delayed, and the azure energy enveloped her instantly. Her legs weakened, causing her to drop to one knee, as though all strength had drained from her. The Mad Doctor rose unsteadily, emanating an eerie ferocity. Facing Lu Ziyi, his visage twisted in a grotesque manner, akin to a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. He spat venomously, "You wretched creature, I shall rend you limb from limb and make you experience a fate worse than death." As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacles behind him began to heal at an alarming rate, the previously severed ends visibly regenerating. 2 of the tentacles grew disproportionately large, resembling colossal stone pillars, spreading wide and producing a menacing whoosh as they moved. A glint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the Mad Doctor as he contemplated using his 2 tentacles to obliterate Lu Ziyi's head, envisioning the scene drenched in her blood. However, just as he was about to unleash his power, he caught sight of a subtle smile curving at the corners of Lu Ziyi's lips, imbued with profound significance. An ominous feeling surged within him. Little did he know that Lu Ziyi, as one of the inheritors of the divine power of the Thunder God lineage, possessed a unique immunity to the forces of electricity. The current unleashed by the Mad Doctor not only failed to incapacitate her, but rather invigorated her, akin to a charging mechanism, rejuvenating her spiritual energy. A cold glimmer flashed in Lu Ziyi's eyes as she preemptively attacked before the Mad Doctor's tentacles could strike. With a swift motion, she extended her hands, unleashing 2 bolts of purple lightning that roared forth with tremendous force, directly striking the Mad Doctor in the chest. He felt an overwhelming impact coursing through him, rendering his body paralyzed as he was propelled backward uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc in the air. Simultaneously, a rapidly spinning short sword, resembling a serrated disc, hurtled through the air. This blade, imbued with lethal intent, struck the Mad Doctor's neck with precision as Lu Ziyi launched her attack. A sharp sound echoed as blood erupted forth. The lightning had sent his body flying while his head was severed, rolling away like a ball before finally coming to a halt after tumbling several times on the ground. Chapter 49. The World Lighthouse. Lu Ziyi gazed upwards, noticing Wang Zhan soaring back towards her. He landed gracefully on the ground and inquired with concern, "Number 2, are you unscathed?" During their mission, they had to refer to each other by code names for the sake of confidentiality and safety. Lu Ziyi offered a faint smile in response. "I'm fine. Why haven't you evacuated yet?" Wang Zhan scratched his head, explaining, "I was worried about any unforeseen developments, so I flew back to check. After all, this creature is quite peculiar. It has resurrected once before, so caution is warranted." Lu Ziyi nodded, acknowledging, "You were indeed correct. If it were anyone else, they might have fallen for his tricks. However, this time he should be utterly defeated." With that, she unleashed another bolt of purple lightning from her left hand towards the Mad Doctor's head. The lightning struck like a venomous serpent, instantly obliterating his skull, sending flesh and brain matter scattering in all directions. Then, Lu Ziyi urged Wang Zhan, "We must evacuate swiftly. Others will arrive soon. Stay hidden." Wang Zhan affirmed, understood. He then soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the direction of Huagua. Lu Zi employed her thunder sword to sever the remaining tentacles of the Mad Doctor, ensuring they could not wreak havoc again. Subsequently, she summoned the portal of purple lightning once more, which emanated a mysterious violet glow, resembling a gateway to an unknown realm. Dragging the Mad Doctor's legs, she slowly stepped into the portal. Upon entering, the Mad Doctor remained motionless, his body akin to a heavy stone. This confirms that the Mad Doctor is irrevocably deceased. For the transmission medium is governed by peculiar rules. Apart from Lu Zi, any other living being that enters will be violently cast asunder, leaving not even a whisper of their essence behind. Days later, an unforeseen calamity descended upon the globe. The rabies virus, like a specter, ravaged every corner of the world, bringing with it an aura of panic and despair. The architect of this chaos is none other than the Mad Doctor, who harbored a fervent and fanatical following. Individuals, as if consumed by darkness, scattered across the earth. United in their malevolence, they brimmed with resentment towards the world, longing to dismantle the existing social hierarchy and forge a new realm of their own misguided ideals. The Mad Doctor's ambition was akin to an unfathomable abyss, with aspirations that extended far beyond mere chaos. He sought to create a superhuman world, wherein he would control the spread of the virus and the distribution of its antidote, akin to a deity wielding dominion over life and death. Moreover, he endeavored to manufacture legions of mutants, transforming these abominations into instruments of his conquest. Just as his nefarious designs were on the verge of fruition, tantalizingly close yet still out of reach, he committed a grave misstep by extending his malevolent grasp toward Huagua. He intended to use Huagua as a testing ground for his heinous powers, but he could not have anticipated that this foolish act would stir the waters like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, generating monstrous waves that would ultimately lead to his ruin. Following the mysterious disappearance of the Mad Doctor, his once puppet-like followers were plunged into disarray. They flailed about like headless flies, their faith crumbling, yet unwilling to relinquish their grand delusions. Upon hearing of the viral outbreak in Huagua, they, like ravenous wolves, detected the scent of blood and perceived this as a golden opportunity. In a frenzied madness, they unleashed the rabies virus across the globe, attempting to drag the entire world into an abyss of despair. This viral crisis manifested as a nightmare, wreaking immeasurable havoc upon the populace. Countless families were shattered, cities reduced to ruins, as individuals struggled to survive amid pain and terror. However, in this dark hour, Huagua stood resolute like an unyielding lighthouse, casting a beacon of hope for the world. As the nation first afflicted by the virus, its researchers raced against time with unwavering determination. Armed with crucial viral data retrieved from Bai Island, they employed their indomitable spirit and extraordinary intellect to obtain remarkably accurate experimental results. Utilizing this invaluable data, they swiftly developed effective treatments, successfully curing domestic patients. As the world languished in the depths of the viral crisis, with nations grappling with despair, Huagua unhesitatingly extended its hand in aid. Medical teams, equipped with advanced medical apparatus and an ample supply of pharmaceuticals, have embarked on journeys across the globe. A multitude of researchers toil day and night, sharing their findings with international counterparts in a united front against the virus. The actions of Huagua embody the profound essence of a shared human destiny, garnering accolades and gratitude from numerous nations. In this worldwide calamity, Huagua has emerged as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path forward for humanity. Among the heroes rising to the occasion is Wang Zhan, whose exemplary performance during this mission has led to the successful completion of all assigned tasks. His courage and intellect have earned him high recognition and praise from superiors. Skipping the internship phase, he has been conferred the title of Junior Special Operations Officer, granting him the privileges of operational freedom. In the event of extraordinary incidents, he will unhesitatingly collaborate with exceptional special operations teams, becoming a vital force in maintaining global peace and stability. In the days that follow, Wang Zhan stands shoulder to shoulder with his fellow special operations team members, akin to guardian deities, silently safeguarding the security and stability of Huagua. They traverse the bustling streets and alleys of the city, vigilantly monitoring every potential threat. They delve into the shadows, engaging in thrilling confrontations with malevolent forces. Each operation serves as protection of life. Every battle is a defense of justice. Simultaneously, the bond between Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao deepens with the passage of time. Together, they have faced life-and-death trials and navigated countless challenges. In those days of fighting side by side, their hearts became intricately intertwined, with mutual trust and support fueling their resilience against all adversities. Their love sparkles like brilliant stars, radiating warmth and brightness in the dark night sky, becoming the most treasured gem in each other's existence. As the second part concludes, Huagua has showcased its formidable strength and responsibility during the global virus crisis, while Wang Zhan embarks on a new journey of growth and struggle. Yet, will the sinister forces lurking in the shadows relent? What challenges await Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao as relationship? All will gradually unfold in the future narrative, and we eagerly anticipate the splendid continuation in the third part. Chapter 1. Shadows after the celebration. Kyoto, basking in the resplendent early summer sunlight, is enveloped in a golden glow. The towering glass facades of skyscrapers reflect dazzling rays of light. 6 months have passed since the viral crisis that once ravaged the globe. The streets are now bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, rejuvenated to their former vibrancy and vitality. Wang Zhan stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Lu residence, gazing at the undulating city skyline, filled with a myriad of emotions. Half a year ago, the calamity that swept across the world nearly pushed human civilization to the brink. Yet through the close cooperation between Huagua and nations worldwide, the virus has finally been effectively contained. The lair of the mad doctor has been uprooted, and the remnants of his forces have been thoroughly eradicated in a global joint operation. However, Wang Zhan is acutely aware that darkness has never truly receded. The Dark Knight organization lies in wait like a concealed serpent, temporarily obscured from sight, yet undoubtedly continuing their destructive endeavors in some hidden corner. This period of tranquility breeds a sense of unease. What are you daydreaming about? A pair of soft arms encircles Wang Zhan's waist from behind. As Lu Lingyao presses her face against his broad back, her voice laced with languid sweetness. Wang Zhan turns, pulling his fiancée into his embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. I was just thinking how swiftly these past 6 months have flown by. Lu Lingyao gazes up at him, her golden hair shimmering softly in the sunlight, her amber eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, who would have thought that the steadfast man I encountered on the celestial mountain would now be my fiancé? The two share a smile, their eyes alight with happiness. Over the past half year, their relationship has blossomed, becoming as intimate as family. Wang Zhan has visited the Lu family multiple times, and Lu Lingyao has also met Wang Zhan's family in Nanshan County. Both sets of parents are exceedingly pleased with this union, particularly Lu Lingyao's grandfather, Lu Qingcong, who holds Wang Zhan in high esteem. My father mentioned he has something to discuss with us. Let us head to the living room, Lu Lingyao says, taking Wang Zhan's hand as they walk side by side toward the elegantly decorated hall. The Lu residence is situated in the suburbs of Kyoto, a spacious abode that harmoniously combines traditional courtyard aesthetics with modern architecture. The eaves of the Chinese-style roof and the floor-to-ceiling windows create a perfect blend, preserving an ancient charm while offering contemporary comfort. In the hall, Lu Yuanba is seated before a redwood tea set, brewing tea. Today, the head of the Extraordinary Special Operations Department is dressed in traditional attire, appearing somewhat less imposing and more like a congenial family man. Upon seeing Wang Zhan and his daughter enter, he smiles and gestures for them to sit. Wang Zhan, come, taste this freshly arrived Phoenix Dancong, he says, sliding a cup of bright orange-yellow tea towards Wang Zhan, the aroma rich and lingering. Wang Zhan respectfully accepts the cup, savoring a sip and praising. The fragrance is robust, with a strong aftertaste. This is exquisite tea. Lu Yuanba nods in satisfaction, taking a sip himself before transitioning to the matter at hand. The reason I called you here today is to discuss something important. He looks at Wang Zhan, his gaze both scrutinizing and filled with approval. It is almost time for our Thunder God clan to return to the village for the sacrificial rites. Wang Zhan, I hope you can accompany us this time. Wang Zhan sets down his teacup, sitting up straight. Uncle, are you referring to Lingyao's ancestral home, Thunder Hidden Village? Lu Lingyao had mentioned this place to him on several occasions. It is a secluded village, the birthplace of the Lu family's Thunder God lineage, harboring ancient powers and traditions. Most villagers are descendants of the Thunder God or related bloodlines, safeguarding certain secrets through generations. Indeed, Lu Yuanba confirms, nodding. According to clan regulations, if a descendant of the Thunder God wishes to marry, their spouse must gain the Thunder God's approval. He pauses, his gaze toward Wang Zhan filled with expectation. Lingyao is my only daughter and the rightful heir of the Thunder God bloodline. Therefore, you must undergo the Thunder God's trials to formally wed her. Wang Zhan does not hesitate, responding with sincerity, this is only natural. My feelings for Lingyao are as evident as the heavens. I am willing to accept any trial. Lu Lingyao gently grasped Wang Zhan's hand, her eyes reflecting both sweetness and a hint of concern. Dad, will that trial be dangerous? Lu Yuanba chuckled softly, reassuring her. Do not worry, it is merely a formality. The God of Thunder will undoubtedly discern Wang Zhan's character and his genuine affection for you. He turned to Wang Zhan and elaborated, on the day of the ceremony, I will preside over the ritual, and I ask you to present incense on stage. If the God of Thunder approves, all will be calm. But if your intentions are impure or your feelings insincere, divine thunder will strike. Wang Zhan responded with unwavering composure. My feelings for Lingyao are profoundly sincere. I fear not the scrutiny of the God of Thunder. I admire your confidence. A clear voice rang from the entrance as Lu Zi entered the hall with a brisk stride. The senior special officer of the Extraordinary Special Operations Department was dressed in a sharp casual outfit, exuding an aura of determination. Aunt, both Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao exclaimed in unison. After spending half a year together, Wang Zhan had taken to addressing Lu Zi as aunt alongside Lu Lingyao. Lu Zi patted Wang Zhan on the shoulder with a smile. Do not be anxious. That trial has seen no mishaps for centuries. The last unfortunate soul struck by lightning was during the Qin dynasty, a scoundrel who sought to deceive the power of the God of Thunder. She winked. A straightforward young man, like you will surely find favor with the God of Thunder. Lu Yuanba cleared his throat, a hint of exasperation at his sister's teasing evident on his face before he turned serious. Wang Zhan, your character and abilities are apparent to us all. This trial is, in essence, a ceremony that allows our kin to formally recognize and accept you. Wang Zhan nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you, uncle, for this opportunity. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and an energetic elder with a dragon-carved cane entered. Although his hair was white, his gaze was sharp as lightning, and he stood tall, radiating an air of authority. Grandfather! Lu Lingyao joyfully rushed to greet him. Wang Zhan also stood respectfully, Elder Lu. Lu Qingcong, one of the 5 elders overseeing the extraordinary realm of Huagua, smiled and waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities at home. He looked at Wang Zhan with admiration. I heard your conversation just now. Wang Zhan, you need not feel pressure about your journey to Leying Village. The God of Thunder's trial assesses not only one's character, but also the affinity with the power of thunder. With your steely heart, you may indeed resonate with the thunderous forces in unexpected ways. Wang Zhan pondered deeply. Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. Lu Qingcong nodded, then furrowed his brow slightly. Recently, I have sensed unusual energy fluctuations. The Dark Knight organization seems undeterred by the failure of their virus plan. You must exercise caution on your journey. Wang Zhan's expression grew serious. You noticed as well? I too sense an ominous premonition, as if we are in the calm before the storm. Lu Lingyao tightened her grip on Wang Zhan's hand. Regardless, we shall face it together. Lu Yuanba glanced at the time and declared, we shall depart in 3 days. Leying Village is hidden and can only be accessed through special means. Wang Zhan, prepare yourself. Yes, Wang Zhan replied, a blend of anticipation and unease stirring within him. It was not the trial of the God of Thunder that troubled him, but rather the shadow of the Dark Knight organization that seemed to loom once more due to Lu Qingcong's earlier words. As evening descended, Wang Zhan and Lu Lingyao walked side by side in the courtyard. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast elongated shadows of the 2 figures. Are you nervous? Lu Lingyao inquired softly, her fingertips gently entwining with Wang Zhan's. He clasped her hand, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. With you by my side, I fear nothing. He gazed towards the descending sun, his tone resolute. Regardless of the trials or tribulations, we shall face them together. Lu Lingyao rested her head on Wang Zhan's shoulder, her golden locks dancing in the evening breeze. Once we have passed the trials, let us wed. A warmth enveloped Wang Zhan's heart as he leaned down to place a tender kiss in her hair. Agreed. The two stood embraced, watching the last rays of sunlight disappear beyond the horizon. The night sky began to adorn itself with twinkling stars, tranquil and beautiful. Yet beneath this calm, Wang Zhan sensed an undercurrent stirring. The journey to Thunder Hidden Village would likely prove more complex than anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, in a distant shadowy locale, a pair of eyes observed their every move through layers of mist. The tendrils of the Dark Knight organization had silently reached toward the enigmatic Thunder Hidden Village. Chapter 2. The Ancient Village and the Sacred Ritual. 3 days later, a group embarked on their journey to Thunder Hidden Village. Lu Lingyao drove an unassuming, yet evidently modified off-road vehicle, departing from the bustling chaos of Kyoto and heading toward the mountainous northwest. Wang Zhan occupied the passenger seat, while Lu Lingyao and Lu Zi settled in the back. Outside the window, the urban landscape gradually yielded to lush, verdant woods. Thunder Hidden Village was not marked on any map. As Lu Lingyao drove, he explained to Wang Zhan that the village was shrouded in an ancient barrier, accessible only to the descendants of the Thunder God or those granted permission. Lu Lingyao leaned forward, smiling as she added, "Those who visit for the first time often find it quite magical." Wang Zhan, intrigued, observed the scenery outside and noted subtle changes as the vehicle traversed what appeared to be an ordinary mountain path. The energy in the air intensified, and he could even sense a faint static charge. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Lu Lingyao halted the vehicle before what seemed to be a dead end against a rock face. He exited the car and approached the stone wall, placing his palm on a specific spot and softly reciting an ancient incantation. In an instant, the stone wall rippled like water, revealing a narrow path wide enough for a vehicle to pass. "Welcome to the entrance of Thunder Hidden Village." Lu Zi winked at Wang Zhan. "Are you ready to witness this truly mysterious place?" As the vehicle slowly entered the passage, Wang Zhan was astonished to see the walls adorned with ancient lightning patterns, faintly illuminated by a flowing blue light. After traversing 100 meters through the passage, they emerged into a breathtaking vista. Thunder Hidden Village was not the primitive settlement he had envisioned. Rather, it was a place where ancient traditions harmoniously intertwined with modern conveniences. Traditional gray-tiled wooden houses were strategically placed, their roofs equipped with efficient solar panels. The cobblestone paths were neat and tidy, with modern drainage systems cleverly concealed at the edges. The villagers donned attire that incorporated both traditional elements and modern aesthetics, warmly waving as they greeted the incoming vehicle. Most striking are the towering, thunderstruck totem pole at the heart of the village and the immense natural altar perched upon the distant cliff, seemingly interconnected by an invisible energy. "It is indeed beautiful," Wang Zhan exclaimed, genuinely awed as he sensed the unique energy permeating the air, resonating subtly with his iron heart. Lu Lingyao smiled. "Thunder Hidden Village boasts a millennium of history. Our ancestors settled here to safeguard the power and wisdom bestowed by the Thunder God." The vehicle halted before a larger courtyard, where a spirited middle-aged man awaited. Clad in traditional attire, yet adorned with a smart wristband, he presented a fascinating contrast. "Village Chief, you have returned." The man greeted Lu Lingyao respectfully, then curiously turned to Wang Zhan. "You must be Miss Lingyao's fiancé. Welcome to Thunder Hidden Village." Lu Lingyao introduced him. "This is Lu Mingjie, the acting village chief who manages all village affairs in my absence," and then added to Lu Mingjie, "Indeed, this is Wang Zhan. The sacrificial ceremony will take place in 3 days." Lu Mingjie warmly shook Wang Zhan's hand. "Miss Lingyao has exquisite taste. It has been many years since we hosted the Thunder God's trial. Everyone is eagerly anticipating it." In the ensuing 3 days, Wang Zhan, accompanied by Lu Lingyao, familiarized himself with the environment and customs of Thunder Hidden Village. The villagers, both curious and amiable towards this potential son-in-law of the Thunder God clan, quickly warmed to Wang Zhan's humility and prowess. During this time, Wang Zhan also witnessed the descendants of the Thunder God wielding the power of lightning. Some young villagers even invited him for friendly contests. He carefully employed the strength of his iron heart in their sparring, neither overly revealing his abilities nor failing to demonstrate his competence. "Everyone adores you," Lu Lingyao remarked on the evening of the 3rd day as they wandered through the maple forest behind the village. "Tomorrow's ceremony will surely go smoothly." Wang Zhan took her hand. "I only seek your approval." Lu Lingyao's cheeks flushed, and just as she was about to speak, her brow furrowed slightly. For some reason, I feel that the energy field in the village has been exhibiting unusual fluctuations lately, albeit faint. Wang Zhan sensed it too. I feel as well. It seems like some interference. Should we inform your father? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lingyao shook her head. It might just be natural energy fluctuations before the ceremony. Tomorrow is the grand event. We shouldn't cause concern among the villagers. Wang Zhan nodded, yet a hint of unease lingered in his heart. This energy fluctuation evoked a familiar discomfort, as if he had encountered it before. On the morning of the sacrificial ceremony, the village bells rang out melodiously as villagers donned traditional garments, gathering orderly towards the altar. Wang Zhan changed into a ceremonial outfit prepared by the Lu family, a white robe with silver trim that accentuated his tall and handsome stature. Lu Lingyao wore a breathtaking purple dress with gold embroidery depicting thunder patterns. The altar, situated in the center of a naturally formed circular plaza, was carved from a massive thunderstone, with 9 totem poles surrounding it, each intricately engraved with the history and legends of the Thunder God clan. The air was thick with a sacred and solemn atmosphere. As the village chief and main priest, Lu Yuanba stood majestically at the center of the altar, adorned in elaborate ceremonial robes, crowned with a diadem of thunder and holding a scepter. Lu Qingtsong and the village elders occupied specially designated seats before the altar, their expressions solemn. Lu Lingyao tightly grasped Wang Zhan's hand and whispered, "Do not be anxious. It is merely a formality." Wang Zhan responded with a reassuring smile, his heart calm and undisturbed. As the auspicious time arrived, the horn sounded long and the drums reverberated with power. Lu Yuanba raised his scepter high and began to chant an ancient prayer, his voice resonant and solemn. "O great Thunder God, guardian of our clan, we gather here today to offer our sincere hearts, seeking your guidance and protection." As the ritual progressed, the totem pillars surrounding the altar began to emit a faint blue glow, the energy in the air intensifying. Wang Zhan felt his iron heart resonate with this force, as if reuniting with a long-lost confidant. Finally, Lu Yuanba turned to the crowd, his voice echoing throughout the space. "Today, my daughter Lu Lingyao, heir to the bloodline of the Thunder God, has chosen Wang Zhan as her consort. According to our clan's millennia-old tradition, we must beseech the Thunder God for discernment, to test his character and emotions." All eyes focused on Wang Zhan as Lu Yuanba nodded in his direction. "Wang Zhan, please step forward." Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhan approached the altar with resolute steps. The silvery hem of his robe fluttered in the wind, and his figure appeared both diminutive and remarkably steadfast against the backdrop of the immense altar. Upon ascending the altar, he exchanged a glance with Lu Yuanba, receiving an encouraging look in return. Wang Zhan turned to face the totem pillars and the eager gazes of the crowd, finally casting a deep, trusting look at Lu Lingyao, whose eyes were filled with faith and affection. Adhering to the learned ceremonial steps, Wang Zhan lit 3 specially crafted thunder incense sticks and reverently placed them into the censer at the center of the altar. The fragrant smoke spiraled upward, curiously forming delicate shapes of lightning in the air. The next and most crucial step was to pledge his oath to the Thunder God. Wang Zhan's clear voice resonated across the tranquil altar. "I, Wang Zhan, here today vow my heartfelt devotion to Lu Lingyao, pledging to protect her with my life, to respect and cherish her. I accept the Thunder God's scrutiny, with heaven and earth as witnesses." As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, all breath held in anticipation of the Thunder God's response, according to tradition and the expectations of all present. This moment should be characterized by calm, signifying the Thunder God's approval. However, in the next instant, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The clear blue sky above the altar swiftly darkened, ominous clouds swirling together at a visibly rapid pace to form a colossal vortex. Blue lightning flickered within the clouds, accompanied by a heart-stopping rumble. Lu Yuanba's expression changed dramatically, disbelief filling his eyes. A murmur of shock rippled through the villagers, who exchanged whispers as they gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary scene. Lu Lingyao abruptly stood, her complexion paling instantly. Lu Zi also rose, frowning as she quietly murmured, "Impossible." Yet, Lu Qingtsong remained as steadfast as a mountain, his gaze sharp as lightning, intently focused on the altar's transformation. Standing at the altar's center, Wang Zhan looked up at the tempestuous sky, crackling with electricity, his heart shaken yet resolute. He could not comprehend why such a situation had arisen, but he harbored no doubts regarding his feelings and convictions. At that moment, an unprecedented blue divine thunder tore through the heavens, wielding a devastating power that struck directly at Wang Zhan on the altar. In this dire moment, the instinct of his iron will was awakened. Wang Zhan's skin instantaneously shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen, and the silver form activated instinctively, bracing to withstand this sudden assault. No! Lu Lingyao's scream was drowned out by the deafening roar of thunder. The blue divine thunder accurately struck Wang Zhan, the blinding electric light engulfing the entire altar. A powerful shockwave of energy radiated outward, forcing the onlookers below to squint against the brilliance. As the electric light dimmed, people were horrified to see Wang Zhan kneeling on one knee at the center of the altar, blue currents of electricity wildly coursing over his silvery form, his body emotionless, his life hanging in the balance. An eerie silence enveloped the altar as everyone stood stunned by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 3. The unexpected divine thunder and the shock of the crowd time seemed to freeze in that moment. On the altar, Wang Zhan knelt, his entire body covered in silvery metallic skin, with blue electric serpents writhing over him, producing a disconcerting crackling sound. His head hung low, utterly still, as if he were a statue struck by lightning. Below the altar, the deathly silence persisted for a full 3 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. How could this be? The thunder god was enraged. Did Wang Zhan not hold genuine feelings for Miss Lingyao? Historically, only the most heinous wrongdoers have drawn the ire of divine thunder. The villagers whispered in terrified disbelief, their gazes toward Wang Zhan shifting from earlier friendliness and anticipation to doubt, fear, and even anger. A few young men instinctively assumed defensive stances, as if the figure kneeling on the altar were some ferocious beast. No, it cannot be. Lu Lingyao snapped back from her extreme shock, her face as pale as parchment, and she lunged forward, calling out, Wang Zhan. Yet, she barely took 2 steps before a powerful hand grasped her firmly. Lu Yuanba, wearing a grave expression, blocked her way. Lingyao, calm down. Lu Yuanba's voice was low and stern, yet his eyes mirrored confusion and disbelief. Father, let me go. Wang Zhan needs help. Lu Lingyao struggled, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, her golden hair slightly swaying in the residual static. On the other side, Lu Zi swiftly joined Lu Lingyao, assisting her brother in restraining their nearly frantic niece. Lingyao, the energy field around the altar is still unstable. It's too dangerous to go up now. But Wang Zhan, Lu Lingyao's voice choked, her heart wrenched as she gazed at the figure ensnared by electricity on the altar. She could not bring herself to believe that Wang Zhan would feign affection. Every moment shared over the past 6 months, those tacit glances, sincere confessions, and silent guardianship, could they all be mere illusions? Yet, the Thunder God's trials never err. This was an unwavering truth held by the Thunder God's clan for millennia. Lu Yuanba's complexion turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Zhan on the altar, his heart tumultuous with turmoil. As the village chief and chief priest, he understood better than anyone the significance of the divine thunder that had just struck. It was no ordinary lightning. It embodied the true divine punishment of the thunder god, its power far exceeding that of typical celestial lightning. What astonished him further was that Wang Zhan had remarkably survived such an unexpected onslaught, although his fate remained uncertain. That silvery figure had withstood a blow that could have shattered the very soul of a lesser being. Brother, something's amiss, Lu Zi whispered to Lu Yuanba, her brow furrowed. That child, Wang Zhan, could not harbor any ill intentions. My intuition has never failed me. Lu Yuanba nodded gravely. I too sense something is wrong. Yet, the divine thunder undeniably descended. This is an irrefutable fact. The villagers gradually emerged from their initial shock, their murmurs growing louder. Several elder villagers gathered around Lu Qingtsong, urgently inquiring, Elder, what is happening? Why has the thunder god shown his wrath? What is the background of that young man? Lu Qingtsong slowly rose, his intricately carved dragon staff tapping lightly against the ground. Though his voice was not loud, it instantly silenced the chaotic crowd. Be still until the matter is clarified. Do not jump to conclusions. All eyes turned to this venerable elder of the Thunder God clan, the most respected and senior among them, with a gaze sharp as lightning. Lu Qingcang scrutinized Wang Zhan upon the altar, his white brows knitted tightly. As one of the 5 elders of the extraordinary realm of Huagua, Lu Qingcang had witnessed countless strange occurrences, yet the scene before him perplexed him. His keen insight led him to believe that Wang Zhan possessed a righteous character and harbored genuine affection for his granddaughter, which should not have invoked divine punishment. Even more alarming was that the might of the recent divine thunder far surpassed any recorded trial of the Thunder God, even exceeding the purifying divine lightning he had painstakingly cultivated for decades. Such a level of thunder strike should have been sufficient to send any mortal into a state of terror, reducing their corporeal form to ashes. However, despite appearing gravely injured, Wang Zhan's silvery form remained intact, and even the altar surface showed no signs of damage, indicating that all the force of the thunder had been completely absorbed by his body. This extraordinary defense was simply unprecedented. Yuanba, Zi, keep a watch on Lingyao. Lu Qingcang commanded in a solemn tone, his gaze unwavering from Wang Zhan. The energy field of the altar had yet to stabilize, and approaching recklessly could pose a danger. "Grandfather, please let me check on him," Lu Lingyao pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Wang Zhan might still be alive. He needed assistance. Lu Qingcang sighed inwardly, sensing his granddaughter's anguish and despair. Yet, as an elder of the clan, he had to prioritize the safety of the entire village. Wait a moment longer. Lu Qingcang's voice brooked no argument. The divine thunder had just struck, and the energy surrounding the altar was highly unstable. Approaching carelessly could provoke a second lightning strike. His words managed to calm the restless crowd somewhat, as they instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a safer distance from the altar. Lu Lingyao fell to her knees, hands covering her face, her shoulders trembling from sobs. Lu Zi embraced her niece tenderly, whispering words of comfort, though her own eyes were filled with confusion and concern. Lu Yuanba approached his father and lowered his voice. "Father, what do you think is truly happening?" Lu Qingcang interrupted his son, his gaze profound. "There must be reasons we are unaware of. The Thunder God would not bestow such formidable divine lightning without cause." On the altar, Wang Zhan remained kneeling on one knee, his silver-white form pulsating with blue electric currents, as if countless tiny lightning serpents danced across his surface. From a distance, it presented a bizarre, yet magnificent spectacle. Time ticked away, each second stretching like a century. The villagers' initial shock and fear gradually transformed into curiosity and confusion. According to reason, a person struck by divine lightning should instantly disintegrate, yet Wang Zhan remained unscathed, a miracle in itself. "Look, hasn't the electric light around him diminished?" a keen-eyed villager suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, the blue electric serpents flickering around Wang Zhan appeared somewhat sparser and less radiant than before. Could he still be alive? Someone gasped. This question jolted Lu Lingyao, igniting a spark of hope in her eyes. She broke free from her aunt's embrace, struggling to stand, yearning to rush toward the altar once more. At that moment, Wang Zhan on the altar stirred slightly, a minuscule movement as he lifted his head just an inch. Yet this subtle change was as thunderous as a storm in the eyes of the onlookers. He moved. He is truly alive. The crowd erupted in incredulous gasps. Lu Yuanba and Lu Zi exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and bewilderment. Lu Qingcang raised his white brows higher, unconsciously tightening his grip on his staff. Lu Lingyao held her breath, tears welling up anew, this time a blend of hope and fear. Under the collective gaze, Wang Zhan's body gradually straightened, his previously bowed head fully lifted. The moment he opened his eyes, a collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Wang Zhan's eyes were no longer ordinary, but sparkled with intense blue electric light, resembling 2 miniature thunder stars. Even more astonishingly, the silver metallic sheen of his skin was swiftly fading, returning to a normal complexion. Yet the blue electric light did not dissipate. Instead, it became more solid, swirling around him with an obedient grace, as if united with him. Wang Zhan slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the astonished crowd before finally resting on the tearful Lu Lingyao. He spoke, his voice calm, yet resonating with an unusual echo, as if thunder itself reverberated within. "I am unscathed. He paused, surveying the myriad faces filled with confusion and fear. The Thunder God did not reject me. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in uproar. What does that mean? The divine lightning has struck, and he claims he was not rejected? Has he been rendered foolish by the lightning? Lu Yuanba stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, clarify this. What exactly transpired just now? Wang Zhan took a deep breath, and the blue electric light, enveloping his body, flickered in response. When he spoke again, his voice carried an indescribable gravitas. The Thunder God has bestowed upon me newfound power.